Su-young, let's break up. In the Western restaurant, young Lily hesitated for a moment before finally making up her mind. Why, oi? Su-young had just stuffed a forkful of pasta into his mouth. He paused bewildered and asked, why do we have to break up out of nowhere? Because my best friends say you're not normal. Lily, how am I not normal? Su-young asked blankly. Young Lily looked on the verge of collapse. My girlfriend's boyfriends all like BBA. But you, all you ever think about is Ultraman. Su-young. Aren't you childish? Ultraman is nothing but something illusory and unreal. Ultraman doesn't even exist in this world. No Ultraman in this world. Young Lily's words seemed to touch Su-young's reverse scale. His face darkened with anger as he demanded, shut up. What right do you have to say Ultraman doesn't exist? Because it's true, Ultraman simply does not exist in this world. Su-young gave a faint smile. It's exactly because of ignorant earthlings like you whose hearts are filled with darkness and who do not believe in light. Ultraman watches over us in silence, yet you refuse to believe they exist. Get out. Hearing this, young Lily froze for an instant, feeling as if her pride had been rubbed hard against the floor by Su-young. Almost hysterical, she screamed, are you insane? Insane? You are the one who's insane. A woman who doesn't believe in light is not worthy of being with me. As his voice fell, Su-young pulled a newly bought transformation device from his chest pocket and raised it toward the ceiling, shouting, Tiga. In an instant, dazzling light burst forth inside the Western restaurant. TPC Far East Base Victory Team Command Room. You should go first. But, please, this is... As Su-young's consciousness resurfaced, two women's voices echoed in his ears. Focusing his gaze, he looked around. This was the Victory Team headquarters. The two women were Captain Zhu Jianwei and team member Lina. Daigo stood blankly to the side, listening to their conversation. Due to a system failure, the lights in the command room flickered, erratically showering sparks from time to time. Su-young glanced down at his clothes, primarily white, covering most of the uniform with the remaining parts patterned in red and gray. This was the Victory Team uniform. His first reaction was to touch his chest. There was something hard there. He pulled it out and saw that it was a spark lens. Ding. Host identity confirmed. Ultra Infinite War System activated. Host Su-young. Age 19. Strength 7, average human 10. Agility 8, average human 10. Intelligence 9, average human 10. Constitution 9, average human 10. Identity TPC Victory Team member Tiga Ultraman human host. System. Lost in confusion, Su-young suddenly heard that mechanical voice echo in his mind, and he froze. Tiga Ultraman human host. Seeing this line, Su-young was stunned. So I've crossed over into a parallel universe of Tiga Ultraman. In this parallel world, the one who transforms into Tiga Ultraman isn't Daigo, but me. Ding. Ultra Infinite War System binding complete. Ding. Infinite War System booting up. Please choose a mission as soon as possible. Option 1, transform into Tiga and face evil god Gatanothor in battle. Reward form Dark Tiga. Option 2, abandon resistance and go alone to the land of light. Reward form Shining Tiga. Please make your choice within 10 seconds. Evil god Gatanothor has appeared. I choose 1. I want to transform into Dark Tiga because it's cool. No, wait. It's because when I first saw Ultraman, I thought I had met God, that he could guide humanity onto the right path. But it didn't quite turn out that way. Later, I came to understand that Ultraman is both light and human. Captain. So team member Su-young, you are under no obligation to face an enemy that you simply cannot defeat. You understand that, don't you? Hearing these familiar lines, Su-young was slightly taken aback. So the current point in time had jumped straight to the final confrontation with the last boss, evil god Gatanothor. Zhu Jianwei and Lina both turned to look at Su-young. Is it my turn to answer? Sorry, team member Daigo. I'll just borrow your line for a moment. Can't possibly win. I don't understand what that means. Su-young answered in a firm tone. Zhu Jianwei said yes. At some point, I too stopped believing in fate. Su-young, you must win. Tiga Ultraman. Standing to the side, Daigo was completely at a loss. He had no idea that Su-young was actually Tiga Ultraman. He only felt that the conversation between Captain Zhu Jianwei and Su-young was exceedingly strange. What happened? Daigo asked in astonishment. Black mist had already shrouded the entire ocean, and the darkness blanketing the sky had robbed the whole world of its light. Time was running short, and Su-young no longer cared whether his identity would be exposed. He immediately pulled out the spark lens from his chest. He gazed at it, deeply sighing with emotion. This is really so much better than my fake one. Without another word, Su-young swung up the spark lens, instinctively performing the transformation sequence he had practiced countless times. The spark lens snapped open, and a blaze of radiant light instantly flooded the entire command room. Tiga. So team member Su-young is Tiga Ultraman. Though Daigo was not talkative, recalling everything that had just happened, he instantly understood. The Ultraman Tiga, who had always been silently defending Earth, turned out to be his teammate, Su-young. Daigo could not calm down for a long time. Su-young was actually Tiga Ultraman. This was simply unbelievable. Having transformed into Tiga, Su-young did not hesitate. He shot into the sky at high speed, flying straight toward Gatanothor's location. In midair, he glanced down at his colossal body, Tiga's Redan purple interlaced multi-type form. He felt as though an inexhaustible power was surging out from within. It felt insanely satisfying. With a sharp cry, he pierced through the black mist, quickly arriving before Gatanothor. Above the sea, where the ultra-ancient ruins of Ruruai lay, waves raged and crashed as Gatanothor wildly lashed its enormous tentacles. Purple lightning continually crashed down from the sky, striking the ocean. Through the thick black fog, an ultra-giant figure loomed upright upon the sea surface. It was Gattangia, the fearsome monster known as the ruler of darkness, possessing unimaginably powerful dark energy. It was also the mastermind who 30 million years ago used Kagilla to destroy ultra-ancient human civilization and led Zoga to rule the world. On Gattangia's back was a massive spiral shell, its surface covered with countless dense black holes. Its head hung upside down in the water, while the shell's opening was crammed with tentacles and gigantic pincers, its mouth emitting strange cries reminiscent of an elephant's trumpet. Seeing Tiga, Ultraman appear before Gattangia let out a gay howl. The battle had begun. Damn, so huge. Su-yang gazed at Gattangia's colossal body in awe. A gigantic monster 200 meters tall and weighing 200,000 tons. Such terrifying might. He glanced at his own relatively small frame, barely 50 meters tall. Before Su-yang could react, Gattangia had already launched the first attack. A thick tentacle burst out from the depths of the sea, whipping toward Tiga's shoulder. Seeing this, Su-yang hastily rolled aside to dodge. As soon as he steadied himself on the surface of the sea, he charged straight at Gattangia. He opened with a Leo flying kick, a move he had taught himself. When he was halfway to Gattangia, he suddenly leaped high, his legs sweeping out in a flying kick that smashed into Gattangia's heavy shell. A deafening bang erupted. Sparks scattered in all directions in an instant. Steadying himself, Su-yang stared in disbelief. Despite the overwhelming force of his strike, the kick had not inflicted the slightest damage on Gattangia's shell. Gattangia's defensive power was indeed monstrous. Recalling Daigo's ordeal in the original story, Su-yang dared not grow careless. After widening the distance, he circled to the flank and chopped at Gattangia's back with a knife hand strike. Another resounding bang, sparks spraying again and again, yet Gattangia remained utterly unscathed. At that moment, Gattangia let out a disdainful cry. So the ultra-ancient giants have not gone extinct after all. Strangely, Su-yang could understand every word Gattangia uttered. It seemed the system was providing automatic translation. Gattangia, do me a favor, he said. Blow yourself up right now. Blow myself up for you. Ha ha ha, your so-called face. Gattangia let out a series of mocking, grating laughs. Su-yang watched Gattangia as if pondering something. Sure enough, there was no such thing as a face fruit. Even Daigo's prestige was useless here. Then Su-yang let out a cold laugh. Since you refuse to appreciate kindness, today will be your doomsday. Gattangia roared ferociously in response. A mere little giant of light dares speak to me of doomsday. The world will once more be ruled by darkness. Rule the world, huh? You're really something. Su-yang snarled, cutting off any further nonsense as he launched a ferocious barrage against Gattangia. Bang bang bang. Silver-white sparks burst out again and again, yet after a round of attacks, he still failed to inflict any substantial damage on Gattangia. Scenes from the original battle between Daigo and Gattangia flashed rapidly through Su-yang's mind. The same grueling struggle. Surging seawater pounded against Tiga Ultraman's lower legs, while purple lightning ceaselessly fell from the pitch-black sky. I should try that move. As everyone knew, Tiga was originally a caster-type fighter, yet Daigo had stubbornly played him as a close combat warrior. At this critical moment, Su-yang gathered all the energy in his body into a single point. Zypelio beam. Tiga crossed his arms in an L shape before his chest, unleashing the ultimate technique of his multi-type form, the Zypelio beam. The Zypelio beam was Daigo's proudest finishing move in multi-type, the most powerful among his three primary finishing beams. It had once defeated the Flame Golzon that even the Delagium light stream could not bring down. In the original story, Tiga had often reverted to multi-type for the sake of using this technique. Yet employing it demanded an enormous expenditure of energy, so under normal circumstances the Zypelio beam was reserved strictly as a finishing blow. A dazzling beam shot from Daigo's wrists, a lance of white light, striking Gattangia dead on. A thunderous explosion followed, and after the roar faded, only showers of sparks rained down. Gattangia still stood there completely intact. Su-yang froze for a moment, so the Zypelio beam could only inflict this meager level of effect on Gattangia. Just then the tentacles lurking beneath the sea struck again, launching a sneak attack at Tiga from behind. Su-yang grabbed hold of one of the tentacles with all his strength, but Gattangia possessed far more than a single limb. The one he held was nothing more than a feint. Another tentacle instantly coiled around Daigo's lower leg beneath the waves. With a light tug, Tiga lost his balance and crashed heavily onto the sea surface, sending waves surging more than 10 meters high. Su-yang rose from the water once more, but just as he regained his footing, another of Gattangia's tentacles suddenly wrapped tightly around Daigo's neck. At that moment, giant screens around the world were broadcasting the live battle between Tiga Ultraman and Gattangia. Seeing Tiga fall into a disadvantage, people everywhere shouted encouragement. Come on, Tiga Ultraman. You have to win. You are humanity's last hope. Tiga, you can do it. Su-yang seemed to hear their cries of encouragement. He crossed his hands over the crystal on his forehead. A flash of red light streaked past, and Tiga transformed into power type. Now glowing crimson from head to toe, Tiga clenched the tentacle coiled around his neck, and with a sudden heave tore it clean off. Delagium light wave. Zypelio beam. In this situation, Su-yang pinned all hope of victory on these two shots. Yet after both beams were unleashed, Gattangia still did not budge an inch. Daigo's chest heaved violently. Su-yang's composure began to fray. Could it be that the protagonist was going to die in his very first battle? Ding dong. Ding dong ding dong. The color timer on his chest flickered repeatedly. His energy was on the verge of depletion. Seizing the final sliver of opportunity, Su Yang charged forward once more and unleashed a flurry of military-style punches and kicks at Gatanju. Gatanju once again released a dense black mist, instantly engulfing Tiga Ultraman. Tentacles and massive pincers attacked in unison within the darkness. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. The color timer flashed madly. The evil god Gatanji's tentacles and massive pincers held Tiga firmly in their grasp, and Su Yang's strength to resist was rapidly slipping away. Every attack he launched had been with all his might, yet against Gatanju with its defense maxed out, they posed no threat at all. His energy was about to be completely exhausted. Gatanju asked in scorn, a feeble giant deluding himself that a feeble light can illuminate the darkness that shrouds an entire planet. Su Yang's heart pounded faster. If nothing unexpected happened, Gatanju would next unleash its purple piercing beam. Once struck by that light, Tiga would instantly turn into a stone statue and sink into the depths of the sea. Su Yang furrowed his brow and shouted inwardly, System, I'm about to be beaten to death by a monster here. Where is the promised reward of Daigo's dark form? Has the reward been issued or not? The system replied, it has been issued. What? Issued? Su Yang snapped. Then why the hell haven't I transformed into dark form yet? Su Yang knew all too well that if he could transform into dark form, facing a monster of Gatanji's caliber would be effortless. Because you never said you wanted to transform, the system answered. What? Su Yang was stunned by the system's words. Damn it, are you kidding me? I have to actually say it out loud. Why didn't you say so earlier? Because you never told me to say so earlier, the system replied. Then hurry up and tell me how to become Dark Tiga. Certainly, host. It's simple. Just cross both arms over the color timer on your chest and shout woo. Huh, with all your might. Woo. Ha, it continued. Then you can transform into Dark Tiga. Damn it. Su Yang cursed inwardly. After all this fighting, he finally learned that dark form required him to activate it himself. He did not dare delay and immediately followed the system's instructions. Woo. Huh. At that life or death instant, countless streaks of purple lightning converged from all directions, gathering at the color timer on his chest. In the next second, a dark giant slowly rose from the surface of the sea. That giant. Is that Tiga? A dark giant. A form we've never seen before. Is that really Tiga Ultraman? People before the massive screens cried out in astonishment. Facing Gatanji's mockery, Su Yang smiled faintly within the shrouding darkness and said, Darkness. Compared to me, the darkness you command is nothing at all. The command center. All personnel stood frozen in shock before the colossal dark giant appearing on the main screen. His body bore no hue. Only stark black and silver patterns traced across its form. Dr. Asahi, eyes wide with astonishment, murmured, Daigo's aura feels utterly transformed. The base crew stared in stunned disbelief at the dark giant who had emerged from the black mist, a mixture of awe, dread, and deep-seated apprehension clinging to their silence. Commander Munakata turned to Yuriko. Yuriko, can you retrieve any data on this giant? I'm sorry, Captain. This dark giant. Yuriko shook her head, voice tinged with quiet frustration. Lena spoke with fervent hope. He is Daigo. Then why is he black? Shinjo asked, bewildered. That isn't Daigo. The true Daigo fell within the black mist. This towering figure before us radiates pure malevolence. Dr. Tano declared it without hesitation. Captain Kirishima paid no heed to others' words. Her gaze remained locked on the massive screen, lost in silent contemplation. Over the Pacific Ocean, the sudden emergence of the dark giant startled Gatanothor profoundly. Even before combat began, it sensed, instinctively, that this titan's power dwarfed its own by several orders of magnitude. It wondered what force could twist a being of light into such absolute darkness. Gatanothor was visibly unmoored, its composure crumbling. Su Yang felt energy surging through him, vastly greater than moments before, and taunted Gatanothor, black. Who's blacker? 3 million years ago when I ruled Earth, you were still kneading mud in some forgotten corner. Now that I've been gone, you dare covet this world. As Su Yang smirked in triumph, Gatanothor unleashed a piercing beam, straight toward the dark Daigo. Su Yang didn't flinch. He met it heat-in. A faint knowing smile touched his lips. He recalled Dark Tiga's defining trait, the ability to absorb all light. The violet beam struck harmlessly, dissolving entirely into the titan's obsidian frame. Gatanothor recoiled in panic. Its most potent attack rendered utterly futile. Now it's my turn. Victory base. On the main screen, the dark giant battered Gatanothor relentlessly, each blow landing with brutal visceral impact. The monster couldn't withstand the onslaught. Incredible strength. If only he weren't a dark giant. He's even more terrifying than Gatanothor. This illumined presence, what is he? Voices buzzed around the room. Captain Kirishima kept her eyes fixed on the screen. The dark giant stirred a vague, unsettling familiarity. Is he still team member Su Yang? Where have I seen him before? A subtle unease flickered in her thoughts. Over the Pacific Ocean, Gatanothor's armored carapace had been stripped away entirely, its tentacles and colossal pincers severed one by one. You call yourself the Dark Ruler? Not only did the piercing beam vanish into him, but the very black mist Gatanothor had once exhaled now flowed inward, drawn into the dark giant's being. The longer he fought, the stronger he grew. Taste my machine gun fists. Aura, 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 aura. In a single second, Dark Tiga delivered dozens of straight punches. Gatanothor, overwhelmed, nearly toppled beneath the sheer ferocity. Its titanic frame churned the ocean surface, unleashing tsunamis tens of meters high that roared outward in all directions. Dark Giant, do you truly believe defeating me equals victory? Gatanothor's cry echoed in Su Yang's ears. Of course it does. If not victory, then what? Defeat. Huan. Gatanothor emitted a grotesque, mocking shriek, like laughter twisted into agony. What's wrong? Suddenly so weak. Under Su Yang's relentless assault, Gatanothor could barely stir a ripple. Dark Sepelian beam. Tiring of the game, Su Yang crossed his arms before him, then swept them wide, drawing an immense dark energy. Swirling shadows coalesced violently. Cha! A deep violet-black beam erupted from Dark Tiga's palms, striking Gatanothor square in the head. It pierced straight through, then paused for a breath. Boom! With a cataclysmic detonation, the monstrous form shattered into ash. Gatanothor, fallen. As its presence vanished, the suffocating darkness receded, and long-lost light flooded back upon the world. Foolish giant, am I truly evil? One day you shall endure all I have endured. Darkness is far brighter than you imagine. Those words echoed in Su Yang's mind in the final instant before the darkness dissolved. What did it mean? Is darkness brighter? A philosophical riddle. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated the evil god Gatanothor. Reward Gatanothor, card 1. Gatanothor card stored in Ultra Space. A chime sounded in Su Yang's mind. The system's notification. They gave me a card. How do I use it? Upon defeating monsters or Ultra Warriors, the host acquires their cards. Cards are automatically stored in Ultra Space. The host may choose to transform into or summon the corresponding entity. Experience cards may be used only once. Please select wisely. Ah, I see. So I can either summon or transform as them. Su Yang paused, thoughtful. If experience cards are singlets, then permanent cards must be reusable. Not bad. Battle concluded. Cha! Dark Tiga leapt skyward, vanishing beyond the horizon. TPC Far Eastern Headquarters. We won. That terrifying power. He will become humanity's greatest threat. Su Yang returned, cradling his helmet. He was met by the victory team. Captain Kirishima, Daigo, Lina, Shinjo, Commander Munakata, Dr. Asahi, and Yuriko. Thought you weren't coming back. Dr. Asahi exclaimed, astonished. Luck favors the bold. Thank you, team member Su Yang. Captain Kirishima smiled warmly at him. It was my duty. Let's go. We finally get a break. Let's celebrate. Lina cheered. Clearly, Captain Kirishima, Lina, and Daigo had not revealed Su Yang's identity as Daigo's human host to the rest of the team. Captain Kirishima deliberately slowed her pace. Su Yang understood and matched her step. That black giant. She meant to ask if he was the dark giant. Su Yang said nothing, instead drawing from his coat a black sparklance. Originally, Su Yang's sparklance had been standard issue, but after reverting from Dark Tiga to human form, it had transformed, now obsidian black. This meant Su Yang could only transform into Dark Tiga henceforth. I understand, team member Su Yang. Just those few words, and she knew. She'd seen the sparklance's original color before. Its transformation into black confirmed it. He was the dark giant. Whatever the case, I speak for all humanity in thanking you. Su Yang smiled faintly. Captain, no need for formalities. I am human too. No, you are different. He had no reply. Could he tell her that he is both shadow and human? After a pause, Captain Kirishima halted and said quietly, that dark giant. I feel I've seen him before. Indeed, you have seen it during the super ancient period 30 million years ago. To be precise, it was the Earth Defense Force Captain Yu Lian who saw it. However, I never expected that after such a long time, Captain Zhu Jianhui, who inherited Yu Lian's genes, would still have a faint impression. Giants ruled this world and humans survived under their protection. After defeating the ancient monsters, the giants who guarded the ancient humans waged a civil war for their own interests. In the end, the light giant was defeated and the warriors of love and hatred led by Dark Tiga along with giants Chimera, Duralim, and Hitora emerged victorious. Among them, Dark Tiga was the strongest warrior among the 4 dark giants. Later, Dark Tiga was converted by Earth Defense Force Captain Yu Lian, turning from darkness to light, seizing the powers of Duralim, the agility of Hitora, and the light of Chimera, sealing the 3 of them in the ancient city of Lily. Perhaps I remembered it wrong, Captain. Is that really the case? Zhu Jianhui remained puzzled. It must be, Captain. I have something to ask of you as well, if you don't mind. Your identity as Tiga Ultraman, I will help you keep it a secret, as will Daguli Na. Before Su Yang could finish speaking, Captain Zhu Jianhui already guessed his thoughts. Thank you, Captain. We should be the ones thanking you. Hey, Captain Su Yang, hurry up and get in the car. At that moment, Dagu and Xian Cheng waved at the two. All right, Captain, this is my duty. Let's go. Dagu and Xian Cheng are waiting for us up ahead. Zhu Jianhui nodded. After exchanging a glance with Su Yang, Zhu Jianhui hurried over. I must say the atmosphere in the victory team was very harmonious. Captain Zhu Jianhui was calm and composed. Lina was lively and beautiful. Dagu was upright and handsome. Zhu Jing was cheerful and funny. Yurue was a computer genius, and the ace pilot Xian Cheng. Everyone was unique. Su Yang and Dagu Xian Cheng got into the same vehicle. The driving skills of these two were among the best in the victory team. On the car, Su Yang suddenly remembered something. He had read many novels and knew that there would definitely be a beginner's gift package upon obtaining a system. But why didn't he have one? System, where's my beginner's gift package? This. The system stuttered for a long time. Sorry, host, in the rush of time, I forgot to send it. I will make it up to you now. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a beginner's gift package. Open the package. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a strengthening pill 1. What is this? Su-Yang looked at the blue pill in the system space with suspicion. He then checked the system description. Strengthening pill. After consumption, it can comprehensively improve genes, enhance physical fitness, and increase the user's strength, agility, intelligence, etc., with effects of strengthening the body. Once consumed, it has a permanent effect. Not bad, good stuff. Eat. Su-Yang took out the strengthening pill, tossed it into his mouth, and chewed. It tastes good. Chicken flavor crunchy. After swallowing, he suddenly felt a warmth all over his body, as if an energy was surging from within. Accompanied by this energy, Su-Yang felt filled with power. Every cell in his body was activated, especially his brain and muscle cells. It felt extremely refreshing. He looked at his personal panel. Host Su-Yang. Age 19. Strength 30, normal person 10. Agility 30, normal person 10. Intelligence 30, normal person 10. Physique 30, normal person 10. Identity TPC Victory Team member Dark Tiga human form. What the? It actually strengthened to 3 times that of a normal person. This is too strong. Moreover, the identity line has changed from Tiga Ultraman human form to Dark Tiga human form. Su-Yang was a bit angry. He almost missed such a good thing. System. I'm here. Make sure to think of me first when there are good things in the future. Understood. Okay, host, optimizing system mode. Optimizing 5, 30, 50, 100. System optimization complete. Please rest assured, host, you will never miss any rewards again. Su-Yang nodded. This was more like it. My system must not mistreat the host. After a while, we have arrived. Team member Lena exclaimed excitedly. Through the car window, Su-Yang looked outside. It was actually a beach resort. Su-Yang eagerly opened the car door and rushed over. On the beach, there were all kinds of bikini beauties in red, white, pink, and black. Before coming to this world, Su-Yang lived in an inland city where he rarely saw the sea and missed out on much enjoyment. Coming to the beach resort this time was truly a feast for his eyes. Do seaside youths enjoy such refreshment every day? Su-Yang, this is for you. At that moment, Daigo threw a pair of swim trunks to Su-Yang. After taking the strengthening pill, he felt a bit sticky, and it was just the right time to go for a swim. At this moment, Lena had just come out of the changing room. The black swimsuit had a large letter E printed on the front. Wow! The team members exclaimed. This is too explosive. Maybe it really is that big. Su-Yang couldn't help but marvel. Let's go, Daigo, let's go for a swim. At this point, Daigo was already mesmerized. Although he and Lena were in a romantic relationship, he had never seen Lena's figure this stunning. Ju Jing patted Daigo's shoulder, reminding him. The team members arrived at the beach, and Lena looked out at the endless sea and said, how about we have a race? The loser treats tonight. How about it? Sure. Su-Yang immediately agreed. He was just wondering what to eat tonight. Now he had 3 times the physical fitness of a normal person. Winning a swimming race would be a breeze. Except for Captain Ju Jian, everyone else went into the sea, and Su-Yang swam ahead thinking he was sure to win this time. No way is this still Su-Yang. How is he so fast? Xian Chung looked at Su-Yang, who was in the lead, in astonishment. In the whole victory team, he and Daigo had the worst physical fitness, so how come he was so fierce today? Was it just to avoid treating? Relying on his powerful physical fitness, Su-Yang distanced himself from the others and quickly swam halfway. Ding! The system detects nearby monster activity. Just when he was enjoying his swim, the system suddenly issued a notification. A monster. He had just dealt with the evil god Gatanothor. How could there be another monster? Where is it? Su-Yang stopped and poked his head out of the water. Xian Shang, who was trailing behind, shouted, Su-Yang, why did you stop? Don't wait for me, I'll catch up to you. Suddenly, in the distance of the deep sea, a luxurious cruise ship was capsized and huge waves surged on the surface of the sea. Su-Yang quickly turned back and warned, everyone be careful. There's a monster appearing. The team members immediately stopped. Just as everyone looked bewilderedly at the sea, a monster over 60 meters tall suddenly emerged from the water. Not good, there's a monster. Run. Tourists sunbathing on the beach scrambled to escape after seeing the monster, forgetting about their gear. Su-Yang could no longer care about the race, quickly swimming towards the shore as his black divine light stick was still in the changing room on the shore. Su-Yang swam while looking back. At that moment, all the information about the monster appeared in Su-Yang's mind. After reading the monster's introduction, Su-Yang suddenly remembered that this monster first appeared in the plot of the original Ultraman. How did this monster end up here? Could it be that my presence created a butterfly effect, altering the script of this world? Su-Yang could not afford to think about that anymore. The captain Ju Jianhui, who was already on the shore, took out the satellite communicator. He called out to the victory team headquarters requesting urgent assistance due to a monster attack at the beach resort. Ju Jianhui pulled out the Victory Heepa handgun from his waist and aimed it at the monster's eyes. New City, seeing the situation was dire, hurriedly said, Ju Jian, don't shoot. There are people in the water, don't provoke it. Then what should we do? First lure it over here. The beach was too empty, and with teammates nearby, Su-Yang was a bit troubled, tightly gripping his divine light stick. Transforming here would certainly attract their attention. At that moment, a whistling sound came from the sky. The Victory Flying Swallow 1 cut through the sky. So fast. 2 laser beams hit the head of Gressla, causing sparks to fly. Gressla howled, but did not fall. Not effective. Wait, it seems to have gotten angry. Gressla roared, its massive palm continuously slapping at the capsized cruise ship. The cruise ship was smashed to pieces and sank while the passengers still floating on the surface were turned into pulp by the blow. New City angrily said, what the hell? Why so reckless? There are hundreds of survivors on the surface. If he and Daigo were piloting Flying Swallow 1, he would surely lure the monster away from the survivors and then fire the laser cannon. Zhu Jian saw New City's dissatisfaction and said, New City, don't say anything. New City snorted coldly and left in anger. At this moment, the news of the monster's appearance at sea was being broadcasted frantically by major television stations. However, the stations played down the situation, only showing the video of the flying swallow hitting the monster while cutting out the bloody scenes of the monster attacking the cruise ship and killing passengers. As expected of the victory team, go Flying Swallow. It doesn't seem to have much effect. The monster seems to be furious. Where's Tiga? Citizens were discussing on the streets. 2 missiles were launched from the flying swallow, all shot into the monster's mouth. Burp. The monster burped and spat out a cloud of gray smoke. No way. The missiles actually had no effect. Suddenly, a victory team vehicle stopped beside Su Yang. Get in the car, Su Yang. Upon closer inspection, it was Captain Zhu Jianwei. Su Yang hurriedly got in the car, and Zhu Jianwei took him to a corner where no one was paying attention. Su Yang, it's up to you. Zhu Jianwei looked at Su Yang meaningfully, knowing his predicament. Su Yang wouldn't transform into a giant in a crowded place. Su Yang nodded at Zhu Jianwei and took out the black divine light stick from his pocket. Tiga. Instantaneous movement. Looking at Su Yang disappearing before her eyes, Zhu Jianwei let out a long breath. He could easily handle monsters like the evil god Gatanothor, let alone this seemingly unimpressive sea beast. The missiles carried by Flying Swallow were completely ineffective. If the monster successfully made landfall, it would undoubtedly cause greater destruction to the city. We can't let it come ashore. Victory team, we must stop it. Lord, who will save us? People watching the live broadcast felt panic and despair. Humanity's top-level weapons couldn't even hurt the monster at all. Suddenly on the screen, accompanied by countless black lightning, a black giant stood in front of the sea beast Gressla. Giant. Mom, look, it's a giant. Is this black giant again? Where's the real Tiga Ultraman? Imposter. As long as he can help us defeat the monster, what does it matter if he is a dark giant? The suddenly appearing dark giant startled the sea beast Gressla. This giant was entirely black and his gaze was full of intimidation. Gressla was the first to attack, spraying poisonous liquid at the Dark Tiga. Beginner monster, I'll let you have 3 moves. The Dark Tiga had no intention of defending, allowing Gressla to launch his attack. Because Su Yang knew that a monster of this level was not even enough to be a snack for Dark Tiga. Gressla slashed and hacked at Dark Tiga, but the attacks had no effect. Seeing that he was no match for Dark Tiga, Gressla turned to flee. Citizens watching the battle live on the streets exclaimed, Mom, the monster is trying to run. That giant is amazing. What does it matter how powerful he is? He represents darkness, and one day he will become humanity's enemy. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the sea beast Jessler. Reward Jessler card X1. Another card acquired. Although this monster isn't strong, having it is better than not having one at all. It's just for filling numbers. Captain Kijima K, who was still on the shore, smiled and gave a thumbs up to the mighty Su Yang. The Dark Dinah nodded as well and then soared into the sky. That feeling of being acknowledged by others is truly delightful. The dark form has no time limit and can move freely on Earth, which is significantly stronger than the light form. Su Yang was somewhat curious about what humans thought of Dinah now. It should be quite positive. After returning, he must check the live stream comments. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a mission. While flying, the system's notification suddenly rang out. Triggered a mission. Mission: go to the super-dimensional battle to save the world. Mission rewards Gaia Ultraman card X1, Dinah Ultraman card X1, Dana Ultraman card X1. Su Yang was momentarily stunned upon hearing the system's mission rewards. Cards of the Heisei trio. Dinah, Dana, Gaia. Su Yang had seen the movie Super-Dimensional Battle. As the theatrical version of Gaia Ultraman Super-Dimensional Battle mainly tells the story of Takayama Yum traveling to a parallel universe and helping the humans of that world defeat monsters. Since he was idle anyway, why not take on the mission? The card rewards are inconsequential. Mainly Su Yang wants to save the world. Accept the mission. As soon as Su Yang's voice fell, a small wormhole appeared right in front of him. Through this wormhole, he could reach the plot world of Super-Dimensional Battle. Without hesitation, Su Yang accelerated again and flew towards the wormhole. Soon he entered the brilliantly colorful wormhole. After a dazzling flash of light, Su Yang landed. The landing point was right at the center of the city. At this moment, Su Yang had already reverted from Dark Dinah to human form. Similar to the world before his travel, this world has no Ultraman, people can only see Ultraman on special effects shows. Coincidentally, the LED screen in the square in front of Su Yang was displaying a special effects show of Gaia Ultraman. In the opening theme song, Gaia and the villain Aguru appeared on the screen, one on each side. On Su Yang's right side was a toy store. He stood at the door and took a glance inside, where various Ultraman models were displayed. Captain Inazuma, the original 7 Jack, the Light, Chainsaw Man, Prince Leo, Dinah, Dana, Gaia, the villain Mebius, Theta, Zero, Tiga, Orb, Galaxy Jet, and all kinds of monsters. Isn't this the toy store that Yum hid in during Super-Dimensional Battle? Just as he was about to enter, a strange cloud formation suddenly appeared in the sky, resembling a deep blue sea inverted above. Su-Yang was astonished as a huge vortex twisted in the center of the dark clouds, revealing the reflection of an airplane. Everyone on the street stopped and looked up at the sky. A fighter jet flew out of the cloud formation. It was none other than Takayama Yum's Fighter EX. How did I end up here? I was clearly investigating the Bermuda Triangle. In the cockpit of Fighter EX, Yum also looked confused, wondering how he went from Bermuda to flying over a city. Boom. Just as he was puzzled, a loud rumble accompanied the strange cloud formation appearing again. Then a white lightning bolt struck down, revealing a giant monster that suddenly appeared, swinging its sharp claws. Yum quickly dodged in the fighter jet. Su-Yang smiled slightly. So far the plot was developing much like the original story. In the distance, the huge alien beast was named Satan Biza. Soon the system transmitted data. Satan Biza. Height 67 meters. Weight 5,000 tons. Characteristics: attacks using retractable claws during close combat, with a special move that fires destructive beams from its face and destructive energy bullets from its claws. There's a monster. This is the first appearance of a monster in this parallel world, and people are in a panic. The scene is chaotic. Satan Biza swung its sharp claws towards a towering chimney. The chimney collapsed with a thunderous crash. Su-Yang touched his divine light rod, initially planning to transform directly, but then hesitated, thinking better of it. Let this guy be left for Yum to handle. He also wanted to watch the battle between Gaia Ultraman and the monster up close. In the fighter jet, seeing the monster wreak havoc in the city, Yum immediately reacted. Yex, quickly find an open area to land. Understood, Yum. After arranging the fighter jet, Yum took out the blue gem. Gaia. Super loud, a beam of red light descended from the sky. The dazzling brilliance made it impossible for people to open their eyes. Boom. Dust flew everywhere, the ground shook. After a loud crash, a light giant about 50 meters tall appeared before Satan Biza. The light giant was interspersed with red and silver, with a hint of gold around the measuring device on its chest. It was the light giant born from the Earth, Gaia Ultraman, also known as the Earth Destroyer. Also referred to as the Earth Rebellious Child. It is the Earth Guardian, Gaia Ultraman. The people who saw Ultraman's true form for the first time erupted in cheers. Although this world has no Ultraman, people knew from special effects shows that this giant was Gaia Ultraman. The battle began immediately. Satan Biza fired a white energy bullet, and Gaia used the Ultraman barrier to block this attack. Then the measuring device on Gaia Ultraman's chest began to flicker. Yum glanced at the measuring device, thinking it shouldn't be happening. They had just started fighting. Why was the measuring device already flashing red? On a higher square, Xiaomian Xiaoyo and a girl named Nanes Risa were watching the battle between Ultraman and the monster. What's wrong with Gaia? As an Ultraman fan, Xiaomian quickly noticed Gaia Ultraman's anomaly. His measuring device lit up too early. Then the monster spat out 3 destructive energy bullets, and Gaia Ultraman was caught off guard and was sent flying. Gaia rushed over, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to Satan Biza, then rolled over, and taking advantage of Satan Biza's inattention, unleashed his ultimate move, Photon Blade. Gaia spread his arms wide, gathering a massive amount of photon energy at his head, while his fists were positioned on either side of his head, forming a gigantic band of red light blade at his head. A beam of light struck Satan Biza. Satan Biza fell. Not bad. The rebellious child is quite fierce. Su-Yang gave Gaia a thumbs up, then entered the toy store. He knew that according to the plot, Gaia would revert to Yum appearing on the EX fighter, and then he would be surrounded by all the kids from the school. Finally, after Yum escapes from school, he would hide in this toy store. The 3 children who are the protagonists of this film would also come rushing in after Yum hid in the toy store. The red balls they held in their hands were the key to this film. They could wish to summon monsters or Ultraman. Su-Yang just needed to quietly wait here. Only by waiting and doing nothing can the plot develop normally. At that time, the red ball in Xiao Mion's hand will be snatched away by 3 young boys who will wish for the summoning of the monsters Obumons Bajilis and Xixiola. Once these 3 monsters appear, Su-Yang will transform into Dark Tiga and easily defeat them. First, he can complete the task of saving this world and obtain the cards of the 3 heroes of the Heisei era. Second, he can also get the cards of the 3 monsters Obumons Bajilis and Xixiola. Isn't that wonderful? After a few minutes, as expected by Su-Yang, Imeng ran towards the toy store, followed by a large group of children. Quickly, Imeng pushed open the door of the toy store and hid behind it, successfully shaking off the chasing children. I am saved, finally free from them. Imeng let out a long breath. At this moment, Su-Yang was pretending to be an ordinary person in this world, casually selecting Ultraman toys. Imeng, you are Gaia's human form, Imeng. Su-Yang suddenly attacked, picking up a blue treasure drill transformation toy from the shelf, pretending to be very surprised as he spoke to Imeng. Why does everyone in this world know that I am Gaia? Imeng exclaimed, slapping his head and looking at Su-Yang in frustration. Su-Yang smiled and pointed at the television in the toy store. It was playing the special effects drama of Ultraman Gaia. Imeng's mouth dropped open in surprise. This is not the world I belong to. Su-Yang still pretended to know nothing. However, as another Ultraman human form, the Keen, Imeng quickly noticed the difference in Su-Yang. He had a similar aura to Imeng, but there was also a hint of something unusual mixed in. Imeng couldn't quite pinpoint what was different. Su-Yang also noticed that Imeng was paying attention to him and quickly turned to another shelf. Hey, who are you? Imeng asked Su-Yang. My name is Su-Yang. You seem like me. Su-Yang paused, then smiled. You are the Earth Guardian, the giant of light, Ultraman Gaia. How could I possibly be like you? Suyang firmly denied it. He didn't want to engage in too much conversation with Imeng, fearing that it might inadvertently affect the entire plot. No, you. Imeng began to speak, but was suddenly interrupted as three children rushed in from outside. It was Xiao Mian, Xiao Yu, and Nane's Risa. At that moment, the red ball was in Xiao Mian's backpack. It really is Imeng. Seeing Imeng, Xiao Mian was extremely excited and immediately ran to his side, gazing at him with enthusiasm. Don't shout so loudly, if him found out it will be terrible. This doesn't seem like a place I should linger in, Imeng hurriedly said. Because I called you, you came here. I summoned you, Xiao Mian said with a smile. Imeng was puzzled. You summoned me. Xiao Mian nodded proudly. What do you mean? Imeng still didn't understand. Then Xiao Mian took out the red ball from his backpack and said, look, I used it to summon you. Suyang was relieved to have avoided Imeng's questioning and turned his attention to the red ball in Xiao Mian's hand. The red ball was noticeably larger than before, and many protrusions had appeared on its surface. Recalling the plot, the movie had once mentioned that this ball was the ultimate product of human technology. Suyang suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of human civilization could create such a terrifying thing? Suyang then looked at the girl behind, Xiao Mian, Nane's Risa. She was one with the red ball. The red ball was her inner self. As a time traveler, Nane's Risa had witnessed the destruction of countless worlds. Like the flower of Kajila, the red ball and Nane's Risa appeared just as the world was about to be destroyed. This time appearing in Xiao Mian's world, it was because of the inability to understand one another. Imeng was shocked to see the red ball. Although the time machine he created, the exploration ship, already had the ability to traverse time and space, he didn't expect that such a small red ball could also bring him here. Let's talk somewhere else. Imeng felt that this place was not suitable for conversation, so he led the three children out of the toy store. Seeing Imeng leave, Suyang let out a sigh of relief, almost getting discovered. Although there were some deviations from the movie plot, fortunately, they were not significant and should not affect the overall direction of the plot. Suyang arrived at a coffee shop and ordered a cup of coffee, quietly waiting for the monsters to appear. An hour later. I want to destroy everything. I want to completely annihilate this world. Unleash destruction, my strongest monster, Ultraman. On the rooftop of the school's teaching building, three boys had captured Xiao Mian and seized the red ball from his hands. The leader held a monster model and made a wish to summon his created synthetic monster, Ultraman. With a roar, the red ball emitted a dazzling light, and a blue lightning bolt shot into the sky. A strange cloud reappeared. Another monster. The strongest combined monster, Ultraman, has appeared. At that moment, Suyang was enjoying his coffee cup after cup, and he didn't have a single cent on him. Hearing the screams outside, Suyang looked out the window. The system sent back the data on Ultraman. The strongest combined beast, Ultraman. Height 83 meters. Weight 82000 tons. Characteristics: a monster synthesized from the main body of Ultraman, the bone-winged super beast Bajilis, the giant jawed sea beast Sea Shou La, extremely ferocious. Destroy, tear everything apart. The red ball was now covered with sharp spikes and continued to manipulate the user's mind. This world will eventually face destruction, Nane's Risa murmured while looking at the monster summoned by the wish. The citizens desperately fled to a distance. Surrounding buildings were instantly crushed by the enormous body of Ultraman. The monster continuously spewed out scorching flames, leaving no grass behind. Suyang thought to wait a little longer. There was only one monster for now. He would let Gaia deal with it for the time being. Later, the other two monsters, Bajilis and Sea Shou La, would separate from Ultraman, and only then it would be the time for his Dark Tiga to make an appearance. Ultraman continued to wreak havoc in the city, and at that critical moment, Imeng piloted the time machine exploration ship, bursting through the air. The exploration ship quickly bound Ultraman's movements. So cool. Xiao Mian exclaimed in amazement as he saw Imeng arrive. Ultraman's defeat him. The delinquent boy Xiao Hao, holding the red ball, continued to make wishes to the ball, constantly strengthening Ultraman. Strengthened Ultraman immediately broke free from the restraints of the exploration ship, gaining the upper hand. Seeing that the situation was not good, Imeng took out the blue treasure drill. Gaia. A red giant rose from the ground. The Earth Guardian Gaia has appeared. Soon Gaia was locked in a fierce battle with King Ultraman. King Ultraman unleashed searing flames, which Gaia successfully defended against using the Ultra Barrier. Both sides were evenly matched. On the rooftop, Xiao Mian took advantage of Xiao Hao's distraction, rushing over to collide forcefully, sending the red ball in Xiao Hao's hand flying to the ground. The red ball slipped from Xiao Hao's grasp, freeing him from its enchantment. Looking at the city ravaged by the monsters, Xiao Hao realized it was all due to the red ball, and he felt overwhelming regret. Xiao Mian wanted to pick up the red ball lying in the distance, hoping to wish for the monsters to disappear, but when he stood up, he saw that the red ball had already been picked up by his companion Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, give me the red ball. No. Suddenly Xiao Yu became very strange, her face twisting into a somewhat sinister expression. This ball is like a mirror, it can reflect a person's innermost thoughts. Xiao Yu murmured to herself. Seeing this, Xiao Mian ran towards her. Xiao Yu quickly wished for the monsters to disappear. I don't want to, because I don't like this world either. At that moment, Xiao Yu had also been enchanted by the red ball and lost her mind. After speaking, Xiao Yu made a wish to the red ball, requesting it to destroy the world. In an instant, the red ball emitted a blinding white light. Suddenly, the monster King Abyamensi erupted with intense blue lightning, gaining a new surge of power. Gaia was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by the overwhelming energy. I have no freedom at all, why not just destroy everything? Shall you continue to wish at the red ball? A massive jaw sea beast Sihula slowly emerged from the abdomen of King Abyamensi, while behind it a gigantic bone-winged super beast Bajilis soared into the sky. 3 monsters had appeared. Looking at the 3 monsters in the distance, Su Yang smiled. It was time for him to make his entrance. He strode out of the coffee shop. At this time the staff had already fled, and no one cared whether he had paid or not. Successfully avoiding the bill, it must be said that the coffee in Sakura country was quite good. Su Yang pushed open the shop door, took out the dark divine light stick, and was about to transform. Suddenly, a little girl appeared in front of him. Su Yang was startled, and upon closer inspection, it was actually Nanace Risa. She was the very embodiment of the red ball. Nanace Risa looked at Su Yang, and he was puzzled. How did she end up here? Before Su Yang could figure it out, Nanace Risa spoke. Giant of darkness, do you really believe that a time will come when people can understand each other? Su Yang was filled with confusion. Oh, what was this little girl talking about? How would I know? Does it have anything to do with me? Upon hearing Su Yang's response, Nanace Risa smiled, and then said, some things cannot be changed. This world will not be the end of my time travel. We will meet again in your world. Then Nanace Risa's body began to gradually become photonic. Good luck, Giant of Darkness. After saying this, she vanished. How amazing is she actually knew his identity, and she said that they would meet again. In Su Yang's world, the appearance of Nanace Risa signified that the world was on the brink of destruction, meaning that Su Yang's world would be destroyed. Alright, I look forward to meeting you again. Su Yang gazed into the distance, silently thinking. At this moment, the 3 monsters were relentlessly attacking Gaia, who was engaged in a bitter struggle against them, clearly at a disadvantage. King Abyamensi, Bajilis, and Sihula surrounded Gaia in a triangular formation, taking turns to launch attacks. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The gauge on Gaia's chest had already lit up red. On the rooftop of the teaching building, Gaia, go for it. It can't go on like this. Xiao Mian wanted to snatch the red ball from Xiao Yu's hands to help Gaia. However, he saw the monster King Abyamensi shoot a beam of red light towards the teaching building. At the moment of impact, the teaching building was blasted in half, the rooftop tilted and collapsed, teetering dangerously. Several children desperately clung to the rooftop railing to prevent themselves from falling. The red ball, however, fell to the next level due to the rooftop's collapse. Xiao Mian tried to step onto a fallen beam to get to the next level to retrieve the red ball, but this would undoubtedly take a lot of time. Gaia was knocked to the ground by the 3 monsters, and it was clear that his time was running out. I'm here to help you. Su Yang raised the spark prism. Tiga. Accompanied by the gathering of countless dark energies, the divine light stick activated, and a powerful black light flashed. The Dark Tiga appeared on the battlefield. Just as the 3 monsters were about to deliver the final blow to Gaia, a black giant suddenly appeared before them amidst violent lightning. Gaia looked at the suddenly appearing dark giant, confused. Who is this giant? Are there giants in this world? He resembled Tiga, but his appearance was entirely black. Could he be the person he saw in the toy store? Su Yang. Upon seeing the Dark Tiga, King Abyamensi, Bajilis, and Sihula immediately abandoned the near-fallen Gaia and turned to confront the Dark Tiga. At this moment, Xiao Mian had finally climbed to the next level, heading towards the red ball. A thick layer of dust was raised on the battlefield, obscuring Xiao Mian's vision, preventing him from seeing the situation here. His instincts told him that Gaia was in a tough battle and that he needed to rescue him quickly. Xiao Mian picked up the red ball. I wish you must not die. Make the monsters disappear. Save my dream. The red ball showed no response. Xiao Mian looked at the red ball in confusion and said, why didn't this wish come true? At that moment, the red ball responded, things that have already taken shape cannot be changed back. It is too late, everything is over. Xiao Mian knelt on the ground, unwillingly exclaiming, how could this be? How could this happen? Xiao Mian, go for it. You must go for it, don't give up. The encouraging voices of his friends reached Xiao Mian's ears. Yes, I'm not alone, Ultraman is the same. Xiao Mian recalled the other 2 of the Heisei 3 heroes, Tiga and Dina. He then made a wish to the red ball, requesting to summon Tiga and Dina to this world to help Gaia. On the battlefield, due to Su Yang's sudden appearance, the tide of battle quickly turned. Facing the fierce assault of the 3 monsters, Su Yang showed no fear. It was as if they were merely tickling him. Too weak, it'll take you 300 million years to defeat me. The 3 monsters roared and exchanged glances before charging towards the transformed Su Yang's Dark Tiga. Su Yang spread his arms wide. Divine power of the heavens. Sorry, I wandered into the wrong scene. Uchiha rebound. Sorry, wrong again. Ultraman rebound. In the moment just before reaching the Dark Tiga, Su Yang unleashed a powerful rebound energy, sending the 3 monsters flying hundreds of meters away. So strong. My dream thought as he watched the fierce dark giant. Thankfully, he was on his side. It was hard to imagine how he would deal with such a powerful dark giant if he were his enemy. Soon Gaia's energy was depleted, reverting back to his human form, my dream. On the battlefield, only Su Yang and the 3 monsters remained. Compared to his first appearance when battling Gatangia, Su Yang felt that his transformed Dark Tiga was even more powerful. Facing these 3 formidable monsters, he felt no pressure at all. Su Yang wanted to play with them a bit more, but suddenly saw the rooftop in the distance emitting dazzling white light. It seemed to be Xiao Mian's last wish summoning Tiga and Dina to this world. Worried that the three monsters would steal the spotlight, Su Yang wasted no time. Palm Light Arrow. He directly unleashed the Palm Light Arrow. Su Yang fired 2 azure white projectiles in quick succession. The monster king Abumengsi and the sea beast Sihula were hit. The moment the projectile struck, there was a loud explosion, and both King Abumengsi and Sihula were reduced to dust. However, the bone-winged super beast Bajilis managed to narrowly evade disaster by flying up into the sky. Su Yang wouldn't let it escape. Lampart Light Bullet. Su Yang crossed his arms over his chest, then stretched them out to the sides and drew them together, gathering energy at his left waist before launching a powerful arrow of light from his right arm, piercing through the enemy. The bone-winged super beast Bajilis was defeated. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating King Abumengsi. Reward, King Abumengsi Card 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the giant jaw sea beast Sihula. Reward, Sihula Card 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the bone-winged super beast Bajilis. Reward, Bajilis Card 1. All 3 monster cards entered Su Yang's Ultra Space. Ding. The task of saving the interdimensional battle has been completed. Congratulations, host, for receiving rewards. Gaia Ultraman Card 1, Tiga Ultraman Card 1, Dina Ultraman Card 1. The task is complete, and peace has been restored to the world. As for the Red Ball and Nane's Risa, as well as the reconstruction of the destroyed city, those cleanup tasks can be left to my dream and the people of this world. Su Yang's task of saving the world was complete, and it was time to return to his own world, where his victory team comrades were still waiting for him. As the battlefield dust settled, Xiao Mian, who had just finished making his wish on the rooftop, looked towards the center of the battlefield. The monsters disappeared. A black giant. Look quickly, that's Dark Tiga. As a seasoned Ultraman fan in this world, Xiao Mian immediately recognized Dark Tiga. So cool. Dark Tiga helped my dream defeat the monsters. Just as Su Yang was about to leave, 2 dazzling lights suddenly appeared beside him. Tiga and Dina appeared. It turns out that little Mian's wish regarding the Red Ball has come true. The composite form of Tiga and the cosmic Street Fighter Dana appeared simultaneously before Su Yang's eyes. Look, it's Ultraman Tiga and Ultraman Dana. There are 2 Tiga Ultramen. This is the first time little Mian has seen so many Ultramen at once, and he is exceedingly excited, especially by the striking appearance of Tiga in its composite form alongside the dark form of Tiga. What about Gaia? Where's my dream? In the distance stood Dark Tiga and Dana, but Gaia, transformed into a human form, was nowhere to be seen. Little Mian was puzzled, wondering if Gaia had reverted to its human state. Tiga and Dana, the second of the Heisei trio. Su Yang shifted his gaze over, intending to greet them. However, upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary. Thus the words remained unspoken. At this moment, Tiga and Dana were quite confused. Why had they suddenly appeared here? Who had summoned them? What was the situation with Dark Tiga right in front of them? Subsequently, Tiga and Dana looked down only to see my dream lying unconscious amidst the ruins. The 2 Ultramen exchanged knowing glances. Light Beam Cutter. Palm Light Arrow. Dana struck first, unleashing a wedge-shaped shuriken light projectile from his palm at immense speed, closely followed by Tiga, who fired a shuriken-shaped azure white light projectile. The light projectiles simultaneously shot towards Dark Tiga. Su Yang, caught off guard, was hit squarely in the chest by both projectiles. Bang! Bang! With 2 explosions, a large cloud of white smoke billowed up. Su Yang barely had time to absorb it, being pushed back a step. What the hell? What are these 2 doing? A sudden ambush. During his retreat, Su Yang spotted my dream lying on the ground. After a moment's thought, he understood. These 2 had mistaken him for the culprit who had knocked out my dream. No wonder, originally little Mian had summoned the 2 Ultramen to this world to assist Gaia in battling monsters. However, Su Yang had single-handedly dealt with all 3 monsters, and the 2 Ultramen arrived late, only to see Gaia's human form, my dream, lying unconscious, leading to their misunderstanding. Su Yang quickly steadied himself. At this moment, Palm Light Arrow. Light Beam Cutter. Tiga and Dana continued to fire light projectiles. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. This misunderstanding seemed quite deep and would be difficult to clarify. These 2 skills are fundamental abilities of the 2 Ultramen, capable of continuous firing, effective against small enemies or for harassing foes. Bang! Although these 2 minor skills weren't particularly painful when they hit him, they were quite annoying. Su Yang performed a backflip to evade 2 more projectiles. Yet the 2 Ultramen showed no signs of stopping, continuing their assault on Su Yang. Su Yang rolled to dodge another 2 attacks. At this moment, a bold idea formed in his mind. He needed to calm these 2 brothers down. Seeing the light projectiles ineffective, the 2 Ultramen charged straight towards Dark Tiga. Just as Su Yang steadied himself, he saw Tiga leap into the air to execute a composite kick aimed at him, while Dana performed a straight kick to block Su Yang's escape. Instant teleportation. Suddenly, Dark Tiga's figure vanished and reappeared 800 meters away. Why are Tiga and Dana fighting Dark Tiga? Little Mian on the rooftop watched the battle unfold in confusion. Tiga, Dana, please stop fighting. Little Hao reminded, Tiga and Dana must see Dark Tiga as a villain, which is why they're attacking him. Dark Tiga helped us, assisted my dream, please stop fighting. Su Yang heard little Mian's call from afar, believing that Tiga and Dana could certainly hear it too. However, the 2 Ultramen still showed no intention of halting their attacks on Su Yang, who had transformed into Dark Tiga. Can't you understand human speech? Su Yang decisively countered the two Ultramen. The three Ultramen became entangled in a chaotic brawl, turning the scene into a melee. You want to play? Fine, I'll play along with you too. Su Yang knew that while Tiga and Dana were both powerful, they were still no match for his Dark Tiga. Unless the two Ultramen could transform into their shining forms. But as it stood, that seemed impossible. Tiga seized Su Yang's body, pressing a foot against him before suddenly lying back on the ground and throwing Su Yang out. Su Yang, who had been thrown to the ground, quickly stood up, charged at Tiga, grabbed his left arm, using his right elbow to strike his chest as a pivot, and then performed a throw to send Tiga flying. Boom. Tiga crashed heavily onto a large building, causing it to collapse instantly. Dana cutter. Dana took the opportunity to unleash the 8-point light wheel towards Su Yang. Seeing this, Su Yang released a dark purple barrier, crossing his hands before him to easily neutralize Dana's 8-point light wheel. Realizing that light projectiles were ineffective against Dark Tiga, switched his composite form to the Daigo Happy type and charged at Su Yang once more. Simultaneously, Dana also switched from the Shining type to the Sturdy type, both Ultramen turning red. The red forms of the two Ultramen had slightly reduced speed, but significantly increased their attack power. As their fists and feet struck Su Yang, he felt a slight sting. Su Yang did not want to be entangled with the two Ultramen for too long and leapt into the sky. Seeing Dark Tiga rise from the ground, Tiga swiftly switched to the aerial form, while Dana transformed into the Miracle type. The aerial form of Tiga could fly at high speeds in the air, excelling in aerial combat, while the Miracle type of Dana was proficient in long-range battles with exceptional maneuverability and combat capability. The two Ultramen charged with all their might, quickly catching up to Su Yang in the air. The three Ultramen hovered in the sky with Tiga and Dana flanking Su Yang. Is this never-ending? You won't even let me leave. If you play seriously, you still can't beat me. Tiga, Dana, stop attacking Dark Tiga. He helped my dream defeat the monsters and save the world. Little Mion continued shouting from the rooftop. Su Yang looked down. He was now very close to Little Mion, and the two Ultramen had no reason not to hear him. Zai Paleo Light Beam. Sol Jete Light Beam. The two Ultramen unleashed their ultimate abilities simultaneously. Suddenly, Su Yang understood. It seemed that the reason the two Ultramen attacked wasn't solely due to my dream lying down. It was more because both Tiga and Dana are giants of light, while he himself is a giant of darkness. It must be for this reason that the two Ultramen targeted him so fiercely. Forget it. Since this world is safe, there's no need to hold back any longer. You two should revert to your human forms first. As Tiga and Dana unleashed their ultimate beam attack simultaneously, Su Yang did not dodge, for Dark Tiga had the ability to absorb energy. The beam skills were like food to him. The stronger the absorbed beam, the stronger he would become. Hiss. I absorb. The two beams struck him at the same time. Su Yang enjoyed absorbing the skills of the two Ultramen. Tiga and Dana were taken aback, wondering what was happening and why their ultimate skills had no effect on him. Could he really absorb energy? Ding, ding, ding. The ultimate skills consumed a significant amount of energy from the two Ultramen, and soon their chest timers lit up due to insufficient energy. Out of energy, huh? You wanted to fight me, now it's my turn. Dark Palm Cutter. A purple light projectile shot from Su Yang's hand aimed at Dana. Dana couldn't dodge in time, and the projectile struck him in the abdomen, causing him to lose balance and plummet rapidly toward the ground. So fast. Tiga exclaimed, knowing that Dana's speed in the Miracle type was exceptionally astonishing, yet he couldn't evade this strike. Boom. Dana crashed heavily to the ground, his energy of light almost depleted, reverting to his human form Fubiao Xen. Tiga, unable to be astonished, saw Dark Tiga rushing toward him at an incredible speed. Tiga could be certain that this speed far surpassed his own aerial form. Su Yang delivered a punch, knocking Tiga down and pressing him toward the ground. Boom. As a beam of light vanished, Tiga transformed back into his human form Daigo. This Daigo, who could transform into Tiga, and Fubiao Xian, who could transform into Dana, also came from parallel universes. Both temporarily fainted due to excessive energy depletion. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating Ultraman Tiga, rewarded with Tiga card X1. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating Ultraman Dana, rewarded with Dana card X1. What the hell? Su Yang stared in shock at the notification from the system, surprised that defeating the two Ultramen granted him cards. Why didn't they say so earlier? Had he known this, he would have shared some energy with Gaia and defeated Gaia once as well. Now he had 2 Tiga cards, 2 Dana cards, and 1 Gaia card. This journey through time and space has been quite fruitful. At this moment, I woke up from my dream and ran towards Su Yang's position. Su Yang pointed to Daigo and Fei Niao Xin on the ground, indicating that both were up to you. I nodded in my dream, and then the little friends on the rooftop safely ran down and excitedly surrounded my dream. Nanace Risa had disappeared. This world was safe. With the card in hand and an unexpected gain, I could go back and play with Gaia. Haha, I'm off. Su Yang once again soared into the sky. System, I want to return to my original world. Received, your route has been replanned. Then a small wormhole appeared before Su Yang. Huh. The Dark Tiga accelerated and flew inside. TPC conference room. This is already the second time that Dark Tiga has saved us humans. Should we accuse him just because he is a giant of darkness and treat him so rudely? I have said it before, Dark Tiga is the greatest threat to humanity. He is the embodiment of evil, a giant of darkness. We simply do not understand his intentions, but one day he will turn his spear towards us humans. Dan Ho-xiong Air firmly insisted. The atmosphere in the conference room was extremely heavy. Captain Jumian strongly opposed the media's false reports. However, high-ranking officials represented by Yoshioka Tetsuji and Dan Ho-xiong Air believed that there was nothing wrong with their actions. The crew's incident was clearly the fault of the Fian, yet you want to forcefully frame Dark Tiga? I firmly oppose your actions. Then what do you suggest we do? I think we should clarify to the media and actively admit the mistakes made by our victory team. It was the Fian that accidentally provoked the monster, leading to the monster attacking the cruise ship. We should express our sincerest apologies to the public. Dan Ho-xiong Air coldly smiled and said, Captain Jumian, have you considered the consequences of this? Can the victory team bear this responsibility? If this matter gets out, the image our victory team has built over the years will collapse in an instant. Can you bear this responsibility? I will provide a proper explanation to the public, Captain Jumian said firmly. Beside him, Yoshioka Tetsuji scolded with a gloomy face. Captain Jumian, please be mindful of your position. Captain Jumian slowly calmed down and questioned again. Why should we let Tiga bear this unfounded accusation? Captain Jumian, you must understand that Ultraman is not human, cannot speak, and cannot resonate with human emotions. It is best to have the Dark Giant take on this accident. But, Captain Jumian said helplessly. But what? Captain Jumian, please do not say anything further. Yoshioka Tetsuji interrupted Captain Jumian, firmly saying, what if Dark Tiga is also human? Captain Jumian, how could Ultraman possibly be human? Have you forgotten the law of conservation of mass? Yoshioka Tetsuji snorted coldly. The meeting is adjourned. The conference room door opened, and Yoshioka Tetsuji and Dan Ho-xiong Air left, leaving behind the heavy-hearted Captain Jumian alone. She couldn't help but blame herself, saying, Su-young, I'm sorry I couldn't help you. I'm sorry. Captain Jumian, being in a low position, could only protest against the decisions made by the higher-ups without the right to intervene. But she insisted that this accusation should not be placed on Dark Tiga, as it would undoubtedly hurt Su-yang's feelings. Passing through the wormhole, Su-yang returned to his own world. At this time, the sea had calmed down, restoring its usual tranquility and harmony. As for the victory team, he temporarily did not wish to return. Working for the victory team. Workers are the best people. He had already crossed over. Shouldn't he enjoy life instead? Yes, that's right, he should go enjoy the joyful life of being an Ultraman. System, where am I staying? You are staying at the Yushin Inn. As a member of the victory team, why am I staying in an inn? System, how much money do I have left? You have a total of 680 million Sakura coins. 680 million. That's over 40 million when converted to Dragon Country currency. I'm a local tyrant in Sakura Country. Is the salary of the victory team this high? Then why am I staying in an inn? To experience exotic customs. Alright, I'll stay. Let's go take a look first. System, take me back to the Yushin Inn. Okay, host. Walking navigation starting now. Departing from your current location towards the northeast along Ergen Road, the total distance is 1 kilometer, which will take about 6 minutes. What the heck? I didn't study much, don't lie to me. Is this system transformed from Gauta map? Is it really only 6 minutes to walk 1 kilometer? Su-young clearly remembered that at human speed, walking 1 kilometer would take at least 10 minutes. But he had taken a strength pill, and his physique was obviously beyond that of ordinary people. Following the system's navigation, Su-young quickly found the Yushin Inn. The Yushin Inn was decorated in a style reminiscent of ancient Dragon Country architecture, 2 stories tall, entirely built of wood with a mixed-gender hot spring in the backyard. As soon as Su-young arrived, he was captivated by the rich cultural atmosphere. The thought of staying here every day in the future made him a bit excited. Just as he was about to enter, he saw a stunning woman in a kimono standing at the entrance of the inn, her hands resting on her abdomen, tall and beautiful, smiling softly at Su-young with her eyes slightly squinted. Konnichiwa, Su-young-san. She tilted her upper body from the waist, bowing to Su-young with her head back and legs forming nearly a 90-degree angle. Su-young was stunned, momentarily unable to react. What was going on? Are women in Sakura Country this open? Shouldn't we go in and discuss this further? Of course, Su-young understood what the woman meant. The young lady was very polite, and konnichiwa is a common greeting with san, meaning Mr. Adding san after a name represents respect for men. Su-young had watched many Sakura Country action movies. Oh no, he had watched many Ultraman special dramas. Over time, although he had not received professional training, his Japanese had reached a level of barrier-free communication. Not even a hint of an accent. Thinking of this, he felt grateful to all the teachers for their earnest teachings. Hello. Su-young politely responded. System, what is her identity? Name Sakura Kinomoto, gender female, age 17, identity college student, the only daughter of the owner of Yushin Inn. Sakura Kinomoto. Card captor Sakura. College student. After reading the system introduction, Su-young understood. She is the daughter of the owner of this and helping her father watch the store when she has nothing to do after school. After learning about Sakura's identity from the system, Su-young pretended to be very familiar with her. This way it wouldn't raise any suspicion. Moreover, it would facilitate deeper communication in the future. The Yushin Inn is only 300 to 400 meters from the beach, with a coastal road running between the inn and the sea. Usually very few cars pass by here. People generally walk or ride bicycles. In the morning, one can see the sunrise upon opening the window, and the environment is extremely beautiful. The pace of life here is very slow, making it quite suitable for health maintenance. Sakura has lived with her father since childhood, and the two rely on running the inn for a living. Su-young is currently the only guest at this inn. Overall, Su-young really likes this place. Brother Su-young, is your work at the victory team going smoothly today? Sakura tilted her head slightly to the side and sweetly asked. It's going very smoothly. I defeated a monster. Brother Su-young is amazing. Thank you for your hard work. Come in quickly. Sakura, wearing wooden clogs, walked on the floor, making a delightful sound. Su-young followed her to the entrance, and suddenly Sakura knelt down, taking out a pair of slippers from the cupboard and placing them in front of Su-young. After removing Su-young's shoes, she personally helped him put on the slippers. Once the slippers were changed, she began to help Su-young take off his victory team uniform. Sakura's service is so considerate. Su-young couldn't help but exclaim. This is too thoughtful. I wonder if there are any other services available. Like a double bath. That could be nice. Sakura's father, Uncle Muhong, was leaning back in a recliner watching television. Hello, Uncle Muhong. Hello, Su-young. You're working hard today too. Thank you for your efforts. Su-young greeted Uncle Muhong, who hurriedly straightened up to respond. The moment Uncle Muhong stood up, Su-young noticed that televisions in this era had just developed into color televisions. They are not the LCD types we are familiar with, but rather those bulky color TVs. If televisions have just developed to this extent, then smartphones are even further behind. They simply do not exist. He originally wanted to see live broadcasts and bullet comments. Now that he thinks about it, live broadcasts hadn't emerged in this era yet. The television and the internet only have news produced by major media outlets. He watches live broadcasts. He usually works in the victory team, relying on satellite communication devices to stay in touch. At this moment, the television is playing a video of his previous battle with the sea monster Godzilla. The television displayed bloody scenes with countless bodies floating in the sea. The host described this scene with the following words. Due to the Dark Giant's random attacks, the luxury cruise ship Caribbean was unfortunately sunk, resulting in the death of all 730 people, including 80 crew members. What the hell? Why is this news report so negative? When did I ever attack a cruise ship? Wasn't that caused by the monster? Bastard, many people are attacking Dark Tiga online, saying that Dark Tiga should be responsible for the 730 lives lost. It's really foolish. If it weren't for Dark Tiga, once the monster landed in the city, I fear that not just these 730 people would have died. Uncle Muhong murmured, seemingly speaking up for Dark Tiga. Did the media get it wrong? In his original world, the media loved to take things out of context, making one-sided reports and turning black into white. He didn't expect that in this parallel universe, the Sakura Nation's media operates the same way. Such unscrupulous media undoubtedly stirs up people's discontent, guiding the public to personally attack Dark Tiga, commonly known as online violence. Su-young chuckled, letting it go. If a dog bites me, should I bite back? Besides, there are righteous citizens like Uncle Muhong speaking up for him. Why bother taking it to heart? Sakura, I want to soak in a hot spring. Okay, brother Su-young, I'll go get you a bathrobe. Shouldn't it be a washcloth? Upon arriving at the backyard, the hot spring was crystal clear and steaming, looking incredibly pleasant. Su-young took off his clothes and jumped directly into the hot spring. It felt so wonderful. It was incredibly comfortable. It was as if it could soften and melt his bones, floating as if on a cloud. From 5 o'clock in the afternoon until sunset, Su-young lay by the hot spring, reflecting on his dreamy experiences. I must say, the citizens of the Sakura Nation really live a pleasant life. After a while, brother Su-young, may I come in? Sure, Sakura, you can come in. Okay, brother Su-young, I'm coming in. The wooden door to the backyard opened, and Sakura came in holding a towel and a bath basin. Sakura? Su-young asked in confusion, wondering what she was up to. A shared bath. Brother Su-young, it'll help you scrub your back. Scrubbing the back. It truly is all-encompassing service. This is what life should be like. However, Su-young still politely declined. No need, Sakura, I'll do it myself. You go help Uncle Muhong with his work. It's fine, brother Su-young. This is what Sakura should do. Father is cooking, and it should be ready soon. After you're done soaking, we'll go eat together. Alright then, I guess it's better to comply than to refuse. Soon night fell, and Su-young dried himself off and emerged from the hot spring. Uncle Muhong made seafood ramen. I'm digging in. Su-young has always loved ramen. Coincidentally, Uncle Muhong's specialty is ramen. Su-young polished off 2 big bowls. So delicious. In the quiet of the night, the town's residents had all fallen asleep, and a few crickets chirped outside the inn, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Only in the distance, a construction site was still at it late into the night. So annoying having to rush the work at this hour. There's no choice, the higher-ups are pushing us. If we don't work overnight, this project won't be finished. 2 construction workers were by a large pit, complaining intermittently. Look at Matsumoto, his excavator skills are terrible. If someone else were operating, we could have finished 3 days earlier. The boss should send him back to learn excavator skills. Which place has strong excavator skills? How would I know? TCH, then why are you complaining? I just can't stand him. He has such a beautiful wife, and I don't. Haha, once we finish this, bro, we'll take you to a brothel for some fun. Did you know? This land beneath us used to be a cemetery from the Edo period. A cemetery? Could there be ghosts? One of them said with a tremor in his voice, clearly a bit scared. Haha, look at you getting scared. Even if there are ghosts, my holy water can keep them at bay. Suddenly the ground rumbled, and the 2 construction workers nearly slipped into the pit. What's happening? Probably using explosives, it's nothing. Immediately after, a scream came from the center of the pit. It's Matsuda, what's wrong? The 2 workers hurriedly looked towards the pit. It's an eye. A huge eye. They saw a gigantic red eye blinking. These people truly angered me. They actually used blasting to wake me up. How rude. Who is it? Who's speaking? A ghostly roar echoed from the pit. The two men looked at each other, both terrified. This massive voice could not possibly belong to Matsumoto. Suddenly, in the pit, Matsumoto's excavator was flipped over and a gigantic monster emerged from the ground. "Oh, there's a monster." The two of them ran back in a panic. The monster was clad in armor, wielding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, wearing a crown that resembled a fearsome king of hell. The monster king of hell has appeared. Boom. Boom. This was the 8th tremor in just 1 minute. Rather than an earthquake, it felt more like the ground shaking caused by a colossal creature moving. The frequency was intense. Just as Su Yang entered the realm of dreams, he abruptly opened his eyes. His 10 years of experience watching Ultraman told him that this was the doing of a monster. A creature was nearby, and it was very close. He hurriedly put on his clothes. Due to the limited number of guest house rooms, Su Yang's bedroom only had a tatami mat enough for 3 or 4 people to sleep. Su Yang shared a room with Xiaoying. Uncle Mu Hong had his own room. Xiaoying was in the corner holding a white cat named Snowball in her arms, sleeping soundly. Su Yang tiptoed out of bed, putting on his slippers. The little cat suddenly meowed, its green gem-like eyes fixed on Su Yang. "Shoo." Su Yang looked at it, making a gesture for silence. "But it's a cat. It wouldn't understand if you didn't speak its language." "Meow," the little cat called out again. "How annoying. Why does this little cat have such bad intentions?" Soon Xiaoying was awakened by the cat's noise, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she came to. "What's wrong, brother Su Yang?" She sat up, her hazy gaze looking at Su Yang. In the faint moonlight outside the window, Xiaoying could be seen wearing a white camisole. "It's nothing, Xiaoying. Are you going to the bathroom, brother Su Yang?" Xiaoying asked with concern. At that moment, the ground trembled again. Xiaoying, now awake, was startled, mistaking the tremor for an earthquake. "There's an earthquake, brother Su Yang. Hurry outside." "Father, there's an earthquake. We need to leave." Xiaoying hurriedly crawled out of bed, wearing only a short skirt, her legs straight and fair. With one hand holding the cat, she grabbed Su Yang with the other and ran downstairs. Su Yang had no choice but to follow her just as Uncle Mu Hong rushed out. "An earthquake?" Uncle Mu Hong asked in confusion, clearly still half asleep. The Sakura country is located on a seismic belt and experiences earthquakes regularly, so those who lived here had long since gotten used to it. "There are monsters. Run." Suddenly, several screams came from the northwest direction. The three quickly ran to an open area looking towards the northwest. Because of the Ultraman presence, even with only the faint moonlight, Su Yang could clearly see the shape of the monster. About a kilometer away, a gigantic monster was swinging a large sword. Wasn't this the King of Hell from the Dragon Country? It was just a bit big. The King of Hell in Meigo. Height, 52 meters. Weight, 45000 tons. Characteristics, a monster that was sealed underground by the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva during the Edo period, but due to modern construction, the statue of the Bodhisattva was damaged, breaking the seal and resurrecting it. Its appearance closely resembles that of the King of Hell, holding a shield in its left hand and a massive sword in its right, capable of spewing poisonous smoke that withers plants. How could this monster be here? A childhood nightmare. Because this King of Hell once decapitated Ultraman Taro with a single strike. Uncle Mu Hong pushed up his glasses on his nose and exclaimed in a panic, "There really is a monster. It's the King of Hell." "Brother Su Yang, why hasn't the victory team arrived yet?" "Yeah, why hasn't the victory team arrived yet?" Wait a minute. Am I not a member of the victory team?" Just as he finished speaking, a whistle sounded from the sky. The Victory Flying Swallow 1 was coming. Who was piloting it? Daigo Xian Chung. Shouting, "Uncle Mu Hong, you guys go find a safe place. I need to go support the victory team." Su Yang took out the victory hypergun from his leg and said seriously to the father and daughter. Uncle Mu Hong nodded. "Go Su Yang, good luck. Be careful, brother Su Yang." "Got it." Soon Su Yang ran towards the shadows. "It's great to have the protection of the victory team." Uncle Mu Hong looked at Su Yang's departing figure with emotion. So many monsters have appeared recently, 3 monsters in just one day. In the night sky. Indeed, it was Xian Chung piloting the Victory Flying Swallow 1 with Daigo sitting in the co-pilot seat. "Is this guy a ghost?" Daigo asked. Ancient texts record that the King of Hell is the Ghost King who oversees life and death, the ruler of the 5th hall of the underworld, half god and half ghost. I didn't expect it to actually be a monster. Since it's a monster, we definitely won't let it go. That's right, it destroyed our home, I won't forgive it. Daigo aimed for the eyes and hit it hard. Understood. 2 red lasers shot out from the Flying Swallow 1. Whoosh. Whoosh. Facing the laser attack from the Flying Swallow, the King of Hell effortlessly raised the enormous shield in its left hand to defend. Not effective. This guy can even use a shield. Daigo exclaimed in surprise. Let him taste this belly missile's launch. Xian Chung pressed a red button, and then the Flying Swallow 1 fired 2 missiles at the King of Hell. Boom. Boom. The 2 missiles exploded on the King of Hell's face, sending up a cloud of smoke. This won't do, Xian Chung, his skin is too tough. Xian Chung looked at the 2 missiles that had no effect, shaking his head helplessly. I need to shoot the missiles into its mouth. Xian Chung lowered the flying altitude and circled around the monster King of Hell. The Flying Swallow 1 buzzed around the gigantic body of the King of Hell like a fly. Seeing this, the King of Hell swung the large sword in its right hand towards the Flying Swallow. Xian Chung, you're flying too low. Be careful. Suddenly Daigo shouted urgently from the co-pilot seat. Not good. Dagu jump out. Bang! The King of Hell's sword was incredibly fast, and Xian Chung piloting the flying swallow couldn't evade in time, resulting in the left wing being severed. The flying swallow then began to emit thick smoke, and an emergency alarm sounded in the cockpit. So, Dagu jumped quickly. At the moment before the plane was about to crash, 2 parachutes popped out of the cockpit with a bang. Truly the ace flying duo. Calling headquarters. This is Xian Chung requesting assistance. Headquarters received. Captain Zhou Jian Hui hung up the satellite phone, looking meaningfully at the large screen in the command room. She wondered where was Su Yang at this moment. Yamatsuri team member, can you contact Su Yang? They'll give it a try. Yamatsuri began to type furiously on the keyboard. Captain, according to satellite positioning, Su Yang is nearby where the monster appeared. Zhou Jian Hui nodded in response. Good, I understand. After learning about Su Yang's whereabouts, Captain Zhu Jianwei let out a sigh of relief. However, she did not contact Su Yang directly, even though he possessed formidable power capable of easily defeating monsters. Helping humanity wasn't his obligation, it was merely a choice made by Su Yang, and she had no right to interfere. Finally finding a concealed spot, Su Yang thought this should be a place where no one will discover me. He took out the dark divine light stick. Initially, Su Yang intended to transform into the Earth rebellious Gaia to play with this King of Hell, but upon realizing that he only had one card for Gaia, he hesitated to use it. Thus, he transformed into Dark D, for Dark D was his true form, and he could transform infinitely. Moreover, in terms of overall strength, Dark D was far superior to Gaia. In the night, dark energy gathered, and the divine light stick suddenly activated, emitting several dark red beams of light. Dark D made his entrance. After transforming, Su Yang could see the full figure of the Monster King of Hell more clearly. His entire face was red with a hideous visage revealing 2 massive fangs. Wow, this monster looked too classic. So handsome. For some reason, Su Yang had a particular fascination with this oddly shaped monster. If he had a camera right now, he would definitely take a commemorative photo with it. Look, it's Dark D. This appearance is so timely. Xian Chung and Dagu landed safely after parachuting, sitting on a hillside pondering their crash landing. Over the past 2 years, they had lost count of how many flying swallow know. 1 aircraft had been sacrificed. Thanks to the construction site's massive searchlight, they could clearly see Dark D battling the King of Hell. Dark D Ultraman, so cool. Dagu exclaimed enviously. Why hasn't the original D Ultraman appeared since Dark D defeated Gatanothor? I don't know, perhaps the dark giant before us is the previous D Ultraman. Xian Chung muttered. Xian Chung found it hard to believe Dagu's speculation. The giant of light suddenly transforming into the giant of darkness. That seems unlikely. What deprived him of the light power within? Dagu said no more. Su Yang's identity as D Ultraman was known to Dagu, but like Lina and Captain Zhu Jianwei, he had not revealed Su Yang's secret to the other team members. However, Dagu was unsure if the Dark D before him was also transformed by Su Yang. Dark Dila Xiam Light Flow. After transforming into Dark D, Su Yang immediately launched a high-density, superheated dark energy sphere. The King of Hell in Mago reacted swiftly, raising the giant shield in his hand to withstand Su Yang's Dila Xiam light flow. But upon contact with the shield, the energy sphere erupted with tremendous force. The King of Hell could not hold his ground, and was knocked back several dozen meters, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Who are you? The King of Hell struggled to rise, using his psychic communication abilities to inquire about Su Yang. I am your father. Su Yang did not bother to chat with him. He had already decided on this card. Mainly the King of Hell's appearance awakened Su Yang's desire to collect. It would also be quite fun to take it out on Halloween to scare people. Upon hearing Su Yang's response, the King of Hell was enraged. After all, he was a king of the underworld, and to be insulted in such a manner was unbearable. Damn. The King of Hell raised his treasured sword and swung it towards Dark Dis's neck. He was particularly skilled at decapitating opponents. Su Yang had witnessed the power of that great sword. He had effortlessly beheaded Taro Ultraman. If it weren't for the land deity helping Taro at that time, Taro would have faced a swift end. Su Yang executed a backflip to easily evade the attack. Then the King of Hell raised his great sword again, aiming it at Su Yang's head from the air. Old King of Hell, that knife in your hand is quite nice, and let me have a go. Just as the great sword was coming down, Su Yang clasped his hands together and caught the blade successfully, taking control of the great sword. The King of Hell took a half step back and tried to pull back with force, only to find that his treasured sword could not be drawn out, firmly held by Dark Dis's hands. He did not expect your father to be this strong, huh? Wow. The King of Hell was furious. His proud swordsmanship had been so easily countered. Then he swung the giant shield on his left hand down fiercely towards Dark D. Seeing this, Su Yang remained calm and jumped up to deliver a flying kick to the King of Hell's abdomen. The King of Hell felt intense pain, unable to exert strength with his right hand, and the treasured sword was seized by Su Yang. What a fine sword. Su Yang twirled it elegantly in the air. King of Hell, catch the sword. Saying this, Su Yang swung the treasured sword towards the King of Hell, each strike fierce and lethal. The King of Hell could only use his left hand shield to block every strike from Su Yang. Yet he was too busy defending with no opportunity to counterattack. The treasured sword struck against the shield, producing a clanging sound. Dark D, he can actually wield a sword. Xian Chung was completely stunned. So impressive. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the King of Hell spewed forth black toxic smoke, instantly withering the surrounding flowers and trees, showcasing tremendous lethality. But unfortunately, Su Yang effortlessly dodged it. The time of reckoning has come. Timer flashing. The dazzling dark red light emitted by the timer on Su Yang's chest shone brightly. My eyes. The King of Hell was instantly blinded. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yang leaped into the air and successfully beheaded the King of Hell. Even after his head fell, the King of Hell did not immediately collapse, standing rigidly before Su Yang, incapable of movement. Dark's Eye Paley AO light stream. Then Su Yang unleashed a finishing move. Boom. The massive body exploded into dust. King of Hell and Mago defeated. Age. Who knows how old, he was probably several thousand years at least. As the King of Hell disintegrated, the treasured sword in Su Yang's hand, and the shield held by the King of Hell also vanished. Damn, not even leaving the sword behind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating King of Hell in Mago. Reward in Mago card 1. On the hillside. We won. We won before the headquarters could send support. It's so lonely. Daigo, let's pack up and leave. Calling Daigo, where's the monster? Hey, this is Lena calling Daigo New City. Lena piloted the Fian No. 2 to the coordinates where she had called for help, but saw nothing. Daigo picked up the satellite communicator and shouted, Lena, the monster has been defeated. You can return now. Defeated? Did you crash again? Who defeated the monster? It was the giant, the Dark Giant. Lena asked in surprise. Dark Tiga. So powerful. I didn't even see the monster, and it's already over. Meanwhile, Captain Jimmy and Hui at the headquarters command room also learned of the victory. Okay, I understand. New City. Daigo. Lena, return to base. Su Yang was pleased that Lena always appeared in times of crisis. However, this small relief could not mask the immense worry in her heart, because just 2 hours ago the higher-ups approved the F plan. The so-called F plan, simply put, is the Ultraman plan. The power of Ultraman is evident to all humanity. Regarding such powerful forces, on one hand humanity is filled with awe, on the other hand there is a longing to possess such power themselves. The core of the F plan is to create artificial Ultramen to be used as biological weapons, strengthening the combat capabilities of the human defense forces to counteract extraterrestrial invaders or monsters. With the disappearance of Tiga Ultraman and the emergence of Dark Tiga, the conflict between the peace faction and the war faction within the TPC has become increasingly evident. In just one afternoon, 3 high-level meetings were held to engage in fierce discussions about a series of possible issues regarding Dark Tiga. The peace faction, represented by Director Zay and TPC Chief of Staff, Nenyuan Masayuki, advocated for maintaining the status quo and relying on the TPC and the power of Dark Tiga to strike against cosmic invaders. In contrast, the war faction, led by TPC Police Chief Yoshikawa Tetsushi and Dr. Danko Yuji, believed that Dark Tiga would eventually become humanity's enemy, advocating for the development of new strategic weapons to restrain and even counter the implicit threats posed by Dark Tiga. The outcome of these 3 meetings was to expedite the passing of the F-Plan draft. In order to bolster combat strength, the TPC had secretly begun formulating the F-Plan after discovering the preserved giant statue pyramid. However, due to Tiga Ultraman's consistent excellent performance, the F-Plan had not been formally implemented. The general idea was to utilize the fragments of the Ultraman statues left behind in Digos land to study the power of Ultraman warriors, making that power available for humanity to combat all external invaders. As the battlefield for the final showdown between Tiga and Gatanothor, the ancient ruins of Lului were chosen by the TPC as a key research subject for the F-Plan after the pyramid was studied. But Captain Jimmy and Hui was well aware. Those unknown terrifying powers were like a Pandora's box. No one knew what would happen the moment the box was opened. Because when you gaze into the abyss gazes back into you. A moment of carelessness could mean a catastrophic blow for humanity. Meanwhile, Su Yang transformed back into his human form and ran back to the inn. At that moment, Sakura and Uncle Muhong were waiting for him at the door. Hi Sakura, Uncle Muhong, you guys haven't gone to sleep yet. We were waiting for you to come back, brother Su Yang. From Fian No. 1 to the appearance of Dark Tiga, Uncle Muhong and Sakura witnessed the entire process of defeating the monster. Thank you for your hard work, Su Yang. Here I express my sincere gratitude to you, Team Victory and Dark Tiga. After saying that, Uncle Muhong bent down and bowed to Su Yang. Uncle Muhong, you're too polite. This is our duty as Team Victory, and besides, it was the giant's merit that we could defeat the monster. Although Su Yang was finding ways to flatter himself, he still had to be polite in response to Uncle Muhong's gratitude. Brother Su Yang, did you see? Dark Tiga is so powerful, even the terrifying Yama monster is no match for him. Sakura said happily. Yes. Dark Tiga is indeed very impressive. Su Yang scratched his head and smiled. Come on, brother Su Yang, it's getting late, let's go back to sleep together. Sakura yawned and said, sleep together. Of course, that sounds good. Su Yang looked at the time. It was already past 1 in the morning, and it was indeed time to go back to sleep. Sakura ran in front of Su Yang, holding his arm with both hands, leading him home. Su Yang could tell that Sakura was very affectionate towards him. Perhaps they had already been like this before he crossed into this world. The next morning around 8 o'clock, Su Yang got up to wash up. I'm so sleepy. Oh hey, brother Su Yang. Sakura was dressed in a JK uniform paired with black thigh-high stockings and had a small bear backpack on her back. Was this her school uniform? Especially under the contrast of the black stockings, her slender legs were highlighted remarkably. Oh hey, Sakura, are you going to school? Yes, brother Suyang, I just started my first year of college, and now I'm heading off to school. I left breakfast for you on the table, remember to eat it. Alright Sakura, be careful on your way. Brother Suyang, be careful on your way to work, see you tonight. After saying that, Sakura went out and rode her bike towards the school. On the table there were eggs, rice, grilled fish, pickles, and sauce soup, which are quite common breakfast types in Sakura country. Suyang casually offered a prayer to his 5 internal organs, then put on his team uniform and hurried towards Team Victory. After identifying his identity, the security door opened. As soon as he opened the door, he found that his teammates were already all in place, as harmonious and friendly as ever. The 8 members of Team Victory, except for Suyang who stayed at Sakura's house, all lived in the dormitory arranged by Team Victory. They were on call 24 hours a day to be able to respond to emergencies at the first moment. Long ago, Captain Jimmy and Hui had granted Suyang special privileges, allowing him to come and go freely to Team Victory. When there are no monsters or abnormal situations, the team members would rest in Team Victory. They would play around and joke during this time, so the relationships among the team members were very good. The busiest was Yase, who had to constantly monitor the various messages coming from the communication satellites. Suyang, you brought her back, quickly say, where did you run off to this time? As soon as he walked in, Juejing rushed over. Suyang smiled and said, where else could I go? I just went home to rest. Juejing cast a jealous glance. He hadn't been home for more than 200 days. Everyone was chatting and laughing when suddenly Yase said with a panic-stricken expression, not good, everyone, the lunar base has sent a message. An unidentified cosmic signal is approaching Earth from the direction of Mars. Upon hearing the report from Yi Rui, the team members immediately grew tense. Cosmic signal. What object is it from? Captain Zhu Jianwei asked urgently. Unclear, but it has a very regular pattern. It should be an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Extraterrestrial spacecraft? An alien invasion. Juejing walked over to Yi Rui and looked at the computer screen. Yes, and it's moving very fast. At this speed they will reach Earth in an hour. What? An hour? Usually calm and composed Vice Captain Zhongfeng was also slightly flustered upon receiving this information. One must know that even at its closest, human spacecraft cannot reach Mars within an hour. The fact that they can exceed human spacecraft speeds indicates their technology is far more advanced. In reality, the time for a probe to reach Mars is approximately 7 months, as evidenced by China's Mars probe Tianwen-1. Such astonishing speed, Juejing exclaimed. Zhu Jianwei swiftly gave the order, Daegu New City, prepare to intercept. We cannot allow it to enter the atmosphere. Understood. I will pilot the Baishui. Xian Chung picked up his helmet and walked out with Daegu closely following. The Baishui is a modified experimental aircraft based on the Fian No. One designed to test the Magus power system developed by TPC scientist Dr. Mingban. With a total length of 18 meters, it carries 2 pilots and is equipped with the Magus power system, enabling it to fly faster and higher than the standard Fian No. 1 with a speed of 8.5 Mach in the atmosphere and up to 65.5 Mach in space. 1 minute later at the Victory team base, the Baishui took off. Yi Rui, keep a close watch. On board the Baishui, Xian Chung contacted Yi Rui, who remained in the command room, via satellite communicator. Got it won't escape. 5 minutes later, Xian Chung and Daegu successfully flew the Baishui out of the atmosphere. Daegu and I have reached outside the atmosphere. Yi Rui, where is that thing? Yi Rui quickly tapped on the keyboard and soon locked onto the trajectory of the unidentified flying object. It has already breached the Delta Cosmic Defense Station. Good, it's coming in fast. Suddenly Daegu shouted, Xian Chung, I see it. It's right in front of us. Good grief, it's a ship, and it's quite large. Come on, Daegu, let it taste the power of the super spike missile. Understood. Target locked. With that, Daegu pressed the green button, and 2 spike missiles were shot towards the spacecraft. Did we succeed? Captain Zhu Jianwei in the command room asked. It seems like not. Daegu replied, as both missiles flew straight into the depths of space, without causing any impact or explosion. Oh no. A frustrated sigh came through the communicator from Xian Chung. Suyang thought, what happened? It can't be another crash. This time it is outside the atmosphere. If so, I will transform and come to rescue both of you. Oh, what happened, Xian Chung? Zhu Jianwei asked anxiously. Their spaceship has disappeared. Disappeared? Yes, it vanished right before our eyes. Zhu Jianwei quickly made a judgment. This is bad, it must have entered the inner atmosphere. Yi Rui, did the ground radar show any response? No alerts received. Lina remarked, their technology is surprisingly advanced. Captain Zhu Jianwei grew anxious, as unseen enemies are often more terrifying. The command room was silent for a minute, everyone pondering how to respond. Suddenly Yi Rui spoke up again. Captain, the National Scientific Research Station has strong electromagnetic wave responses. Scientific Research Station. Suyang, Lina, Juejing, hurry to the research station and be careful. Received. The 3 quickly drove to the research station in their tram cars. The National Research Station is located in the suburbs. Normally it should be bustling with activity, but now it was eerily quiet. It must be that the aliens have come here. The 3 took out their hyperguns and cautiously pushed open the door of the research station. It's unusually quiet. Could they have taken our researchers? Don't jump to conclusions, Juejing, Lina countered. The 3 formed a protective triangle, looking out for one another as they continued their exploration. There was no sound at all in the building. Split up. They'll check the second floor. Lina volunteered. Goodness, how can a girl be so brave? Be careful, Suyang cautioned. Lena then climbed the stairs to the second floor. Suyang, what do you think the aliens look like? How would I know? Juejing made a joke, as always, no matter where he was. Take a guess. This? How can I guess? It can't be a lobster monster, right? Suddenly a scream came from the second floor. It was Lena. Not good, something happened to Lena. Suyang dashed up the stairs. After all, she was his good buddy Daigo's wife, and he had to protect her. Juejing, who was a bit overweight, was slower in movement compared to Suyang. Juejing, hurry up, Suyang shouted while glancing back down the stairs. But where was Juejing now? He had actually vanished into thin air. Damn, I was careless. After looking down, Suyang was about to turn towards the second floor. Suddenly, a strange noise came from behind. Red freezing beam. A monster burst out from the second floor stairs, shooting a red beam towards Suyang from its pincers. Suyang was taken aback, attacking without any honor. Hee hee. The monster laughed. Now you can't move, can you? Can't move. What a joke. Who am I? Who am I? What are you doing? The Dark Tiga human form. You think this little light can hold me? Suyang turned around to look behind. Oh crap. Ha ha. Suddenly he burst into laughter. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it really is a lobster monster. The loyal Bolton aliens. Ha ha, are they back to take revenge on Earth? This time they made the atmosphere so tense that even Suyang was almost scared. What's going on? Why isn't my freezing beam working on you? What the heck? Lobster monster, watch my 8-point light wheel. Suyang made a gesture. The Bolton aliens instinctively covered their heads and hid. Ha ha. After a while the Bolton aliens realized there was no such 8-point light wheel. They peeked their heads out from the second floor stairs again, ready to attack Suyang with their pincers. 8-point light wheel. Suyang made the preparatory motion for the 8-point light wheel once more. The Bolton alien clutched its head with its large pincers once again. Suyang couldn't help but laugh. The fear instilled by the original 8-split light wheel was deeply etched in the very bones of the Bolton alien. The Bolton alien was the first extraterrestrial being to appear in the Ultraman series. Its homeland Bolton star was destroyed by nuclear tests, forcing the entire race to migrate and wander the universe in search of habitable planets. They are the most numerous alien race in the universe. In the original Ultraman, the Bolton aliens attempted to invade Earth, but were cleaved in two by the 8-split light wheel wielded by the original Ultraman. A majority of the 2 billion Bolton aliens aboard the spaceship were also annihilated by the original Ultraman's spatium ray. Fortunately, a small portion managed to escape to other planets deep in the universe. Since then, the survivors of the Bolton alien race have come to Earth with a singular purpose: revenge, to defeat Ultraman and exterminate humanity. Such courage is commendable, filled with loyalty. Unfortunately, the fate of the Bolton aliens throughout the ages has been nothing short of tragic. Of course, there is no end to tragedy. Suyang has already devised a way to deal with this generation of lobster monsters. Lobster monster back for revenge on Earth. Suyang taunted. After being frightened twice by Suyang, this Bolton alien finally realized that the figure before it was merely a human who could not wield the 8-split light wheel. Damn humans, let me show you our power. Oh, there are companions. No wonder Lena was attacked on the second floor while Juejing was on the first. Suyang smiled slightly. The poor Bolton alien still did not understand its own identity. Wait until I give you something new to play with. Eliminate your inner fear. Go for it all in. Without waiting for the Bolton alien to act, Suyang drew out the hypergun and fired at the lobster monster. Bang! Bang! The lobster monster quickly darted to the side of the second floor staircase, while Suyang's 2 laser blasts struck the wall. Following that, Suyang intended to rush up to the second floor. Just as he stepped onto the first stair, he suddenly felt danger and swiftly turned to evade. Bang! Bang! 2 beams from the hypergun grazed past his helmet, striking the wall, which was left with 2 scorch marks as a result. Looking back, he was taken aback to see Juejing expressionlessly aiming a gun at him. Suyang immediately grasped the situation. This was a Bolton alien on the first floor using possession ability to control Juejing's body. Before he could react, 2 beams of laser shot down from the second floor. It was Lena. She was also possessed by a Bolton alien. Oh, the Bolton aliens have come prepared this time. They know that Suyang won't attack his teammates. Ha 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 ha. Foolish human, now you are helpless. The Bolton alien on the second floor let out a maniacal laugh, thinking it could act without restraint. Act without restraint. Suyang raised an eyebrow, smiled, and directly pulled out the black divine light stick from his pocket. In an instant, at the corner of the staircase, a wave of dark purple light flashed, and Suyang transformed into the 2-meter-tall Dark Tiga. Haha, lobster monster did not expect that, right? I too am Ultraman. Upon seeing Suyang transform into Dark Ultraman, the 2 Bolton aliens were instantly dumbfounded. Why do we encounter Ultraman every time we come to Earth? How can we act without restraint now? Dark Eye Beam. Immediately, Suyang directed the Dark Eye Beam at the 2 Bolton aliens, instantly breaking their possession abilities. The 2 lobster monsters were knocked out of Juejing and Lena's bodies with a loud bang. Juejing and Lena also collapsed to the ground, having briefly lost consciousness. The situation now tilted heavily in Suyang's favor as Dark Tiga launched a powerful assault, driving the 2 lobster monsters up to the rooftop. Lobster monster, do you have any questions? The 2 fallen lobster monsters trembled in fear before Dark Tiga. One of the lobster monsters then shot a beam into the sky as if sending a distress signal. Suddenly a spaceship appeared in the sky. It seemed to be the mothership of the Baltan aliens. Soon the two lobster monsters merged into one and Baltan aliens began to descend from the spaceship, slowly merging with the lobster monster. The Baltan alien grew to a massive size. Boom! The gigantic Baltan alien immediately swung its huge pincers towards the rooftop, where Su-Yang was. Dear viewers, we have just received news from TPC. Our reporter has arrived at the National Research Station. From the video transmitted from the scene, we can see a gigantic monster resembling a small lobster destroying the research station building. Fortunately, the research station is located in the suburbs. If this monster enters the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who can save us now? Go Victory Team. At this moment, the Tokyo TV reporter activated a live broadcast with drone equipment. Third generation Cosmic Ninja Baltan Alien. Height 50 meters. Weight 15000 tons. Characteristics loyal to the core. The data of the Baltan alien also transmitted into Su-Yang's mind. Hee, you have finally grown bigger. Then I will grow bigger too. System transform into King Yama. Receive. Su-Yang rejected the massive transformation of Dark Tiga and instead used the King Yama card obtained last night to transform into King Yama. The gigantic King Yama emerged from the ground glaring at the enlarged Baltan alien with its fierce face holding a precious sword in one hand and a giant shield in the other. Dear viewers, look. Facing the lobster monster, another King Yama monster has appeared. What is it going to do? Are they going to collude together? If the two monsters join forces to wreak havoc, what should we do? Please, citizens nearby, hurry to the shelters. The Baltan alien was momentarily taken aback, clearly frightened upon seeing King Yama suddenly appear before it. What the heck? What is this terrifying thing? It's uglier than I am. Where did Ultraman go? Hee, lobster monster King Yama will not allow you to live past midnight. Watch the sword. White destruction beam. Before Su-Yang could finish speaking, the Baltan alien launched an attack, first firing a white destruction beam from its giant pincers. Su-Yang raised his shield, easily blocking its attack. Another monster that does not abide by the rules of combat. Yellow destruction beam. The Baltan alien attacked again, and Su-Yang continued to use his shield to deflect. Oh no. Lobster monster, it's my turn now. Dear viewers, look. King Yama has actually started fighting the lobster monster. Why are they fighting? Do they have a grudge? Option 1 yes, option 2 no. Send your text to 10,666 to participate in the interaction. Su-Yang raised his sword and swung it down from the sky. The lobster monster raised its pincers to defend, but was caught off guard, and with a swift motion Su-Yang cleaved the Baltan alien in two. Boom! The Baltan alien was vertically cleaved in two, its halves crashing down and stirring up a cloud of dust. Oh my dear viewers, look. With just one strike, King Yama sliced the lobster monster in half. It seems King Yama is not done yet. He approaches the lobster monster. What does he intend to do? Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the Cosmic Ninja Baltan alien. Reward Baltan alien card X1. Tokyo TV is continuing to broadcast live footage. Viewers, from the footage transmitted from the scene, we can see that King Yanluo is walking straight towards the lobster monster, which has been cut in half. King Yanluo has picked up the corpse of the lobster monster. What is he going to do? Su-Yang dropped his shield, placed the two halves in a clean area, and then shouldered his treasured sword heading towards the woods. At this moment, at the TPC headquarters in the Victory Team command room, Daigo and Shinjo returned empty-handed aboard the Shirayuki. Kuma, Nozomi, and Yunakata were staring at the electronic display screen in the command room. Captain, what's the situation? Any news about the aliens? Shinjo asked. Kuma pointed at the screen, signaling the two to look. Shinjo looked up and saw a massive King Yanluo monster on the screen. He was taken aback and asked, King Yanluo, how could it be the monster King Yanluo? Wasn't it eliminated by the Dark Tiga Ultraman? How is it revived now? So strange, just now this King Yanluo monster fought with the Baltan alien and then cut it in half, Kuma murmured. Baltan alien? Daigo asked in confusion, hearing the name of the alien for the first time. Yes, the aliens that invaded Earth from Mars, just now. What is the King Yanluo monster doing? I will go take the Fian ship now. Wait, let's observe for a while. I have a feeling that this King Yanluo monster. It means no harm. Captain Kuma stopped Shinjo. Where are Lina and Su-Yang? Daigo asked, anxiously noticing that Lina was missing. The three of them went to the scene. There is still no news. Is King Yanluo chopping down trees? Su-Yang swung his sword, felling all the nearby 30 or 40 trees. Then he gathered all the trees together. At Tokyo TV, two hosts were live broadcasting the program. Viewers, King Yanluo just chopped down a patch of trees. What could his intention be? We do not know, so let's continue watching. Su-Yang used his treasured sword to chop the trees like firewood, then piled them into a stack. Next, he exhaled flames from King Yanluo's mouth, spraying them onto the wooden pile. The wooden pile instantly erupted into a roaring fire. What? Look quickly. King Yanluo has started a big fire. What does he want to do? Is he complaining that it's too cold and wants to warm up? But it's not even winter yet, exclaimed the reporter from Tokyo TV. Then Su-Yang felled two more large trees, cutting the trunks into skewer-like shapes. Then he approached the lobster monster, first cutting off its head and tail, and then chopping off its pincers. Finally, he strung them together. Now to make a barbecue rack. Viewers, look quickly. King Yanluo has strung the lobster monster into two skewers. What is he trying to do? Oh my god. King Yanluo actually placed the lobster monster on the barbecue rack. Is he going to eat barbecue? That's right, he is roasting the lobster. Everyone look quickly, the lobster monster has been roasted to a golden crisp. What a... He is going to sprinkle cumin on it. Look at that fragrant steam, it looks delicious. I can hardly hold back my saliva. No way. The lobster monster is cooked. Everyone look, King Yinluo is starting to peel it. He dropped the sword and held the lobster monster up to his mouth. He sniffed it, it looks incredibly delicious. Looking at the tender lobster skewers, Su Yang took a big bite. He started eating. He took the first bite. The meat is extremely fresh. He is chewing. He nodded, seemingly very satisfied with this dinner. So fragrant. The taste is much better than the small lobsters I usually eat. Thinking this, Su Yang took a few more bites. With over 10,000 tons of Baltan aliens after cutting off the head and tail and peeling the shells, there were still a few thousand tons left, just enough for King Yinluo to have a hearty meal. Now I hope that the other Baltan aliens in the depths of the universe can overcome their fear of the original Ultraman's eightfold light wheel. 10 minutes later, Su Yang finished eating the roasted lobster, wiped his mouth, and picked up his treasured sword and shield. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task. Enjoy a lobster feast. Reward: permanent use of the Yinluo Inmego card. What? Triggering a hidden task just for having a meal. The card was upgraded to permanent use. This is a great profit. Being able to decapitate the prince shows that this monster's strength is considerable, and now it can be used permanently. Not bad, really not bad. In the Tokyo TV studio, two hosts watched as King Yinluo finished consuming an entire lobster monster. Tears of frustration streamed from the corners of their mouths. He finished eating. Viewers, he finished eating. So delicious I can hardly hold back my saliva. Tonight I will also go home and roast lobster. Just then Su Yang broke through the earth and slowly sank down. The earth split open and King Yinluo is slowly sinking. He has disappeared. Thank you, King Yinluo, for your contributions to humanity. This program ends here. Thank you all for watching. Then Su Yang transformed back into his human form and returned to the research station building. Fortunately, King Yinluo appeared in time, and the damage caused by the giant Baltan aliens to the building was not too severe. Su Yang entered the building and found Kuma and Lina still unconscious on the ground. Su Yang woke Kuma up. Kuma looked at Su Yang in a daze. Where am I? I seem to have had a dream about the lobster monster. Su Yang was speechless. Ignoring him, he returned to the second floor corner, picked up Lina, and carried her to the tram car. At this moment, Kuma also unsteadily followed back to the car. Having been possessed by the Baltan alien, both of them were very weak. It seemed they needed to go back and recuperate. Su Yang returned to the building once again because there were still many research personnel who needed his rescue. Quickly, he used his dark vision to find the research personnel imprisoned by the Baltan aliens. Everyone was locked in a large warehouse, and the Baltan aliens had hypnotized them with their skills. Aside from being physically weak, they were not in serious trouble. After landing, the Baltan aliens immediately came to the research station. Su Yang speculated that they intended to impose a technological blockade on humanity to restrict human development, thus achieving their goal of immigration and domination. In the Victory Team command room, the security door opened, and Su Yang, Lina, and Kuma entered. Back. They are back. Seeing the three return, Daigo hurried over and ran to Lina. Daigo, I am so tired. After saying this, Lina softened and collapsed into Daigo's arms. I am tired too. Kuma complained, feeling weak as he slumped in a chair after Daigo fed him and Lina some dog food. What happened? They were attacked by the Baltan aliens and feel a bit weak. They should rest for a day or two, Su Yang explained. Okay, Victory Team, let's take a half-day break today. Oh, everyone go back to rest. Captain Kuma said with a smile. Yay? Another day off. Awesome. Lina instantly perked up and exclaimed excitedly. Daigo looked at Lina in his arms and quietly said, Aren't you out of strength now? Su Yang, please stay a moment. I have something to tell you. Then Captain Kuma turned his gaze to Su Yang. Su Yang nodded. Let's go and have some fun. Lina sprang out of Daigo's arms, bouncing and hopping around like a lively rabbit. Maybe this is what women are like. Daigo muttered to himself. The other team members left the command room chatting and laughing. The security door closed, leaving only Su Yang and Jumian Hui. Captain. Jumian Hui turned around, took a deep breath, and looked at Su Yang with a serious expression. Tiga Ultraman, I feel it's necessary to inform you of humanity's plan. Humanity's plan? Su Yang inquired, puzzled. That's right. Jumian Hui nodded and continued speaking. All along, humanity has relied on the power of Tiga Ultraman to defeat one enemy after another, avoiding disaster after disaster. It can be said that without Tiga Ultraman, the Earth would have long been shrouded in darkness. But human hearts are always so difficult to fathom. At this point, Jumian Hui paused for a moment, taking another deep breath. Some people fear the power of Tiga Ultraman, while simultaneously yearn for it. Thus, the spark of the F-Plan was born. F-Plan. Upon hearing this codename, Su Yang immediately recalled something. The F-Plan refers to the Artificial Ultraman project. It was mentioned during the final Holy War of Tiga Ultraman and in the events involving Dana Ultraman. To put it bluntly, it is humanity's plan to entrap themselves and play with fire. Su Yang did not interrupt and allowed Captain Jumian to continue. Especially after the appearance of the Dark Giant, the desire within humanity has grown increasingly intense and impatient. Just yesterday, the F-Plan was voted and approved by the upper echelons. It was passed so quickly. In the original story's final Holy War, the F-Plan was initiated 2 years after Tiga Ultraman defeated Gatanothor. And now the high-ups of TPC have begun this plan. It seems that my appearance has altered the course of this timeline. What will happen next, Captain? What exactly do the high-ups of humanity intend to do? The high-ups believe that the power of Tiga Ultraman is beyond human control and the power of the Dark Giant is even more uncontrollable. Therefore, they want to use Artificial Ultraman to restrain the Dark Tiga Ultraman. Artificial Ultraman. This probably isn't just a simple talk, right? Does Earth possess the technology for this? Masaki Kenji. Captain Jumian slowly uttered this person's name. Suyang recalled that in Tiga Ultraman Masaki Kenji stole the Gus Godlight stick and used his developed light gene particle converter to assimilate himself with the giant, thereby transforming into the second giant. However, the giant transformed by Masaki Kenji was quickly defeated by Tiga Ultraman, whom Daegu transformed into. Masaki Kenji was subsequently imprisoned. The upper echelons planned to use Masaki Kong's light gene particle converter technology to revive the giants. Revive the giants. Are there still giant statues other than Tiga Ultraman existing on Earth? At this moment, while Su Yang was well aware that there were indeed giant statues such as the Dark Tiga's lover, the War of Affection warrior Camilla, and the two companions of Dark Tiga Daramu and Hydra in the ancient ruins of Lily, he pretended not to know to avoid raising any suspicions with Captain Jumian. In the Lily ruins, after your battle with Katangier, the TPC high-ups unexpectedly discovered that in the ancient Lily ruins there still exist a large number of giant residual statues from the Ultra-Ancient era. They hope to find some complete statues or synthesize the materials of the residual statues artificially to create a more powerful Ultraman that can be controlled by humans. Captain Humanity is playing with fire. That's right. But the situation has already spiraled out of control. So Suyang, I'm telling you this today to remind you to take good care of yourself. Captain Jumian is a smart person and Suyang is well aware of this. Well then, since humanity wants to court death, let them do so. Suyang made a helpless expression. I understand, Captain. Thank you. Alright Suyang, you should go and rest. I will keep a close eye on the upper echelon's movements. These humans are truly greedy, trying to swallow an elephant. With me protecting you, are you still not satisfied? Do you still wish to resurrect and control other giants to counter yourselves? You really underestimate my power. Epsilon Psi, fine, since you want to court death, then go and play in the Lily ruins. It's just right that Su Yang can take the opportunity to see what his old lover looks like. As for Daramu and Hydra, I'll watch their performance. If they don't perform well, then they'll have to turn into cards and stay in my Ultraman space. Humanity may be courting death, but Su Yang will still go out to play. He had never been to Sakura country in his past life, and now that he finally came, he must explore the Tokyo City area. Shouldn't he go for a stroll in the city? For example, see if he can encounter a certain teacher? Ding! The system detects a monster rapidly approaching the city. At that moment, a prompt echoed in Su Yang's mind. Su Yang was taken aback. He had just thought about going to the city for some fun. And the system tells him that a monster is rapidly approaching the city. What the heck? System, you better be honest with me. Are all these monsters summoned by you? System, no. Su Yang, really not. System, really not. Su Yang, alright, I forgive you. Damn it, Su Yang couldn't help but wonder, am I Conan from Tiga Ultraman? Conan brings death wherever he goes, whereas I summon monsters wherever I go. Su Yang was speechless. Well, since you say there's going to be a monster in the city, he'll just go over and wait for it. Su Yang left the TPC headquarters and arrived in the city area. It was noon. Suddenly he spotted a very interesting place. Inside there were various girls dressed revealingly and in bright clothing. It turned out to be a comic exhibition. Hee. Su Yang hurried over. Ding. A monster is rapidly approaching. Approaching my foot. I don't care if I want to see the girls. Ding. A monster is rapidly approaching. Epsilon here again. No matter how close it gets, I must finish watching the comic exhibition, girls. Ding. A reminder, a monster is rapidly approaching. Damn. Can't I enjoy myself? No matter how close it gets, I can't miss seeing the girls. Ding. Host, please look up at the sky above you. P.S. There will be another update soon. Starting tomorrow, I will also update tomorrow. Extra update. Thank you to the brothers for the gifts. Also, I seek your urging for updates and 5-star reviews. Keep up the good work. Charge. What is that? Looking up at the sky. Has it come this close? Damn. Su Yang looked up and saw two spherical objects, one black and one red, plummeting down at an astonishing speed. The two spheres drew nearer, and from Su Yang's perspective, they seemed to grow larger. Without a doubt, two colossal monsters were falling. And directly beneath the two monsters was the comic exhibition hall that piqued Su Yang's interest. If the monsters hit the ground at this speed, the tremendous impact would surely flatten the exhibition hall and the surrounding area for 1,000 meters. By then, all the girls Su Yang wanted to see would be crushed. This absolutely cannot happen. Su Yang immediately took out the Dark Divine Light Stick. Diga. As countless dark energies gathered, the Divine Light Stick suddenly activated, releasing a brilliant flash of dark purple lightning. Then a giant black figure appeared on the street, with only its eyes slightly white, while the rest of its body was a mix of silver and black. At that moment in the sky, the two spherical monsters were still about 500 meters above the comic exhibition hall. This meant that within 1 or 2 seconds the monsters would collide violently with the ground. Look, the Dark Giant has appeared again. What's going on? Why is the Dark Giant in the city? Is it planning to launch a surprise attack on us? The sudden appearance of the Dark Giant on the street attracted many people's attention. Su Yang, who had just transformed, showed no hesitation. He leaped into the air. Look, what is that object in the sky? It's a monster. A huge monster. And there are 2 of them. If the monsters fall, we're done for. The Dark Giant is here to save us. Whenever a monster appears, he always shows up. I like him. Among the crowd, there were some fans of Dark Tiga. Most were children awed by Dark Tiga's power. What's so great about the Dark Giant? He's just a substitute for Tiga Ultraman. Exactly the last time he appeared, how many people died because of that cruise ship? In contrast, some older adults held deep prejudices against Dark Tiga. Su-Yang instantly leaped hundreds of meters. Then he suddenly appeared next to one of the red monsters. Boom. One kick. A powerful strike. Dark Tiga scores. The red monster was kicked away like a soccer ball by Su-Yang. As for where it flew to, it was unknown. Immediately afterwards, Su-Yang performed a graceful turn in the air and kicked the other black monster away. If nothing unexpected happens, this kick would leave both monsters with severe injuries. A few seconds later, 10 kilometers away in the southeastern Harbor Sea area, the two giant spherical objects fell into the sea one after another, creating massive waves as they descended. Soon after, the two monsters painfully crawled up from the surface of the sea. 2 minutes later, the television screen prominently switched to the sea. One red and one black unicorn dinosaur-shaped monster was swimming toward the beach from the sea. Two monsters have appeared in the southeastern sea area. Nearby citizens should quickly head to the shelters. Oh my god, it's two unicorn dinosaur-shaped twin monsters. The TV station continuously broadcasted this emergency news, urging people to hurry to the shelters. After kicking away the two monsters, Su-Yang also swiftly flew toward the monster landing point. He saw from a distance one red and one black dinosaur-shaped monster roaring on the sea. Are they twins? The two monsters looked almost identical except for their colors. Why do they seem familiar? That's right. Aren't they the two unicorn dinosaur monsters that appeared in the first episode of Leo Ultraman? These two monsters had given Leo Ultraman a hard time, and the battle with Seven took place by the seaside. In the plot of Leo Ultraman, these two monsters were subordinates of the Magma Star people and were one of the culprits in the destruction of Leo Ultraman's hometown L77 star. Soon the system transmitted monster data. Monster Black Helus. Height 55 meters. Weight 39000 tons. Characteristics: a black dinosaur monster, twin brother of Red Helus. It is the older brother with nearly the same power as Red Helus, capable of triggering tsunamis with special rays, and its signature move is the impact technique Helus spin, performed in combination with its brother. Monster Red Helus. Height 55 meters. Weight 39000 tons. Characteristics: a red dinosaur monster, twin brother of Black Helus. It is the younger brother who can trigger tsunamis with special rays, and its signature move is the impact technique Helus spin, performed in combination with its brother. Not bad at all. Two have come at once. Su-Yang suddenly became interested. He has never eaten dinosaur meat before. Should he give it a try? Dark Tiga flew to the beach, seizing the moment when no one was around. Su-Yang transformed back into his human form. System: transform into Yen Luo King. Then continue eating. Understood, host. Immediately afterwards, the enormous Yen Luo King emerged from beneath the beach. At this moment, the TV station's drone noticed this scene. Quickly, the camera focused on Yen Luo King. The Yen Luo King monster has appeared again. What is he going to do this time? Opposite him are two giant dinosaur monsters, one red and one black. Could it be? Is Yen Luo King hungry again? Viewers, look. Yen Luo King has raised his large sword and giant shield and is charging towards the two monsters in the sea. Oh my god, the kind Yen Luo King. Is he going to save us humans again this time? On the beach, Su-Yang transformed into Yen Luo King, charged toward the two monsters in the sea with his large sword. These two monsters should also taste great. Yen Luo King stepped 1 foot into the water. Viewers, look. Yen Luo King has already rushed into the sea. At this moment, Su-Yang's Yen Luo King was still 700 or 800 meters away from the two monsters. Upon seeing Yen Luo King, the two monsters in the sea halted their actions. Su-Yang recalled that these two monsters had the advantage in sea battles. Well then, if you won't come to me, I'll go find you. This dinosaur meat. Yen Luo King has it all figured out. Immediately afterward, Yen Luo King submerged his entire body in the seawater. Su-Yang swam desperately. Oh no, Yen Luo King can't swim. Viewers, Yen Luo King can't swim. Yen Luo King is committing suicide. P.S. Thank you to all the brothers for the gift support. Thank you all, brothers. Tomorrow we'll have extra updates. Charge on. Su-Yang was completely dumbfounded. What? His monster, the King of Hell, couldn't swim. I had such high expectations for you, yet you can't even swim. How are we supposed to eat this dinosaur meat? This could very well become the most hilarious topic of the year. Before long, a large number of bubbles emerged from the sea surface. The monster King of Hell was thus drowned. The monster King of Hell has really drowned. The two dinosaur monsters roared, as if mocking our guardian Lord King of Hell. Pray, my friends, may there be no ocean in heaven. As the King of Hell vanished beneath the waves, the two monsters emitted odd cries, creating towering waves as they swam toward the shore. Citizens gathered around the street to watch the big screen. How can this be? The King of Hell is dead. Who will save us? Oh no. The two monsters are swimming toward the shore. Ultraman Dyna, please save us. Ultraman Dyna is no longer here. The only one who can save us is the Dark Giant. The Dark Giant. No, he is the embodiment of evil. Look, it's the victory team. The Flying Swallow 1 and Flying Swallow 2 have arrived. On Flying Swallow 2, Lena complained. I'm so annoyed. Just when we gotta break, monsters appear again, and this time there are two of them. There's no choice but to persevere. The duty of the victory team is to eliminate these invading monsters. We must stop them from reaching the shore. Let them taste our power. After saying this, the pilot of Flying Swallow 1 Shinjo flew toward the two monsters. Shinjo, don't, it's not safe to parachute on the water, fly a bit higher first. Shinjo. At this moment, Su-Yang finished transforming and swam back to the surface. Beep. The satellite communicator rang, calling team member Su-Yang. It was Captain Kamiya. Captain, I'm nearby. Thank you for your hard work. I feel that 2 Flying Swallow planes are not enough to repel the monsters. Understood. Then Captain Kamiya said worriedly, there are 2 monsters this time, so be careful, team member Su-Yang. I will have Flying Swallow 1 and Flying Swallow 2 assist you. Rest assured, Captain, this is just a piece of cake for me. Su-Yang once again took out the Dark Divine Light Staff. Boom. Like a fish diving from a diving team, the Dark Dyna crashed heavily into the water, creating a massive wave. Su-Yang blocked the path of the 2 dinosaur monsters. What were the names of these 2 monsters? Red Helas and Black Helas. What strange names so long? I'll just call you Little Red and Little Black. Ordinary-looking dinosaur monsters. Suddenly, Su-Yang noticed something interesting about the 2 monsters. They had horns on their heads. Sharp unicorn-like horns. And not only on their heads, they had a huge sharp horn on their backs as well. Su-Yang was overjoyed. Ha! 1 monster with 2 horns, 2 monsters with 4 horns. Today let me show you the power of my horn-breaking madness. Little Red and Little Black exchanged glances, intrigued by the suddenly appearing dark giant. However, they did not regard Dark Dyna with any respect and instead mocked him disdainfully. Ultraman. What can he do? They once killed an Ultraman who had destroyed a planet under the control of the sword-wielding tyrant Magma. That was the home planet of Ultraman Leo, planet L77. They also killed Ultraman Leo's parents. After a brief exchange of glances, the monster brothers understood each other's intentions. Suddenly, a blue light emitted from the horns on top of Little Red and Little Black, striking the sea surface. Immediately after, a massive tsunami rose. What a powerful monster. It can trigger such a strong tsunami in shallow waters. Flying Swallow, be careful. A 200-meter high tsunami. Quickly gain altitude. Both Shinjo on Flying Swallow 1 and Lena on Flying Swallow 2 pulled their lift levers simultaneously, and 4 jets of blue nitrogen erupted from the tail. The 2 Flying Swallows ascended nearly vertically at a 90-degree angle. We are saved. The giant wave fell, and the monsters emitted triumphant roars. A huge splash drenching Su-Yang. Su-Yang, I don't want to take a seawater bath, I want to go back and soak in a hot spring, and... What? It actually had no effect on him. Is it over? Or should I try mine? The water beneath Su-Yang was about 20 meters deep, just barely covering his knees. Then he aimed for Little Red's horn and sprinted toward it. Seeing this, the 2 monsters charged toward him as well. The 3 massive bodies clashed on the surface of the sea. Punches, kicks, and hand strikes were exchanged in a lively bout. No wonder Dyna always switches to Daigo's happy form. The root of it is here. The feeling of solid hits resonated throughout his body. Refreshing. The Dark Giant is amazing. He can withstand the attacks of 2 monsters at once. On Flying Swallow 2, Ju Jing exclaimed in surprise. Let's help him. Neil Ray launch. Whoosh whoosh. Lena pressed the launch button, and green beams shot toward the heads of the 2 monsters. Boom. As electric light crackled, a large amount of white smoke erupted from the monsters' heads. I said not to hit the horns. The horns are mine. The power of Flying Swallow 2's Neil Ray was significantly stronger than that of Flying Swallow 1. An intense burning sensation spread throughout the monsters' bodies, forcing them to dip their heads into the water to relieve the pain. Destruction Ray. Suddenly, Little Black Helas noticed Flying Swallow 2 above them emerging from the water and shot a red energy beam from its horn straight at Flying Swallow 2. Lena, be careful. This red beam genuinely frightened Daigo on Flying Swallow 1. The protective husband Daigo nearly turned into light. Flying Swallow 2 performed a flip. The red beam barely missed. Everyone looked pleased. As expected of Lena. So cool. Shinjo exclaimed in admiration. Su-Yang charged at the 2 monsters again, ready to continue the fun. To his surprise, the 2 monsters suddenly embraced each other. The brothers tightly clasped each other's hands and began spinning rapidly like tops, simultaneously releasing energy from both inside and outside, forming a blue shield around themselves. This is the monsters' proud finishing move, Heela's spin. As they spun, the sharp spikes on the backs of the 2 monsters resembled 2 sharp blades, their edges seemingly capable of cutting through anything. This move has often knocked back Ultraman 7 and his weapon, the head spike. Ultraman Leo also suffered greatly from this move. Su-Yang tilted his head, looking at the brothers. What are they doing? A love magic circle. Are you feeling dizzy, buddy? Su-Yang slowly walked over. He reached out with both hands. The blue shield felt non-existent to him. Su-Yang extended his hands into it. At this moment, Xiao Hong and Xiao He were spinning joyfully, believing they were invincible. As soon as he finished speaking, Su-Yang firmly grasped the horns of the 2 monsters and brought their high-speed rotation to a halt. It's too tiring to spin on the sea. Let's go, I'll take you 2 brothers to spin in the sky. With that, Su-Yang leaped into the air, holding onto the monsters' horns. In an instant, the 2 monsters were brought to an altitude of 1 kilometer. Where is Dark Tiga taking them? To the sky. Let's go, Fian no. 1 Fian no. 2 keep up. Suddenly, when the monsters opened their eyes again, they found themselves soaring 1,000 meters high. The man who brought them to the heavens was tightly gripping their horns. The monsters struggled vigorously, trying to break free from Su-Yang's grasp. After a few struggles, the two beasts realized they couldn't escape at all. Under Dark Tiga's immense strength, the two monsters were turned sideways. Good, now the resistance is much less right. Dark Tiga Tornado Washing Machine Mode starts spinning. Before the two monsters could react, they were lifted by Dark Tiga and began to spin at a speed of 8,000 revolutions per second. The immense rotational force also stirred the surrounding clouds. In an instant, due to the excessive rotation speed, the central air pressure dropped, causing the surrounding moisture and clouds to converge together. Centered around Dark Tiga, a massive black vortex cloud formed. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The world transformed, and the ground was shrouded in dark clouds, creating a spectacular scene. Fianno. 1. Fianno. 2. Quickly leave the area. The immense suction of the vortex cloud will pull you inside. Captain Zhu Jianwei in the command room anxiously ordered the two Fian aircraft to retreat. Understood. Fianno. 1. Receive. Fianno. 2. Receive. The two Fian aircraft suddenly accelerated, flying to the periphery of the vortex cloud. After confirming the safety of the two Fian aircraft, Su Yang accelerated the rotation again. Centered on Dark Tiga, a black tornado with a diameter of 300 meters was formed. The enormous tornado rushed from a kilometer high down to the sea surface, pulling seawater into the sky, creating a stunning water-sucking tornado scene. Wow, how impressive. In terms of strength, there is an insurmountable chasm between humans and giants. Why did this weather phenomenon occur? This is the practical application of Bernoulli's principle. During the rotation of air, the flow speed of the surrounding air is greater than that of the central air, causing the pressure of the surrounding air to decrease, and the central air to flow outward, generating a massive tornado of air. Big windmill. A minute later, the immense centrifugal force almost tore off the horns of the two monsters. Seeing the situation, Su Yang quickly let go. The horns had to be saved for later. Su Yang suddenly released Xiao Hong, throwing him toward the deep sea. He then tossed Xiao He away. Like a torpedo, Xiao Hong crashed onto the sea surface 10 kilometers away with a loud bang. At that moment, Xiao Hong was completely dizzy. Dizzy, he struggled to get back up from the surface. Stars were swirling above his head. Just as he got up, he felt a meteorite crashing toward him. The meteorite was none other than Xiao He. Bang! Su Yang, having had enough fun, flew towards the two monsters. With his left hand, he grabbed the red monster's horn and yanked it out of the water, while his right hand delivered a swift chop. Crack! The horn was severed on the spot. Most of Red Tiga's superpower came from the horn atop its head. Watching his prized horn being forcefully cut off by Dark Tiga, the red monster Red Tiga let out a series of wails. At the same time, Xiao He also got up, charging towards Su Yang like a wild bull, ready to impale Dark Tiga's spine with its horn. Seeing this, Su Yang kicked Xiao Hong aside, leaped into the air for a flip, and delivered a powerful kick, breaking Xiao He's horn in a flash. The scene was extremely brutal. Is this how it ends? I still have one horn left. Using the same method, he severed the horns on both monsters' backs. With their attacking weapons gone, the two monsters completely lost their combat capabilities. The time for the finale had arrived. Dark Lamper Light Bomb. Boom. Boom. After two loud explosions, the two monsters were reduced to ashes. Dear viewers, this time the much-anticipated King Yama has not succeeded in his mission. Instead, it is this dark giant before us who has helped us defeat the monsters. Although this dark giant is not favored by everyone, we should still thank him. Thank you, Dark Giant, and we look forward to seeing you again next time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the twin monsters Red Tiga. Reward Red Tiga, Card 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the twin monsters Black Tiga. Reward Black Tiga, Card 1. Done. The two monster cards were collected. After the monsters disappeared, Su Yang did not immediately revert to his original form, but hesitated for a moment. He was wondering why he had not seen the controller of these monsters, the Blade Tyrant Magma Alien, throughout the entire process. In the series Ultraman Leo, these two dinosaur monsters would appear alongside the Magma Alien, yet this time the Magma Alien had not shown up at all. What could be the reason? Had the Magma Alien not participated in the operation? Or was he intimidated by Dark Tiga's power and fled directly? Dark Ultraman Vision. Su Yang activated his Ultraman Vision, scanning the sky, confirming that there was no trace of the Magma Alien, and leaped into the distance. Meanwhile, on the far side of the moon, two aliens from different planets were scheming something. Babelstar people, you have also witnessed the power of that dark giant on Earth. If we confront him directly, none of us can match him. However, I have come up with a perfect plan that can definitely make him disappear. I just need your abilities. Oh, what plan? Tell me. As long as we can take Earth, I am willing to cooperate with your actions. On Earth, Su Yang shed his transformation and once again arrived at the city center. He returned to the convention hall he had visited before. This manga convention was one he could not miss. He glanced up at the sky warily. Surely there were no monsters this time. He paused. System, I am here. Good. Su Yang asked, are there any monsters this time? The system hesitated. There should be none, it replied. In less than 3 days since his crossing, so many monsters had appeared. Could they not remain quiet for a while? With their appearances so frequent, what if he accidentally wiped them out entirely? Having confirmed there were no monsters nearby, Su Yang finally set one foot into the convention hall. This was the largest convention hall in Inghua country, the Tokyo Dojin Festival. Stepping inside, Su Yang found himself surrounded by an overwhelming array of cosplayers and did not know where to look first. Among them were many tourists and photographers. The cosplayers were varied and vibrant, a breathtaking spectacle. How delightful. Every cosplay reflected the anime, currently in vogue throughout Inghwa country. Saint Seiya Dragon Ball, One Piece, Naruto, Bleach, Detective Conan, Inuyasha, Slam Dunk, The Prince of Tennis, Cardcaptor Sakura, Spirited Away, Howl's Moving Castle. As Soo-young lost himself in the scene, a sultry cosplayer approached. She bent slightly and blinked at him with lively eyes. "Young man, could you take a few photos for us?" She had pink hair and wore a white robe trimmed with gold. Soo-young could not tell which character she portrayed. He had been very young in the early 21st century and had not seen many anime. There was, however, one thing Soo-young admired. She had generous curves and very fair skin. "No problem," he answered at once. Such a small favor was well within his power. He loved being helpful. The woman passed her camera to him and moved to stand beside another cosplayer. The other woman wore a maid outfit and was equally striking. They smiled sweetly at the lens. "Could you lower the angle a little?" Soo-young signaled them to bend slightly. After they complied, one of them asked, "Is this okay?" "Not quite," he replied. "Lower still, the effect will be better." They bent a little more. "Almost, just a moment." Soo-young fussed with the camera while they held the pose. After 3 minutes of leaning, one of the cosplayers, feeling a little tired, could not help asking, "Are you done yet?" Almost, he reassured her. Click. A single perfect photograph etched itself into Soo-young's mind. Soo-young giggled. A familiar voice reached him. He turned and saw Xiaoying still in her JK school uniform. "Xiaoying, weren't you supposed to be at school?" "Yes, but the television just warned of monsters, so the school let us out early." She put her hands behind her and twisted slightly. "Oh, do you like cosplay, Soo-young?" He nodded. "Then come, I'll cosplay for you at home. I have so many outfits." Before Soo-young could react, Xiaoying had taken his hand and was leading him away. Soo-young protested that he had only just arrived and had not finished enjoying the convention, but she tugged him along. She chided him, "It's almost dark. Soo-young, aren't you afraid of monsters?" "Monsters?" He was not afraid of monsters at all. "Xiaoying, have you forgotten who I am?" Xiaoying giggled. "How could I forget? Soo-young is a member of the victory team, the one who deals with monsters." Soo-young smiled and said, "Then why not stay and play a while longer?" Suddenly, she tugged at his clothes and rolled her eyes. "Soo-young, isn't my hot spring more appealing?" Soo-young's eyes lit up. Of course, he agreed. They returned to Yushin Minsu as dusk fell. The western clouds burned a crimson red, and the fading light filled the courtyard. The gentle sound of flowing water lent an air of peaceful serenity. Xiaoying took a set of clean clothes from the wardrobe and handed them to him. "Here, change into these after the hot spring. I'll wash your old clothes tomorrow." He had not expected she would insist on them going to the hot spring. "You coming too, Xiaoying?" She smiled mischievously and looked at him. "Soo-young, what are you thinking?" He wondered if he should tell her. When they left the convention, she had promised to spend time with him. "We will go together," she asked. "All right," she agreed. Soo-young had only meant to tease her, yet she had accepted outright. With Xiaoying by his side, what was there left to fear from the little monsters? He studied the girl 2 years his junior, curvaceous and graceful with a gentle, generous manner. He sighed inwardly with approval. The courtyard was stunning and removed from the clamor of the world. He relaxed, completely stripped, and stepped into the hot spring. Half asleep, he savored the warmth. After a while, a soft splash announced Xiaoying entering the water in a two-piece suit. She ran her hands through her long hair, tossing it back, and settled against the stone rim of the pool as steam rose from the surface. After their soak, they returned to the living room. Uncle Mu Hong was absorbed in the television, which was airing an interview program. The interviewee was Danho Xiong'er, a PhD, a scientist from the TPC Life Sciences Research Center. From the beginning, Soo-young had never felt kindly toward him. Danho's manner was acerbic and narrow, the sort of proud temper that earned Soo-young's displeasure. Xiaoying pulled Soo-young to the sofa and handed him a cup of fruit tea. "Watch the television, Soo-young," she said, taking a sip through a straw. Soo-young glanced at her and nodded. On the screen, a female host and Dr. Danho appeared side by side. "Today we have invited Dr. Danho Xiong'er from the TPC Life Sciences Research Center. Please welcome him." Applause filled the studio. The host asked, "Monsters have been appearing frequently across Inghwa country in recent days. As an expert in life sciences, what is your view on this phenomenon, Dr. Danho?" Dr. Danho pushed up his spectacles and wore an expression of haughty certainty. "The recent surge of monsters is an ominous sign. It may herald a new catastrophe for humanity. Do you believe that the TPC and Team Victory have the confidence to help humanity overcome this catastrophe?" The female host asked. "Of course we have confidence. Humanity is the most exceptional race in the entire universe. We possess boundless wisdom and the most advanced technology, enabling us to easily tackle various challenges." Danho Xiong'er scoffed dismissively. Hearing this, Soo-young chuckled. "Yes, you're absolutely right. You're truly clever. Your whole family must be clever too. Then why do our human attacks seem so feeble against the monsters?" The female host asked with a puzzled expression. "Feeble? Host, I don't know what you're talking about. Your question itself is flawed. All I know is that relying on human technology, we have repelled countless monsters." A thunderous applause erupted from the audience, seemingly in agreement with Danho Xiong'er's words. Soo-young chuckled again, thinking that this person truly resembled a clown. "Well, it's clear to see that Dr. Danho is very confident. May I ask, Dr. Danho, what are your thoughts on the recent appearance of the Dark Giant?" The Dark Giant undeniably powerful, but I've stated many times that it symbolizes darkness and evil. Our TPC leadership has even suspected that the recent increase in monster numbers is due to the emergence of the Dark Giant. After Dan Ho-Xiong Air spoke, the audience erupted in an uproar. I also believe that the surge in monster appearances is indeed because of the Dark Giant. It surely intends to prove its strength by defeating monsters aiming for us humans to worship it, ultimately achieving the goal of ruling Earth and dominating humanity. Yes, exactly. I even suspect that the monsters were brought here by this Dark Giant from outer space. First it lets the monsters attack humanity, then it comes to the rescue, thus brainwashing us humans to regard it as a savior. If that's the case, then the Dark Giant is truly vile. The audience buzzed with discussion. Dan Ho-Xiong Air continued speaking. Moreover, this Dark Giant is violent and barbaric, ignoring life. Just today at noon, while dealing with 2 dinosaur monsters, it lifted them into the air, triggering a powerful tornado, clearly showing that the giant does not regard human life at all. However, according to reports from the front lines, the water tornado caused by the giant occurred over the sea and did not result in any casualties. And the female host was about to continue, but Dan Ho-Xiong Air interrupted, saying the fish in the sea, the birds in the sky, they are also lives. We must cherish and protect them. Host. Moreover, not to mention this incident, the previous cruise ship event also illustrates that the Dark Giant completely disregards human life. Hundreds of people on that cruise ship perished under its attack for no reason. As he said this, Dan Ho-Xiong Air took off his glasses, reached into his suit pocket for a handkerchief, and gently wiped the corner of his eye, pretending to be very sad. The audience fell silent, many mourning for the lost compatriots. The female host questioned, but there is no direct evidence showing that it was the Dark Giant who killed those people on the ship, or it could have been the monsters, right? Dan Ho-Xiong Air shook his head and said, no, host, you are mistaken again. Our TPC has recorded video evidence proving that the Dark Giant was responsible for the deaths on that ship. Video. Could you share it with our program team? Dan Ho-Xiong Air shook his head, saying, no, that is confidential to our TPC, and the footage is too gruesome. We absolutely cannot share it with media friends. Oh, I hope the television station can understand and support our work. Alright, Dr. Dan Ho, what is your view on the giant? Do you support or oppose its existence? Dan Ho-Xiong Air laughed heartily, saying, host, if there is a tool that unconditionally aids us, I would like to turn the question back to you. Do you support its existence or oppose it? Then Dr. Dan Ho, I take it you support the existence of the Dark Giant. However, you also mentioned earlier that the Dark Giant disrespects human life and wreaks havoc on the ecological environment. Now you support its existence. Doesn't your logic seem a bit contradictory? This. Dan Ho-Xiong Air was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond to the host's challenge. Another useless expert without even the most basic logic. Our country has too many such people, leading us to fall further behind other nations. And a PhD. Truly ridiculous. Seeing this, Uncle Mu Hong snorted in disdain, feeling quite indignant. Host, what I mean is we should treat the Dark Giant as a tool, utilizing it properly rather than seeing it as our protector. Do you understand what I'm saying? Su Yang coldly chuckled, remaining silent. Truly fascinating. I help you eliminate monsters, yet you treat me as a tool, even imposing baseless accusations upon me. The female host nodded, saying, I think I can somewhat understand Dr. Dan Ho's point now. One more question, Dr. Dan Ho, you have repeatedly mentioned that the Dark Giant is the embodiment of darkness and represents evil. Have you considered what we should do if one day the Dark Giant turns against humanity? Dan Ho-Xiong Air crossed his legs and confidently laughed again, saying, host, I can clearly tell you that we are not afraid. Because in the near future we will create secret weapons to deal with the Dark Giant. It will be an effortless task. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience once more. What nonsense. Do you really think humanity can surpass the divine? Uncle Mu Hong stood up with his teapot, having lost interest in the program. At this moment, the female host stood up and bowed to Dan Ho-Xiong Air, saying, thank you once again for coming, Dr. Dan Ho. Lastly, we have a voting segment. Every friend in front of the TV can participate in the voting interaction. Please, Dr. Dan Ho, help us witness the results. No problem, host. Dan Ho-Xiong Air stood up and shook hands with the female host. Topic: do you support the Dark Giant? 1. Support. 2. Do not support. Send a text message to 10666 to participate in the topic interaction. We welcome all viewers in front of the TV to participate. Please wait for 5 minutes, and we will witness the voting results together. During the break, friends in front of the TV, please guess whether the number of supporters for the Dark Giant is greater or the number of non-supporters. Brother Su Yang, do you support the Dark Giant? Little Sakura suddenly asked from a sofa. I don't know what about you, little Sakura. I support it, my father, and I share the same opinion. Su Yang smiled and patted little Sakura's head, falling silent. In the command room of the victory team, Zhu Jianhui and several team members were also watching the live interview. What a boring interview, they even invited Dr. Dan Ho. Isn't that right? What wisdom can he possibly share? Zhu Jianhui gazed at the screen, seemingly lost in thought. The television station was intensifying the conflict between humans and giants. In fact, Zhu Jianhui had long been aware of this. In the public, those who do not support Dark Tiga account for the vast majority. They are too easily influenced by public opinion, especially during such official media interviews. The prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain that cannot be moved no matter how hard you try. Once an idea takes root, changing it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. She now desired nothing more than for the supporters of Dark Tiga to increase as much as possible. Captain, the woman, you mountain volcano, seems to be unusually active. Zhu Jianhu's attention was drawn away by a sudden remark from Yi Rui. The woman you mountain volcano. What's going on? Can we investigate the cause? Not at the moment. Xinsheng Daigo take the underground Pipiton tank to explore the volcano. Deputy Captain Zhong Fong commanded. Understood. Wait, another report just came and there's a massive collapse on the road in the southwest direction of Tokyo with a 50-meter deep pit. Immediately Yi Rui projected the scene photos onto the big screen. How could this happen? Tokyo. Is it a man-made accident? At this moment, people on the streets of Tokyo were going about their daily lives as usual, with many pedestrians gathering in front of the shopping mall screens to watch the live broadcast. Is that even a question? Of course they do not support the Dark Giant, who would support an embodiment of evil. Yes. People were discussing animatedly. Suddenly the ground began to shake. What's happening? Is there an earthquake? No, it's not an earthquake. Look behind. People turned to look behind and saw the street being suddenly raised like a serpent with small cars lifted over 10 meters in the air. Oh, run. Before people could react, they saw the raised serpent coiling beneath their feet. Boom. Sparks flew from the power poles and shop windows shattered. Numerous buildings around the street were severely deformed and the road lay in ruins. The people on the street could not escape in time and were pushed aside by the suddenly raised road, suffering heavy casualties. Not good, Captain. Something is moving rapidly beneath the streets of Tokyo. Tokyo. Is it a monster? The city has been severely damaged. Many buildings have suffered varying degrees of destruction. Yi Rui exclaimed anxiously. Daigo Xinsheng head to Tokyo immediately. Captain, there are also monsters appearing in the northern part of Tokyo. Suddenly the screen switched, revealing a flying monster in the sky continuously shooting red destructive beams, causing countless residential and office buildings to collapse. Hee, I don't support the Dark Giant anyway. You can choose as you like. Send 2. Aradasima, hurry, and vote 2. Honey, we're thinking the same way. At that moment a loud explosion was heard from the north. What happened? What's going on? I'll look up. There's a monster. The monster is flying towards us. No, don't. The glass windows shattered into pieces with a loud crash. The apartment where the young couple had just voted instantly turned into ruins. The two died on the spot. In the command room of the victory team, everyone was thrown into chaos, disrupted by this sudden turn of events. It's the ancient dragon Myurba. Yi Rui shouted urgently. Myurba? Wasn't it defeated by Ultraman Tiga? Maybe there isn't just one Myurba. Yi Rui looked up, fear evident in his gaze. In the television station studio. Alright, the 5-minute voting time is up and a total of 10 million citizens participated in this voting, indicating that quite a number of audience friends are watching our program. Our backstage staff has also completed the voting data statistics, and now let's announce the results. Please welcome Dr. Danho to read the final numbers. The female host handed the voting result card to Danho Xiong'er. Danho Xiong'er took it and laughed. I announced that the proportion of people supporting the Dark Giant is 10%, while those who do not support it account for 90%. Announcement complete. Su Yang smiled. Is this the humanity he is protecting? He once naively thought that Dark Tiga would receive a high support rate. Now reflecting on his earlier naive thoughts, it seems truly ridiculous. The moment Danho Xiong'er announced the results, the crowd erupted in cheers. See, the people's hearts are aligned. Indeed, our Sakura people are the most united. Yes. I hope the Dark Giant leaves the earth soon. Alright, thank you once again for Dr. Danho's presence. Thus we conclude today's program. Thank you everyone. As the staff and audience prepared to leave, the female host's earpiece crackled with noise. It was a call from the station head. Station head, what did you say? The big screen. Quickly look at the big screen. The big screen. Just as the female host turned to look at the big screen behind her, the entire television station building began to shake violently. Many viewers lost their balance and stumbled to the ground. What's happening? Is there an earthquake? Look at the screen. There's a monster. Everyone looked at the big screen behind the female host. They saw a gigantic monster emerging from the ground on the streets of Tokyo. In contrast to the monster's colossal form, the surrounding office buildings appeared so small and insignificant. Captain, it's Golzen. The object beneath the streets of Tokyo is the ancient monster Golzen. Golzen. Last time Ultraman Tiga threw it into the volcanic magma. How could it not be burnt to death? Once again Golzen began its rampage. Commercial buildings were smashed to pieces. Ancient protected structures were trampled underfoot. Humans were crushed under Golzen like ants. Ground to dust. Bang bang bang. In a flash, countless buildings were toppled over, circuits damaged, and explosions ensued. The scene was filled with thick smoke. Screams, cries for help, air raid sirens, and fire alarms echoed through the sky. The office buildings were destroyed, and a white-collar worker who survived was blinked at by Golzen's gigantic eyes. Then a hand lifted him up, tossed into its mouth. Crack. Crunch. Meanwhile, Myurba in the north continued to emit red destructive beams, turning the surroundings into a sea of flames. Director Zijing, conservatively estimating the number of casualties, has already reached 500,000. Captain, please give the order. If this continues, the entire Tokyo will disappear. In the command room of the victory team, Xinsheng shouted urgently. Victory team. All units mobilize. Captain, wait a moment. It seems the two monsters are converging towards one location. Yi Rui reminded again. Where? The central landmark of Tokyo, the broadcasting and television tower. At the Yushun, in Su Yang and Xiaoying watched the current situation in Tokyo through a live television broadcast. The monster Melba had set off from the northern part of Tokyo, while the ultra-ancient monster Golzen was coming from the southwest. The two monsters advanced simultaneously towards the location of the broadcasting tower. Carnage and destruction lay in their wake, leaving nothing but ruins. At that moment, Su-yang stood up and said, "Xiaoying, I'm going out for a bit. Remember to protect yourself." "Be careful, brother Su-yang." Xiaoying looked at Su-yang with pleading eyes, offering her prayers. Whenever a monster appeared, Su-yang, as a member of the victory team, would go on a mission. She knew well that defeating these two monsters would not be easy for the victory team, and she was very worried about Su-yang's safety. Su-yang nodded with a smile and said, "Don't worry, Xiaoying, I will definitely come back safe." With that, he donned his victory team uniform and took up the victory hypergun before leaving the inn. "System, can you show me the internal video of the broadcasting tower?" "No problem, I have switched to the broadcast studio's interior." Oh, the system understood him so well it even knew where he wanted to look. As the system spoke, images of the interior of the broadcasting tower studio immediately appeared in Su-yang's mind. He saw the audience's pupils widen in terror, desperately wanting to leave the studio. At that moment, however, the studio's electric doors were stuck due to a power failure and could not be opened. The female host Dan Ho-seung Air and thousands of audience members were all trapped inside the studio, unable to escape. Su-yang felt amused. Even the electric doors were giving him this kind of face. In that studio, 99% of the people were opponents of Dark Tiga. In the distance, Golzin and Melba were rampaging, and it wouldn't be long before they reached the broadcasting tower. Rather than enjoying it alone, Su-yang walked to the seaside, taking advantage of the absence of others to retrieve a card from the Ultraman space. The card clearly depicted an insect-like monster resembling a mantis. Su-yang held the card tightly in his hand and gently waved it towards the sky. A pure bone wing, Ultra Beast Bajiris. This was a card he obtained during his last trip to the Ultraman dimension, and he never expected it would be useful today. The advantage of this monster was its agile movements, allowing it to fly at high speeds in the sky. No matter who attacked the broadcasting tower today, Su-yang will definitely help. The card floated in the air. In the next moment, a gigantic monster appeared by the seaside. It spread its wings, flapped them, and quickly flew towards the broadcasting tower. In the victory team command room, "Not good, Captain." "Director, another monster has appeared on the southeast coast." Director Zhe Wei exclaimed in panic. "Another one has appeared. Why is this happening? It's over. Tokyo is doomed. The north and southwest are in chaos. Transport and power are all paralyzed, and now it's the southeast. Damn it. It hasn't caused any destruction, but is flying straight towards the broadcasting tower." "The broadcasting tower again. What is so special about that place?" Director Zhe Wei pressed his hands on the table, lowering his head and muttering to himself. After a few seconds, he continued, "What is the situation at the broadcasting tower now? The situation is grim. Just a moment ago, there was an interview program there with about 3,000 audience members present, and the guest invited was Dr. Dan Ho. Isn't that ridiculous? Who allowed him to leave his post without permission?" Director Zhe Wei slammed the table angrily. "Quickly evacuate the nearby crowd, notify the television station, and let everyone move to safety shelters immediately." "Understood. Shinjo Juejing de Gulina, let's go. We swear to protect Tokyo." "Got it." Inside the broadcasting tower, the sudden appearance of the monster on the studio's big screen sent everyone into a panic, and at that moment no one yet knew that 3 monsters were heading towards them. At that moment, the female host suddenly picked up the microphone and shouted loudly at the audience, "We just received news from the TPC victory team that 3 monsters are heading towards the television station. Everyone quickly leave here." "What? 3 monsters? Coming to the television station?" Dan Ho-seung Air's expression changed, cold sweat pouring down as he panicked inside. "Where is the emergency exit? Is there a back door? Find me the back door." Then Dan Ho-seung Air grabbed the female host by the collar, shaking her frantically as he shouted. Meanwhile, the audience below, hearing this news, descended into chaos, with panicked viewers stepping on seats and climbing over people's shoulders in a desperate attempt to flee. "We're on the 25th floor. Hurry down. The door won't open. It's stuck. Who will save us? Help. Where is Dark Giant? Come save us. Hurry." Cries, shouts, and pleas for help filled the air. An old man sat quietly in his seat with his eyes closed, smiling, faintly murmuring, "Now you remember Dark Giant. Where were you during the voting? Just now." He was one of the few supporters of Dark Tiga. Leaning on his cane, he struggled to stand up and slowly made his way to the window. "May your master come to save you now." In the northern region, the sky howled as 2 Flying Swallow aircraft appeared in front of Melba. Neil Ray cannon fire. The Flying Swallow 1 and Flying Swallow 2 aimed at Melba and fired the Neil Ray simultaneously. 2 beams struck Melba's tough wings, sparking a burst of flames. But that was all there was to it. It had no effect. "Let's try the Texas cannon." Daegu Juejing aimed for Melba's eyes. Deputy Captain Zhong Fong commanded. "Understood." Then the 2 Flying Swallow aircraft gathered a massive amount of energy. Texas cannon fire. The Texas cannon was the most powerful weapon mounted on the Flying Swallow for dealing with monsters. If even the Texas cannon had no effect, it would mean that the Flying Swallow had no chance of defeating this monster. Both Flying Swallow 1 and Flying Swallow 2 struck Melba's left and right eyes simultaneously, causing Melba to emit a painful wail. "It worked. Great. Be careful, Shinjo Lina. Melba is angry." Suddenly, Deputy Captain Zhong Fong sensed something was wrong. Melba did not fall, but instead turned its head towards the 2 Flying Swallows. Melba suddenly accelerated, directing flames from its mouth at the 2 Flying Swallows. The fierce flames seemed to be on automatic tracking, charging towards the Flying Swallows. Meanwhile, in the southwest, the ground armored forces also reached Golzen's feet. Golzen was enveloped in molten magma radiating an orange-red glow. It's the fire Golzen, it has mutated. Dagna laser cannon. 2 drum vehicles fired high-density energy shells at Golzen's head. Bang, bang. It was like bullets hitting a 10-meter-thick steel plate without causing even a ripple. For Golzen, it was nothing more than a tickle. At that moment, Su Yang, who was flying in the sky, received a satellite phone call from Captain Zhu Jianhui. Su Yang team member. You. Zhu Jianhui felt ashamed humans could actually do such things to Tiga, who had protected them for so long. She hesitated to speak. Su Yang spoke up, Captain, in watching television. Zhu Jianhui was taken aback, but soon she understood as she realized that Su Yang had seen everything from the interview show just now. Okay, I understand. With that, Zhu Jianhui calmly hung up the phone. In the studio. Dr. Danho, where is the secret weapon you mentioned? Hurry and bring it out to save us. I don't want to die yet. Who can come and save me? Dark Giant, come quickly. I truly don't want to die. As long as you can save me, you'll do anything you want. I beg you, Dark Giant. It's useless. The Dark Giant won't come to save us. It's no use. After Zhu Jianhui hung up the phone, she pondered quietly for a long time. In the past, whenever a monster appeared, Su Yang would transform into Ultraman and arrive at the scene, immediately preventing the monster from causing destruction to the city. This also led to a consequence: people lived too carelessly complacent and unaware of the terrifying consequences that would arise from losing the protection of the giant. He was such a kind and pure person, yet he was slandered by foolish and ignorant humans. This time, will he still come to save humanity? Then Captain Zhu Jianhui seemed to come to an understanding. She just needed to do what she could. The giant would not intervene in humanity's choices. The final route of survival or destruction still lay with humanity. Yerwei, help me connect to the studio's direct line. Yes, Captain, right away. Yerwei quickly tapped on the keyboard. Got it, Captain, I've connected to the studio host. The female host's earpiece transitioned from noise to clarity as Dr. Danho grabbed her collar, nearly making it hard for her to breathe. Dr. Danho, this is Captain Zhu Jianhui from the Victory Team. Oh, she wants to speak with you. Victory Team. Great, they are here to save me. Dr. Danho Yuji yanked the earpiece off the female host's head and kicked her aside. In an extraordinarily arrogant tone, he said, Captain Zhu Jian, I am Danho Yuji, and now I command you to send someone to save me immediately. I am currently at the broadcasting building. Before he could finish, Zhu Jianhui interrupted him. Dr. Danho, please retract your erroneous statements immediately and apologize to the Dark Tiga. Her attitude was firm and left no room for rebuttal. Apologize? What a joke. You want me to apologize to the Dark Giant? That's the biggest joke in the world. From now on, I will say this only once. If you want to survive and want the 3,000 people below to survive, you must immediately take the 3,000 people below and publicly kneel to apologize. Did you understand? On the other end of the phone, Captain Zhu Jian almost shouted. Can the Dark Giant see this? Will apologizing to the Dark Giant make him come to save me? Is this the question you should be asking? Now just pray desperately. After saying that, she hung up the phone. I apologize. I will apologize now. Dark Giant, please come quickly and save me. I am Danho Yuji, and now everyone be quiet. Quiet. Everyone kneel down with me and apologize to the Dark Giant. Once we apologize, he will come to save us. Danho Yuji picked up the microphone and shouted desperately at the audience. Instantly, the audience fell silent. Will he come to save us? Kneel down quickly. It's just kneeling to apologize to survive. Great, hurry up, everyone kneel down. Danho Yuji took the lead and knelt down, thinking to himself, what's the big deal about kneeling? As long as I can survive once our secret weapon is developed, Dark Giant, I will also make you publicly kneel and apologize to me. Imagine that spectacular and magnificent scene. In a square, a giant over 50 meters tall is prostrating at my feet. How wonderful would that be? Huh, we are the greatest race in the universe. Seeing Danho Yuji kneel, everyone present followed suit. Except for one old man standing by the window admiring the distant scenery. There were flames, the cries of infants, the wails of women, men smashing and looting countless cars congested together desperately, trying to flee the city. Isn't this a scene of the apocalypse coming? Dark Giant, we were wrong. From now on, you are our faith. We are your most devout believers. We will no longer doubt you. Dark Tiga, we beseech you, show mercy and come save us. This scene, along with the video from the earlier incident with the cruise ship when the higher-ups decided to let Ultraman take the blame, was all transmitted back by the system, replaying in Su Yang's mind. Ultraman is not human, cannot speak, and will not resonate emotionally with humans. Since you don't believe that Ultraman can empathize with humans, then what does your kneeling apology mean? He could only feel pity. Selfish, hypocritical, and afraid of death. From their apologetic eyes, he could sense no sincerity, praying for mercy, forgiveness. It was merely to save their own lives. As long as they could live, they would do anything against their conscience. Foolish people, unworthy of living in this world, experienced despair. Su Yang accelerated towards the broadcasting building. At this moment, Melba and Golzen had also cleared the obstacles on their path and arrived at the foot of the broadcasting building. Bang! The broadcasting building, the tallest structure in Tokyo at the time, symbolizing the glory of cherry blossom civilization. And now Golzen and Melba are here to destroy this structure that humanity prides itself on. At this moment, Su Yang also reached the vicinity of the building, hovering in the sky above. Captain, the ground and air forces have all failed. There is no way to stop Golzen and Melba now. They have already begun their attack on the broadcasting building. Is it true that we humans have no hope? In the air, Melba continuously struck the walls of the building above the 30th floor with her beak. On the ground, Golzon raised his massive foot, crushing all surrounding buildings. In the sky above, Su-Yang watched like a spectator, enjoying the performance of the two monsters. Just then, the glass window of the studio on the 25th floor suddenly opened, and the old man glanced at the last sunlight before leaping from the building. Host, this old man is your only supporter in the studio. Will you save him or not? At this moment, a prompt from the system sounded. Without a second thought, Su-Yang dove down at a speed of 10 mach per second. Soon he surpassed the falling old man. The old man gently landed on the back of the bone-winged super beast Bajilis without feeling any impact. Su-Yang placed him in a safe location, then flew back to the broadcasting building. Now there are no supporters, right? It must be said that the ancient beast Myurba and the ancient monster Golzon were quite perceptive. First, Myurba circled above the broadcasting building, spewing fierce flames that consumed the surrounding structures. Then came Golzon, crushing all the evacuees fleeing from the broadcasting building. Yet it did not launch an assault on the building itself. Under Myurba raging flames, the area within 10 miles was entirely devastated, leaving only the broadcasting building intact. After accomplishing this, the two monsters came to a halt. Myurba hovered in the air, while Golzon remained on the ground. Su-Yang slowly descended from the sky, surveying the people below with a dominating gaze. The three monsters surrounded the broadcasting building from 3 different directions, seemingly awaiting the final command. At this moment, the people in the 25th floor studio no longer needed to watch any screens. The 3 monsters now stood just outside the glass windows. Where's the dark giant? I've already apologized. Come quickly, save me. I don't want to die. Help me, save me, someone please, save me. Panic and despair. Eyes widened to the brink of bursting mouths, gasping, and horror, bodies trembling. The heart-wrenching screams echoed through every corner of the studio. All present felt their nerves tense, the oppressive sense of death coursing through their bodies. Just at that moment, the Symphony No. 5 by Beethoven began playing in the studio. It was unclear whether the staff had mistakenly clicked the wrong option in their panic, or if they wanted this piece to be their final anthem in life. The moment the music began, the judgment commenced. Su-Yang was the first to launch an attack, his scythe-like hands swiftly slicing through the broadcasting building, severing all structures above the 25th floor. Boom! Myurba used its gigantic beak to push the severed floors down to the ground. At that moment, the studio transformed into an open-air stage, the twilight glow shining through, becoming their last light in this world. The people in the studio looked up, seeing the 2 flying monsters glaring at them with their enormous eyes. Countless individuals chose to hide under their seats, clutching their heads, praying the monsters would not notice them. In the aisle, a man stood frozen, clearly terrified and at a loss. His legs trembled as his mouth gaped wide with filth and liquid occasionally trickling down from the cuffs of his pants. In the next second, a massive scythe sliced cleanly past his neck. His head was flung far away onto the host's podium due to inertia. Like a discarded ball, it bounced a few times before landing at the feet of Dan Ho-Xiong. The exploded eyeball stared intensely at Dan Ho-Xiong, as if filled with unfulfilled rage. Meanwhile, the rigid body stood straight in the aisle, akin to a burst water pipe, blood-colored liquid gushing continuously from the neck. Nearby, the audience was splattered with liquid, the thick scent of blood permeating the entire studio. They suddenly understood that the 3 monsters were hunting. They were reveling in their final frenzy. Yet at that moment, the cursed Symphony No. 5 continued unabated. The atmosphere grew even heavier. People found it hard to breathe. At that moment, did they recognize their true selves? Some, unable to bear the tension any longer, frantically jumped down, seeking a swift end. Unbeknownst to them, the monster Golzon below was ready with its foul, blood-soaked maw, relishing the free dinner falling from above. Then the symphony reached its climax. The monster Myurba's gigantic beak descended, repeatedly pecking at the ground, and those hiding beneath the seats were lifted into the air along with their sofas. Su-Yang's giant scythe danced wildly, leaving a path of carnage, human limbs no longer intact. As the climax of the symphony ended, the scene fell into silence, with no knowing how many survivors remained. But Su-Yang could clearly see that on the podium Dan Ho-Xiong was choking the female host, using her as a human shield. At that moment, the female host had already been strangled to death by Dan Ho-Xiong. Should he let him die now? Wouldn't that be too lenient? Had he not paid too light a price? As the sky gradually darkened, Su-Yang spread his wings and soared, grabbing Dan Ho-Xiong and lifting him into the air. The twin sides, like scissors, severed his legs at the knees. A horrific scream pierced the air. Good. Next, it was time for his arms. Another snap. As easy as cutting through a thin thread. He would continue to live in agony, paying for his arrogance with a lifetime of suffering. Su-Yang tossed him onto a rooftop, leaving him to bleed, suffer, twist, and struggle. May someone discover you here. Don't die too quickly. Subsequently, Su-Yang flew straight up into the sky. Finally, the last note of the Fate Symphony fell. Myurba unleashed a burst of red, focused flames, setting the entire studio ablaze. Golzon seemed to exhibit a hint of anger. It was not tall enough to reach 25 stories, while the 2 flying fellows above were not including it in their fun. Golzon erupted in fury, shaking the broadcasting building with all its might. Ultimately, the magnificent civilized structure collapsed with a thunderous roar. The majestic Fate Symphony also reached its conclusion. Su-Yang felt very pleased. What does it matter to me, the Dark Tiga, that the bone-winged super beast has killed? It's dark now, time to go home for dinner. Meanwhile, in the victory team's command center, Captain, the broadcasting building has fallen, but Golzan and Myerba seem unwilling to cease. They continue their destruction. Captain Jimiao Hui buried her head on the table. What could she do? Humanity had already failed. Now they could only rely on him. Jimiao Hui once again established satellite communication with Suyang. Team members Suyang, if this continues, all of Tokyo, even the entire Cherry Blossom country will cease to exist. Please, for the sake of the 10% supporters, save humanity. On the other end of the line, Captain Jimiao Hui pleaded. Suyang pondered. She had a point. He still had many happy moments to enjoy. If he let the monsters destroy everything, then the Cherry Blossom country would have nothing left. The comic convention sisters, the Yushin in Sakura Ramen, would all be gone. Epsilon, alas, since the 3,000 main opponents had paid their price, perhaps he should help them. Otherwise, there would truly be a lot less fun in this world. I understand, Captain, I'm a bit busy right now. Let me call a friend over to help. Friends. Zhu Jianhui looked a bit puzzled. What kind of friend could Su Yang have to defeat two monsters? Night had fully descended, and the full moon cast an exceptionally bright light. Su Yang sat on the rooftop enjoying the moonlight while watching the two monsters wreak havoc. Stupid brother, you two have really worked hard, busy for so long, without a break. Su Yang took out another card and let it drift downwards with the wind. Summon Ultraman Tiga. Receive. As the words fell, a dazzling light flashed, and a giant with red, blue, and silver colors suddenly appeared in the city center. The sudden bright light made it hard for people to open their eyes. Quick, what is that? It's the giant of light, Ultraman Tiga. Saved? Tiga. Tiga has come to save us. Long time no see, Ultraman Tiga. The surviving citizens cheered joyfully. Su Yang continued to sit on the rooftop admiring his masterpiece. The Ultraman Tiga before him, aside from combat techniques, was almost entirely under his control. Victory Team's operations room. Yuri looked astonished at the computer. It's actually Ultraman Tiga? So he has been here all along. Ultraman Tiga. In the command room, the recently defeated Daegu Rina Shinjo and Zhu Ejing were also taken aback upon hearing this news. Captain Zhu Jianhui and Rina exchanged glances, thinking, is it Su Yang? So the friend Su Yang mentioned is actually me. The team members showed delighted expressions. As long as Ultraman could come, humanity would be saved. Ultraman Tiga had been absent for too many days, and his return brought great joy to the people. However, Su Yang had wasted a card of Tiga for nothing. He could also transform into Black Tiga, but he refused because he felt a bit worn out. Without motivation, he decided to summon Tiga directly. Besides, Golza and Melba were also old friends of Tiga. They should feel particularly familiar when they meet again. Golza and Melba, still rampaging through the city, saw Ultraman Tiga appear as if they had seen their father. The two beasts were stunned. This kid, wasn't he killed by Gatanja? How the hell did he come back to mess with us? Are you poison? If we don't show up, will you not show up? When enemies meet, they are particularly readied. Golza didn't care anymore and charged right in. You're still the same Tiga, but I'm not the same Golza as before. I have powered up. Didn't expect that, hee. And this time my partner Melba is also a powered up version. Today I must defeat you, giant of light. Under the moonlit night, the two beasts and one Ultraman exchanged glances. The next second the battle began. Tiga charged forward, first delivering a knife hand strike to Golza's neck. Following that, a spin kick struck Golza's shoulder, causing Golza to howl in pain. Immediately after, Golza slapped towards Ultraman Tiga. Seeing this, Tiga sidestepped and then hugged Golza's head, restricting Golza's movement, and continued to knee strike Golza's abdomen repeatedly. The ancient dragon Melba saw Golza in a tough battle and wanted to sneak attack Tiga from behind. Tiga turned around, kicked Melba away, and continued attacking Golza. A series of combo punches struck Golza's tough skin, making a series of explosive sounds, and then with one kick Golza was knocked to the ground. Su Yang watched a bit blankly. Why does this Tiga look so much like Daegu? Does he enjoy close combat this much? Where are your beam skills? Unleash them. It seemed Tiga heard Su Yang's complaints. He crossed his hands over his forehead crystal. A red light flashed, and Tiga, he actually directly transformed into Dagu's happy form. What the hell? Can't you just unleash a wave? Isn't that better? Switching to the red power type, Tiga slowly walked towards the down Golza. Then he lifted it into the air and slammed it down hard. Golza was also stunned at this moment. I can't believe. You're just going to beat me up with these two monsters. Golza struggled to get up from the ground, furious. After all, I am also powered up. You just won't give me any face. Just then Melba charged again, pecking at Ultraman Tiga's back with its beak. Tiga felt a sharp pain in his spine and fell to one knee. Taking this opportunity, Golza suddenly emitted a binding beam from his palm. An orange-yellow light ring suddenly trapped Tiga. Seeing this, Melba spat out a red destructive beam. The scorching high-temperature ray hit Tiga's back. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. After consuming a large amount of energy, the powerful Tiga began to flash red lights from the attack. Su Yang looked on, feeling a bit restless. The setting of the Giant of Light is really annoying. While fighting, the timer lights up red. Meanwhile, the Dark Tiga, he transformed into, completely ignores this setting. Come on, Ultraman Tiga. Many cheered for Tiga. Suddenly, the red Tiga exerted more strength and explosively broke free from Golza's binding. Dirahium light flow. Then he gathered a high-density energy red sphere with the little energy left and hurled it towards Golza. Bang! Golza raised his hand in shock. He thought Golza would end there, but unexpectedly, he actually absorbed the Dirahium light flow. Oh no! Su-yang saw the situation was not good and actually forgot about Golza's setting. This Golza and Melba have both undergone different degrees of enhancement, and their strength is far stronger than when Ultraman Tiga first appeared in the first episode. The Dirahium light flow actually had no effect. Ultraman Tiga was also taken aback. This was his finishing move in red form. The timer on his chest was flashing rapidly, and the two monsters launched another coordinated attack. The ultrasonic beam and red destructive beam were unleashed simultaneously. Tiga quickly switched to blue aerial form and leaped into the night sky to evade the light attacks from the two beasts. Golza, seeing him turn blue, suddenly became amused. This time you can't just beat me up, right? Before he could finish speaking, a lawn-part light bomb from the aerial form shot towards him again. Bang! Golza hadn't even had time to absorb it before being knocked down to the ground by this light bomb. You bastard. Luckily, Tiga's energy was already running low, and with his tough skin, he didn't get smashed. Truly a stroke of luck, a stroke of luck. At this moment, Su-yang also realized that it wasn't that Tiga had weakened, but that these two monsters had been enhanced too ridiculously. If it were unknown, these two monsters would definitely not be Tiga's opponents. Ultraman Tiga, who had his attacks rendered ineffective again, was a bit at a loss while the two monsters were in perfect condition. In the midst of hesitation, two beams shot towards him in the air once again, this time at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Tiga took the full brunt of the two beams' damage and crashed to the ground. Ding 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 ding. After the timer flickered, it actually lost its light. Tiga was actually defeated. How could this happen? Tiga has fallen. No way. The helpless people fell into despair once again. In the command room of Team Victory, Yi Rui furrowed his brows and said, Captain Tiga has fallen. Lina stood in front of the large screen in the command room, murmuring to herself. Then she silently encouraged, come on, Su-yang. Daigo anxiously turned to Kuma-K and said, what should we do now? Kuma-K frowned, clenching his fists as he paced back and forth in the command room. Suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. Remember the last time Tiga fell? It was when dealing with the Gilead people. At that time, the timer on Tiga's chest had also stopped flashing. Later, after receiving light, Tiga stood up again. Maybe this time we can try it too. Xian Chung said as he immediately stood up. Ill pilot Fian No. 1 bit's headlights are quite good. Wait, Xian Chung, there are no more Fian No. 1 units left. You should take Fian No. 2 instead, Lina called out to him. Huh. The headquarters production capacity is not good enough. Xian Chung frowned. Lina was left speechless. I can't even respond to that. This little bit of light is not enough. Tiga needs more light. Yi Rui, can you help me connect to the television station? Kuma-K asked urgently. Although the television station no longer exists, I can try to connect the captain's satellite communicator directly to the users' homes. I've wanted to try this for a long time. 1 minute later. Captain, I did it. You're amazing, Yi Rui. Daigo gave a thumbs up in praise. The computer genius of Team Victory did not disappoint. Kuma-K felt a surge of joy and immediately took out the satellite communicator. The satellite communicator of Team Victory had built-in video capabilities, and soon Kuma-K's figure appeared on the television screens of all the users. I am Kuma-K, the captain of Team Victory of the Earth Peace United Organization. Tiga Ultraman has been risking his life to protect us. This time Tiga is in danger, and it is our turn to give him strength. I implore everyone, give light to Tiga. Light. Give light to Tiga. Impossible, it's too dangerous. The monsters are still wreaking havoc. Isn't this risking our lives? The incompetent Team Victory can't even eliminate 2 monsters. The monsters are right next to us. If I go, won't it be suicide? Yeah, whoever wants to go can go. I'm not going. There are so many people in Sakura country, they won't miss me. As long as they all go, Tiga will surely be revived, right? At that moment, in a distant home, Tiga never feared death while helping us. Why is it that when Tiga needs help we hesitate? A boy around 10 years old asked in confusion while standing next to his busy mother. Linshan, you're still young, you don't understand. Mom said you can't go, so you can't go. Why not? What are you asking so many questions for? Go back inside and do your homework. Oh, I understand. Little Lin complied and turned to walk towards the bedroom. Then, taking advantage of her mother who was busy cooking dinner, little Lin quickly took a flashlight and 2 glow sticks from the drawer, opened the door, and ran down the stairs. Lin, come back. Seeing this, her mother quickly put down the knife and chased after her. I must give light to Tiga. Little Lin silently thought. Tiga's massive body lay in the city, its light long extinguished. The first to arrive at the scene were 2 Fian No. 2s and 2 drum trucks. The headlights of the vehicles and the aircraft's searchlights were turned on simultaneously, barely illuminating one of Tiga's eyes. Xian Chung punched his own thigh. Not enough, far from enough. Slowly a car arrived at the scene, turning on its high beams aimed at Tiga. 1 car, then 2. After 10 minutes, more than 10 cars gradually arrived. After a while, the first child holding a glow stick appeared beside Tiga's body. Then came the second, third, and fourth. More and more children surged forward. But their best equipment was just a small study lamp and a flashlight. Hundreds of children arrived one after another. Why are they all children? Where are the adults? This is like a drop in the bucket. This light is not enough. Lina exclaimed angrily. No, it's too dangerous for the children to be here. Get them away. Daigo slowly said, the children are brave. They want leave. Xian Chung. Captain, it's not enough. I tried to turn on all the lights in Area B, but the monsters destroyed the key cables. Oh, I can't do it at all. In the command room, Yi Rui tried for over 10 times, but still couldn't achieve it. Kuma-K picked up the satellite communicator again. Citizens of Great Sakura Country, are you going to watch Tiga Ultraman fall here without doing anything? Don't you have the courage like these children on the scene? Kuma K once again shouted with a heart-wrenching cry. It's impossible, but won't succeed. Staying at home will let you live a little longer. Those foolish children don't value their lives. Mom, I want to go give light to Tiga Ultraman too. Upon hearing this, the mother slapped her daughter on the face and scolded, "Where do you think you're going? Are you trying to throw your life away?" She then locked the little girl in her bedroom. "You have disappointed me so much. What am I protecting here?" Xin Chung cursed angrily. Daigo glanced at him, but did not say anything further. With only hundreds of children and the lights of a dozen or so cars, how could they possibly awaken Tiga? Su-yang sat on the rooftop watching the live broadcast. Looking at Tiga Ultraman defeated and lying on the ground, he felt a lot of emotions. It seems this root of the problem is not solely with the Dark Giant. Old buddy, you shouldn't have fallen here. Now let me help you out. Then he leaped from the rooftop. Host, have you grown weary of living? As Su-yang leapt downward, the system issued a prompt. And what do you mean? Have you forgotten who I am? In midair, Su-yang unzipped his Victory Squad uniform, reaching inside his chest for the Dark Divine Light Rod. And he tugged. Suddenly, it wouldn't budge. And the zipper was jammed. And truly immovable. And what the? In no way. No wonder the system warned me just now. And Su-yang, could you please give such warnings before I jump next time? Not after I'm already falling. Who told you to leap so recklessly? And the system replied. Nate only meant to strike a pose. Yet now his life hung in the balance. And surely not, surely not. I'm only 19. And I refused to die before my prime. And Su-yang frantically tore at his jacket with both hands. His strength tripled that of an ordinary man, surely it would rip. Yet after desperate effort it remained unyielding. And what material was this Victory Squad uniform made of? And how impossibly durable. And precisely now the zipper failed. And I asked this some cruel joke. And 10 meters left to the ground. And Su-yang's system, save me. Call. And Su-yang, dad. Shouted at full volume. In the system, you insisted on calling me that. I never asked you to. In that instant a streak of black light flashed across the sky. And the system murmured. I've witnessed transformations summoned by cries of Ultraman Gaia and startled exclamations of awe. But dad, this is truly unprecedented. A true oddity, utterly bizarre. And Golza and Melba continued their assault around Ultraman Tiga's fallen form. Then unsatisfied Golza suddenly conceived a grotesque notion to desecrate Tiga's inert body. Eagerly it rushed toward Ultraman Tiga and raised its massive foot. And save Tiga, quickly. He can't hold on much longer. And Rina's eyes brimmed with tears. Go Tiga, and you can do it. Keep going Ultraman Tiga. And countless children waved glow sticks and flashlights, cheering him on with unwavering fervor. Golza's colossal foot descended, aimed squarely at Tiga's chest. And at that critical moment, a deep crimson light surged into Tiga's body. Then beginning from his chest, timer Tiga's Redan blue hues gradually darkened into absolute black. And look, what's happening to Tiga? And the sight stunned everyone. Tiga had abruptly transformed from radiant color into utter darkness. A second later, the timer on his chest flared brilliant blue, signifying the giant had been recharged with energy. Su-yang had not transformed into Dark Tiga, but had instead merged with Tiga as pure darkness entering his very being. The two had become one. And the sudden metamorphosis startled Golza. And what is this? Why did he turn black all at once? And black or not, I'll still stomp you. Boom. At the decisive moment, Dark Tiga's milky white eyes ignited, and with his right hand alone he braced against Golza's immense foot. He seized the foot, exerted tremendous force, and hurled Golza sprawling onto the ground. In Victory Squad Command Center. And the giant has risen again, and a dark giant. Ultraman Tiga has instantly become a dark giant. What connection exists between them? Could it be they were always one entity? Yaroi, observing from the command center, could not help but wonder. Daigo, remaining in the control room, quickly grasped the truth. The dark giant too was Su-yang's transformation. He could embody either the giant of light or the giant of darkness. The realization filled him with quiet awe. Meanwhile, Golza was utterly undone. Nate already defeated Ultraman Tiga. Yet, once again, he rose anew. This is outright cheating. And now he's turned pitch black, clearly more formidable than ever. And shall I make a swift retreat? And brother Melba, hold the line. With that thought, Golza began burrowing underground to flee. And run. You fought my comrade fiercely moments ago, yet now that I appear you seek escape. Seeing Golza attempt to bolt, Melba deemed him utterly untrustworthy, and blasted a searing red destruction beam straight into the tunnel Golza was digging. At that moment, Dark Tiga approached calmly, gripped Golza's tail with both hands, and yanked him violently from the earth. And what kind of strength is this? It even surpasses that of Tiga's power type in red. And immediately, Su-yang spun Golza by the tail, accelerating until centrifugal force peaked, then hurled him skyward straight toward Melba. Melba had no time to react, only a colossal mass hurtling toward her. And boom. And the two monsters collided midair, their bodies grinding together in a shower of sparks. Dark Zeppelian beam. Su-yang spread his arms wide, gathering immense dark energy, then crossed them in an L shape over his chest, unleashing a pitch-black crimson-hued beam toward the entangled pair above. Golza failed to absorb it. The dark Zeppelian beam struck his chest, deadened, piercing through his body and simultaneously impaling Melba behind him. Boom. and after the cataclysmic blast both monsters dissolved into ash. And Golza and Melba perished. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated the ultra-ancient monster Golza. Reward Golza Card 1. In Golza card stored in the Ultra Dimension. And ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated the ultra-ancient dragon Melba. Reward Melba Card 1. In Melba card stored in the Ultra Dimension. Mission accomplished. NSU Yang gazed down once more upon Tokyo. Nearly 1/4 of the city lay in varying degrees of ruin. Victory Squad Command Center. In Dark Tiga has annihilated Golza and Melba in a single blow. Now I understand why Golza and Melba sought so desperately to destroy the giant stone statue within the pyramid upon their first appearance. Because the giant's power is terrifyingly absolute. And Dark Tiga must be Ultraman Tiga's original primordial form. The monsters feared the resurrection of the original Dark Ultraman Tiga. In Keisuke pondered deeply, could Dark Tiga truly be Tiga's ultimate form? Were they always one being? Yet Dark Tiga possesses far greater combat prowess than Tiga's standard form. Did Su-yang under some pivotal condition awaken Tiga's ultimate power? Quick! Euro 8, reconnect us to the broadcast network. And Keisuke suddenly conceived an idea: why not seize this moment to reveal to humanity that the Dark Giant is Ultraman Tiga? Acknowledged, and moments later Keisuke appeared once more on television screens nationwide. And citizens of Sakura Nation, I am Captain Keisuke of the Victory Squad. Today I bring you an important announcement. Regarding the recent emergence of the Dark Giant, I urge you all to set aside your prejudice. For in truth, he is none other than Ultraman Tiga, who has long stood silently as our protector. He has always stood resolutely on humanity's side. Is the Dark Giant also Ultraman Tiga? Did we misunderstand him before? No, he is not. Ultraman Tiga would never just watch as monsters destroy our city. Yes, Ultraman Tiga will definitely not be late. It doesn't matter as long as someone can protect us, no matter who it is. Will he really not become our enemy? Shut up. Captain Ijima, who gave you permission to disclose these secrets? Just as Ijima finished speaking, a man holding a folding fan burst in with 4 subordinates. Upon closer inspection, it was TPC's second-in-command chief of police, Yoshikawa Tetsuji. Chief Yoshikawa, I was just doing what I had to do. Ijima defended himself. Captain Ijima, I must reiterate, you do not have this authority. What do you mean by that? I don't understand. You don't need to understand, you just need to know that soon we will no longer need Ultraman Tiga, or even the Victory Team. What? At these words the command room was in an uproar. Daigo asked in confusion, no longer need Ultraman Tiga and the Victory Team. Who will protect humanity if monsters appear again? You'll find out when the time comes. But Yoshikawa Tetsuji waved his folding fan and said sternly, there is no but. Additionally, I have one more thing to discuss today, Captain Magata. The day after tomorrow, you will join the TPC Joint Investigation Team to the ancient ruin Luluai. After Yoshikawa Tetsuji finished speaking, Ijima felt a hint of unease. Since the higher-ups already knew that the Dark Giant was a form of Ultraman Tiga, why were they still so reckless and obsessed with the Luluai ruins? Their purpose was clearly no longer to enhance Earth's defense capabilities. What do the higher-ups really want? Creating an artificial Ultraman is unfeasible. Isn't Masaki Kigo a perfect example? Luluai, that's an ominous place. Ominous. From now on, humanity will gradually become stronger. Understood, Chief Yoshikawa, replied Vice Captain Magata. And you, Captain Ijima, just focus on doing your own job. Without the higher-ups' permission, you are not allowed to disclose any information to the outside. Yoshikawa Tetsuji snorted coldly and then left the command room. It's getting late. Everyone should go home and rest. The remaining people in the command room began to leave. Suddenly, Ijima called out to Vice Captain Magata. Magata stopped and turned to look at Ijima. Seeing that everyone had left the command room, Ijima changed her worried expression and said with a smile, let me go this time. As a scientist, I really want to experience the long-lost atmosphere of ancient civilization. Magata hesitated for a moment and then said, all right, Captain, please be careful. He, being straightforward, naturally assumed the opportunity to go to the Luluai ruins would be given to Captain Ijima. Little did he know how dangerous it was inside the ruins. Here, take this talisman, Captain. It saved my life when I was in the defense force. Vice Captain Magata took out a pendant from his pocket and placed it in Ijima's hand. It was a concave pendant that clearly had blocked bullets. Ijima accepted it and smiled in gratitude. To stabilize the situation, she had to go personally. Su-yang transformed back and returned to the Yushin Inn. It was already past 8 in the evening. The Yushin Inn was far from the city center and had not been damaged. As soon as he opened the door, Sakura rushed in and jumped into Su-yang's arms. So soft. Huh, why is she so affectionate? Sakura cried with joy. Brother Su-yang, I thought you wouldn't come back. Don't worry, your brother Su-yang will not encounter danger. Brother Su-yang, you haven't eaten yet, right? You must be hungry. Sakura didn't feel hungry until she mentioned it, and suddenly her stomach made a rumbling sound. She hadn't eaten dinner yet. I'm a bit hungry. What about you and Uncle Muon? Have you eaten? My father and I have already eaten. How about this, Brother Su-yang? I'll cook noodles for you. What? I'll cook noodles for you, Sakura? What did you say, Brother Su-yang? Didn't I just say that I have already eaten dinner? Moreover, Brother Su-yang, don't worry. The noodles I cook are delicious. The noodles I cook are also quite tasty. Sakura tilted her head and looked at Su-yang. Really? I've never had the noodles cooked by Brother Su-yang. Why not give it a try? Then let's give it a try. After eating the noodles, Sakura complained, "Brother, Su-yang, the noodles you cooked are really terrible." Su-yang scratched his head awkwardly, saying, "It was an accident. You, I promise I'll be better next time. I won't believe you anymore. I'm not lying. Brother Su-yang, let me take you to a fun place." "A fun place? Where?" "Just follow me, and you'll find out." Then Sakura took Su-yang's hand and led him to a small hill nearby. The hill was relatively high and flat, covered with forsythia flowers and tender grass. Across the hill was the sea, and looking up there was a vast starry sky. Here, far from the city, there was no light pollution, allowing them to see the Milky Way clearly as a glowing white band. With the sea breeze blowing, listening to the sound of the sea receding, a captivating fragrance wafted everywhere. "Brother Su-yang, do you like it here?" "I do, but it's so beautiful here. Then let's sleep here tonight." "All right, Sakura, I'm ready." Then Sakura rolled her eyes at Su-yang. "Dream on. It's so damp here. I don't want to sleep here." "You." Just then the satellite communicator rang again. "Still Captain Ijima. Team member Su-yang, am near your house by the sea. Can you come out for a moment? I have something to discuss." Su-yang glanced at Sakura, who nodded. "All right, Captain, I'll be right there." "Wait for me, Sakura. Oh well, sleep here tonight." Soon Su-yang arrived at the beach Ijima mentioned. She was standing by the sea alone, enjoying the sea breeze. "Captain, what's wrong?" "The day after tomorrow, I'm heading to the Luluai ruins." "Luluai ruins?" Su-yang pondered for a moment upon hearing this. This plot development roughly matched. It was still Captain Ijima leading the team to the Luluai ruins. Ijima nodded. "Yes, last time the investigation team completed the exploration of the ruins surroundings. This time we will enter the ruins." "Enter the ruins?" If they could really enter the ruins, then they would lift the seals of the three dark giants. "Chimera, will I meet you so soon?" "Team leader, this mission is extremely perilous. Please ensure your safety." "I understand, team member Su-yang. There are two matters I wish to discuss with you." At that moment, Su-yang discerned the true purpose of Captain Kyoko Kurabayashi's visit. She sought his protection for humanity during her absence. That request was not difficult in itself. Only the worthiness of these humans remained in question. Su-yang asked, "Protect humanity." "Team leader." "Yes, that is the first. During my absence, I beg you, if monsters appear, aid humanity." "I know you hold deep disillusionment toward humankind, yet I still implore you. Do it for this breathtaking landscape before us, and for the 10% who still believe. Will you grant me this?" As she spoke, Captain Kurabayashi turned her gaze toward the distant horizon. Su-yang hesitated. "Team leader, please." Suddenly, Captain Kurabayashi sank to her knees before Su-yang. She had knelt before him. "Team leader, do not do this. I accept your plea. For the duration of your absence, I shall protect them." Su-yang gently raised her to her feet and spoke softly. This woman bore an immense burden, her heart worn thin by her devotion to a species so profoundly ignorant. Yet among Earth's inhabitants, Captain Kurabayashi ranked among the rare few who truly saw clearly. "Thank you, team member Su-yang. There is one more matter. It is but a conjecture of mine. My intuition tells me the first artificial Ultraman has already been born." At those words, Su-yang paused, startled. A woman's intuition, after all, was seldom mistaken. Yet so soon. Had an artificial Ultraman truly emerged this quickly? How could it be so fast? They gathered residual materials from the stone statues of two other giants housed within the pyramid, then synthesized the first artificial Ultraman using 3D printing technology. Soon they may well unlock the method to revive the ancient giants. But I fear, this birth may repeat the tragedy of Masaki Kigo, yielding not a savior, but a malevolent giant. Moreover, during their previous expedition to the ruins of R'lyeh, they retrieved fragments of shattered giant statues, though only from the outer periphery of the site. Senior officials suspect far more such statues lie buried deep within the ruins, hence the decision to mount a second expedition to R'lyeh. Are the authorities seeking to harness Ultraman's power to strengthen Earth's defenses? That appears to be their immediate aim, but I sense a far grander ambition lurking beneath. Su-yang frowned. A grander ambition? To rule Earth? To dominate all humankind? Or, like alien invaders across the cosmos, to wage conquest? Even, to rule the entire universe? I cannot fathom their ultimate design. Earlier today, in the Operations Command Center, Police Director Tetsuji Yoshioka uttered these words. "In the future, humanity will no longer need the Guts team, or Ultraman Tiga." That statement filled me with dread. Hearing this, Su-yang mused inwardly. "So Yoshioka, you've truly risen in stature. How delightfully intricate things have become. Let us watch, and see who ultimately claims victory." Su-yang nodded confidently. "Rest assured, team leader. My strength alone is more than sufficient." An artificial Ultraman. He scarcely gave it a thought. "Well then, I must return now. I entrust this to you, team member Su-yang." Su-yang nodded in solemn agreement. After Captain Kurabayashi departed, he returned once more to the small hillside. Sakura lay on her side upon the grass, seemingly asleep. Su-yang removed his coat and draped it gently over her. Then, hands cradling his head, he reclined beside her on the hillside meadow. The sea breeze was soft, cool yet never biting. As drowsiness blurred his senses, a colossal black vortex erupted across the sky above the ocean. Su-yang leapt upright and swiftly drew the black sparklance from within his robes. Sakura too jolted awake, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at the churning vortex overhead. "What is that, brother Su-yang?" "I do not know. It is a terrifying sight." Amid thunderclaps and searing lightning, a pair of titanic clawed feet descended slowly from the vortex's center. Nightfall veiled the creature's form. Su-yang could not make out its features. Beside him, Sakura trembled violently. Brother Su-yang, there's a monster. No sooner had the words left her lips than the grass and wildflowers on the hillside bent sharply toward the vortex. Then, a tremendous suction force surged, threatening to draw them both into its depths. Blinded by the gale, Su-yang saw leaves, debris, planks, even people, whirling helplessly through the air. Brother Su-yang, save me! Sakura shrieked, and Su-yang, gripping a boulder with one hand, seized her wrist with the other. At that very instant, the monstrous entity fully emerged from the vortex. From afar, its colossal frame seemed to bridge heaven and earth. Then, without pause, it unleashed torrents of crimson flame and searing laser beams, obliterating everything in its wake. Brother Su-yang, I can't hold on. Sakura's grip slipped, and in an instant she was wrenched skyward. Su-yang snapped open the spark lance. A violet lightning flash blazed, and Dark Tiga stood revealed. He caught Sakura midair and immediately confronted the beast. Yet even as Dark Tiga, Su-yang could not pierce the monster's obscurity. Dark Zeppelian beam. He would not waste time. He unleashed his ultimate technique without hesitation. The beast turned and fired a blinding beam of its own, meeting Dark Tiga's Hedon. How formidable this creature was, to dare match beams with Dark Tiga? Whether due to positioning or some unseen flaw, Dark Tiga's Zeppelian beam began to falter. Overwhelmed, pressed back, yielding ground. With a deafening detonation, the monster's beam forced Dark Tiga's backward, striking him full in the chest. Agony tore through him. Then he was hurled violently through the air, crashing hard to the earth. Su-yang struggled to rise. System, what is this monster? Why is it so powerful? Silence followed. No reply came. What was happening? Where was the system? System? Still nothing. Had the system failed? At that moment, three towering figures, each wielding a luminous blade, advanced steadily towards Su-yang. Before Su-yang could discern their features, all three blades pierced his heart in unison. Excruciating pain exploded along every nerve in his body. At the instant the blades entered his chest, Su-yang's fist clenched reflexively, and from between his clenched fingers, crimson fluid erupted. Su-yang stared bewildered. What was this liquid? Why did red fluid surge from his own fist? Then, horror dawned. A terrible truth unfolded before him. It was Sakura. It was the Sakura he had just saved. Trembling, powerless, he raised his fist, too terrified to unclench it. And there, those three giants watched him, their faces twisted in cruel mockery. Sakura, did I kill Sakura myself? At that moment, the three giants raised their blades once more and struck down again. Aunt, Brother Su-yang, what's wrong? Hearing Xiaoying's voice, Su-yang suddenly sat up. Xiaoying knelt down and smiled, saying, Brother Su-yang, did you have a nightmare? Su-yang asked, nightmare. Turning to Xiaoying, he noticed she had just wiped the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. He then grasped her hands and said, it's good that you are all right. Xiaoying blushed and shyly responded, did you dream of me, Brother Su-yang? Su-yang nodded in affirmation. Xiaoying rolled her eyes at Su-yang and laughed. Come on, Brother Su-yang, let's go home and sleep. Su-yang struggled to stand up as his undershirt was already soaked with sweat. He walked while recalling the nightmare he just had. Even now he felt a lingering fear. What a vivid dream it was. In it he was first knocked down by a monster, then stabbed to death by three giants wielding lightsabers. The dream was quite vague. He couldn't clearly see the monster or the three giants, nor could he awaken from it despite the presence of a system. Was it that day thoughts led to night dreams? Had he listened too much to Zhu Jianhui about the ruins of Lului in recent days? Could the three giants be Chimera, Zichala, and Dalamo? Were they going to take lethal action against him? Zichala and Dalamo were hard to say, but Chimera surely wouldn't, right? After all, they had a past, as she wouldn't be that ruthless. Could this be a prophetic dream? One day in the future he would be killed and Xiaoying would meet a tragic end. No, he wouldn't allow that day to come. Neither he nor Xiaoying would die. It was absolutely not going to happen. There was still one thing he needed to confirm. System, I'm here. How may I assist you, host? Will you always be here, the kind that is always at my call? Of course the system is always here. That's good. Su-yang calmed down and let out a long breath. As long as the system was present, he still had many cards to use, including a Diga card, a Gaia card, and 2 Dyna cards, as well as the kind of boss-level monster cards like Katangia. In case of emergencies, at the very least, he could summon them for support. Yet a hint of unease lingered in Su-yang's heart, as if something significant was about to happen. On the third day at dusk, aboard a massive cargo ship in the South Pacific, Zhou Jianwei was accompanying the expedition team to the ultra-ancient ruins of Lului, which dated back 30 million years. After nearly a day of sailing, the expedition team finally caught sight of Lului. On the deck, the expedition leader turned to Zhou Jianwei and said, "You don't look well." "I feel a bit seasick," Zhou Jianwei replied. "I've come here several times for investigations, but I still haven't gotten used to it. This place is truly an ominous sight." Looking at the massive island that bore the ruins of Lului, Zhou Jianwei fell into deep thought. 30 million years ago, such a highly developed civilization actually existed on Earth. But why did they, despite their advancements, ultimately perish? Assemble. At the sound of the assembly command, a team of nearly 20 pioneers began to board the reef one after another. The advanced team is now entering the interior of the ruins. The squad commander used radio equipment to communicate with the overall commander who remained on the ship. Facing the mysterious Lily, everyone was heavily armed with firearms detection devices, TNT explosives, and everything they needed. Captain Zhou Jianwei led the charge, rushing ahead. As the sky gradually darkened, the expedition team officially entered the ruins. Upon entering, everyone was astonished by the sight before them. Humans from 30 million years ago had actually constructed such solemn and magnificent buildings. It was truly unbelievable. The first thing that caught their eye was many enormous, already fractured stone pillars. The team members quickly turned on their flashlights and swiftly moved through the passage, soon coming upon a staircase leading upwards. The squad commander took out a detection device with a red light, saying, "This is it, let's go up." Everyone followed and ascended the stairs. Soon a massive stone door appeared before them. At the upper part, there was a pattern resembling an eagle spreading its wings, and below was a shaped diagram with an object resembling an eyeball carved in the middle. The door was covered in many symbols resembling hieroglyphics, completely incomprehensible. The team members began to drill holes in the stone door, preparing to blow it open with explosives. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianwei stared anxiously at the symbols on the door, as if she could understand them. She vaguely felt that these symbols were a form of warning. A warning not to open this door. Suddenly, images from the ultra-ancient period flashed through her mind. In the images, there were giants that had turned into stone statues. "All right, install the explosives." "Yes." Once the holes were drilled, the commander gave the order, and the approaching team members took several bombs from a safe. Zhou Jianwei suddenly snapped back to reality. "This door must not be opened. This place cannot be opened." Zhou Jianwei rushed to the door and blocked everyone. "Please step back, it's very dangerous." The squad commander walked over and said to Zhou Jianwei. In this investigation mission, he was the squad commander personally appointed by TPC. To some extent, his authority was much greater than that of Captain Zhou Jianwei. Zhou Jianwei shook her head and said firmly, "No, we absolutely cannot open this door. Please step back." The squad commander rudely pushed Captain Zhou Jianwei aside, signaling the team members to continue installing the explosives. The team members placed explosives into the drilled holes and then hid to the side. Detonation. At the command, there was a loud bang and the door was blown open. "All right, let's go." Everyone officially entered the interior of the ruins. Then the team members set up 2 large searchlights at the entrance, and the interior of the ruins suddenly lit up. What came into view were 3 giant stone statues. Their postures were extremely fierce. One on the left knelt on the ground, cradling its head, while the one on the right bent over with its arms curled behind its back. In the middle stood a female giant, as if she had suddenly turned into a stone statue in the midst of struggle. "These are Ultraman statues, and there are 3 of them. Wonderful to find such intact Ultraman statues." Everyone exclaimed. Finding such well-preserved statues could save a significant amount of craftsmanship. Perhaps these 3 statues were even stronger than Tiga Ultraman. At that moment, a chilling wind blew through, lifting Zhou Jianwei's hair as she worriedly said, "This isn't right. These are even more terrifying evil giants. Dark giants." At this moment, no one took the warning from Zhou Jianwei to heart. Everyone was blinded by their desires. These 3 colossal stone statues will be revived and controlled by humanity. At that time, the humans wielding the power of Ultraman will become immensely powerful. "Bring in the crane and transport these 3 giant stone statues out of here." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianwei hurriedly intervened, saying, "Commander Siki, I was not informed about moving these statues from here." Commander Siki smirked coldly and replied, "Captain Zhou, this is a top secret of our TPC. The order I received is to move these statues from here, and you are merely an accompanying advisor for our team. Now your involvement is no longer necessary." "No, we absolutely cannot move them. I have a bad feeling once they are revived, darkness will once again engulf the earth." "Captain Zhou, you are overthinking this. I am just following superior orders. I must take my leave now." Having said that, Commander Siki ignored the seemingly deranged woman and took out a radio from his pocket, saying, "This is Siki. Hasn't the transport ship arrived yet?" The radio emitted a cacophony of static with no response. "What's going on? No signal." Siki cursed under his breath. Zhou Jianwei realized that further persuasion would be futile, and she headed alone towards the safe containing explosives. "What are you doing?" Just as she opened the safe preparing to retrieve the explosives, Commander Siki urgently called out to stop her. Seeing this, Zhou Jianwei grabbed the detonator and ran aside, shouting, "I will blow this place up." Upon hearing this, the team members immediately became alert, and the armed special forces aimed their guns at Zhou Jianwei's chest. Commander Siki shouted, "Put down the detonator. If all the explosives detonate, this cave will be obliterated." The team had brought over a dozen boxes of explosives, and if detonated, it would indeed obliterate this ancient ruin. "I must destroy these statues before it's too late. Hand over the detonator to me." Commander Siki cautiously approached Zhou Jianwei. Siki continued, "The F plan has already been initiated. There is no turning back. For humanity's sake, I must stop you here." Seizing the moment while Zhou Jianwei was distracted by his words, Siki suddenly punched her left cheek and swiftly snatched the detonator from her hands. As the special forces pressed in with their guns, Zhou Jianwei was quickly cornered, her hands pressed against the wall as she slowly retreated. "You should know what dire consequences humanity's greed for Ultraman's power could bring." Siki laughed. "Consequences? The consequence is that humanity will become even stronger, no longer needing the power of Tiga Ultraman. Destiny will be in humanity's own hands. Have you forgotten about the evil Ultraman revived by Masaki Seigo in the past?" Zhu Jianwei reiterated. Siki smiled dismissively and responded, Masaki Seigo indeed failed before, but that was because he was not adequately prepared. This time humanity will definitely not fail. Having said that, he continued to mock. Captain Zhu, from now on your victory team has no reason to exist anymore. Continue, set up the crane. With a cold snort, Siki waved his hand, signaling his team to continue their actions. At that moment, Captain Zhu Jianwei slowly raised her head to look at the 3 giant stone statues behind Siki. She saw the surfaces of the giant statues beginning to peel away, and suddenly the 3 giants were all revived. The entire process occurred without a sound. The giants had unexpectedly awakened. Meanwhile, the others, aiming their guns at Zhu Jianwei, were completely oblivious to the changes in the statues. Only Zhu Jianwei in sheer terror watched as the 3 giants began to move. The giant on the left was entirely purple, eerie and ominous, wearing a mask adorned with black striped armor and wielding a forked weapon on its right wrist. The giant on the right was covered in red patterns, also wearing a mask and clad in highly defensive ancient armor equipped with gauntlets and greaves. In the middle stood a female giant. She was a mix of gold and gray, her eyes resembling inverted triangles with a shaped ornament on her head, multiple patterns adorning her body, and her chest protruding as if she wore golden armor. On her chest was a colorful indicator with a yellow crystal in the center of her head. She was tall and slender, her curves exquisite, radiating unparalleled charm. The 3 giants slowly approached the crowd, their movements stealthy. As the captain of the victory team, you should trust in TPC's technology and humanity's wisdom even more. Siki continued to mock. The once proud and perfect victory team would soon be dismantled to be replaced by those who wielded the power of the giants. Run away. Zhu Jianwei gasped, fearfully staring at the giant behind Siki, desperately shouting. Siki paused for a moment, slowly turned to look behind him. The 3 revived giants came into view, and in an instant Siki's eyes widened, and his pupils dilated to the extreme. This? How is this possible? Siki exclaimed in horror, unable to believe what he saw. At that moment, the other team members also turned to look at the 3 giants' guns in hand, perplexed and at a loss. Then the red giant Dalamu and the purple giant Zatila began their attack. To the giants, humans were as insignificant as ants. Run, run for your lives! Someone shouted, and everyone scattered in a panic, clearly sensing the malice of the 3 giants. Subsequently, the purple giant Zatila began to destroy the equipment left by the team. Bang bang. Realizing the situation, the team members started shooting at the giants, but to the giants it had no effect whatsoever. No, please don't. One Special Forces member tragically slipped while escaping, waving his hands for help. At that moment, Zatila's enormous foot came crashing down, squashing the fallen Special Forces member into a pulp. The red giant bent down and picked up a person from the ground, as if pinching an ant, raising them into the air, then carelessly tossed them aside. The person screamed before meeting their demise. Run, run for your lives! The sounds of gunfire, screams, and wails mixed into chaos as everyone desperately ran towards the exit of the ruins. Dalamo lifted a massive stone and hurled it into the crowd, crashing down with a loud bang, killing 2 more people. The impact of the stone hitting the ground sent Zhu Jianwei flying aside. She fell heavily and lost consciousness. Then Zatila and Dalama's fists smashed through the stone walls, releasing countless monstrous birds. The strange birds quickly flew towards the crowd. It's the monster bird Zaga. Suddenly someone shouted loudly. They desperately ran outside, but how could humans match the speed of the Zogia? The Zogia, about the size of a human, flew at incredible speeds. Moreover, what was most deadly was not its speed, but its sheer number. Countless Zogia charged towards the crowd, and the Special Forces weapons could barely harm them. Soon the air was filled with screams. At first the cries were densely packed, but gradually they dwindled, with only a scream echoing every 3 to 5 minutes. Because everyone in this small team had perished. Just then, countless white lights suddenly surged from the fallen form of Kurumi, Kei, slowly transforming into a woman. This woman had a head full of white hair and wore strange attire. She then raised her hands, and a brilliant golden light shot towards the sky, forming a pyramid-shaped seal that enveloped the entire lily. Afterward, the woman vanished. Countless monstrous Zogia attempted to soar into the skies, flying towards various parts of the world, but the moment they touched the golden barrier, they were rebounded, unable to break through. At Yushin, the weather was splendid, and Sakura planned to drag Su Yang to the amusement park for some fun. Soon the 2 boarded the bus to the amusement park. One must admit, the people of Sakura country have really big hearts. Just a few days later, the streets were bustling again. Brother Su Yang, let's ride the roller coaster. Su Yang quickly shook his head in refusal. No way, my heart isn't good. I can't handle that stuff. What about the spinning teacups? Su Yang glanced at a group of people playing on the spinning teacups in the distance. People flew ahead while their souls chased behind. Never mind, then he shook his head again. Sakura, can you pick something a bit gentler? No need for anything so thrilling. Brother Su Yang, something gentler. Then the drop tower and swinging pendulum are out of the question. Oh well, just have to go on the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel? That sounds good. At least it won't be too intense. Alright then, let's go with the Ferris wheel. They then bought tickets and boarded the Ferris wheel. Inside the ruins of Lily Kurumi, Kei woke up again, finding herself in a cave. She stood up and ran towards the cave entrance, stopping at the edge. Below the cave entrance lay the ancient city of Lily. Gazing at the scene before her, Kurumi, Kei was astonished. A massive city with countless buildings, castles, pyramids, and arenas had all turned to ruins. As she looked around, many giant remnants lay sprawled on the ground covered in thick dust. Yet even so, the aura of an ancient civilization remained vivid. 30 million years ago, it was an era where humans coexisted with giants. How magnificent! What a detestable woman! Just as Kurumi K was astonished, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind her. She turned to see a beautiful woman slowly approaching her. Kurumi K cautiously asked, "Who are you?" The woman smiled slightly, but did not directly answer Kurumi K's question. Instead, she coldly said, "How many times must you hinder us before you are satisfied?" Kurumi K was puzzled, feeling that this woman seemed very familiar. "Who exactly are you?" "Camilla." Kurumi K was momentarily stunned. "Camilla? It's no surprise you don't remember me. After all, you only inherited the genes of Yulian, that detestable woman." Yulian. Upon hearing this name, Kurumi K immediately understood that this woman before her, like Yulian, came from the ultra-ancient period. She just didn't know what grievances existed between her and Yulian. Camilla seemed to pierce through everything and coldly said again, 30 million years ago, Yulian persuaded Dark Tiga to relinquish the powers of darkness and sealed us who once fought alongside him here. But now I seem to sense that dark power returning. No, you will not succeed. Darkness will never overshadow the light." As soon as she finished speaking, the smile that had graced Camilla's lips instantly vanished, and a white light whip formed in her hand. She became furious, striking Kurumi K with the whip. A surge of electricity coursed through her body, and Kurumi K was flung against the wall. Camilla laughed loudly. "Foolish humans, how weak you are. If you want to kill me, just do it quickly." Kurumi K knew she was outmatched. "Kill you? No, you will live on enduring despair and pain in the darkness that envelopes the earth." Just then, two men entered from the cave, still wearing strange clothing, indicating they were allies of Camilla. The two men appeared to be seriously injured, limping to Camilla's side. "No, we can't break through the barrier." Camilla smiled in response. "I told you long ago that we cannot destroy that barrier now." One of the men roared, "I can't take it anymore. I really want to hear the screams of human fear soon," said the other man. At the top of the Ferris wheel, Su Yang looked at the distant cityscape and sighed. "This place is so beautiful. Beautiful. I don't feel it compared to the place where we fell in love. It still lacks a little something. What's going on? Why does Sakura sound so strange?" Su Yang then turned to look at Sakura. Just at that moment, he was startled, nearly jumping up. "What the hell? This is no longer Sakura." Camilla was actually sitting across from him. "Surprised, my love? This ex-girlfriend came to catch him cheating. How could he not be surprised?" For a moment, Su Yang was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Surprised. Hearing this, Camilla suddenly burst into laughter. "After all these years, my love, do you still remember who I am?" "See, Camilla." Su Yang stammered. "Ha ha ha, you still remember me. How incredible." Camilla stood up, then sat next to Su Yang, slowly leaning towards him. Her eyes were soft as water, her skin fair, and her lips alluring. All in full view. Camilla gently grasped Su Yang's chin and softly asked, "Did you ever love me?" I did." Even when reaching the high ground, could Su Yang dare to say he never loved her? Camilla's lips curled into a smile, her gentle gaze fixed on Su Yang. "What? Did I move, Camilla? Debts from the past life must be repaid in this one. Tiga, don't worry. I will definitely repay this romantic debt in this life." Slap. A resounding slap caught Su Yang off guard. "Pa, scumbag. I. What are you stuttering for?" Just as Su Yang was about to retort, Camilla directly interrupted him. Slap. Then Camilla delivered another resounding slap to the other side of Su Yang's face. "Tiga, you bastard. What a sin. I shouldn't have entertained the thought of repaying Daigo's debt. Now look what happened. I got slapped twice for nothing." After the slaps, Camilla calmed down a bit and smiled at Su Yang again. Suddenly, she seemed to take an interest in the handsome young man before her. She slowly leaned her red lips closer to Su Yang's face. "Kiss." She actually kissed him. Then with a cold smile, she said, "Su Yang, I believe we will meet again soon." "Camilla, are you leaving?" "Don't. At least give me a hug before you go." "Scumbag." Slap. Another slap. In less than 2 minutes, Su Yang had already received 3 slaps. This time it directly knocked Su Yang awake. Covering his stinging face, he opened his eyes again, only to find that Camilla had already vanished and Xiaoying reappeared before him. Phew. It was just a dream. Su Yang let out a sigh of relief. Oh, what a strong sense of control. Camilla appearing in his dream indicated that the group heading to the Lily Ruins had already unraveled the seals of 3 dark warriors. Xiaoying looked curiously at Su Yang's face and said, "Brother Su Yang, why do you have 2 handprint marks on your face?" "Handprint marks? How could that be?" Su Yang looked at the glass cover of the Ferris wheel cabin. There really were 2 handprints, one on each side, perfectly symmetrical. Clearly it was a dream, yet the marks were undeniably real. How strange. For a moment, Su Yang didn't know how to explain it. Just then a strong wind began to blow outside. The cabin of the Ferris wheel started to sway with the wind. Just a moment ago the weather was fine. Why did a strong wind suddenly kick up? The cabin swung violently in the air, and Su Yang stumbled, being thrown out of his seat and crashing against the cabin cover. Suddenly someone shouted, "Not good. There's a monster run," followed by a chorus of panicked cries. As soon as the words were out, Su Yang and Xiaoying at the top of the Ferris wheel felt the ground tremble violently. At that moment the wind gradually subsided and the cabin slowly stabilized. "Brother Su Yang, look." Suddenly Xiaoying stood up, pointing south and shouting. Su Yang turned to look, and a massive figure appeared in his sight. It was indeed a monster. Su-Yang looked closely. It was a brick-red crustacean monster with 2 glowing red eyes and 2 pincers of different sizes. Isn't that the cosmic sea beast Rachubas that appeared in Dai Na Ultraman? A monster that once put Dai Na in a tough fight with overall strength quite formidable. And now it had suddenly appeared in the amusement park. What is this? Why is it following me? Looking over, it was less than a kilometer away from him. Moreover, Rachubas was walking towards him. Just at that moment, coincidentally, the Ferris wheel stopped turning and the cabin door could not be opened from the inside. The two of them were trapped at the highest point of the Ferris wheel. Su-Yang touched the divine light stick in his arms. He couldn't transform in front of Xiaoying right. He saw Rachubas lightly kick over the nearby drop tower. The tourists on the drop tower flew out after a scream. What to do? Watching Rachubas walking towards the Ferris wheel, he felt powerless. At that moment, the system transmitted the monster's data. Cosmic Sea Beast Rachubas. Height 65 meters. Weight 72000 tons. Features: its appearance resembles a combination of a lobster and a crab with different eye colors, allowing it to use different abilities. Lobster. Crab. Is it time to eat? Although it was inconvenient for him to transform in front of Xiaoying, he could summon Yin Luo Wang right. He just didn't know if Yin Luo Wang could defeat this monster. Probably not. Suddenly, Su-Yang had a flash of inspiration. First summon Dai Na Ultraman to beat the monster, then summon Yin Luo Wang to feast. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Alright, let's do it. System summon Dai Na Ultraman. Receive. Just as he finished summoning, Rachubas shot a massive fireball at him. Brother Su-Yang. In an instant, Xiaoying was in despair. Such a large fireball, if it hit them, they would be turned to charcoal on the spot. At that moment, a miraculous light descended from the sky. A giant with red and blue stripes suddenly opened a shield to block in front of Su-Yang and Xiaoying. Xiaoying exclaimed, "Brother Su-Yang, look. It's Dai Na Ultraman saving us." From the back, Dai Na and Tiga looked quite similar, both having red and blue stripes, making Xiaoying momentarily confused. Then Dai Na Ultraman turned to look at Su-Yang, and Xiaoying nodded and charged towards Rachubas. At this point, Xiaoying got a clear view of Dai Na's full appearance. Astonished, she said, "Not Tiga, a giant I've never seen before." Su-Yang smiled. "Indeed, it's not Tiga, but in any case we are saved." Xiaoying suddenly threw herself into Su-Yang's arms, joyfully crying, "Yes, brother Su-Yang, you almost scared me to death." Su-Yang only felt a soft sensation against his chest. It felt very comfortable. At this moment, the people on the ground were also seeing Dai Na Ultraman for the first time, and they all exclaimed in surprise. "Look, a giant we've never seen before. It looks somewhat like Tiga. Could it be that he is the new secret weapon developed by TPC? Awesome. Humanity has finally mastered the power of Ultraman." Seeing Dai Na, Rachubas was the first to shoot 3 fireballs. Dai Na opened the Ultraman shield again, successfully blocking the fireballs. Su-Yang coldly smiled. Indeed, the red-eyed Rachubas only fired fireballs, while the blue-eyed Rachubas emitted cooling gases. It was this cooling gas that had once caused Dai Na to suffer greatly. "Rachubas, don't you get tired? There are so many places on Earth, yet you choose to attack me at the amusement park. You wasted a Dai Na card for nothing. Sorry, but today I can only take you down." Dai Na charged in with a flying kick, landing a heavy blow on Rachubas' shell. With a bang, it sparked a large amount of fireworks. Then Rachubas spat out another fireball, and Dai Na successfully dodged it with a roll. Rachubas swung its giant pincers to attack Dai Na, but all were dodged by Dai Na. The beast and the Ultraman exchanged punches and kicks, having a great time. Inside the TPC High Command, several high-ranking officials were confused, looking at the light giant that had suddenly appeared in the amusement park. Who is this giant? Why is there no information about him? He looks a bit like Dai Na Ultraman. Could he, like Dai Na, be a giant revived from the ultra-ancient era? Revived giant. Let's observe the situation. I remember humans no longer need this so-called guardian. Yes, Chief Yoshioka. At the amusement park, Su-Yang and Xiaoying quietly watched the battle between Dai Na and Rachubas. Dai Na grasped Rachubas and with a loud crash slammed it into the ground. "Ultraman is amazing," Xiaoying exclaimed, having never seen a battle between Ultraman and a monster so closely before. "Dai Na is quite strong," Su-Yang echoed. "Dai Na? Who is Dai Na?" Xiaoying turned to Su-Yang in confusion, and at that moment Su-Yang realized he had inadvertently let it slip. Currently, the humans in this world do not recognize Ultraman Dai Na. What I meant was that this Ultraman is quite strong. Oh, Xiaoying did not suspect further. Rachubas got back up from the ground, ready to launch another fireball attack at Dai Na. But before Rachubas could open its mouth, Dai Na executed a dazzling kick and spun around. Boom! Another loud crash echoed with sparks flying. Rachubas in pain created distance from Dai Na, switching the eyes on its head from red to blue, preparing to unleash a cooling gas. "Oh no, I can't let this attack hit me, or it'll be frozen solid." Following that, Rachubas sprayed ultra-low temperature cooling gas targeting Dai Na. Ultraman Barrier. Dai Na opened the Ultraman Barrier once more, blocking the initial wave of cooling gas. However, the cooling gas continuously spewed from Rachubas' mouth, depleting a significant amount of Dai Na's energy. Soon the timer on Dai Na's chest began to flicker. In a moment of urgency, Dai Na had no choice but to retract the Ultraman Barrier and jumped into the air. Rachubas' cooling gas followed closely, and Dai Na couldn't dodge in time, resulting in its left leg being hit by the cooling gas, instantly freezing into ice crystals. Dai Na, having jumped to the side, found its left leg stiff from the freezing, causing its movements to slow down. Seeing this, Dinah crossed its hands over its chest, and the crystal on its forehead flashed with a colorful glow, transforming from its shining form into its miracle form. Ding ding ding. The timer on its chest began to flash rapidly. At this moment in the TPC high-level conference room, Yoshikawa murmured, he can also change forms. Having switched from a composite form to a blue form, could he be a giant awakened from the ultra-ancient era, like Ultraman Tiga? Commander Yoshikawa, the timer on the Giant of Light's chest, is issuing an alarm. Just like Ultraman Tiga. This is a sign of insufficient energy. What should we do, Commander? Should we send the Pioneer to assist Ultraman? In the conference room, a young communications officer with glasses urgently analyzed. His duties were similar to those of the Victory Team's member Narumi, responsible for collecting and analyzing various data, also a computer genius. Wait a moment, let this giant eliminate the monster first, Yoshikawa replied. But Commander, it seems the giant is quite fearful of the cooling gas spewed by the monster. Yoshikawa appeared dissatisfied with the young officer's response, scolding, just continue monitoring. Follow orders for everything else, and we will make our own judgments. The officer quietly complied, not daring to retort again. In its miracle form, Dinah moved much more nimbly, leaping lightly into the air. At this moment, the cooling gas from Reichu base was insufficient to reach the airborne Dinah. Dinner is served. Seeing Dinah fly into the air, Su-Yang knew that the battle was about to end, and now he could summon the King of Hell for a meal. Moreover, it would be a mixed feast of crabs and lobsters. The taste would surely be amazing. With the advantage of position, Dinah compressed spatial energy into an energy impact ball in its right hand. Su-Yang realized that it was bad. Don't use that move. Once this move is used, there would be nothing left of the monster. What a waste. Leporium wave. Before Su-Yang could stop him, Dinah launched the energy ball from its hand. At the moment of impact with Reichu base, a small black hole formed behind it, sucking Reichu base in and tearing it to shreds inside the black hole. The battle ended and Reichu base was defeated. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating the Cosmic Sea Beast Reichu base. Reward Reichu base card X1. Although the battle was won, it was unfortunate for the King of Hell. A feast was lost. Awesome, Ultraman won. Xiaoling shouted excitedly. Su-Yang smiled and nodded. Commander Yoshikawa, Ultraman has won. Good. Immediately dispatch the Pioneer to erase this newly appeared Ultraman from Earth. Erase. The communications officer was taken aback, momentarily doubting his hearing. What was going on? Why not send the Pioneer when the monster appeared, but urgently send one after Ultraman defeated the monster? Commander, is the order incorrect? The order is correct. Execute immediately. Yoshikawa emphasized once more. Dinah, having defeated Reichu base, looked towards Su Yang's direction and prepared to fly away. At that moment, a massive figure suddenly rushed towards Dinah, who was still hovering in the air. Dinah, caught off guard, was struck by the sudden impact, losing its balance and crashed to the ground with a loud boom. The ground was smashed into a large pit. It happened in the blink of an eye. Su-Yang was startled by this sudden change. What happened? Who ambushed Dinah? Su-Yang looked towards the southern sky right against the sun, barely able to see the shadow of the humanoid creature. Su-Yang was shocked. His intuition told him that it was another Ultraman in the sky. Its size was similar to Dinah, even a meter or two taller. The massive humanoid shadow had an unknown body color with two horns on its head resembling Ultraman Geno. It appeared incredibly powerful. System, who is this? Sorry, host, there is no information available. The system has no data on him. What kind of being is this? Dinah, having fallen to the ground, was about to exhaust its energy, and the timer's red light was flashing. Before Dinah could get up, the Ultraman in the sky raised its fist and dove down towards Dinah. Su-Yang urgently sent a mental command to Dinah. Dinah quickly dodged. The unidentified Ultraman's flying speed was extremely fast, likely surpassing even Dinah in its miracle form. If this attack hit, Dinah would surely perish on the spot. Fortunately, in its miracle form, Dinah managed to evade just as the unidentified Ultraman's fist was about to strike. If it had been the shining Dinah or the strong Dinah, it would have been impossible to dodge this strike. After landing, Su-Yang finally saw the body color of the unidentified Ultraman. Blue dominated most of its body, with the rest being a mix of red and black. Although its head shape closely resembled Ultraman Geno, judging by its colors, it was definitely not Geno. Ding ding ding. Dinah's energy was about to reach its limit, yet it still stubbornly stood up. Two Ultramen, one on the left and one on the right, were clearly in a standoff. The scene of the two Ultramen confronting each other was quite spectacular. In this universe, people had never witnessed such a spectacle except for the time when Masaki Norikubo transformed into the evil Tiga. Who are these two giants? It looks like they are about to fight. I don't know, it's so sudden. The first Ultraman that appeared helped us defeat the monster, yet the later appearing Ultraman attacked the first. What on earth is going on? There are indeed distinctions between good and evil among Ultramen. Without a doubt, the later appearing Ultraman must be the evil Ultraman. On the ground, people gasped at the sight of two previously unseen Ultramen. Xiaoying, puzzled, asked Brother Su-Yang what is going on. Let's observe first. Su-Yang shook his head and replied coldly. The identity unknown Ultraman also had a timer glowing blue on his chest, indicating he had plenty of energy. Meanwhile, Dana's timer was flickering rapidly, clearly at its breaking point. Suddenly, Su-Yang recalled what Captain Jiujian Hui had said a few days ago. Before going to the Lily Ruins, Jiujian Hui had mentioned to Su-Yang that the first artificial Ultraman had likely been born. Given the current situation, this Ultraman before him was most likely the artificial Ultraman. System, does your database contain information on all natural Ultramen? Yes, host. I have access to all information regarding natural Ultramen, including those from the Land of Light. Upon hearing this from the system, Su-Yang was already certain that this Ultraman in front of him was indeed the artificial Ultraman. System, infiltrate the TPC's secret database and attempt to analyze all the information about this Ultraman. Received. 2 seconds later, the system beeped, returning data. Name: Pioneer. Height: 56 meters. Weight: 5,000 tons. Characteristics: an artificial Ultraman formed by the amalgamation of the statues of the ancient giants Achilles and Helos, 2 other giants from the Tiga pyramid, human-controlled single form, unable to switch forms, agile speed, with a special move called the Helosius beam emitted from his wrist. Pioneer. Su-Yang murmured this name. Good heavens, it truly is an artificial Ultraman created by the higher-ups at TPC. You didn't show up when the monster appeared. Now that Dana is about to exhaust his energy after defeating the monster, you decided to arrive. Impressive, truly impressive. Are you eliminating the competition? TPC, I commend you for this operation. Su-Yang glanced at Dana's state, noticing that Dana's chest was already heaving violently, resembling a human struggling to breathe. Regardless, he must push through. Let these ignorant humans experience our might. Then the battle between Dana and Pioneer commenced. Pioneer slowly approached Dana, adopting a posture befitting one dealing with the weak. It was as if Dana were merely an ant that could be easily crushed in his eyes. Miracle Dana stepped back slightly with his right leg, then suddenly accelerated, rushing towards Pioneer at incredible speed. Pioneer, with a wicked smile, completely disregarded Dana's attack. His posture was reminiscent of the false eagle. Impressive. He even bestowed human expressions onto the Ultraman. Miracle Dana leaped into the air, executing a spinning kick towards Pioneer. Pioneer crossed his arms in front of his head, effortlessly blocking Dana's kick, then changed his stance, seized one of Dana's legs, spun around, and flung Dana away. Boom. After a loud crash, Dana crashed heavily into a tall building, which instantly collapsed from the 12th floor, with debris raining down on Dana, flames shooting into the sky. Pioneer, apparently unsatisfied, walked while spreading his arms in a gesture of mockery towards Dana, then lifted Dana's body and hurled it towards another distant building. The entire building collapsed with a thunderous roar. Throughout the process, Pioneer attacked without restraint, completely disregarding any human structures. The area within a kilometer was entirely affected. Run for your lives. Get out of here. Seeing the situation, people hurriedly fled towards the outskirts, with screams occasionally erupting. Dana struggled to rise, shaking his head to dislodge the dust, steadying himself, and charged once more towards Pioneer. After a rune-up, he swung a hand strike towards Pioneer's neck. However, Pioneer didn't move his head at all and let out an evil grin. Dana was taken aback. Did this hand strike really have no effect at all? Before he could react, Pioneer clenched his fist and hammered it into Dana's abdomen. With another loud crash, Dana bent over and staggered back several steps. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. It was about to reach its limit. Recognizing the dire situation, Dana performed a backflip to distance himself from Pioneer, then compressed spatial energy, with both hands forming an energy impact ball in his right hand, aiming to unleash his final strike under the current energy, the Reparium Wave. Reparium Wave. Dana threw the ball, placing all his hopes on this strike. Pioneer smiled wickedly once more. Damn it. From a distance, Su-Yang, watching from the Ferris wheel, was enraged by that smile. After Pioneer finished laughing, he raised his hands above his head, and then extended them to a position parallel to his chest, gathering a blue beam of light between his hands. Just as the Reparium Wave was about to hit Pioneer, he crossed his hands in a 10-cross formation and shot the light beam from his hands. Helosius Beam. A brilliant blue beam shot from Pioneer's wrist, instantly countering Dana's Reparium Wave. The beam forcefully pushed back the Reparium Wave with a loud boom as it struck Dana. Clearly, in this contest of beams, Dana lost. Even from Su-Yang's perspective, Dana stood on the left. Ding dong, ding dong. The timer on his chest flickered twice for the last time. After being hit by the Helosius Beam, Dana fell, disappearing completely from view after a burst of light. The evil Ultraman won. Isn't this taking advantage of others' misfortune? In the TPC high-level conference room. It worked. My efforts over the past 2 years have finally paid off. He is amazing, absolutely perfect. So unparalleled. Yoshikawa Tetsushi looked at the large screen, immensely delighted. Commander, should we issue an announcement to inform humanity about our secret weapon? Wait a moment, there's still Tiga Ultraman. At this moment, outside the amusement park, Pioneer had already turned the city beneath his feet into his victory square. He raised his hands above his head, gazing at the sky, twisting his body and head, letting out a series of sinister and maniacal laughs, as if he were showcasing his greatness to the world. After a few seconds, he retracted his movements, looked up at the sky, once more preparing to fly away from here. Damn, Su-Yang cursed under his breath. Trying to show off and then leave. Impossible. If he weren't trapped in this cabin and didn't want to let Xiaoying know his identity as a human body, Su-Yang would have transformed and pummeled this so-called artificial Ultraman long ago. Although the situation is special, he must take out this bad breath. Tiga. Dana. Just as the Pioneer was about to fly away, 2 beams of light descended from the sky. As the light dissipated, Tiga and Dana, 2 giants, raised their fists, trapping the Pioneer in between. The Pioneer was stunned. What the hell is this? He quickly became alert. He was already familiar with Tiga, but what about Dana before him? He had clearly defeated him just moments ago. Why had he reappeared? In the conference room, Yoshikawa felt a chill run down his spine. What on earth is going on? Could it be that Ultramen are immortal? No, that is absolutely impossible. Seeing this, the pioneer immediately bent his legs, positioning his fists in front of his chest, first glancing at Tiga on the left, then at Dana on the right. With his head spinning like a rattle drum, he remained alert to the rear, fearing a sneak attack from Tiga and Dana. But do you think this is where it ends? 3-person Dojiju is boring. Let's switch to 4-person Mahjong. TPC executives, take note, we have to make a move today. There's another card. Gaia. Gaia can't hear. Suyong Gaia. Super loud. Gaia can't hear. Suyong, why are you so difficult? Gaia. Suyong Gaia. Shouting until hoarse. Gaia, I'm coming. Suyong directly summoned all 3 Heisei heroes with a card. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed across the land. The rebellious one made a dazzling entrance. Gaia has appeared. A large cloud of dust was raised on sight. One glance, and it was clear this was a heavyweight contender. Another giant appeared behind the pioneer, leaving him dumbfounded. His previously sinister smile had now turned to fear. It was utterly ridiculous and extremely amusing. Tiga and Dana slightly adjusted their positions, transitioning from a shape to a triangle formation. The pioneer became the center of the triangle. Trapped in the middle, he turned his head back and forth to look at the 3 ultras. The scene was extremely comfortable. Look, 4 Ultramen in one frame. I only recognize Tiga, I don't know the other 3. Who are they? In the TPC executive conference room, Yoshikawa pointed at Dana on the big screen, stomping his feet. Who is this Ultraman again? Where did so many giants come from? I don't know, sir. It looks like Tiga and this giant are avenging the Ultraman that just fell. Avenge? How could this happen? Suyong glanced at Xiaoying with a slight smile. Xiaoying, enjoy the show. Wow. For Ultraman, so impressive. Xiaoying knelt on her seat, resting her head against the glass cover to look outside. Alright, now the formation is set. I have 3, you have 1. Unknown or group fight. You take on 1, while we 3 take you on. You want choose? Then I'll come myself. Suddenly Suyong spotted a flash of light. The pioneer's legs were actually trembling. This artificial Ultraman is too realistic, isn't it? Incredible. But a true Ultraman warrior might fall, but he would never tremble. Without further ado, let's just go for it. Quick, let the pioneer escape first. They are too despicable. 3 against 1, hurry and go. Yoshikawa commanded urgently. Following the order, the pioneer leaped, attempting to fly away from the scene. In a flash, Tiga and Gaia dashed forward, each grabbing one of the pioneer's legs with immense force. The pioneer twisted in midair, struggling desperately. At that moment, the 2 ultras exerted their strength, slamming the pioneer down to the ground. Boom. The ground was smashed into a humanoid crater. The pioneer struggled to crawl out of the pit as the 3 ultras slowly approached him. He bent over, trembling, retreating, shaking his head and waving his hands desperately, as if to say no. What the hell? This is too realistic, right? Suyong even doubted whether there was a human body inside this artificial Ultraman. Does this human being have all the bodily movements down? Although you are skilled, I'm sorry, today is not your day. Tiga, Dana, and Gaia charged forward. Tiga leaped and kicked the pioneer's head. With a bang, countless sparks erupted. Before the pioneer could regain his balance, he saw Dana swinging a knife hand towards his neck. This time it was not like the powerless Dana from before. This heavy blow nearly decapitated the pioneer. Finally, Gaia grabbed the pioneer's torso and leaped into the air. Lotus flower explosion. Boom. The pioneer, head down, crashed into the ground. Look, Ultramen are fighting in a group. These 2 Ultramen seem to be friends of Tiga. Ultraman. 3 against 1. The one being beaten is the evil Ultraman from earlier. How exciting, it turns out Ultramen can also gang up on someone. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Just then the timer on the pioneer's chest began flashing red. Commander Yoshikawa, the pioneer is running low on energy. The timer has started to sound the alarm. How could this happen? How could this happen? Quickly send out victory teams. Flying Swallow, no. 1 and no. 2 to support the pioneer. Alright, also send out the Atlantis to provide support. Commander, this might not be a good idea. Moreover, with just the victory team's equipment, it is unlikely to inflict substantial damage on the 3 Ultramen, and if we do this, people will definitely doubt us, the victory team. Hearing this, Yoshikawa sighed, then said, I miscalculated. Over at the amusement park, Tiga and Gaia held the pioneer's arms, lifting him up. Dana punched him like he was a sandbag, delivering heavy blows to the pioneer's head and torso. They looked just like 3 thugs. With each punch, the pioneer let out a cry of agony. He desperately tried to break free, but as an artificial Ultraman, what ability did he have? There was no way to escape the binds of Tiga and Gaia. Suyong also secretly made up his mind. Today, none of the 3 heroes should use their beams. They would fight to the death with their fists. Alright, how can it be satisfying to beat him in normal form? 2 beams of light flashed. Tiga transformed into his red power form, and Dana transformed into his red power form. Then Tiga unleashed his hands, now controlling the pioneer together with Gaia. From Dana's previous unknown, it became a combined assault of red Tiga and Dana. Bang! Bang! One punch after another, it was incredibly satisfying. Then Tiga noticed the 2 horns on top of the pioneer's head. He had broken quite a few monster horns, hadn't he touched these Ultramans yet? Tiga gathered all his strength in his right hand and roared. A knife hand cut upwards. Crack! The horn broke. The pioneer let out another scream of agony. Refreshing. Satisfying. Damn, you were so arrogant just now, now I'll make you suffer. Can't smile anymore, can you? Still crying. If you hate, then hate the one who created you. Then Tiga slightly made way. Dana concentrated all his power into his right fist, which began to glow faintly red. Then with a loud crash, he unleashed a heavy punch towards the pioneer's abdomen. Seeing this, Gaia quickly dodged to the side. The pioneer took a heavy punch, letting out a painful wail, his body curling up like a shrimp as he was sent flying. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The timer on his chest was flashing faster and faster. This is boring, it won't last much longer. Dana's punch sent the pioneer flying several hundred meters, and then he fell to the ground, unable to move. The three thugs rushed after him. Brothers beat him up. The three AO gathered all their strength into their ankles and began to mercilessly pummel the pioneer, who curled up on the ground, clutching his head and rolling in pain. Then Tiga and Gaia dragged him up from the ground again. Dana nodded to the two AO, then clenched his fist with one hand, unleashing the full power of his muscles. No, no, don't come near me. The pioneer sensed this was the fatal blow, desperately shaking his head and pleading for the three AO to spare his life. But what good is that? Wasn't it you who was so arrogant just now? Huh. Dana's penetrating fist. A powerful straight punch aimed at the pioneer's chest timer. Boom. Smash. It pierced straight through his chest. A large hole was created in the pioneer's chest, and the timer was shattered by Dana. The pioneer is finished. He started to petrify from his head, and 1 second later his entire body turned to stone. In the conference room, Yoshikawa watched this scene from afar, his heart shattered. My pioneer. My hard work. Just sacrificed like this. No. I will never let you go. Brother Suyong, look. That Ultraman turned to stone. Huh. Stone. Turning to stone is too lenient for him. An Ultraman that doesn't show up in emergencies to help humanity defeat monsters, but instead ambushes after other Ultramen have defeated them, is really too amusing. Tiga, Dana, Gaia, crush him. Following Su Yang's command, the three AO continued their assault, directly dismembering the pioneer's body. After a furious barrage, the pioneer was completely reduced to powder. Under the setting sun, the three AO stood in a line looking towards the TPC headquarters. Old folks in high positions don't think you can challenge the majesty of the gods. The three AO together is a rare sight, and countless citizens captured this precious moment with their cameras. Then the three AO flew into the sky. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, Defend Ultraman's Glory. Reward permanent use of Tiga, Dana, and Gaia cards. What? A surprise. I thought I had wasted 3 Ultraman cards on a whim. Instead, I accidentally completed a hidden task. What a huge, unexpected delight. Amazing. Thank you, Pioneer, for your contribution to me, Suyong. At this moment, Sakura asked Brother Suyong, how do we get down? Even though the crisis has been resolved, the Ferris will remain stopped here. Suyong wasn't sure and could only try to comfort her, saying someone will come to fix the Ferris wheel soon, right? How long will that take? I'm almost starving. Hungry. Suyong patted his bag. Empty. Just then the Ferris wheel was activated again and the two could get down. Suyong had thought they would spend a lovely evening together in this cabin. Now that's ruined. Damn it, fixed so quickly, what the heck? Just showing off your abilities. After the Ferris wheel turned halfway, the two successfully reached the ground. The staff opened the cabin door from the outside. Sir, we apologize for startling you at such a height. The two staff members hurriedly bowed in apology. I wasn't startled, but next time pay attention to the timing. It don't fix things when you shouldn't and fix them quickly when you should. The staff chuckled and replied, Sir, your lesson has been noted. We will definitely optimize our work methods in the future to provide you with better service. That's more like it. It's fine now, you all get back to work. No, I was startled. Why is it only Brother Suyong who gets an apology while no one cares about me? Sakura pouted. In the kingdom of cherry blossoms, men hold a higher social status, so service personnel in various industries generally offer this form of apology to men first. Did you get startled? What startled me? I don't know anything about it. Suyong turned to Xiaoying with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing this, the staff hurriedly apologized to Xiaoying. Miss, we are truly sorry for our inadequate service and extend our sincerest apologies to you. Okay, I forgive you. Bye, we're going home now. Xiaoying waved her hand playfully. The two walked towards the Yushin and passing by the site of the recent battle. The scene was filled with thick smoke, already in ruins, with many buildings destroyed and the ground showing varying degrees of collapse. A dozen fire trucks and nearly 1,000 firefighters were busy extinguishing the flames and carrying out rescue operations. Beside a fire truck, a mother was holding a crying little girl. The girl was about 6 or 7 years old. Seeing this, Xiaoying hurriedly ran over and squatted beside the little girl, comforting her. What's wrong, little sister? Why are you crying? Daddy, I want daddy. What happened? Xiaoying looked up and asked the girl's mother. The mother was sobbing and pointed to a collapsed building across the street. The child's father was trapped under the building. Suyong also looked over, realizing that this building was the very one destroyed during the battle between the Pioneer and Dina. As he recalled, when the cosmic sea beast Raichubas appeared, it only destroyed some amusement park facilities and did not attack the surrounding buildings. When he summoned the Heisei 3 to beat up the Pioneer, no buildings were affected either. This means that the devastation before them was entirely the masterpiece of the Pioneer. Suyong couldn't help but question the purpose of TPC in creating this Pioneer. Was it to eliminate monsters and protect humanity, or merely to flaunt their own power? After somewhat comforting the little girl and her mother, Suyong and Xiaoying left the scene. The next morning, Suyong returned to the victory team. Captain Keiichi has been at the Lily Ruins for 2 days now, and Su-yang wasn't worried about her safety as she still had the genes of Yorin within her, which would protect her in critical moments. However, Su-yang needed to confirm the situation within the ruins because of the dream he had. Moreover, he couldn't personally go to the Lily Ruins. Once he goes there, the seal of the Lily Ruins would be lifted and the 3 dark giants would be unbound. Although in the final battles movie version Daigo managed to defeat the 3 dark giants through various miracles. But Su-yang couldn't take that risk. In his dream, the 3 giants wielding lightsabers would kill him. He had to be cautious. The 3 giants holding lightsabers aside from those sealed by Dark Tiga within the Lily Ruins, he couldn't think of anyone else. In the command room of the victory team, the members were in a panic, especially Vice Captain Zhongfang Qingyi, whose expression was very heavy. Su-yang spoke first, saying, "It's been over 2 days, we haven't heard anything since the captain entered the ruins. It's all my fault, Lily, it should have been me going. I shouldn't have agreed to the captain at the beginning." Vice Captain Zhongfang blamed himself. "Commander, the captain will be fine. I know, but the situation is too complicated now. Why did 4 Ultramen suddenly appear and 3 of them fought the other one? We need the captain back to take charge." "He'll volunteer. Commander, I apply with Daigo to pilot the Fianno 2 to the Lily Ruins," Lina said. Zhongfang shook his head and said, "No, we can't act without higher orders." "What should we do then?" "Just watch the captain sacrifice herself at Lily. That's an ominous place, extremely dangerous," Daigo urged. "I know all this. But it's all chaotic, a complete mess." Su-yang shook his head. How did the victory team feel like it had been hollowed out? In the tokusatsu drama, the victory team clearly had a strong independence, yet now to rescue their own captain, they had to wait for orders from above. Wasn't Su-yang's class today in vain? Originally, he had hoped the victory team could gather some intelligence on Lily. "Do you think you're strong, Su-yang?" At that moment, Su-yang suddenly recalled the figure of Camilla who was sneering at him contemptuously. "Su-yang, you coward, you betrayed us 30 million years ago, and now you don't even have the courage to face us. How ridiculous." What was going on? He hadn't been thinking about Camilla just now, so why did she suddenly appear in his mind? At this moment, Yase also started shaking his head and said, "Get lost. What makes you better than me? Why do I always feel like someone is mocking me in my mind? Me too, what's going on? My head hurts." Su-yang quickly came back to his senses, and upon focusing, he found that not only Yase was experiencing this problem, but also Daigo, Lina, Shinjo, Jikido, and Vice Captain Zhongfang all tightly closing their eyes and shaking their heads desperately. It was an abnormal phenomenon, how everyone seemed to be under some sort of mental disturbance. "Su-yang, come to Lily, quickly, I'm waiting for you here." Again, it was the figure of Camilla in his mind. Ding. Host, a monster has just been detected nearby, suspected to be the rare beast IQ. IQ. Is that the Bijid creature from Ultraman Gaia? Commander, a monster has appeared. It's very close, just across from headquarters. At this moment, Yase switched the screen, and Su-yang took a glance. It really was that Bijid creature. Its eyes were almost bigger than its head. First it was Golza, then Melba, followed by the cosmic sea beast Ray Chubas, and now it's the rare beast IQ. All 4 monsters were parts of the body of the 5 Emperor King, Fai Bu Wang, right? Only the cosmic battle beast Super Gob was missing. Should they collect a bit? Combine the 5 Emperor King for some fun. That sounded pretty good. Then Vice Captain Zhongfang calmed down and issued commands. Daigo, Lina, Su-yang launched the Fianno 2. Shinjo, Jikido, Fianno 1. Received. Just as Shinjo picked up his helmet, he felt a wave of dizziness. How strange, why do I always feel like someone is mocking me in my head, eh? Mocking you? What did they say, Shinjo? Shinjo shook his head, feeling a bit clearer. It seems like they were scolding me, asking if I know how to fly a plane. Jikido patted Shinjo on the shoulder. I think they're just stating an objective fact and not mocking you. Let's go, Shinjo. Everyone has experienced this situation, I suspect it might be related to this monster. Could it be that it launched a mental attack on us? Very likely. Lina nodded at Su-yang and said. Zhongfang reminded again. Okay, everyone be careful, make sure to stay alert. Understood. With a shrill whistle, the Falcon 1 and Falcon 2 quickly arrived at the area where the IQ appeared. From the Falcon 2, the citizens below were seen affected by the taunting attack of the IQ. Some were holding their heads, while others were lying on the ground, pounding it in agony. The monster is located in a densely populated area, and it is wreaking havoc in our city. The monster's data was quickly transmitted back by the system. IQ Gonq. Height, 55 meters. Weight, 55000 tons. Features: its entire body is covered in eyes composed of marble and other inorganic materials. It often emits sounds resembling laughter, causing psychological disturbances to humans. Its special move is the ocular energy beam emitted from its large eyes. 55 meters, 55,000 tons, quite a well-proportioned figure. But the multitude of eyes is enough to trigger a phobia in anyone who looks at it. The IQ shot multiple purple energy orbs from its large eye, instantly shattering many buildings. The air was filled with chaotic screams as panicked people fled in all directions. Lina exclaimed in surprise, "What a huge eye!" The eyeball is filled with blood vessels. In the command room of the victory team, deputy leader Zhongfang commanded, "I believe the monster's eyes must be very fragile. Juejing Daegu, aim for the eyes and attack." Understood, get ready. Neil beam fire. GG. Multiple green beams shot out simultaneously from the fronts of Falcon 1 and Falcon 2, aimed at the IQ's large eye. Juejing shouted excitedly over the radio hit. Daegu responded. Wait, the Neil beam seems ineffective against the monster. Its eyes absorbed all the Neil beams. The Neil beam hit the monster like striking a mass of mud, raising no ripples, not even a wisp of smoke. Ju-edging undeterred fired off multiple Neil beams again. Half a second later he exclaimed, "Incredible, the monster really absorbed the light." The IQ looked at the falcon soaring above with a smug expression, squinting its large eye and emitting cackling sounds as if someone was laughing heartily. "Oh, not good." Suddenly Lina let out a shriek. "My mind is flooded with chaotic thoughts again." Zhongfang reminded through the communicator, "Pull yourself together, Lina." Before he finished speaking, a panicked shout from the satellite communicator was heard. "Xinqing, Lina, watch your backs. Another monster has appeared." Xinqing frowned nervously, saying, "What? Another one?" With only one IQ, the Falcon team was already struggling, not to mention with another one showing up. Xinqing and Lina turned the aircraft around and saw a kilometer away a black monster wielding dual scythes with huge sharp horns on its head walking towards the IQ. Suyang turned to take a look, and to his surprise, it was the Cosmic Combat Beast Super Gob. He thought to himself, are the 5 Imperial components finally coming together? Just when I was worried about not being able to find you, you show up at my doorstep today. There is a hidden fate in the universe. Cosmic Combat Beast Super Gob. Height 85 m. Weight 107000 tons. Features a cosmic monster from the M91 star system, an enhanced version of Gob. Its special move is the energy explosive beam emitted from the horns on its head. Looking at the system description, Suyang was taken aback. This monster is actually 85 meters tall. The horns alone must take up 25 meters. With 2 monsters, the victory team can no longer handle them. Everyone run. Ultraman Tiga, please come save us. The secret weapon of the TPC, hasn't it been successful yet? Why have so many monsters appeared in these past few days? Seeing this, Xinqing urgently turned the aircraft around, shouting to Lina. Lina, you and Daigo Suyang deal with this big eyeball. He'll go with Ju-edging to hold off the monster behind. There is an open area not far away, but it's best to lure both monsters there. Understood. Daigo relocked onto the IQ, Texas cannon. Fire. The front of Falcon 2 gradually gathered a super large energy ball, once again blasting towards the IQ. The strongest weapon aboard Falcon 2 shot into the IQ's body, as if it were aimed at a black hole. However, it still had no effect, but rather made the IQ even more excited. The IQ once again let out a strange laugh, looking down at Falcon 2 with disdain. Then purple energy orb shot out from the large eyeball. Lina executed a 360-degree spin, weaving through the gaps between the energy orbs. Suyang was amazed by Lina's maneuver. She is definitely the top pilot of the victory team. Xinqing asked, "How is it, Lina? Is there any effect?" "Not at all, even the Texas cannon was absorbed by it." "How about you guys, what's the situation?" "Same here, we have also failed." On Xinqing's side, Super Gob lightly swung its tail, causing a building to collapse with a thunderous crash. At that moment, 15 black fighter jets flew in from the direction of the TPC headquarters. The lead aircraft, with 2 in the second row, 3 in the third, 4 in the fourth, and 5 in the fifth, was lined up neatly, giving a substantial appearance. Those who didn't know would think they were playing checkers. Xinqing cursed inwardly. It's the Phantom. Those pampered guys from the police bureau. This was the first time Suyang saw the police bureau's fighter jets. Suddenly, the communicator from 2 Falcon aircraft transmitted a voice from the Phantom. "Victory team, you can leave now. Well, handle this." Hearing this, Ju-edging was momentarily stunned. A bunch of rookies, what are they pretending to be so arrogant for? Xinqing directly opened his microphone to retort, "What arrogance? A bunch of guys who only train in the training room. This is real combat. Don't overestimate yourselves." He heard a cold snort from the other side, followed by several red lasers shooting towards Falcon 1. Damn. Seeing this, Xinqing cursed under his breath and urgently increased the flight altitude. "What are they doing attacking their own people, eh?" Daigo exclaimed in surprise. Lina, dissatisfied with their behavior, scolded, "Stop it. What are you doing?" The other side replied with a laugh. "Oh, it's Senior Lina. We're attacking monsters. You almost hit Falcon 1. From the cockpit of the other aircraft, 2 people laughed mockingly. "Not at all, Senior Lina, and Senior Xinqing's piloting skills we all know. How could we hit you? You're going too far." The Phantom sent a mocking message again. "If you don't want to be accidentally injured, just let Falcon get far away." Then added, "Victory team, a bunch of useless guys. I don't know why the headquarters has kept you for so long." At this moment, Zhongfang, far in the command room, was furious. "Xinqing, Lina, stay far away and leave the monster to them. Let's see what these kids can do." "Understood, Commander." Suyang couldn't help but chuckle. This would be entertaining. He then relaxed, reclined his seat, and laid back to watch the show. "This really infuriates me. Usually it's Captain Ju and the higher-ups along with those guys from the police bureau who handle things. Now that the captain is gone, they completely disregard us in the victory team." Lina, calm down, as since they think they can do it, let them try. Those who can only talk big will always learn their lesson. On Falcon 2, Daigo comforted. Lina turned to Suyang, who was lying back in his seat, and said, "Suyang, don't transform until they face some difficulties." "Understood, Commander Lina. That suits me just fine." "All right, those useless victory task force members have already scurried off to the sidelines. Let them watch our performance. Team 1, follow me to take down Big Eye. Team 2, handle this one." At the Phantom Squadron commander's order, 15 fighter jets split into 2 formations, 1 veered toward IQ, while 7 remained to engage Ultra Gob. "Look, TPC's new fighters. 15 in total. This time we're certain to eradicate the monsters. They're so cool." and they can even execute a colossal aerial spin. Don't speak too soon. The situation may yet shift unpredictably. This is the combat force of the TPC Public Security Bureau, undoubtedly superior to the Victory Task Force. Seeing 8 fighters hurtle straight toward him, IQ leapt with exhilaration, then unleashed his signature psychic mockery attack, his most cherished technique. Ah, my head. Who are you? Get out of my mind. The first to fall victim was the Phantom Squadron's overall commander, the pilot of the lead aircraft Swallow Jet. He should not have taken part in the battle at all. Oh, like Captain Kayasuk and Director Muroi, he ought to have remained in the command center directing operations from afar. Yet today he insisted on leading from the front, to demonstrate his piloting mastery to his subordinates. Commander, what's wrong? Watch out. The Phantom is about to crash. Before the crew could react, the commander's lead jet plunged vertically toward the ground. The co-pilot inside panicked. What on earth was happening? He'd assumed riding alongside the commander would guarantee his own safety. But now, the aircraft executed a 90-degree nosedive, plummeting headfirst. No. Commander, what are you doing? Altitude 500 meters. 300 meters. 200 meters. Damn it. I'm bailing out now. Whoosh. The co-pilot ejected from the Phantom while the aircraft, with its commander still aboard, hurtled uncontrollably toward the Earth's surface. As IQ's mockery attack subsided, the commander regained consciousness and thrashed desperately. But it was already far too late. Boom. A towering fireball erupted. Then the lead jet crashed violently, and the co-pilot met no better fate. His parachute failed to deploy. Look, someone's falling from the sky. Thud. His body struck the ground, mangled beyond recognition. In mere seconds they had lost their supreme commander and one fighter jet. Panic seized every soul. The battle hadn't even begun, and their commander was already gone. The crew stood paralyzed in terror, leaderless and disoriented, like headless flies. What do we do? The commander's dead. You're asking me. How should I know? Quick, recall our training protocols. How did we rehearse for such scenarios? No, I don't know. That's a monster. Too horrifying. Suddenly loud laughter crackled over the comms. Lina, Su-Yang, and Koji. A Phantom pilot blinked in stunned disbelief. Did you forget to mute your mics? Now the Victory Task Force will witness our utter humiliation. Mute it quickly. Evasive maneuvers. Danger ahead. Amid the chaos, IQ and UltraGob launched simultaneous assaults against the fighter formation. From IQ's orb shot violet energy spheres, from UltraGob's horn blazed golden beams. Both barges streaked toward the 2 Phantom squadrons. Boom. One jet, unable to evade, took a direct hit to its left wing, lost lift, and plummeted. The Phantom formation shattered into utter disarray, swarming wildly like a disturbed hornet's nest. 3 aircraft collided midair, spiraling helplessly to the ground. How could this happen? We trained for 3 years. How could this be? No, it's too terrifying. Get us out of here. I resign. I quit. 40 seconds later, the last Phantom jet crashed. Silence blanketed the sky. On the ground, absolute stillness reigned. Only the sizzling, acrid crackle of burning wreckage pierced the air. From initial deployment to total annihilation, less than 2 minutes. How is this possible? The entire Public Security Bureau has been wiped out. It can't be real. This must be a nightmare. The live audience watched in despair. We still have Ultraman Tiga, our only hope. Before the monsters reach us, run for your lives. After a relentless barrage of destruction, IQ and UltraGob converged and began demolishing surrounding structures. TCH, such pathetic fools. Less than 2 minutes, and we'd hoped for at least a spark of surprise. Already over before it began. Someone still has to clean up this mess. Let's go, Lina. Wait, Shinjo. Lina turned solemnly towards Su-Yang. I beg you, Cadet Su-Yang. She knew Swallow Jet's assault stood no chance against both monsters, so she sought his aid. Daigo instantly grasped Lina's intent. Only Ultraman Tiga could confront these twin monstrosities. Su-Yang opened his eyes and asked, so soon? I just drifted off, and it was already over. Daigo nodded. Yes, 40 seconds total. Fine then, I'll take over. Su-Yang drew the black spark lance from his chest and snapped it open. A deep violet radiance flared, and Dark Ultraman Tiga descended once more upon the world. First, Su-Yang needed to acquire the cards of IQ and UltraGob. In his dreams, he'd faced an unimaginably ferocious beast, one that had during a beam clash actually deflected his dark Zeppelian beam backward. Thus, he required formidable allies. 5 King Emperor-class entities were more than acceptable. Second, Captain Kayasuk had entrusted him with humanity's protection before departing. Fulfilling that vow now honored their mutual pledge. A perfect convergence, satisfactory if imperfect. Look, it's Dark Ultraman Tiga. Wonderful. Go Tiga. The monster's doom has arrived. In their despair, humanity placed its last hope upon Dark Tiga. But IQ and UltraGob bristled with fury. This Dark Tiga exuded pure malice. And worse, he simply stood there motionless. Wasn't that sheer arrogance? Truly the sovereign of swagger. Don't Ultramen only have 3 minutes on Earth? What's there to boast about? The two monsters roared, a guttural resonant exchange, as if coordinating their next move. Then, UltraGob's flash blast and IQ's ocular sphere fired simultaneously at Dark Tiga. Su-Yang smiled faintly. Beams. Is that all? Not even enough to sate me. The beams struck Dark Tiga, yet he remained utterly unscathed. Su-Yang spread his arms wide, letting the monstrous energies wash over him without resistance. What? Their ultimate techniques, utterly ineffective. Both beasts froze in disbelief, especially IQ, whose massive orb bulged forward in shock. Its ocular sphere had once obliterated Flame Golza in an instant. Yet against an Ultraman, it failed. IQ felt mocked, enraged, leaping furiously in place. Su Yang gazed quizzically at IQ. This was merely 5 King Emperor's arm. Here I come. Tiga penetrating fist. Boom. A single punch pierced IQ's core. IQ staggered, dumbfounded. Its great eye absorbed all things, yet now it had been pierced by an Ultraman. One final blink. Then, boom, reduced to dust. Ultra Gob recoiled in horror, its comrade who'd fought beside it moments before now pulverized. Before it could react, Dark Tiga delivered a devastating flying kick, shattering its horn. Crack! The horn snapped. Ultra Gob clutched its head and wailed. Then Dark Tiga struck again with another penetrating fist. Another instant kill. He didn't even unleash his ultimate technique, yet annihilated both monsters in seconds. What unspeakable power is this? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated the strange beast IQ. Reward IQ card 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated the cosmic combat beast Ultra Gob. Reward Ultra Gob card 1. Another 2 cards in hand. Now I have gathered all 5 cards gears in my Herba Late Shoba Yen Q and Xiao Gabu. With the power of the system, I just need to fuse them together and the 5 emperors will be complete. Then Su Yang flew towards the sky. Su Yang is amazing. He effortlessly dealt with 2 monsters. Lena nodded and said, isn't that right? But why hasn't he returned to the aircraft? He probably clocked out directly. Daigo replied, forget about him, let's head back to the base dormitory. In the ancient ruins of Lily, Zhu Jianwei was desperately running in a dark cave when suddenly she tripped and fell out. Wincing in pain, she stood up and saw that she had tripped over a decayed corpse. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed through the cave. There is no exit in this darkness. Oh, where do you think you can escape to? If you're going to kill me, just do it already. Zhu Jianwei shouted into the depths of the dark cave. In these past few days, Camilla has been tormenting Zhu Jianwei, who inherited the Yulian gene. I will keep you alive until that man arrives. You want to succeed, you can never escape the seal here. I have been trapped here for 30 million years. Time means nothing to me. Ooh, I have all the patience in the world, Camilla said with a smile. Zhu Jianwei, now at a loss for words, sat against the cave wall, breathing heavily. At that moment, Darum and Hydra, both severely injured, collapsed at Camilla's feet. Camilla smiled at the two and said, I have told you many times, do not foolishly think you can break the seal of Yulian with brute force. Once that man arrives, the seal will naturally be lifted. This was the 3rd attempt of Darum and Hydra transforming into the dark giants to break the seal, but every time their bodies touched the seal, they would be rebounded back. When will he arrive? Hydra shouted in frustration, unable to contain herself. He has already obtained the power of darkness. The hypocritical, selfish, arrogant, indifferent, despicable, foolish, cowardly, and dark humans will soon force him here. Oh, just wait. Humans are not as pathetic as you say. Camilla, instead of getting angry, smiled and leaned down to gently brush aside Zhu Jianwei's hair that covered her eyes, asking back, oh, if it's not that pathetic, then why were the seals of the 3 of us broken? Zhu Jianwei stopped arguing because she knew that Camilla was not wrong at all. It was precisely because humans are hypocritical, selfish, arrogant, and foolish that the seals of the 3 dark giants were shattered. TPC Headquarters Director's Office. Yoshioka reprimanded Munakata. The victory team must take full responsibility for today's incident. Us responsible. The new recruits from your police department acted on their own without following orders. What does that have to do with us and the victory team? Isn't that their own fault? Munakata retorted, disregarding his subordinate status. Enough, this matter is still under investigation. The issue with Lului is the top priority. I do not agree with the proposal to directly blow up the Lului ruins. Yoshioka waved his folding fan arrogantly. However, we discovered a large number of the monster bird Zaga in the Lului ruins. Fortunately, there is a pyramid-shaped seal around Lului preventing these monster birds from flying out. Director Zawai said leisurely. Munakata also disagreed, saying, I also do not agree. Captain Zhu Jianwei is still inside. If we directly blow up Lului, she will die there too. Zhu Jianwei's life and death are not within my consideration. Ooh, I simply do not wish for those giant stone statues in the ruins to be damaged, Yoshioka stated again. This is too much. Munakata shouted angrily, almost rushing to punch him, if not for Juejing stopping him. At this moment, the Dove faction representative and chief of staff Nambera said slowly, if those guys fly out from the ruins, it could cause even greater casualties. Both sides were debating, and Director Zawai was momentarily unable to make a decision. At 3 in the afternoon, Su Yang, who had just woken from his afternoon nap, came to the living room to watch TV with Sakura, while Uncle Mu Hong went to the field to water the vegetables. You're awake. Su Yang yawned and replied, yeah, I'm awake. Hey, eat whatever you want. Sakura pointed to the fruit platter on the coffee table. Why are you watching this boring news again? Aren't there any good anime? Su Yang looked at the TV where the reporters, hosts, and interviewed citizens were discussing the topic of Dark Tiga in a tedious manner, which he had grown tired of. Brother Su Yang, look, it's quite interesting. Sakura pointed to the title of the news. The public support rate for Dark Tiga Ultraman has risen to 60%. What the hell? How did it change so quickly? Just a few days ago, Tiga's support rate was only 10%, and now it has passed. On the television, the reporter was conducting street interviews, and Su Yang also watched with interest. He was curious about how this support rate suddenly increased. Have the people of Sakura country been brainwashed? On the screen, the cameraman followed the reporter as they interviewed a middle-aged man on the street. Reporter: Hello sir, we are reporters from the television station currently broadcasting a program about the public support rate of Dark Tiga Ultraman, and we have 2 questions to ask for your opinion. Uncle: Sure, go ahead and ask. Reporter: Do you support Dark Tiga? Uncle: I do support him. Ooh, I just voted in favor. Reporter: What is your reason for supporting Dark Tiga? Uncle: It's simple. Every time a monster appears, Dark Tiga Ultraman is the first to stand up and help us defeat the monsters. Without him, I really can't imagine what this world would be like. Reporter: Thank you for your cooperation, sir. Goodbye. Reporter: We have conducted street interviews with 3 citizens, and they all expressed their views on Dark Tiga. Currently, all 3 support Dark Tiga, and their reasons are surprisingly consistent. Now I am standing next to an opponent of Dark Tiga. Let me ask the opponent for their opinion. Reporter: Miss, could you share your reasons for opposing Dark Tiga? Sister: Reasons? Before there were Ultraman, our world was very peaceful. Ever since Ultraman appeared, the number of monsters has increased, so I don't like Ultraman. Just as she finished speaking, there was a huge explosion on site. The camera shook violently. Was it an earthquake? Then a cacophony of shouting erupted on site. Run, it's aliens. Audience friends, look, a gigantic humanoid creature has appeared right in front of me. Then the cameraman quickly turned the camera to the creature that the reporter was speaking of, standing over 15 stories high, covered in black skin, wearing triangular pants, a yellow-haired mask, and holding a conical weapon in his right hand. Isn't this the Blade Tyrant Magma alien? The Blade Tyrant Magma alien first appeared in the first episode of Ultraman Leo. Subsequently, Su Yang's mind was flooded with his data. Blade Tyrant Magma alien. Height: 57 meters. Weight: 22,000 tons. Characteristics: An evil alien that destroys numerous planetary civilizations in the universe. He is the culprit who led Red Killers and Black Killers to annihilate Ultraman Leo's home, the L-77 Nebula. The last time Su Yang eliminated the twin dinosaur monsters, he had scanned the sky with dark vision and did not detect the presence of the Blade Tyrant, so he must have been hiding at that time. Although the Magma alien has destroyed many planetary civilizations, its own strength is not very strong. Normally, the Magma alien commands 2 dinosaur monsters in battle. Now that the dinosaur monsters have been eliminated, what is he doing on Earth? The television is broadcasting the actions of the Magma alien live, and Su Yang has no particular thoughts about him. Everyone: I am currently in the most bustling area of District D, and as you can see, the streets are crowded with fleeing crowds. And this terrifying alien in front of the camera is destroying our human buildings with the blade in his hand. Currently, the victory team has not yet arrived on the scene. Run for your lives. Help me. The streets are incredibly crowded, and the Magma alien emitted a beam of light from the blade in his hand, hitting the crowd. Accompanied by a series of tragic screams, 300 to 400 people were struck by the Magma alien's beam and instantly turned to ashes. The Magma alien's movements are incredibly agile, and its strength is formidable. A single punch can topple a skyscraper. In an instant, 10 commercial buildings nearby were destroyed by the Magma alien. Viewers need not worry, my current position is nearly 1 kilometer away from the alien, so I will not be affected. However, as of now, the victory team and Dark Tiga have not arrived. I fear this attack will bring significant losses to humanity. At this moment, Su Yang's satellite communicator rang. It was Lena calling. Su Yang, a monster has appeared in District D, and we urgently need your support. Okay, I'll be there soon. Su Yang initially wanted to refuse. Wouldn't it be nice to stay home and enjoy grapes? But he recalled the instructions from Ju Jinhui. This man should not easily agree to a woman's requests. I hope this is the last time. Sakura, I'm stepping out for a bit. He'll be back soon. Su Yang, you don't need to go. Dark Tiga is already there, and he can easily defeat the alien. Upon hearing this, Su Yang was momentarily stunned. What did you just say, Sakura? I said you don't need to go. Dark Tiga has already appeared at the scene and is fighting the alien. Sakura repeated her words. This time Su Yang heard it clearly. Dark Tiga has already appeared on the scene. If Dark Tiga is present, then who am I? He hurried to the television and leaned against the screen. Before the Magma alien, Dark Tiga was striking a battle pose, preparing to launch an attack. Su Yang's head buzzed, leaving him in a daze. What on earth is happening? Su Yang, you're blocking the TV. Move aside. On the side of the victory team, seeing the sudden appearance of Dark Tiga, they were all overjoyed. As long as Dark Tiga is present, this mission can be completely cancelled. How did Su Yang get here so quickly? Lena sighed while looking at the screen. I just called him not long ago. On the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, Dark Tiga has arrived on the scene ahead of time. I believe that with his strength, humanity will soon triumph over this vile alien. Great. Go Dark Tiga. I knew I wasn't wrong about him. The crowd erupted in exclamations, and even those who initially disliked Dark Tiga began to express their excitement under the influence of the surrounding citizens. Look, Dark Tiga is so strong. The alien has already been knocked to the ground by Dark Tiga. Soon Dark Tiga gained the upper hand, and the Magma alien was unable to retaliate. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the Magma alien swiftly swung his blade towards Dark Tiga's chest. Sparks flew from Dark Tiga's chest, and he let out a painful scream. Immediately after, the Magma alien pointed the blade at Dark Tiga and shot out a beam of light. Boom! Dark Tiga was attacked again and fell to one knee on the ground. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The timer on Dark Tiga's chest began to flash red. Tiga's energy is running low. The flashing red light on the chest timer indicates a lack of energy. Go Tiga. Come on Dark Tiga. You can definitely defeat this evil alien. Seeing this, almost everyone present began to cheer for Dark Tiga. Is this Dark Tiga another product of the TPC upper echelons? Su-Yang stared at the screen, lost in thought. Could it be that they recreated Dark Tiga based on his model? However, the Dark Tiga he transformed into had no 3-minute limit on Earth, and the timer on his chest would never flash red. Yet this Dark Tiga on site is flashing red. Encouraged by the people, Dark Tiga stood up again from the ground and nodded towards the surrounding spectators. Then he gathered energy in both hands, releasing a beam of light from his wrist. Boom! The magma alien took full force of Dark Tiga's attack, and the tremendous impact sent him flying hundreds of meters away. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, the magma alien leaped into the air and then vanished from sight. Great! Dark Tiga has won. But this alien has escaped. Oh, will he come back to retaliate against humanity? At that moment, Dark Tiga suddenly spoke. My friends, don't worry, as long as I'm here, this alien will never dare to invade Earth again. I will always protect humanity. After saying that, the scene erupted in cheers. Great! Dark Tiga will always protect us. I will support him from now on. Friends, my energy is running low. Come to my side and share some light with me. Dark Tiga spoke again. After that, thousands of people surged towards Dark Tiga. Soon nearly everyone nearby gathered at Dark Tiga's feet. At that moment, an extremely strange smile appeared on Dark Tiga's face. No, something's wrong. Su-Yang shouted urgently and dashed out the door. Images of the scene floated in Su-Yang's mind, where people knelt before the Dark Tiga, as if worshipping a deity. The ground swarmed with a large crowd, conservatively estimated to be around 40 to 50,000. In the Victory Team's operations command room, Lena gazed at the spectacular scene and couldn't help but ask what on earth is happening. Humanity used to despise the Dark Tiga. Why has their attitude changed so suddenly? Daigo smiled and replied, it is the Dark Tiga who has moved them through his actions. He has saved the world countless times. Even the hardest of hearts would be touched, wouldn't they? Su-Yang quickly sensed something was amiss, particularly from the sinister smile of the fake Dark Tiga. He must have ulterior motives. Su-Yang hurriedly activated the godlight stick, transforming into the Dark Tiga, ready to use instant teleportation. At that moment, the crowd exclaimed, Tiga, you are humanity's eternal guardian. Haha, that's right, humanity. I am your eternal guardian. The Dark Tiga laughed heartily, and in the next moment, countless beams of light erupted from his body. Using the fake Dark Tiga as the center point, countless rays of light shot towards the worshipping crowd with almost no blind spots. Just a second before Su-Yang executed his instant teleportation, the fake Dark Tiga launched an attack on the crowd. Oh no, I'm a second too late. Su-Yang cursed silently. Who exactly is this Dark Tiga? Host, it's a Babar alien. At that moment, the system suddenly spoke up. A Babar alien. The very one who disguised himself as Astra and Ultraman Leo to steal the Ultraman key, attempting to crash Earth and the Land of Light, together, the despicable Babar alien. Had he just performed a good act with the Blade Tyrant? Boom, boom, boom. The stunned crowd was struck by beams emitted from the Dark Tiga, and tens of thousands nearby were instantly turned to ash. This scene was captured live by the television station. People all over Sakura country could watch this live broadcast. Reporter, quick look. What has the Dark Tiga done? With just one strike, he has killed tens of thousands. I said it long ago, the Dark Giant is evil as darkness. One day he will attack us humans. Now do you believe it? What should we do? Does humanity have no way to deal with him? Damn the Dark Tiga. Everyone unite with me. As long as humanity stands together, we can defeat him. Dark Tiga, get off Earth. Let's go kill the Dark Tiga. We have billions of people. We can definitely do it. In front of the television on the streets, seeing the atrocities committed by the Dark Tiga against their fellow humans, the crowd was filled with rage. This sudden turn of events also shocked the upper echelons of TPC and the Victory Team. What is he doing? Lena's eyes widened, astonished. No way, nearly 50,000 people turned to ashes in an instant. This is too despicable. Those 50,000 were all his supporters. Why is he going on a killing spree? Victory Team, let's go. At that moment, Su-Yang received a call from Lena. Su-Yang, what on earth are you doing? On the other end of the line, Lena almost shouted. Lena, that Dark Tiga isn't me, it's the Dark Alien Babar. He and the recently escaped Blade Tyrant Magma Alien have teamed up for a good act. Their goal is to sow discord between humanity and Ultraman Tiga to undermine humanity's trust in Ultraman Tiga. Let Yi Rue connect to the television station's hotline. It's up to you to clarify this. I'm going to deal with those two. Su-Yang then hung up the phone. Lena pondered for a moment, her expression troubled, and weakly said, I knew it's Su-Yang. How could he do such a thing? Yi Rue, quickly connect to the television station. That Dark Tiga is fake. Instant teleportation. The Babar alien who had committed every crime laughed wildly while admiring his own rhythm. Suddenly, the real Dark Tiga appeared before him. Quick look. There are two Dark Tiga Ultraman on site. What is happening? At that moment, Lena, with Yi Ruiz, helped connected to the television station's hotline. I am Lena Nanes, a member of the Earth Peace United Organization's Victory Team. I want to announce something to everyone. The giant that just attacked our fellow humans is not the Dark Tiga, but the evil alien Babar. He disguised himself as Dark Tiga to sow discord between humanity and Ultraman Tiga. Everyone must not be deceived by him. Meanwhile, the Dark Tiga's gaze. Su-Yang used the Tiga's gaze to expose the true form of the Babar alien. The Babar alien looked at his own body stunned. His disguise had once successfully deceived Leo and the Ultraman brothers. Yet it was ultimately seen through by the King of Light. Is the Dark Tiga before him as powerful as the King of Light? The television display split into two screens, one showing the scene, the other showing Lena from the victory team. Lena continued, quick look at him, the evil Babar alien. Is the fake Dark Tiga really like this? Regardless of the circumstances, the calamity was caused by the Dark Tiga. Well, as long as I'm not the one dying, let's just let it be. After all, we still need the protection of Ultraman Tiga. Yes, as long as such things don't happen again, it doesn't matter. After all, monsters might still appear in the future. We can't be without Ultraman Tiga. All along, Ultraman Tiga has been giving his all. Before Lena could finish, the television hotline was cut off, and it switched back to the live broadcast. Su-Yang was stunned. What was happening? Those previous words were still far from enough. Having come this far, Babar alien, you scoundrel. The Babar alien was taken aback. The Blade Tyrant Magma alien hadn't told him this. He said the Dark Giant wouldn't arrive so quickly. But now, after doing all this, he had intended to flee. Before he could escape, Su-Yang instantly moved beside the Babar alien, concentrating all his strength into his handblade. A dark red arc of light flashed, separating the Babar alien's head from his body, killing him instantly. But this was not over. There was still the Blade Tyrant Magma alien. Two clowns, and none of them will leave Earth alive today. Sure enough, as Su-Yang looked up, he sensed the presence of the Magma alien, who was hiding among the clouds. In another instant teleportation, he moved next to the Magma alien and pressed his head down towards the ground. The Magma alien was also startled. How did he discover him? The two plummeted rapidly, the Magma alien's massive body creating a huge crater upon impact with the ground. The scene shifted. Quick look, isn't that the alien who attacked us earlier? Su-Yang didn't give him a chance to react. With a penetrating punch, he crushed the Magma alien's neck to pulp. Su-Yang lifted the bloodied heads of the two aliens towards the camera. Then Su-Yang exerted force with both hands, smashing the two heads together. The heads shattered like smashed watermelons. Afterwards, Su-Yang tossed the heads aside, preparing to fly away from the scene. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating the Blade Tyrant Magma alien. Reward Magma alien card X1. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating the Dark alien Babar. Reward Babar alien card X1. Just as he was about to take off, Su-Yang saw a scene that astonished him. Amidst the pile of corpses below stood a little girl holding a red ball, looking up at him. As Su-Yang was shocked to see a survivor amidst the indiscriminate attack by the Babar alien, he clearly saw the girl's face. It was Nanace Risa. How could she appear in this world? In shock, Su-Yang shook his head, and upon looking again, the little girl had vanished. Yoshika, what do you think you're doing? Release us at once. As Rina continued addressing the public, Yoshika Tetsushi stormed into the Victory Team Command Center with an armed contingent and instantly seized control. Captain Munakata, Rina, Daigo, Shinjo, Hoshino, and Yuriko, 6 members present, were all taken into custody. Effective immediately, the Victory Team is hereby disbanded. Captain Munakata roared, disbanded. Why? Charge 1, repeated unauthorized seizure of television broadcast frequencies. Charge 2, failure to rescue newly enlisted officers of the Public Security Bureau. Charge 3, gross negligence and monster containment. The Public Security Bureau holds no authority to enact this. No authority. I hold formal authorization signed by the Director General of the Earth Union Organization. Do you still object? Yoshika tossed a document onto the table, the signature unmistakably that of the Earth Union Organization. Munakata snatched up the file and declared, no. I refuse to believe this is genuine. It is genuine. Doubt it. Go ask Directors Away himself. Was it forged, or did the Director General sign it with his own hand? Yoshika stood firm, leaving Munakata speechless. Very well. Escort them out of TPC headquarters and return them to their homes. Yes, sir. This is outrageous. Shinjo broke free and slammed a fist into the face of the guard behind him. Seize him. At Yoshika's command, 3 or 4 guards surged forward, forcing Shinjo face down onto the floor. Shinjo, enough. We'll leave on our own. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Rina cried out urgently. Yoshika burst into laughter. Good. How sensible. After reverting from his transformation, Su-Yang walked along the quiet path back to the Mikami Inn. Public opinion meant little to him, but this black mark could not be borne by Dark Ultraman Tiga. Just then a sudden chill wind swept across the road. Su-Yang paid it no mind, until the gale intensified, whipping countless fallen leaves against his face as he struggled forward, nearly immobilized by the force. Soon he sensed something deeply wrong. Such violent winds were impossible this season. Abruptly, the sky darkened under churning storm clouds, and jagged bolts of lightning tore across the heavens, illuminating the world in stark, blinding flashes. Boom. Boom. Thunder crashed moments after the lightning, deafening, apocalyptic. Clutching a massive tree for stability, Su-Yang turned and beheld far across the horizon a colossal black vortex swirling in the sky. Chaos reigned within the vortex. Crackling violet lightning, searing light, and roiling shadows intermingled in terrifying disarray. A primal shiver ran down Su-Yang's spine. Icy dread flooded his veins. Lightning split the sky anew. Countless purple bolts lancing down from the titanic vortex cloud, like serpentine leviathans surging toward the heavens. An overwhelming pressure descended. People gasped for breath, hearts hammering. This was exactly the horrifying vision from his dream. Only difference in his dream, the black vortex had loomed over the ocean. Now it hung directly above downtown Tokyo, its unnatural presence sending waves of terror through the populace as if the end of days had arrived. Fortunately, Sakura was not beside him. Su-yang felt a fleeting relief. He would see for himself just what this phenomenon truly was, though it certainly knew how to put on a show. In the next instant, two enormous black feet emerged from the vortex's heart. Though details differed from his dream, striking similarities remained. Where had he seen those feet before? As time passed, the creature's colossal body descended slowly. Its left arm a gigantic, unblinking eye, its right a monstrous pincer, great wings unfurling behind it. Before its head fully appeared, Su-yang already knew its identity. That's King Joe. The realization struck him like thunder. So that's who it is. No wonder its aura felt so formidable. It was none other than King Joe Faibu. His earlier fear and oppression dissolved instantly. Indeed, King Joe was legendary. On his debut, he effortlessly defeated Ultraman Jinga, Ultraman Victory, and Ultraman Shapla. Finally, the creature's massive head emerged fully from the vortex. A titanic hybrid monster now filled every human field of vision. King Joe Faibu. Instantly, its data flooded Su-yang's consciousness. Ultra Composite Monster Faibu. Height 75 meters. Weight 55000 metric tons. Characteristics: a fusion of 5 ancient entities. Golza, an ultra-ancient monster. Melba, an ultra-ancient dragon. Rekubas, a cosmic sea beast. IQ, a strange beast. And Zyagor, a cosmic combatant, hence dubbed the High Zyra Tyrant. Melba formed King Joe's cranium, wings, and tail. Golza its head and upper torso. IQ its left arm. Ryukubas its right arm. A Zyagor its lower body and legs. Though Su-yang knew King Joe while the people of Sakura had never witnessed such a monster, and were utterly terrified. Its grotesque visage radiated sheer dominance, amplified tenfold by the thunderous storm. Such a scene had never occurred in Ultraman Tiga's world. It evoked nothing less than the apocalypse. How can this be? Such a terrifying monster. What is happening? Humanity is doomed. No one can save us now. Helpless citizens stared in despair as the colossal beast descended slowly from the vortex. Then boom. A violent tremor shook the earth, dust billowing high as King Joe landed. With a deafening prolonged roar, beams of destructive energy erupted from every part of its body. The barrage scoured nearly all of Tokyo. Within seconds, the city became an inferno. Explosions echoed everywhere, air raid sirens wailed, and cries of agony and panic filled the air. Its destructive power was staggering. At that moment, a dark crimson beam whizzed past Su-yang's shoulder. Damn, it had nearly struck him. Was this indiscriminate area denial? Boom. The beam hit a residential building behind him, immediately erupting into a towering fireball. Su-yang glanced. The house lay perilously close to the Mikami Inn. If he delayed any longer, the inn would be next. Sakura was still inside. And coincidentally, he needed a King Joe card. You've delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Since you're King Joe, let me send the 3 rogues to greet you. Appear, 3 rogues. Ultraman Tiga. Ultraman Dyna. Ultraman Gaia. Su-yang shouted until his voice cracked, breathing heavily as he gazed into the distance. Moments passed. Nothing appeared. Why no response? Where are they? Gaia's absence was understandable. But why hadn't Tiga or Dyna answered? His heart lurched. Then he recalled his dream. How desperately he'd called out yet received no reply. Master, something is gravely amiss. From this moment onward, proceed with utmost caution. Suddenly the system spoke, not as host, but as master. The address carried newfound intimacy. What's happening? Su-yang asked. Before the system could answer, a horrifying image flashed violently across his mind. In the vision, frenzied humans clutched a crimson sphere, whispering desperate wishes. Countless distorted protrusions swelled across the sphere's surface, and instantly Risa Nane's face materialized in his thoughts, accompanied by a crushing wave of alien will. Understanding struck him like lightning. Those humans had used the red sphere to wish away his powers. And that dream, had it been a prophetic vision of this very day? Simultaneously, King Joe pivoted, aiming directly at the Mikami Inn, and unleashed a relentless barrage of energy projectiles firing like a Gatling cannon. If the 3 rogues wouldn't answer, so be it. As Dark Ultraman Tiga, he'd crush it alone. Su-yang drew forth the spark lance. The air shimmered with deep violet radiance, and Dark Ultraman Tiga manifested. Ultra Barrier. Su-yang raised his arms, and the barrier held firm, intercepting every projectile, shielding the Mikami Inn. Just then, ding-dong, ding-dong, ding-dong. What was that sound? Instinctively, Su-yang looked down at his chest. The timer pulsed crimson. His mind reeled. Impossible. How could Dark Ultraman Tiga's timer flash red, mere moments after transformation? He froze in shock. In the Ultra Space-Time War universe, humans had exploited the red sphere to summon physical monsters and ultras at will. Yet now that same power had somehow suppressed his abilities. Su-yang felt a wave of intense discomfort. He couldn't help but recall that terrifying nightmare. The ancient ruins of Lily. The sleeping Camilla suddenly awakened. Feeling her heart racing violently, she immediately stood up and said anxiously, "How is this possible? How could this happen? What's wrong, Camilla?" Thuram also slowly awakened, asking Camilla in an extremely low tone. Hydra looked at Camilla with confusion. Camilla gasped and said, "It's that man. The timer on his chest is actually flashing." Upon hearing this news, Hydra exclaimed excitedly, "Tiga, is his death time approaching? I'm so happy." Thuram, however, remained calm, and said in a low voice, "My friend, the strongest dark warrior, has never shown signs of a timer warning." Camilla slightly calmed down and said, "That's right, I have battled alongside Tiga for tens of thousands of years, defeating countless enemies, and I have never seen him in a state of energy deficiency. He must be facing an extremely dangerous enemy for this to happen." Hydra grimaced and said, "That's wonderful. I can't wait for him to die." Hydra still harbored resentment from 30 million years ago when he was sealed, and now he had only one thought: to quickly go out and kill Tiga. Camilla stopped speaking and turned to run outside the ruins. Over 30 million years ago, the Dark Tiga and Camilla fell in love, and it was then that their timers gained the ability to sense each other. Outside the ruins, Camilla glanced at the pyramid seal above, then took out the Camilla spark. A surge of intense dark light flashed, transforming Camilla from her human form into a giant form. Then she manifested a light sword in her hand and flew towards the seal above at a speed of 5 Mach. Camilla gathered all her strength into the light sword and thrust it forcefully at the seal. Boom! The seal showed no cracks at all, and the tremendous impact instead bounced Camilla back down. At this moment, Hydra and Thurum also walked out of the ruins. Seeing Camilla's actions, Thurum asked in confusion, "Camilla, you have said many times that the mournful seal cannot be broken by brute force, yet you..." Hydra also questioned, "You still deeply love him, don't you, Camilla? How could that be? I just don't want him to die at someone else's hands." With that, she swung the light sword again and thrust it at the seal. Meanwhile, on Su Yang's side, the 5 Emperor Kings noticed the Dark Tiga, and immediately a strong beam of light shot out from his forehead, aimed directly at Dark Tiga. This beam of light combined the powers of Golzan and Melba, possessing immense strength. But seeing this, Su Yang prepared to absorb it. The light struck Dark Tiga, and with a loud boom, Su Yang felt a sharp pain in his chest and was instantly thrown away. What is going on? Can't even absorb the light. How could this be? Su Yang was momentarily stunned. He thought he could easily defeat the 5 Emperor Kings. But now, why is Nanace Risa so powerful? What kind of civilization created her to be able to restrict a dark giant? Even the ability to summon monsters cannot be used. He couldn't help but recall the dream he had before where he was killed. Could it be that today is the day his dream comes true? No, it can't be. This must not be possible. Su Yang struggled to rise from the ground, the timer's red light still flashing. Just as he steadied himself, the attacks from the 5 Emperor Kings came one after another, wave after wave. Fortunately, Dark Tiga was quite agile, dodging one attack after another. But looking back, the Yushin Minshuku was not far away. If the 5 Emperor Kings continued to attack this way, they might hit the Yushin Minshuku at any moment. Teleport. Su Yang crossed his fists over his chest and released the teleportation. With a flash of black light, he appeared right in front of the 5 Emperor Kings. At this moment, the timer on his chest flashed even faster. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Su Yang glanced down without taking it to heart. He then engaged in battle with the 5 Emperor Kings. Under the attacks of the 5 Emperor Kings, people rushed out of their homes and onto the streets, preparing to head to the shelters. At this moment, the street's large screen switched to the face of a man. It was from the TPC Police Department, Nankai, a subordinate of Yoshikawa Satoshi, and also the head of Plan F. Who is this? What do they want? Under the apocalypse, people surprisingly showed great interest in the live broadcast on the street. Then the man spoke with a very grim expression, "Dear citizens, I am Nankai from TPC, the head of Plan F. The day of the final judgment has finally arrived. If we do not kill the true demon, humanity will face the fate of annihilation. And this demon is Tiga Ultraman. He is the source of all evil, all darkness. All monsters and all injustices faced by humanity are brought by this demon. As long as humanity unites to eliminate this demon, there will be no more suffering in the world. Look, the demon will soon fall. The time to kill the demon has come. Kill Tiga. What about the monsters? Who will eliminate the monsters? Friends, don't worry, see behind me. These are the highest combat forces of humanity. With them, we no longer need the power of Tiga Ultraman. Go kill Tiga." The crowd's eyes sparkled as they looked at the highest combat force behind Nankai. Is this the TPC's secret weapon? Wonderful. Kill Tiga. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Kill Tiga." At first, there were still some doubts. But upon seeing the TPC's highest combat forces, 3 Ultraman, living Ultraman, they instantly understood that humanity no longer needed Tiga Ultraman. Kill Tiga. Another person murmured softly, "Kill Tiga. Kill Tiga. Kill Tiga." It started with just a group of people, then 2 groups, 3 groups on every street and alley. More and more people joined this frenzied celebration. All voices became muffled except for one slogan, "Kill Tiga." Deafening. It echoed through the skies. Meanwhile, Su Yang was still struggling in a bitter battle with the 5 Emperor Kings. He could certainly hear this voice. Kill Tiga. Since Tiga Ultraman appeared in the world, hasn't he helped you at least 50 times? At first, Su Yang thought that humanity's overwhelming malice was only directed at him, the Dark Tiga. He could understand that people feared the power of darkness. But now people already knew that Dark Tiga was Tiga Ultraman. Yet they still wanted to kill Tiga with their own hands. Ungrateful humanity is truly laughable. Dark Giant, we meet again. The figure of Nanace Risa surfaced in Su Yang's mind. Hypocritical, arrogant, selfish, foolish humanity should be our slaves. 30 million years ago they were like this, and 30 million years later they are still like this. Humanity has never changed from the beginning to the end. Camilla's voice also echoed in his mind. The darkness is far brighter than you imagine. Finally, there was also the voice of Gatanothor. Yes, the most terrifying darkness is actually the human heart. When they no longer need your power, they will find every way to eliminate you. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The 5 Emperor Kings clamped Dark Tiga's waist tightly with their massive pincers. Su Yang felt excruciating pain, struggling with all his might to pry open the pincers, and flew away. Su Yang no longer wanted to deal with the 5 Emperor Kings, he just wanted to get away from here. When he reappeared in the world, it would be the day of destruction. Then the 5 Emperor Kings' heads emitted a strong beam of light again, not giving him any chance. Dark's Eye Paleo Ray. Su Yang knelt on one knee, having no strength left to dodge, and could only use his last ounce of energy to unleash this final blow. His ultimate technique. Suddenly, the terrifying scenes from his dream reappeared in his mind. Could he lose to a wave? No, I do not believe in fate. All of the dark power was gathered at his wrist. A dark red wave of light shot from his wrist, colliding with the light wave of the 5 Emperor Kings. At first, Su Yang's Paleo Ray seemed to hold the advantage, but the 5 Emperor Kings unexpectedly released rays from their left and right hands again. Su Yang's Paleo Ray was instantly pushed back. Boom. Dark Tiga's massive body was blasted away. Su Yang then fell on an embankment of a road. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Did I lose? Am I going to die? Ridiculous. How could this be my fate? Seeing Dark Tiga fall, the 5 Emperor Kings suddenly stopped their actions and entered a dormant state. Raindrops began to fall from the sky, gradually intensifying. Su Yang had only one breath left, able to breathe, but not stand up. Kill Tiga. Kill Tiga. The huge slogans grew closer as countless people surged from all directions. They climbed onto Dark Tiga's massive body, using sticks, bricks, iron pans, rotten eggs, and every weapon they could find to attack Dark Tiga desperately. The pain spread through every cell in Su Yang's body. If I miraculously survive, everyone present will die. Su Yang kept reciting this phrase in his mind. The crowd surrounded Dark Tiga like a swarm of crows. They spared no effort, using every means to attack Dark Tiga. In the TPC High Command Room. My decision was indeed correct. I knew just now that Dark Tiga could not withstand this monster. Good, the time to end him has come, and it is also the best time to showcase our TPC's research achievements to the world. Yes, Chief Yoshikawa, we will send them out right away. At the Lily Ruins. A droplet of water slid down Camilla's cheek, not knowing if it was rainwater from the sky or tears from her eyes. Camilla, you have tried more than 70 times. As you can see, this seal cannot be broken. Thurum advised. If this continues, you will be crushed by this seal. Seeing her old comrade struggling so much, Hydra couldn't help but be moved. No. Camilla refused to accept this fact, and once again rose from the ground, this time, using almost all her strength. Su Yang lay on the embankment as the ground trembled beneath him. Looking down the slope, 3 Ultramen holding light swords slowly walked towards him. Look, it's TPC's highest combat force artificial Ultraman. Kill Tiga. Su Yang instantly understood that the 3 giants holding light swords in his dream were also TPC's artificial Ultramen. Friends, please step aside. We will now end this demon. The giant in the middle spoke. Seeing this, the people quickly stepped aside to watch. The 3 giants approached. Su Yang, Tiga, Ultraman, your death time has come. Saying this, they raised their light swords and stabbed down at Su Yang. Su Yang felt that in the next second, he would turn into a stone statue. In this moment of crisis, get away. A light whip suddenly struck the back of the middle giant. A perfectly proportioned female giant appeared in Su Yang's view. Camilla. It was actually Camilla. Have I been rescued? How did Camilla end up here? I didn't go to the Lulu Ying site, so how did Yulian Seal disappear? Su Yang lay on the ground, repeatedly questioning himself as he struggled to breathe. Who is she? It seems she is an accomplice of the demon Tiga. Kill her, bind her, and the demon Tiga to the pyre. Burn her to ashes. With so many Ultramen appearing simultaneously, a momentary shock was followed by cheers and roars that surged through the heavens and the earth. Their eyes gleamed with a fervent madness, resembling a group of utterly lost cultists, their frenzy akin to a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years suddenly erupting. Nearly 100,000 citizens appearing as a sea of people from afar, while Su Yang lay in the center of the crowd. His vision was no longer blurred, gradually allowing him to see some things clearly. He saw 3 giants wielding lightsabers, all unfamiliar Ultramen. But Su Yang could tell that all 3 were dark giants, as their bodies bore no color other than black, white, and gray. All along, Su Yang had assumed the 3 giants wielding lightsabers in his dreams were Chimera, Dalamu, and Hydra. To his astonishment, the 3 giants turned out to be human creations. The 3 dark giants, struck by Chimera's energy whip, quickly responded by swinging their lightsabers to besiege her. Chimera transformed the energy whip in her hand into a lightsaber, her combat stance elegant like that of a medieval empire's swordsmanship as she faced the 3 alone. Slowly, Su Yang sensed something was off. Why was Chimera evenly matched against the 3 dark giants, sometimes even at a disadvantage? Could it be Chimera, the queen from 30 million years ago? With her strength, shouldn't she be able to eliminate these insignificant giants in an instant? Soon Su Yang discovered the problem. Chimera's timer on her chest was also flashing. It even threatened to exceed the frequency of his own timer. What is happening? Host Chimera forcibly broke through Yulian's seal, and her energy is nearly depleted. What? Forcibly broke through Yulian's seal? No wonder. In the TPC command room, Yoshioka exclaimed with joy. The Dark Tiga has accomplices, and it looks like it's a female giant. This is perfect, we can have another shell. Let courage, wisdom, and peace quickly end the Dark Tiga and this female giant. Yes, Commander Yoshioka. At the scene, the three dark giants circled around Chimera, lightsabers in hand, frequently changing their stances to launch attacks. Chimera, your era alongside Tiga has ended. At that moment, the dark giant opposite Chimera suddenly spoke. His head resembled antelope horns, and his expression was cold. What is happening? Does he know Chimera's name? Does this giant possess an independent consciousness? Could this dark giant be a rebellious creation of the Dark Tiga and Chimera? Suddenly, Su Yang found it exceptionally amusing. The Ultramen created by humans actually possess their own independent consciousness. He clearly understood the dark giant's intentions to first kill the Dark Tiga and Chimera and then immediately wipe out humanity. Haha, how interesting. So even if I die here today, humanity will still face extinction. But Su Yang would never be so pessimistic. The matter of destroying the world is not something you rebellious creations can undertake. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Chimera glanced at the timer on her chest, then smiled and said, "You think too highly of yourself. Even so, you will still die under my lightsaber today." At that moment, the two giants behind Chimera suddenly launched their attacks. They swung their lightsabers toward Chimera's back. Damn. 3 male giants attacking a nearly exhausted female giant, and even launching a sneak attack. The giant facing Chimera was merely distracting her. Truly despicable and shameless. With the attack from behind, Chimera leaned forward, and at that moment the dark giant opposite her seized the opportunity, gripping the lightsaber with both hands and slashing horizontally towards Chimera. As the lightsaber made contact with Chimera's body, countless sparks erupted. Subsequently, Chimera lost her balance and stumbled towards Su Yang. After this sneak attack, Chimera's timer flashed increasingly rapidly. Su Yang, furious, struggled to push himself up from the ground with one hand. "Don't move. If you do, you'll die." Chimera turned to look at Su Yang in pain, then stood up with great difficulty, wielding the lightsaber to face the three dark giants, sending a beam of light from the crystal on her forehead to Tiga. Chimera. Su Yang felt an immense surge of energy transfer into his body. He immediately understood Chimera wanted to give him all her remaining energy. Good, wonderful look. What a grand love. Proud Chimera, the strongest warrior. Tiga, who would have thought you would meet such a day? The three dark giants slowly approached the two. The leader in the middle laughed arrogantly, while the other two applauded. "Do not cast me into that endless darkness again. I too yearn for the light." Chimera slowly extended her left hand towards Su Yang, her eyes brimming with rain, resembling tears, her expression filled with despair as she desperately pleaded. "Chimera, enough, stop now." Su Yang hurriedly shouted to stop. If this dark energy continued to transfer, Chimera would die. "Kill her! Kill her! Kill her! Hurry, kill the two demons. Kill them. Great humanity. How foolish of these creatures to challenge great humanity. Ha 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 ha, the demon is about to be exterminated. The world will no longer suffer. Everyone present was a murderer. Chimera should not have been sealed in that darkness." Amidst the loud cries of countless humans, the three dark giants plunged their lightsabers down, piercing Chimera's heart. At that moment, Chimera's outstretched hand intertwined with the hand of the Dark Tiga. Tears fell from the corners of Chimera's eyes, her heart filled with unwillingness. 30 million years. A full 30 million years. And she had only just met him. How she longed to live. The warrior of love and hate, her heart filled with love, yet also with hate. But in truth, her love for the Dark Tiga had long surpassed the hatred in her heart. Chimera exhausted all her energy, slowly turning into a stone statue from the crystal on her forehead. Gradually, Su Yang's boundless anger allowed him to break through the willpower constraints of Nanes Risa. Su Yang stood up, his chest timer once again transformed into a blue color, symbolizing abundant energy. Now everyone will die? The three dark giants were momentarily stunned. What was happening? The energy of Dark Tiga had returned to a full state. How could this be possible? The hand holding the light sword began to tremble uncontrollably. The crowd of onlookers was equally astonished. A Dark Tiga had actually stood up again. How terrifying. It feels like the air has turned cold. It's just the rain. What's there to be afraid of? Exactly, even if he stands up again, what can he do? We have 3 Ultramen, and he has only 1. Kill the demon. It was so noisy that Su Yang could only feel the commotion on his right side. So he casually gathered a light bullet at his fingertip and threw it out. Boom. After the loud noise, the crowd fell silent in an instant. Everyone left was dumbfounded. Just moments ago there were 3,000 or 4,000 people nearby, and in the blink of an eye, they had turned to ashes. Run! Dark Tiga has killed someone. Such a terrifying demon. Don't be afraid, we have the Ultra Warriors. Charge in and kill the demon. Yes, we still have 3 giants. The eyes of Dark Tiga were filled with killing intent, and the 3 dark giants shivered in fear. His legs trembled incessantly, and even now he couldn't understand why Dark Tiga had regained energy. The atmosphere was suffocating. 2 giants couldn't hold back anymore and charged forward with their light swords. In the next second, they were all blown away and fell to the ground. Su Yang slowly walked towards the 3 Ultramen. It was impossible to defeat Dark Tiga. He had been the ruler of the Dark World for 30 million years. How could they possibly defeat him? The 2 giants on the ground kept kicking backward, while the one standing had already lost the strength to move. Su Yang pondered how to kill these 3 giants to relieve his inner hatred. Before he could think it through, the 2 on the ground crawled up, using their legs to prepare to fly into the sky. Running. Why run? Rampart light bullet. Su-Yang quickly gathered 2 Rampart light bullets and shot them out just as the 2 giants were about to turn and fly away, hitting their lumbar vertebrae directly. With a loud boom, the 2 giants' lumbar vertebrae shattered, falling down once more. By this time, their lower bodies were completely incapacitated. How could this be? Why are they running away? Can 3 Ultramen not defeat a single Dark Tiga? That can't be possible. So weak. I thought there would be an intense battle. In just a few seconds, 2 lost their ability to move, and 1 stood frozen in fear. Forget it. After thinking for so long, I couldn't come up with any cruel methods. I really am a kind person. Let's just divide you. First, I'll sever your limbs from your body. Leaving the torso and head, let them open their eyes to admire my dismemberment skills. Each leg cut into 8 pieces, each arm into 4 pieces. Alright, let's start with the most timid one. No, please don't. Don't come over. Dark Tiga, I submit to you. The most timid one finally spoke. Of course you say what you want, I'll do my cutting. Submit. Do I need your submission? With 4 swift hand strikes, I severed his limbs from his body. Then I placed the body with the head on the ground, allowing him to admire his own limbs. The methods were extremely brutal. Next, the 2 lying on the ground managed to crawl several hundred meters away in a short while. So Su-Yang exerted some effort to drag the 2 back. Using the same methods, after a series of heart-wrenching screams, the 2 were left with only their heads and torsos. This design didn't work. The facial expressions weren't right. No evil grin, no fear. Yoshioka's skills have deteriorated. How could this be? Our human Ultramen have failed. Why are they so fragile? The onlookers were momentarily stunned. In the next second, they finally realized they needed to escape. Seeing this, Su-Yang accurately kicked 3 balls. Boom. After 3 loud explosions, the massive heads of the 3 Ultramen blocked all 3 escape routes. Many who hadn't managed to dodge were crushed into meat paste. Now over 80,000 people were trapped here. At that moment, a whistling sound came from the sky. It was the aerial forces of the human defense team. Air Hunt Squad No. 6. Permission to attack. Permission to attack. Receive. Preparing to engage. Regardless of how many people were still on the ground, 2 missiles flew towards Dark Tiga at incredible speed. Boom. A burst of flames shot into the sky and screams filled the scene as shrapnel from the missiles flew into the crowd, some instantly melted by the intense heat. Air Hunt Squad No. 2. Fire. Fire. Attack ineffective. Try again. Received. Air Hunt No. 2. Standby first. Not good. Dodge to the right. To the right. Hurry. Command Center fighter jets have lost signal. Repeat. The radio was filled with noise. Centered around Dark Tiga, countless dark purple lightning bolts shot into the sky. Soon the air fell silent. Nearly 7,000 aircraft from the Joint Defense Team of various nations all crashed. Su-Yang coldly snorted, "These people are all mine, don't steal them." This terrifying power left everyone wide-eyed, their mouths agape in disbelief. Let them feel fear for a while. The screams of terror were particularly amusing. A few minutes later, many strange birds lingered in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was the strange bird Zoga. The strange bird Zoga, which had flown out from the ruins of Lului, was attracted by Su-Yang's powerful dark energy and surrounded him. Su-Yang pointed at the crowd and commanded thousands of Zoga dove into the crowd like ospreys. Then came the most heart-stirring roar. Screams, screams, all were screams. Incredibly melodious. Suddenly, a strong red glow emanated from the crowd. Su-Yang looked closely. It was the red ball. It turned out that this group of people had obtained the red ball. As for what wish they made, Su-Yang had no way of knowing. Humanity was using the will of Nanes Risa to suppress their own powers. Enraged, Su-Yang swung his fist down towards the pile of people with the red ball. Then the light vanished. The one who destroyed the world was me, not anything else. Minutes later, the screams stopped. Everyone was dead. The scene turned into a sea of corpses and blood washed away by the rain, creating a river of blood. In the distance, the 5 emperors were still in a state of slumber. Su-Yang paid them no mind. In his current state, he could easily finish them off. Su-Yang stepped through the blood and slowly walked towards the petrified Camilla. He noticed a tear that hadn't fallen on her cheek, which also turned to stone with her. Su-Yang's hand gently brushed over Camilla's cheek. "System, tell me, how can I resurrect Camilla?" "Host. Speak quickly, there must be a way." Su-Yang said coldly. "There is only one way, and that is the Plasma Spark Tower of the Land of Light. The Plasma Spark Tower has limitless energy. As long as I obtain it, I can resurrect Camilla, but the Land of Light. No buts. I must have the Plasma Spark Tower. The Plasma Spark Tower is as crucial to the Kingdom of Light as the sun is to Earth. After the sun of the Ultra Star exploded, the Kingdom of Light was plunged into darkness. Later, after years of research, the scientists of the Kingdom of Light constructed the Plasma Spark Tower, which serves as an artificial sun. Initially, there were no Ultramen in the Kingdom of Light. The humans there closely resembled those on Earth. Once the Plasma Spark Tower was completed, its powerful energy bestowed immense strength upon the people of the Kingdom of Light, evolving them into Ultramen. Su-Yang was well aware of the system's earlier concerns. Stealing the plasma spark from the Kingdom of Light was akin to detonating their sun. At that point, the Ultramen of the Kingdom of Light would surely be out for blood against him. Not to mention the discontent of the leaders like Ultra King and Ultra Father. That esteemed figure would undoubtedly not forgive him. Attempting to steal the plasma spark from the Kingdom of Light was no less difficult than causing chaos in the Heavenly Palace. However, none of that mattered now. He must revive Camilla. However, before setting out, there were still some matters to arrange on Earth. Su Yang waved his wrist in a certain direction, and those Zoga instantly flew towards the direction of his finger as if they had received a command. Excellent, this dark power is truly remarkable. The direction he pointed at was none other than the location of the TPC Far East headquarters. Tens of thousands of monster birds Zoga flew towards that direction. At this moment, Su Yang harbored no doubts whatsoever. Just a few minutes ago, the system had relayed a message the victory team had disbanded and all former teammates had left the TPC headquarters. Su Yang couldn't help but feel pleased Yoshikawa Tetsushi had indeed arranged his escape route clearly, perhaps even prepared a coffin. The monster bird Zoga also had another ability. After preying on humans, the smaller Zoga could transform into human forms. In other words, as long as Su Yang wished everyone in the TPC was under his control, he could do that, but there was no need. What does the upper echelon of humanity amount to? Just then a sudden roar erupted from the 5 Emperor Kings. What does that mean? Awake. You just made me suffer a lot. As soon as the 5 Emperor King awakened, he fired a beam of light at Su Yang from his head. You bastard. What do you have a grudge against me? At this moment, Su Yang had already lifted the weakening restrictions. He could absorb the light freely. Seeing it was ineffective, the 5 Emperor King immediately shot 2 rays from his left and right hands. They continued to shoot towards Su Yang, yet it remained ineffective. Tiga, Dinah, Gaia, come out all of you and beat him up. 3 beams of intense light descended from the sky surrounding the 5 Emperor King tightly. Upon seeing the 3 ruffians appear, the 5 Emperor King was momentarily stunned and stopped his attack. Internally he thought, what kind of big shot did I provoke? Why are 3 ruffians here to beat me up? If I had known this, I would have just stayed asleep. Trembling in fear truly makes the beast vomit blood. At this moment, the television station was still broadcasting live. Humanity worldwide was dumbfounded. Having lived all their lives, they had never experienced such a shocking day. Everything was in chaos. The entire cherry blossom scene turned into a mess. Everyone was super quiet because they didn't know what to say. It was like watching a super movie or dreaming. The level of shock was unimaginable. Su Yang approached Camilla again, gently caressing the cheek of her statue-like form. She held a light sword in her right hand while her left hand remained in a position of holding hands with Dark Tiga, her body elegantly half-curved slightly, turning her head to gaze deeply at the spot where Su Yang had fallen. Thank you. If Camilla hadn't transferred her last bit of energy to him, it would be Su Yang who had turned into a statue. Su Yang found it hard to imagine how Camilla had endured the long 30 million years in the endless darkness of Lily. For 30 million years, she must have harbored a deep hatred for Dark Tiga. Why did she have to be sealed for so long? Yet even so, in Dark Tiga's moment of crisis, she still fought to support him. Not far away, the battle between the 3 ruffians and the 5 Emperor King had also reached a fever pitch. After a flurry of blows, the 3 ruffians unleashed their ultimate moves. Zai Paleo Light Beam, Sua Air Jiete Light Beam, Rebellious Ice Blade. The 3 ruffians unleashed their finishing moves at the 5 Emperor King from different directions. Boom. After a burst of fiery explosions, the 5 Emperor King was reduced to fragments. His body shattered for a long, while only the large eyeball on his left arm was left intact, probably unable to close his eyes in death. Then the 3 intense beams gradually dissipated, and the 3 ruffians vanished from the spot. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task Ruffian's Nature. Reward permanent use of the 5 Emperor King's Fibo King card. What? They gave a permanent card of the 5 Emperor King. Such operations exist. What a pleasant surprise. Just then 2 giants suddenly flew down from the sky at great speed. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Darum and Hydra. Soon the 2 giants landed. Darum approached Tiga without greeting, throwing a powerful punch that struck Dark Tiga's abdomen. He murmured solemnly, "Tiga, my friend." His strength was immense, and the tremendous impact made Su Yang stagger back. Su Yang secretly vowed that if Hydra and Darum each hit him once, he wouldn't fight back. It would be considered compensation for their 30 million years. But for the second punch, I can only say sorry, I cannot take it for free. Poor Camilla having just been unsealed, yet because of this man. Hydra hadn't finished speaking when he leaped into the air, both fists raised, delivering a heavy blow towards Su Yang. Su Yang still did not evade. Hydra landed, twisting his neck, wondering why this kid wasn't fighting back. But he was still unsatisfied. 30 million years ago, the 4 Dark Warriors ruled the earth together. Why should he be the only one to betray? Betrayal is betrayal, but he had been sealed for so long. He then swung the Hydra trident towards Dark Tiga. Seeing this, Su Yang seized Hydra's arm, and exerting all his strength executed a powerful throw, slamming Hydra hard onto the ground. With a loud bang, Hydra felt excruciating pain, lying on the ground, struggling in agony. Wasn't he not going to fight back? Su Yang coldly said, "I only let you hit me once, and now I have urgent matters to attend to." Seeing this, Dararam did not dare to approach easily any longer. Camilla forcibly broke through the seal of Yulian for you, nearly exhausting all her energy, yet now you let her die here. Enough, I already know all of this, there's no need to say more. On this earth you can play however you want, destroy whatever you wish except for my home. Now I need to retrieve the item that can resurrect Camilla. With that, Su Yang turned his back to the 2 and pointed towards the distant location of the Yushin Inn. Hitler could not believe that these words came from Dark Tiga, who once protected Earth and humanity with all his might. Now he actually allowed the 2 to destroy it. Well, Hitler frequently twisted his neck, glaring fiercely at Su Yang. Deep down, he was still very displeased, feeling angry that Su Yang could dictate everything. However, in the face of absolute power and overwhelming presence, Hitler had no choice but to comply. Su Yang then coldly stated, "Moreover, darkness has descended once again, you need not doubt me. Camilla, how do you plan to resurrect her? She is already dead." "The land of light." "The land of light?" Hitler asked, stunned. Su Yang nodded, providing no further explanation, knowing they wouldn't understand anyway. The history of the land of light was merely a few 100,000 years, and these two had been sealed away 30 million years ago, so they naturally knew nothing of its existence. "It must be very dangerous, my friend," Dararam spoke. Although the powerful warrior Dararam was not talkative, he was quite sharp-witted. Indeed, Su Yang nodded. Suddenly, he understood the meaning of the system's name. The Ultra Infinite War System. He chuckled, realizing battle was unavoidable. Then let the infinite war begin from this moment. Come forth, 5 emperors. With a loud boom, the 5 emperors appeared before the 3 giants. Seeing this, Dararam and Hitler were taken aback and immediately took defensive stances. "Don't worry, this is my summon." Then he issued commands to the 5 emperors. 5 emperors during my absence, guard Camilla's statue. Anyone who dares to touch it will be executed, especially humans. The 5 emperors roared in response and then entered a dormant state. Subsequently, Su Yang flew towards the horizon. Dararam and Hitler glanced at Camilla once more before leaving the scene. As night fell, the two had a bloody feast of slaughter to enjoy. Meanwhile, in a small coastal town in the southern part of Sakura country, a woman staggered and fell against a wall. It was none other than the long-missing captain of the victory team, Iju and K. Without the surveillance of the 3 dark giants, Iju and K quickly escaped from the ruins and then piloted the survey ship back to Sakura country, landing nearby on the southern coastline. During her escape, she saw countless Zogwa flying towards various parts of the world, and Iju and K realized that an unprecedented disaster was descending upon the world. At that moment, after a strange cry from the sky, a small Zogwa dove down towards her. Iju and K hurriedly got up, and after a struggle managed to distance herself from the Zogwa. She drew the victory hypergun from her waist and aimed at the Zogwa, firing a shot. The Zogwa fell to the ground, and Iju and K crouched down again, panting, repeatedly questioning herself how it had come to this. "Yushinin." Su Yang cautiously pushed open the door, and Xiao Sakura and Uncle Mu Hong, each with a head full of snack shells, sat cross-legged on the sofa. One was cracking melon seeds while watching TV. "Father, why hasn't this dream ended yet?" "Yes, I've almost eaten 2 pounds of seeds." Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Sakura immediately turned her head towards the entrance. Seeing Su Yang come back, she was extremely delighted and rushed towards him. "Brother Su Yang, you finally came back." The melon seeds scattered everywhere. She tightly hugged Su Yang and said, "I thought you wouldn't return. Oh, it's so scary outside. Watching the TV made me feel like I was dreaming." "It's not a dream. Those things outside are real, so you must avoid going into the city these days." "Yeah, I understand, Brother Su Yang. All right, staying within half a kilometer is fine, but don't wander too far." "Mom, I will listen to Brother Su Yang." Su Yang ruffled Xiao Sakura's hair, saying, "Okay, I might be out for a few days. You and Uncle Mu Hong must protect yourselves. This is my victory hypergun, keep it for you." Then Su Yang took the sidearm from his waist and handed it to Xiao Sakura. "But what about you, Brother Su Yang? Don't worry about me, I'm very strong." Su Yang then turned to Uncle Mu Hong and said, "Uncle, can we still last a few days with food and vegetables?" Uncle Mu Hong nodded and made an okay gesture. Xiao Sakura's father was quite reliable. He had been a boxer in Sakura country and reportedly won national awards. After losing his wife, he began running the inn and lived a very comfortable life growing vegetables. After explaining everything, Su Yang left. "Come forth, King Yinluo." He summoned King Yinluo nearby. "Protect Xiao Sakura and Uncle Mu Hong." After issuing the simple command, King Yinluo knocked on his huge shield with a large knife and then burrowed underground. "Good, with you here guarding, I can rest easy." The 5 emperors, King Yinluo and the strange Zogwa, along with the 2 dark giants who were about to become allies, made Su Yang's influence over the earth appear formidable. And all of them were the most terrifying creatures. With all concerns eliminated and preparations complete, Land of Light, here I come. The Heisei Diga world and the Land of Light were not in the same universe, so Su Yang needed to traverse the universe to reach the Land of Light. Of course, with the system, these were no issues. Su Yang took out the Dark Divine Light stick from his bosom, and as dark light flashed, he transformed back into Dark Tiga. He leaped high into the sky. "System, help me connect to the universe of the Land of Light." Received. Just as the system's voice fell, a swirling wormhole appeared right in front of Su Yang. Soon Su Yang flew into the wormhole, witnessing countless galaxies rapidly passing by, splendid beyond compare. Minutes later, Su Yang flew out of the wormhole, reaching the depths of the universe. All the while, Su Yang contemplated a question: how to obtain the plasma spark. Should he borrow, steal, or simply rob it? After thinking for a moment, Su Yang came to a clear answer. Steal. Who would go steal something? That's embarrassing. Borrow. Would they lend it to you? Wouldn't it be awkward if they refused? So I will just rob it. Now the question arises, how to rob. By force. Can I defeat the mysterious 4 Ultras? Thinking of this, Su Yang couldn't help but mock the setting of the Tsuburaya officials. Diga is at least 30 million years old, while the Ultras from the Land of Light are at most a few 100,000 years old. Originally, Diga's design wasn't inferior to the mysterious 4 Ultras, but it was later completely weakened. Now Su Yang estimates that his Dark Diga strength is only slightly stronger than that of Belial. But what if all 4 Ultras are clustered there? In the midst of his thoughts, Su-Yang saw someone fighting ahead. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Mebius. Yet the monster battling Dreambius is none other than Bimura. Wait, this scene seems familiar. Before Su-Yang could ponder where he had seen this scene, he saw Xiao Ming and Bimura, one red and one blue, rapidly flying towards a lava planet. Su-Yang did not dare to delay, transforming into a streak of black light, closely following them. From a distance, he could see the battle between Dreambius and Bimura. Dreambius leaped into the air, soaring hundreds of meters above Bimura, and executed a meteor kick. Seeing this, Bimura unleashed several blue energy blasts from his mouth towards the airborne Dreambius. Dreambius did not evade at all, and Bimura failed to hit a single shot. Then a powerful kick landed heavily on Bimura's abdomen. Truly, he is a man who can withstand Leo's flying kick. Suddenly, Su-Yang recalled that this was the opening scene of Ultra Galaxy Legend, right? Ultra Galaxy Legend. Belial breaks out of prison, wreaks havoc in the Land of Light, and then steals the plasma spark. Just when he was troubled with no solution, the clouds parted, and the moon was revealed. Now the timeline of the Land of Light is confirmed, and the situation became instantly clear. Su-Yang also devised his own plan. Bimura in pain distanced himself from Dreambius and spewed a blue heat ray from his mouth. Dreambius manifested the Dream Beam, soared effortlessly, severing Bimura's attack. Then Xiao Ming unleashed his ultimate move, the Dream Beam Ray. Bimura was defeated. Then Dreambius prepared to leave, but suddenly sensed a dark aura and turned to look behind him. Seeing this, Su-Yang immediately dodged. Dreambius scanned his surroundings, but the dark aura had vanished. Was there nothing behind him? He had clearly sensed the presence of darkness just a moment ago. Did he misinterpret it? Dreambius hesitated for a moment before flying towards the sky, heading for the Land of Light. Su-Yang reappeared, puzzled, wondering if the people of the Land of Light are so sensitive to darkness. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Though they are contradictory, they coexist eternally, and one side cannot annihilate the other. If the plot were to progress normally, Taro should be training new recruits at the Ultra Combat Arena, while Zafi, the first generation, and 7 would be waiting for Dreambius' return at the Cosmic Patrol headquarters, discussing matters related to negative energy. As for Su-Yang, he flew directly towards the Cosmic Prison. The Land of Light, the Cosmic Patrol headquarters. Dreambius returns. Zafi, the first generation, and 7 had been waiting for a long time. Zafi, as the patrol captain, spoke. First, you've worked hard, Dreambius. Affected by negative energy, the monsters in various regions have become increasingly ferocious. I have a bad feeling about this, 7 said with concern. The same events have occurred on many planets. Jackety and Ace have already gone to investigate. We must find out the cause as soon as possible. At that moment, Ultra Father and Ultra Mother slowly approached the group. Ultra Father solemnly warned, the energy center shows abnormal conditions. Everyone must not let their guard down. The others nodded. I hope nothing will happen. Next, Ultra Father looked towards the direction of the Cosmic Prison. The one he was most worried about was currently imprisoned there. But he did not expect that there was someone even more terrifying than Belial. Cosmic Prison. A Zarabian transformed into an Ultraman figure holding the ultimate battle device slowly approached the Cosmic Prison from the air. Hey! Su-Yang called out to him from behind. The Zarabian slowly turned to look back, the ultimate battle device in his hand, stirring restlessly. Thinking to himself, an Ultraman from the Land of Light. But when he turned around, he was startled. An Ultraman he had never seen before, with milky white eyes, his body a mix of black and gray, and apart from the blue timer on his chest, there was no other color. An Ultraman fallen into darkness. In the Cosmic Prison, so close to the Land of Light, there is actually a Dark Ultraman. The Zarabian exclaimed, who are you? I am your grandfather. Asking such useless questions, since you already have a son, you can only be a grandson. The Zarabian furiously swung the ultimate battle device towards Su-Yang. Die. Su-Yang chuckled, exerting force with his left hand, effortlessly grasping the other end of the ultimate battle device. Is this all? So weak. No wonder Belial killed you the moment he broke out of prison. The Zarabian was shocked, realizing that this Dark Ultraman could withstand a blow from the ultimate battle device. Who are you? Is it annoying? Didn't I just tell you? I am your grandfather. Why are you asking again? Dark Fist. Then Su-Yang gathered power in his right fist and punched through the Zarabian's body. The Zarabian looked in horror at the gaping hole in his body, and then with a loud bang, he shattered into dust. Ace exclaimed in admiration. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the evil alien Zarabian. Reward Zarabian, card 1. After receiving a card, the ultimate battle device also landed smoothly in Su-Yang's hands. Su-Yang examined the battle device. This is the one that can control 100 monsters. Not bad. However, Su-Yang suddenly thought of something amusing. The Land of Light is a holy place for collecting cards. When Belial steals the plasma spark later, will he go to the monster graveyard to resurrect 100 monsters? At that time, then Su-Yang flew towards the Cosmic Prison, where a gigantic black cube hovered in space. This is the Cosmic Prison. As Su-Yang arrived at the prison entrance, he saw 2 Ultraman guards at the door. He couldn't help but chuckle. Are these 2 shrimp soldiers guarding Belial? Can you guys in the Land of Light not be chaotic? As Su-Yang landed, a powerful dark aura instantly startled the 2 guards. The 2 Ultramen immediately yelled, who goes there? Don't move. Su-Yang shook his head impatiently, saying, is it annoying? My whole body is so dark, and you still ask. With a son and a grandson, I can't raise more. Of course I'm your enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, Su-Yang instantly appeared in front of the two Ultraman guards. Before they could draw their weapons, he knocked each one away with a single blow. After two screams, the two Ultramen flew deep into the universe. Oh, this stick has quite a force. Then Su-Yang broke open the prison door holding Belial. Indeed, the same dark aura originated from Belial's powerful dark energy. In the dim prison, two orange-eared eyes suddenly caught Su-Yang's attention. Belial, stop sleeping. Hurry up and get up. The dark warrior Belial, who had been asleep for tens of thousands of years. Damn it, who woke me up from my good sleep? The blue destructive energy beam emitted from the ultimate battle device instantly shattered the seal that imprisoned Belial. With a loud rumble, Belial slowly stepped out, slightly hunched over. Su-Yang assessed Belial, who was clad in black and red with a purple timer on his chest and a pair of disproportionately large claws attached to his wrists. Belial had not moved for tens of thousands of years, and his muscles had grown quite stiff. He occasionally twisted his neck, looking at the claws in his hands. After a few seconds, he finally noticed the Dark Tiga beside him. He held his ultimate battle device in his hand. Hand over that stick in your hand. Belial suddenly extended his claws, pointing at the ultimate battle device in Su-Yang's hand, coldly saying. Su-Yang waved it around a couple of times in his hand before casually tossing it to Belial. He did not find the stick particularly useful, so he simply threw it to Belial. Belial caught the ultimate battle device and raised it forward, only to see that the device unexpectedly elongated suddenly. He examined it closely, pondering whether this ultimate battle device was genuine or fake. Suddenly, Belial swung the battle device and smashed it towards the body of Dark Tiga. Boom. The impact of the battle device hitting Dark Tiga produced tremendous force, causing Belial to stagger backward from the strong recoil. But Dark Tiga remained completely unmoved. Belial was taken aback, looking at the ultimate battle device in his hand, then glancing at Dark Tiga. The fact that it could generate such a strong impact indicated that the battle device was real. But how could this Dark Ultraman be completely unfazed? Belial was suddenly startled and dared not make any bold moves. Could it be that this Dark Ultraman was even stronger than himself? How could that be possible? Su-Yang smiled, thinking that Belial had taken him for a weakling. Did he want to test the power of the ultimate battle device? However, Su-Yang did not expect that when Belial swung a stick at him, he remained completely unmoved, while Belial was instead knocked back by the shockwave. This indirectly indicated that Dark Tiga's strength was definitely above Belial's, perhaps significantly so. Who are you? Belial was startled and asked Su-Yang. What does it matter who I am? You only need to know that I, like you, originate from darkness. Belial shook his head, quite displeased with Su-Yang's response. Then what is your purpose in releasing me? Of course, to conquer the universe. Is that even a question? Otherwise, why would I release you, Belial? Su-Yang casually fabricated a reason. So do you want to cooperate with me? Belial was taken aback and asked again. That's right, I want to cooperate with you. Su-Yang paused and fabricated another story. Whether we cooperate or not doesn't matter. The main idea is to have you attract the firepower of the Ultraman from the Land of Light, allowing me to seize the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Belial laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I, Belial, the most powerful and evil Ultraman of the Land of Light, have never liked to cooperate. Alright, I know you don't like to cooperate, but this most powerful claim is still up for debate. Belial was indeed proud, even though the Ultraman in front of him was stronger. But if I help you a little, maybe we can really conquer the universe. Su-Yang chuckled. Sure, just don't blame me for not helping you if you end up getting knocked down. At this moment, Taro, the son of Tsuburaya, was receiving training from Leo Ultraman on planet K-76. Belial laughed again. Knocked down. Let me show you my capabilities. Then Belial charged out of the prison gate. Yes, that's more like it. Hurry up and get the plasma spark. Using provocation on a character like Belial has proven effective time and again. The more Su-Yang thought about it, the happier he became. He hadn't expected this trip to the Land of Light to go so smoothly. He had thought there would be a fierce battle. Belial, go for it. I have high hopes for you. Belial burst out of the prison gate, raising his ultimate battle device and laughing heartily. Ha ha, Land of Light, did you not expect me to return? Before his words had faded, 3 beams of light descended from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Belial turned his head to look at the sky, coldly stating that was quick. At this moment, Su-Yang also slowly walked out of the prison gate, only to see Taro accompanied by the Ultraman warriors from the security team surrounding him. Don't move, Belial. Return to your cell, Taro sternly commanded. Was Belial moved? He looked like he wasn't moved at all. He merely snorted coldly, and then said, just in time for me to warm up. Let's go. Taro immediately ordered, and the Ultraman warriors surged forward. While Taro remained in place, he looked over toward the prison door, towards Su-Yang. Was this dark, giant Tiga Ultraman? Su-Yang looked up at Taro, only to find the 2 Ultraman horns on Taro's head extremely eye-catching. At that moment, Taro suddenly called out to him, Tiga, why are you here? Su-Yang was stunned. What the hell? Taro here actually knew him. Come on, big brother, the timelines are different. How could Taro recognize him? But upon reflection, in an episode of Galactic Ultraman, Taro indeed recognized Tiga. The timeline of Tsuburaya was quite chaotic at that time. However, Galactic Ultraman's appearance came several years after the Super Galaxy legend. It just didn't make sense. 1,000 ways it didn't make sense. Could it be? Was it the first Ultraman who introduced him? In one episode of Tiga, Ultraman Daigo had traveled back in time to fight alongside the first Ultraman. If it had to be explained, that would be the only way to explain it. While Su-Yang was lost and thought, Taro spoke again. Why did you fall into darkness? Why did you release Belial? Su-yang couldn't help but retort why. Why are there so many whys? Su-yang didn't want to explain, and merely chuckled. Taro, you've made something of yourself. You've even become an instructor. Taro was left puzzled, wondering what Tiga was talking about. At that moment, a series of screams reached Taro's ears, and upon looking closely, he saw that all the Ultraman warriors he had brought with him had been taken down by Belial wielding the ultimate battle device. Ha, can you be a bit more serious? This is too easy. Belial mocked, tapping the ground with the ultimate battle device. That's enough. Seeing this, Taro no longer paid attention to Tiga diving down from the sky and swinging a knife hand towards Belial's neck. Belial turned and easily dodged. Belial, I won't spare you. Looks like you're more fun. After creating some distance, Belial laughed again. Then Belial leaped toward the outer wall of the prison, and Taro followed suit. Seeing this, Su-yang followed as well. Not far away was a large light green planet, which was the Ultraman star of the Land of Light. The plasma spark tower that Su-yang had longed for was right there. However, things seemed to have become a bit complicated. Taro recognized him, and the Ultraman brothers from the Land of Light would definitely recognize him too. The battle situation between Tai Luo and Bei Lia is very clear. Tai Luo unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks towards Bei Lia, but unfortunately most of the attacks were dodged by Bei Lia. Occasionally landing a few hits, they caused no real harm. In contrast, Bei Lia, wielding the ultimate battle device, struck back against Tai Luo with precise and powerful blows, making the situation overwhelmingly one-sided. Soon Bei Lia leaped into the air and unleashed a series of fierce kicks at Tai Luo. Tai Luo struggled to defend himself and was kicked away by Bei Lia, tumbling several times on the ground before barely coming to a stop. Seeing he was at a disadvantage, Tai Luo directly unleashed his ultimate move, Starlim Beam. With arms stretched in its shape, a dazzling beam shot from his left arm towards Bei Lia. Upon witnessing this, Bei Lia used the ultimate battle device to brace himself, bending his upper body backward nearly 90 degrees, easily dodging the attack. Su-yang was astonished, remarking on Bei Lia's impressive flexibility. If only I had one too. Seeing the ultimate move evaded, Tai Luo, realizing he was outmatched, rushed towards Bei Lia at high speed and hugged his waist. He actually crashed into the Kingdom of Light with Bei Lia. Goodness! Su-yang exclaimed in disbelief, urging Tai Luo to be more cautious. Are you trying to make life in the Kingdom of Light too comfortable, personally delivering Bei Lia there? Or are you and that master in cahoots from the very beginning? Upon seeing this, Su-yang hurriedly followed. This journey to the Kingdom of Light seems overly peaceful, as if he doesn't even need to intervene. In the Kingdom of Light, Tai Luo's ultra signature quickly transmitted back. Look, that's the seal of the Tai Luo family. Mother Ultraman exclaimed in alarm, pointing at the suddenly appearing Tai Luo signature in the sky. Father Ultraman anxiously stated, the situation is extremely serious. I never expected that even the cosmic prison would be destroyed. Father Ultraman immediately realized the gravity of the situation, knowing that Bei Lia's target was the Plasma Spark Tower. This guy's target is the Plasma Spark Tower. We must defend that tower. Seven nodded, then turned to his brothers and the security team members, saying, let's go. We have to hold this place. Zophie turned back, looking at the other Ultras. They all replied in unison, yes. Just as he finished speaking, Tai Luo crashed to the ground with Bei Lia, creating a loud thud. The ground was smashed into a large pit with thick smoke billowing around. As the smoke gradually cleared, Bei Lia grabbed Tai Luo's right arm and lifted him into the air with one hand, then tossed him aside with great force. Ha, I am back. Bei Lia laughed triumphantly. And facing Bei Lia were Captain Zophie of the Cosmic Security Team, the first generation 7 Mebius Hikari, and the fastest and strongest Max. There were also numerous security team Ultraman warriors from the red and blue tribes, nearly 100 in total. The Ultras knew the terror of Bei Lia and wasted no time in taking battle stances. At that moment, Su-yang, transformed into Dark Tiga, slowly descended behind Bei Lia, who dares to act tough. As soon as he landed, Su-yang felt the light was exceptionally piercing. He couldn't help but complain. After thinking carefully, he realized that the brightness of the Kingdom of Light was several times stronger than that of the sunlight on Earth. After a moment, Su-yang slightly adapted to the brightness here. The sudden appearance of Dark Ultraman left the other Ultras momentarily stunned. There's even a Dark Ultraman. Who is he? The more seasoned Ultras, the first generation Zophie and Seven, immediately recognized him. It's Ultraman Tiga. Why? Why did he also fall into darkness? Could it be that he was the one who destroyed the cosmic prison? With just Bei Lia, the security team already had enough trouble. Now with Dark Tiga appearing, the Ultras were in shock. Then the first generation pointed at Dark Tiga angrily and said, Tiga, why are you mixing with Bei Lia? Upon hearing this, Su-yang was taken aback. Indeed, the first generation recognized him. Tiga, so your name is Tiga. You don't seem like a giant born from Ultra Star. Upon hearing the first generation, Bei Lia turned his head to look at Dark Tiga. Names don't matter, it's just a title, call me whatever you like, Su-yang coldly replied. The first generation questioned again, why? What is your purpose? Seeing that Dark Tiga didn't answer, Bei Lia impatiently answered for Su-yang. Why ask so many questions? Why do you always love to ask why? If you want to fight, then do it quickly, if not, just surrender. Su-yang, why did you also ask why? Are you playing a word game, Bei Laoang? The Ultras knew their words were of little use. A moment later, the Ultraman warriors behind them surged forward, all attacking Bei Lia. Bei Lia faced them alone, instantly engaging in a fierce battle with the Ultras. Wonderful. The Ultras surrounded Beilia without regard for their own safety, and Su-Yang couldn't help but applaud their bravery. In the chaotic situation, it was the perfect opportunity to seize the plasma spark. Su-Yang turned and intended to leave, heading towards the plasma spark tower. At that moment, Zophie, the first generation, and Seven, who were watching from a distance, were closely observing Dark Tiga. What could this dark warrior over 30 million years old be up to? Seeing Dark Tiga turning to leave, the three Ultras exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions. Then Zophie spoke to his two brothers, saying, "Let's go too." The first generation and Seven replied in unison, "All right." After saying this, they leaped into action, flying over the heads of the other Ultras, charging towards Dark Tiga. Just as Su-Yang was preparing to fly away, Zophie's hand landed on his right shoulder, suddenly exerting force. Su-Yang felt his movements hindered and turned to look back, realizing it was that master. The first generation and Seven behind him were also gearing up. He couldn't help but shake his head. Oh, why were they not dealing with Beilia and instead coming after him? Well then, let's play with you. In a flash, Su-Yang grabbed Zophie's right arm and executed a powerful shoulder throw, sending Zophie flying. Seeing this, the first generation and Seven also attacked. The two threw punches, one to the left and one to the right, aiming for Su-Yang's chest. Su-Yang quickly ducked to evade the heavy strikes of the two Ultras, then distanced himself, turning to face their attacks. Meanwhile, on Beilia's side, the security team warriors were almost all taken down by the relentless bombardment of the ultimate battle device, with only Max, Mebius, and Hikari standing unharmed in front of Beilia. On Su-Yang's side, the three Ultras faced off, and Seven spoke again, asking, "Daigo, what is your purpose in coming to the Kingdom of Light?" Su-Yang impatiently replied, "Defeat me first, then ask." At that moment, the Ultraman Zophie, who had previously been thrown by Su-Yang, also got back up from the ground, and the three Ultras surrounded Su-Yang. After a nod of agreement among the three Ultras, the battle began. Zophie charged ahead, and witnessing this, Cebu and the first generation rushed forward as well. During the battle, the red cloak behind the three Ultras fluttered from time to time. Facing the onslaught of the three Ultras, Su-Yang quickly gained the upper hand, grabbing Zophie and leaping into the air, swiftly dividing the battlefield. Following a series of combination punches, all landing on Zophie's abdomen, Zophie initially managed to counter with both fists, but little did he know Su-Yang's attacks became increasingly ferocious. Zophie winced in pain and was no match for Su-Yang. With a swift turn, Su-Yang executed a spinning kick to Zophie's chest, sending him flying like a cannonball. Just after knocking Zophie away, Cebu and the first generation removed their red cloaks and charged into the sky. After a brief moment of defense, Su-Yang flew upward, creating distance from the two Ultras. Dark Palm Light Arrow. From the right hand of Dark Tiga, three dark red energy projectiles shot out rapidly, speeding toward the first generation Ultraman. The first generation performed a backflip in the air to dodge two of the projectiles, but before he could regain his footing, the third projectile sped toward him. Boom! At the moment of impact, the projectile exploded on the chest of the first generation, flashes of electricity erupting. The first generation lost balance and fell toward the ground. Cebu, seeing this, took off his head spear, gripping it like a dagger, and flew toward Dark Tiga. Su-Yang never imagined he would one day battle the Ultraman he watched as a child, and it was an on-ever-susmany situation. It was incredibly exhilarating. Cebu's head spear continuously stabbed at Dark Tiga, and Su-Yang exerted force with his left arm, grabbing Cebu's wrist with immense strength, flinging him backward toward the green building. Boom! A large crater was created in the building, and Cebu charged out again, throwing his head spear at Dark Tiga. Ultraman Barrier. Su-Yang opened the barrier to block the head spear. The moment the spear made contact with the barrier, sparks flew from the friction, creating a series of popping sounds. Meanwhile, on Belial's side, Max charged forward, and Belial swung the ultimate battle instrument, striking Max's calf with the first hit, and the second hit directly slammed into his abdomen. Boom! The fastest and strongest Max was sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into the wall and collapsing. Only Mebius and Hikaru remained on the scene. The two Ultras manifested their light swords, slicing toward Belial from both sides. Belial easily blocked the attacks of the two Ultras with the ultimate battle instrument. Seeing the light swords ineffective, both utilized their night rays toward Belial, but to their surprise, Belial caught them with one hand. "You are all too weak." Belial mocked as he fought, then unleashed a bluish-green electric beam from the ultimate battle instrument, aiming at Hikaru. Hikaru was unable to dodge and was sent flying. "Hikaru!" Mebius shouted, urgently, unable to assist in time. "Now it's your turn." Before Mebius could react, Belial charged at him at high speed, encircling him with a light ring. "Get out of my way." As soon as the words were spoken, Belial used the ultimate battle instrument to throw Mebius into the sky. "Not one capable fighter among you." Belial coldly mocked as he looked at the group of Ultraman warriors lying on the ground. Afterward, he put away the ultimate battle instrument and walked out of the security team, looking up at the sky, where Dark Tiga was entangled with the three Ultras. "They'll go ahead." Su-Yang glanced at Belial, thinking this guy is going to the Plasma Spark Tower to retrieve the Plasma Spark. "Well then, I won't bother with you any longer." Su-Yang unleashed a flurry of attacks on the first generation, then grabbed him and hurled him towards Cebu. Boom! Cebu didn't have time to dodge before he was struck by the suddenly flying first generation. Only Zophie remained. Su-Yang flew quickly toward him, pinning Zophie down as they plunged toward the ground. Boom! The ground was once again smashed into a large crater, followed by Su Yang landing a punch on Zoffi's right cheek. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Zoffi lost consciousness, and the timer on his chest flashed rapidly. The invincible Zoffi fell once more. Su Yang leaped into the air, following the direction Belial had flown off to. Belial and Su Yang entered the Plasma Spark Tower one after the other, where Jack, Ace, and Eddie were waiting for them. Belial, surrender. The land of light shall be protected by us. You will never succeed. The three Ultras descended from above, surrounding Belial, just as Dark Tiga slowly walked in. The sudden appearance of Dark Tiga startled Ace, who was across the door, and he exclaimed, "Tiga, it's you. What a coincidence, isn't this the corpse-slicing maniac?" Hearing this, Jack and Eddie turned to look behind, both astonished. They had thought it was only Belial, but unexpectedly Dark Tiga had also appeared. Jack had a sudden flash of inspiration. With two Dark Ultras, this was manageable. He took the lead and said, "Ace, Eddie, step aside, I'll handle these two." Su Yang, could it be that you can trigger passives here? Su Yang was taken aback. This is no way. Before Jack could launch his attack, Belial swept the ultimate battle instrument horizontally. What are you looking at? Do you not see me? Belial, dissatisfied with the three Ultras ignoring him, swung the scythe of death once again. A golden arc of light shot out. "You obstructionists, get out of my way." The three Ultras leaped into the air, avoiding the attack of Belial's scythe of death. Then Ace directly summoned the 8-segment light, while aiming for Belial's head. What? Is this really a close combat skill? Belial raised the ultimate battle instrument to block the attack, sparks flying, as if a chainsaw was cutting through a steel rod. Eddie and Jack also unleashed their own beam skills. Yet without exception, they were all deflected by Belial using the ultimate battle instrument. The three Ultras gathered together, saying, "Let's use the combined light ray." Seeing the four engage in a melee, Su Yang turned his gaze toward the plasma spark above. The plasma spark emitted a dazzling blue-white glow. The energy core that could revive Camilla was right there. "Belial, you can have your fun with them, I'll go ahead." Su Yang soared toward the high platform, slowly approaching the plasma spark. "The plasma spark is mine. Tiga, stop." Just as Su Yang was about to touch the plasma spark, a hand grabbed his wrist and flung him aside. Upon a closer look, it was Ultraman King. No, it was Father of Ultra. "King, you cannot stop me." Su Yang sneered, believing that if Father of Ultra couldn't defeat Belial, how could he possibly stand a chance against someone far more powerful than Belial? Father of Ultra reprimanded Tiga, "Have you lost the spirit of an Ultra warrior?" After the two Ultras distanced themselves, Mother of Ultra gradually appeared behind Father of Ultra. "What does your Ultra spirit have to do with me?" Su Yang shook his head and looked at Father Ultraman helplessly. Father Ultraman then spoke again, "Protecting humanity is the duty of every Ultraman warrior. If you take away the plasma spark, the land of light will once again plunge into darkness." Su Yang tilted his head, thinking, "Aren't you just morally blackmailing me? Protecting humanity is the duty of every Ultraman warrior. Those fools, as if they have never protected anyone. In the end, what did it amount to? Old man, stop talking nonsense and hand over the plasma spark quickly. If you don't, I'll rip that bighorn off your head." "You?" Father Ultraman was momentarily speechless, nearly choking with anger. "No more talking. Then let's fight." Su Yang dashed toward the plasma spark again, while Father Ultraman threw his red cape back and assumed a combat stance to confront him. With a burst of speed, Su Yang leaped into the air and delivered a flying kick aimed at Father Ultraman's head. Father Ultraman sidestepped to the right, causing Su Yang to kick into empty air. He landed steadily and once again engaged in fierce combat with Father Ultraman. The two fought, exchanging blows with each other. At first, they were evenly matched, but as time passed, Father Ultraman began to tire and fell into a disadvantage. "King, you're not doing so well either. I thought you could last longer." Su Yang taunted while fighting completely in control of the battle. In contrast, Father Ultraman was overwhelmed by Su Yang's strikes and had no time to respond. Su Yang then executed a spinning kick that sent Father Ultraman back to Mother Ultraman, creating distance between them. Dark Rampart Light Bullet. Su Yang crossed his arms in front of his chest, then extended them to the sides, gathering energy at his left waist. A dark red arrow of light shot from Su Yang's right hand. "Stop!" At that moment, a figure rushed quickly in front of Father Ultraman. It was the long-absent tyrant engine Taro Ultraman. Boom. The arrow of light struck Taro in the chest, paralyzing him instantly, and he fell down. "Get up, Taro." Seeing Taro down, Mother Ultraman hurried over to check on him. What a strange similarity to the original storyline. With only Mother Ultraman left, there shouldn't be anyone else trying to snatch the plasma spark from me, right? I will not let you succeed. Su Yang reached out again for the plasma spark, only to see Mother Ultraman charging at him. "Are you going to fight me too?" Without hesitating, Su Yang grabbed Mother Ultraman's arm and tossed her back to Taro and Father Ultraman. In that moment, Belial had defeated the other three Ultras and leaped toward the plasma spark. "Plasma spark, I won't be polite." Saying this, Belial lifted the plasma spark high. Belial laughed maniacally while holding the plasma spark. Su Yang, however, was extremely displeased. His precious treasure was snatched away right before his eyes. At that moment, two thoughts immediately formed in Su Yang's mind. One was to directly take down Belial here and seize the plasma spark. The other was to let it go and accompany Belial to the monster graveyard. After Belial resurrects 100 monsters, he would take the plasma spark, and all those 100 monsters would also be valuable. What a vibrant scene it would be if they were all unleashed on Earth. Compared to the first idea, Su Yang leaned more toward the second one. monsters, and the plasma spark. I want them all. Just as Su Yang was hesitating, the system suddenly sent a message. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've triggered a mission. Mission: go to the monster graveyard and kill 20 monsters before Zero Ultraman arrives. Mission reward: Ultimate Battle Device X1. This mission did the system issue it based on my thoughts. Kill 20 monsters before Zero Ultraman arrives. Isn't 20 too few? I want to fight 100. But this mission reward only gives one ultimate battle device. Isn't that a bit too stingy? The ultimate battle device, isn't there one readily available? Thinking of this, Su Yang looked at Belial's stick in his hand. I didn't even want it when it was offered to me. However, seeing Belial use it still looks pretty fierce. Then I'll just make do with it. After killing the monsters, I'll seize the plasma spark and leave the confused Belial to take the blame. Perfect. Without the plasma spark to supply energy, the land of light instantly dimmed, and the freezing cold began to spread from the tower of plasma spark. In no time, a fierce cold wave swept over the entire land of light. The little Ultramen who couldn't escape were immediately frozen into ice blocks. Sev and the first generation were less injured, each opening their ultra shields to resist the cold wave. However, Zafy Ultraman, the captain of the space defense team who had exhausted all his energy, was powerless and was frozen into an ice sculpture the moment the cold wave struck. Jack, Ace, and Eddie suffered the same fate. Hikaru and Mephiles fortunately escaped because they were thrown out of the land of light by Belial. I'll let you off this time, just leave you a few lives here to see the end of the land of light. Until we meet again. Belial looked disdainfully at Taro and his family, laughing as he left. Su Yang followed closely behind, preparing to go to the monster graveyard to complete his mission. After the two Dark Ultras left, Mother Ultraman looked at the dim light of the plasma spark tower and reminded, if this last bit of light disappears, this planet will be completely destroyed. Land of light, let me protect you. Taro struggled to rise from the ground, his body engulfed in blazing flames as he charged towards the plasma spark tower. The land of light will definitely be revived. Taro burned himself to protect the last spark of the land of light. Mother Ultraman murmured, thank you, Taro. Then the three Ultras were also turned into ice sculptures. Meanwhile, far away on planet K-76, Zero Ultraman, fully armored, was undergoing special training with Leo Ultraman. At a distance on a giant rock peak, Ultraman King and Astra watched this man whom the land of light had high hopes for. In the monster graveyard, the sky was filled with the souls of dead monsters. Su Yang followed Belial to this place, and Belial laughed as he looked at those souls. Then he forcefully plunged the plasma spark into the land of lava. Everyone, let's go for another big fight. After saying that, the plasma spark erupted with intense energy, and the drifting souls in the sky reacted. Awaken monsters. Belial raised the ultimate battle device, and one after another the souls of monsters began to fall to the ground. Following that, countless monsters crawled out from beneath the earth with the lava. At that moment, Belial turned to Dark Dinah and disdainfully asked, why aren't you leaving? Didn't I say I hate working with others? Su Yang chuckled and replied, work together. Who wants to work with you? Are you dreaming? What do you mean? Why don't you leave this place? Belial questioned. Su Yang did not respond, but slowly walked towards the group of clawing monsters. Su Yang let out a cold smile. Dark Lampart Energy Ball. He quickly took a stance, and a dark red energy ball shot out from his right hand. The speed was so astonishing that not only the monsters present, but even Belial did not react in time. The lightning-fast dark red energy ball shot towards the monster group, with King Arii as the primary target. The boy was still reveling in his resurrection, but little did he know an energy ball had just claimed his life. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the cosmic monster King Arii. Reward: King Arii Card 1. Ding. Task completion progress 120. Facing the sudden attack from Dark Tiga, Belial was utterly bewildered. What are you doing? You call me a boy. Belial, your age is not even 1/10 of mine. After saying this, Su Yang continued with his actions. Dark Palm Slash. Su Yang quickly launched a shuriken-shaped purple energy ball. He unleashed his energy skills on the monster group at will like shooting targets. He didn't even need to aim, no matter the angle he shot from it would hit. It was utterly incomprehensible. This time it was the fiery-headed monster bird Barton that took the hit. With a mournful cry, Barton vanished into the monster group like a puff of smoke. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the volcanic monster bird Barton. Reward: Barton Card 1. Ding. Task completion progress 220. Looking at the system's notification, Su Yang was momentarily stunned. So it was a volcanic monster bird. I thought it was called a fiery-headed monster bird. To speak of it, Barton truly had a remarkable record renowned throughout the history of the monster family. With another monster down, Belial was furious. He still needed to rely on those 100 monsters to rule the universe. How could he allow you to kill them? Belial, disregarding Su Yang's intentions, stomped down, causing the ground to tremble slightly, and charged towards Dark Tiga. I told you to stop causing trouble here. Die. Belial swung his battle device like a great sword towards Dark Tiga. Seeing this, Su Yang activated the Ultra Barrier to withstand the impact of the Ultimate Battle Device. The Ultimate Battle Device struck the barrier without causing any ripples. Belial was furious and asked again, who exactly are you? What does it matter who I am? Just know that I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. After saying this, he retracted the barrier and executed a spinning kick towards Belial. Seeing this, Belial raised his battle device with both hands to block Dark Tiga's kick. Yet even so, the tremendous force still forced him to stagger backward. Once steady, Belial stretched his neck forward and snarled, "You have angered me." Then he brandished his staff and charged again. In the midst of this charge, Dark Tiga snapped his fingers. "Tiga, Dana, Gaia, come out and kill Belial's monster army. Start with 20, the more you kill the more you earn." Seeing Belial insist on entangling him, Su-Yang knew that Belial couldn't defeat him at this moment, yet he still summoned the 3 heroes to assist in killing monsters. Saving time and effort. Why not? 2 beams of light descended from the sky. Within the monster group, 2 giants of light descended with their fists raised. But it wasn't over yet. Boom. With a tremendous sound, the ground collapsed and countless magma erupted. Gaia sent a meteorite crashing down to the ground. Washing the socks. Both Belial and Su-Yang turned to look at the monster group. They saw 3 giants of light appearing and immediately engaging in battle with the 100 monsters. Belial was dumbfounded. Where did these giants of light come from? After being in the land of light for so many years, why had he never seen them? Moreover, how could there be 2 Tiga Ultraman, 1 black and 1 white? Alright, old black, now we can have some fun. Belial tossed his ultimate battle device behind him, snorted coldly, and said slowly, "Are you all in cahoots? What is your background, Dark Ultraman? Old black, why are you like those people from the land of light? Full of questions. Defeat me, and you'll naturally know everything." After saying this, the 2 once again engaged in fierce battle. After several exchanges, Belial found that his physical techniques were ineffective against Dark Tiga, so he quickly distanced himself from him. "Try my move." Belial's Death Scythe. Belial swung his ultimate battle device, releasing a giant scythe-shaped energy beam. Su-Yang did not evade or dodge. He simply watched as the death beam vanished upon contact with Dark Tiga's body. What is happening? Belial shook his head in confusion. "Then fine, let me show you this." Belial's Annihilation Thunder. Belial swung his ultimate battle device, unleashing a powerful black-red lightning bolt from its top, directly hitting Dark Tiga. At once, Su-Yang felt a surge of powerful energy flow into his body. This feeling was so invigorating. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Belial's dark power. Absorbing Belial's dark power. What does this mean? Can this power remain in my body forever? That's right. The host can absorb the dark power of dark bosses. Current absorption progress 4. The higher the progress value, the stronger the host's power. Once the progress value reaches 100%, the host can obtain all the power of Dark Tiga's true form. Upon seeing this, Su-Yang was stunned. To absorb dark power to become stronger, didn't this mean that his strength could increase infinitely? And to gain all the power of Dark Tiga's true form? If he could truly restore to the strength of his true form, wouldn't that mean he could punch the king of the universe and kick Noah? His transformed Dark Tiga was already this strong, and he had only just gained 4% of his true form's power. Su-Yang was extremely excited. Then Su-Yang yelled at Belial. "Belial, continue using that move on me. Are you out of your mind?" Belial shook his head, thinking this kid's head must have been squeezed by a door. What a strange request, asking me to hit you. Belial's Annihilation Thunder. Boom. Another powerful electric shock struck into Su-Yang's body. Though Su-Yang absorbed it, there was no system notification. What was going on? Ding. System notification: the host can only absorb dark power from each dark boss once. Hearing this system prompt, Su-Yang was speechless. There was actually such a limitation. Just then, the system sent several more notifications. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the cosmic monster Bird Baymonston. Reward: Hilbymonston Card 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the Golden Ancient Bridge. Reward: Golden Ancient Bridge Card 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating King Red. Reward: King Red Card 1. Ding. Task completion progress 520. The sound of rumbling echoes as the battle among the 3 heroes reaches a fever pitch against the monstrous horde. Good, just 2 more. Su-Yang, not greedy, glanced at the plasma spark embedded in the ground, thinking it was time to finish this. If this drags on, Siwin, the first generation, and Mebius along with Zero will come to meddle. Belial was very surprised. The previous light attack clearly hit him. Could it have been absorbed? He had just used the most powerful killing move emitted by the ultimate battle instrument. If that's the case, let's see my physical skills. Thinking this, Belial swung the ultimate battle instrument once more and charged forward. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward Ultimate Battle Instrument 1. Goodness, I didn't expect the task to be completed at this time. Facing Belial, who was charging towards him at high speed, Su-Yang conjured the ultimate battle instrument from thin air and thrust it forward with all his might. The 2 ultimate battle instruments collided, generating a violent shockwave centered around Belial and Dark Tiga. The tremendous force knocked Su-Yang back a half step, while Belial felt a tingling in his palm, sent flying into the air. After performing several flips in the air, he finally steadied himself. The ultimate battle instrument. Belial first glanced at the ultimate battle instrument in Dark Tiga's hand, then at the one in his own hand, falling into deep thought. How could this be? Is the one in my hand fake? Impossible. Or is he a fake? Belial, I don't have time to play with you, I'm leaving. Saying this, Su-Yang charged towards the plasma spark. So your goal is also this energy core. It is mine, you shall not succeed. Seeing this, Belial also charged towards the plasma spark from the side, ready to stop Su-Yang. Su-Yang coldly smiled, get out of the way. Then he swung the ultimate battle instrument, delivering a heavy blow to Belial's abdomen. Boom. Caught off guard, Belial took a solid hit, flying nearly 1,000 meters away. Next, Su Yang pulled out the plasma spark embedded in the ground. All done, time to leave. Tiga, Dana, Gaia, let's retreat. With the order given, the three Ultras immediately distanced themselves from the monster horde, joining Dark Tiga, who nodded in acknowledgement, then leaped into the sky together. In the distance, the first-generation Sewen, Mebius, and Gamora, along with the Earth's Leonix, flew in from afar. The group observed the departing silhouette of Dark Tiga, wondering if he was leaving. And wasn't Dana and Gaia, two Ultras, right beside him? What was happening? Why were the Giants of Light mingling with the Dark Giant? At this moment, the composite form of Tiga was flying at the forefront of the Dark Tiga team. Due to the angle, the first-generation Sewen and others did not see him. The group landed in the monster graveyard, seeing Belial's monstrous army from afar, realizing that Belial's plan to resurrect the monster legion using the plasma spark had succeeded. At this moment, Belial had just gotten back up from the ground. Belial, hand over the plasma spark. The first generation directly pointed at Belial's nose and scolded. The plasma spark. It was taken by someone else. Belial cursed loudly. Belial, don't think you can deceive us. Today you're as good as dead. Belial tapped the ground with the ultimate battle instrument, then pointed at himself. Damn it, him as good as dead. I told you it was taken, and you still don't believe me. He laughed loudly, then shook his body, unleashing a tremendous energy. Belial tilted his head and said, just when I had nowhere to vent my anger, you guys showed up. Well, then you shall bear my wrath. Just then a bolt of lightning struck the ground above Gamora's head. Who are you? Belial pointed at the tiny Leonix on the ground. My name is Leonix, and from Earth. Leonix. Those who possess the genetic traits or have been influenced by the ultimate life form, the Le Belando, are referred to as Leonix. Leonix typically possesses powerful combat instincts. Belial thought of himself as being influenced by Leonix, then laughed. This is interesting. Are we brothers now? I'm not like you. I fight for my companions for peace. Leon replied firmly. Don't just say nice things. You disgraceful one of Le Belando, I'll grant you the honor of disappearing with the Land of Light. Go, my monsters. Countless monsters charged toward the Ultra Brothers team. Facing the once-defeated monsters again, Sewen and the first generation felt a deep sense of nostalgia. After exchanging glances, they set aside their reminiscences and charged forward. Mebius, go find Belial and retrieve the plasma spark. Yes. Initially the group fought, well, taking down 1 or 2 monsters with each attack. However, suddenly Leon, tempted by Belial's words, entered a frenzied state, attacking Sewen, the first generation, and Mebius desperately. Meanwhile, Belial sat leisurely on a large rock, watching the scene unfold. He mocked. Yes, this is it. This is the true Le Belando. Soon Sewen was exhausted and knocked to the ground. In the final moment before falling, he threw the distressing head spear towards Planet K-76. Planet K-76. Wearing his armor, Zero finally passed Leo's test, and at that moment Sewen's head spear flew before Zero on Planet K-76. Why is Sewen's head spear here? Zero picked up the spear and asked. The Ultra King sensed the message conveyed by Sewen through the spear and slowly addressed the Ultras. Belial has emerged and is causing havoc in the monster graveyard. Your father, Sewen, is calling for your help. Sewen, my father. That's right, Sewen entrusted the nearly catastrophic you to us for strict training here, hoping you can become a true Ultra warrior. Now the time has come. Go, Zero, defeat Belial and save your father. After the Ultra King finished speaking, he raised his hand and removed the armor from Zero. Zero cast a deep glance at the head spear and then leaped toward the monster graveyard. At this moment on Planet K-76, the Ultra King Leo and Astra remained. Leo, Astra, have you sensed it? This immense dark power isn't just from Belial. There's another person. Another person. Leo and Astra looked at the Ultra King, shaking their heads in surprise. That's right, you two go to the monster graveyard to assist Zero while I deal with that person. With that, the Ultra King vanished from Leo and Astra's sight. Now the scapegoat Belial should be fighting Zero, right? In the depths of the universe, Su Yang was feeling quite pleased with himself. Suddenly a strong light flashed before him. After the light dissipated, the Ultra King blocked Su Yang's path. Tiga, where are you taking the plasma spark? Faced with the Ultra King's question, Su Yang was momentarily stunned. How did he arrive here? In an instant, Su Yang's mind raced, devising a clever plan to break through. Su Yang came to a halt, standing upright in the dark expanse of the space station. The three companions also paused, surrounding the Dark Tiga like loyal guards. What should I do now? I hold the energy core of the Kingdom of Light, and before me stands the absolute monarch of the Ultra race. If I don't respond well, I am highly likely to meet my end here. Suddenly, Su Yang had a flash of inspiration. When in doubt, asked the system. Quickly help me analyze what I should do now. Ultra King. Height, 58 meters. Weight, 56000 tons. Characteristics: the spiritual leader of the Kingdom of Light, a national symbol possessing strength that surpasses any Ultra warrior of the Kingdom of Light, and the ability to traverse time and space. When a great crisis looms in the universe, the Ultra King manifests to directly eliminate the formidable threat. I already know all this without you telling me. Hurry up, give me something useful. So does that mean I am the great crisis of this universe? That's why the Ultra King would appear. Ding. The Infinite War System is at your service. What the hell? What kind of nonsense is this? Didn't you provide me with any service before? Option 1, I face the enemy. Heat-in winning probability is 5. Survival probability is 35. Option 2, runaway directly success probability is 80. Option 3, rely on the host's intelligence success probability unknown survival probability unknown. Looking at these lines of data, Su Yang understood. This means that facing the Ultra King directly the chance of winning is 5. Considering my current state the winning rate is still decent. But if I lose I might just be done for. Option 2, running away has an 80 success rate, which looks pretty good. How about I open a wormhole and slip away? Back to the original universe. But upon further thought the Ultra King can also traverse the universe. What if he follows me? That's right, if the host runs away the Ultra King will definitely pursue you. Just then the system spoke again. Su Yang, damn it. Then saying this option 2 is pointless. System hitting won't work, running away won't work either. Then Su Yang turned to option 3, relying on his own intelligence. Alright, fortunately I'm quite clever. After a minute of stalemate. It has been nearly 2 minutes, and the Ultra King has yet to make a move or speak. Could it be that he is waiting for me? Suddenly Su Yang had another flash of inspiration. He said, Peter, you're getting old. His intuition told him to say the first line like this. While speaking, Su Yang raised his aura. If I can't overwhelm you in power, I must not lose an aura. Su Yang suspected that the Ultra King regarded the Dark Tiga before him as the true Tiga, hence the respect. Since that's the case, Su Yang must keep up this pretense and do it well. Indeed, time does not spare anyone, but Tiga, you still look youthful. The Ultra King responded slowly. That's only natural, after all we come from different origins. Su Yang coldly replied again, his aura and tone exuding the demeanor of a ruler. What Su Yang meant was our roots are different, my roots are more legitimate than yours. The Ultra King nodded, paused for a moment, then spoke again. It is rare to see your presence in this universe. What brings you here? You. Indeed, the Ultra King fears me, confirmed. Su Yang smiled, and then said, nothing much, just taking a stroll. But you took the plasma spark of the Kingdom of Light. Su Yang raised the plasma spark in his hand and coldly stated, the plasma spark of the Kingdom of Light. Peter, what nonsense are you talking about? This little gadget, I clearly snatched it back from Belial. How can you accuse me of stealing something from the Kingdom of Light? He feigned indifference, his tone extremely contemptuous. You. The Ultra King was momentarily stunned, speechless. If the Dark Tiga before him had merely taken the plasma spark from Belial, how could he blame him? What's wrong, Peter? Is there something else? At this moment the conversation between Su Yang and the Ultra King had become a psychological game. The slightest mistake could expose Su Yang. The Ultra King. Su Yang continued to play with the plasma spark in his hand, pretending to be indifferent. However, the plasma spark in your hand is extremely important to the Kingdom of Light. Without it, over 70 billion citizens of the Kingdom of Light will be eternally frozen. The Ultra King spoke sincerely. Hearing the Ultra King's earnest attitude, Su Yang almost wanted to say, I'll return it to you once I'm done using it. But then he thought, is this the tone a ruler should have? Certainly not. Su Yang coldly laughed and said, what is it to me if it's important to the Kingdom of Light? This is the response a decisive ruler should have. The Ultra King fell silent again. Before the Ultra King could speak, Su Yang sternly said, Peter, step aside, you are now the Ultra King of this universe. You should know it's time to make way for me. The Ultra King was taken aback, thinking, is Tiga angry? But for the sake of the 70 billion citizens of the Kingdom of Light, he had no choice but to fight. Thus the Ultra King spoke again. But Tiga, what use do you have for it? With your strength you shouldn't need such a trinket, right? It's of no use, I just happened to acquire it, and wanted to play with it for a couple of days. Once I'm bored you can send someone to retrieve it from me, and that'll be it, right? What do you think, Peter? Alright, since that's the case I can only do as you say. Thank you for helping the Kingdom of Light reclaim the plasma spark from Belial. Ultra King, until we meet again, we're leaving. Su Yang scoffed, then turned to his 3 companions and said, System, quickly open a wormhole back to the original world. The Ultra King stepped aside. At this moment Su Yang was drenched in cold sweat, especially when passing by the Ultra King. The chill was most intense. Received. The system replied, and a swirling wormhole opened before Su Yang. As long as he passed through this wormhole, he would return to his original world. Just then the Ultra King behind him suddenly fired a kingly shot aimed at the back of Dark Tiga. Of course, Su Yang had long anticipated that the King of Ultra would take action against him. Rather than saying it was an attack, it would be more appropriate to describe it as a test. This is because there have been numerous cases in the history of the Land of Light where aliens disguised as Ultramen to steal things. The most typical example is from Leo Ultraman, where the barbarians disguised themselves as Astra to steal the Ultra Key, nearly causing the Ultra Star to collide with Earth. Brothers, the situation is urgent, let's kill the traitor Astra. All the light beams emitted by the King of Ultra were absorbed by Dark Tiga. The King of Ultra was taken aback. For an ordinary alien this blow would have turned them to dust. It seems he is truly Tiga. However, now the problem arose. Dark Tiga slowly turned to look at him and asked, what's wrong, Peter? As a king there was no need for the King of Ultra to tell useless lies, so he confessed, it's nothing, too many aliens now possess transformation abilities, I have to be cautious. Su Yang nodded without speaking and directly flew into the wormhole. Luckily he had the ability to absorb light, otherwise he would have been caught. Su Yang broke out in a cold sweat, glad he escaped. Dark Tiga had vanished with the plasma spark, but the situation on the monster graveyard with Belial was not looking good. The Ultramen vented all their fury from losing the plasma spark onto Belial and his army of monsters. But who exactly is Belial? He is the most powerful and evil Dark Ultraman of the Land of Light. Soon the original and Mebius began to show signs of fatigue. Belial laughed loudly. You all keep whining about the plasma spark. I've said it 1,000 times it was taken by someone, yet you refuse to believe it. You underestimate my prowess, thus you will be brought down to the ground. How does it feel now? Are you convinced? The original and Mebius struggled on the ground trying to rise, but after several attempts they found themselves utterly powerless. I'm bored this should come to an end. Dark Tiga, you little brat, wait for me. No matter where you are, I will drag you out. No sooner had Belial spoken than a green beam shot into the monster horde. Boom! A towering inferno erupted at the scene, and 5 monsters were caught off guard and perished instantly. Who is it? Belial angrily turned to look behind him, where a golden light descended, revealing a warrior of light slowly rising. It was none other than the son of 7 Ultraman Zero. Upon arriving on the battlefield, Zero's first action was to relocate his father 7 to a safe high ground. After completing that, he returned to the battlefield. Who goes there? Zero clenched his fists and turned around, gritting his teeth, as he said, Zero Ultraman Zero. I am 7's son. Belial sneered. Oh, so you are 7's brat? You really do look like a rabbit? Since you are 7's son, I will fulfill your wish and send you both to hell. Attack! Immediately, Belial waved his ultimate battle instrument forward, commanding all remaining monsters to surround Ultraman Zero. As 7's son, Zero inherited his powerful physical skills while also being a direct disciple of Leo Ultraman. At this moment, Zero had already become the most powerful new generation warrior of the Land of Light. Facing the onslaught of dozens of monsters, Zero refused to back down, skillfully using martial arts, the Zero Slugger and the Imerium Cutting Beam, in quick succession, effortlessly eliminating all the monsters on the battlefield. Zero's appearance immediately turned the tide of battle at the monster graveyard. Seeing his army of monsters completely wiped out, Belial was left with no outlet for his anger and could only scold furiously. Good lad, you've got some skills. Let me meet you in person. Bring it on. You took the plasma spark, Belial, and I will not spare you. As the saying goes, a young calf is not afraid of tigers. Zero slowly walked up to Belial, even overpowering him in terms of momentum. Hearing the mention of the plasma spark, Belial's anger flared. Stop with the nonsense. I no longer wish to explain. I'm going to take you down right now. Having said that, Belial raised his ultimate battle instrument and leaped towards Zero. Zero also brandished his dual-headed spear, and their weapons clashed with a series of loud bangs. Kid, you've got some strength. Belial could clearly see that this kid was stronger than the other Ultra Warriors of the Land of Light, so he brought forth all his power to counter. But Belial was also getting old. After a fierce exchange, Zero unexpectedly struck Belial's ultimate battle instrument away with his head spear. Without the ultimate battle instrument, Belial's strength decreased significantly, and he could only reveal his claws and charge at Zero again. Seeing this, Zero leaped up and delivered a series of flying kicks, catching Belial off guard and striking him, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Zero, gaining the upper hand, gave Belial no chance to catch his breath, leaping into the air, once more concentrating energy in his right foot until it ignited in flames. Ultra Zero Flying Kick. The kick, as powerful as Leo, struck Belial squarely in the chest. This single strike left Belial severely wounded. He fell heavily to the ground. This must come to an end. Zero inserted his dual-headed spear into his chest plate, spreading his arms wide to unleash a dazzling blue and white beam from his chest. Zero's dual beams successfully hit the injured Belial. With a painful scream, Belial was sent flying into the air, ultimately landing in the magma of the monster graveyard. We did it. Seeing Zero grow up, the original and Mebius were overjoyed. The future of the Land of Light is promising. At this moment, Leo and Astra arrived at the battlefield, helping the fallen original and little Mebius, and then turned their gaze to Zero. Zero, the most important thing now is to send the energy core back to the Land of Light. I know, but where is the energy core? Zero looked around and said slowly. The original, supported by Leo, walked up to Zero astonished and said, Belial said earlier that the energy core was taken by someone. Could it be true? Mebius added, then who could have taken the energy core? Could it be? Could it be Dark Tiga? Dark Tiga? Who is he? This was the first time Zero had heard this name, and he asked in confusion. A Dark Ultraman. He was the one who released Belial from the cosmic prison. He took the plasma spark. Yes, it must be him. Alongside Dark Tiga, there were also Ultraman Dana and Gaia. Zero had never heard those two names before, so he asked again, Dana and Gaia. It's a long story, they'll explain it to you later. Mebius said slowly. Previously, he had collaborated with Diga, Dana and Gaia, so he naturally knew the two. I will go find Dark Tiga and retrieve the plasma spark. Zero, young and impetuous, immediately wanted to find Dark Tiga. Hearing this, the original quickly stopped him, saying, wait, Zero, his strength is on par with Belial. I'm not afraid of him. Just then, a beam of light descended from the sky, revealing the cosmic street hustler Dana and the dragon orb. Due to the butterfly effect caused by Dark Tiga, Dana and the dragon orb arrived late, only reaching the monster graveyard after Belial was defeated. Dana hand over the plasma spark quickly. As soon as Dana landed, Mebius pointed directly at him and shouted. Meanwhile, Dana, transformed from Asuka, looked utterly bewildered. What the hell? What is a plasma spark? So he is Ultraman Dana. Watch me. Zero charged up, kicking up smoke as he rapidly rushed forward, instantly knocking Dana to the ground and striking him. The transformed bird Dana still couldn't comprehend what was happening. Clearly, he had traveled across the universe to support the Kingdom of Light, but now he was being beaten by Zero. Could he endure this? Dana immediately switched to his red powerful form and retaliated, pinning Zero down. With a gathered fist, he struck heavily at Zero's face. However, Zero, still within his beginner protection period, was clearly not to be underestimated. Even the powerful Dana's punch only caused him slight pain. Zero exerted his legs, forcefully propelling his body upward and throwing Dana far away. The two Ultramen then distanced themselves, with Zero removing his head spear, preparing to confront Dana once more. Stop! There must be some misunderstanding. Just as the two were about to strike again, Captain Hinata How of the Cosmic Dragon ship frantically waved at them, signaling them to cease. How could Dana, who had always been with himself and the dragon ship, possibly steal the plasma spark? However, Hinata How, a mere human, could not draw the attention of both parties with his words. Thus, Lei controlled Gamora to stand between the two Ultramen. At this moment, Dana calmed down and asked, "Why did you attack me as soon as you arrived? What did I do wrong?" Zero responded fiercely, "You and Ultraman Tiga stole the energy core of the Kingdom of Light, the plasma spark." Dana retorted, "You're talking nonsense. The transformed Dana and the transformed Tiga coexisted in the same universe. As Dana, a junior to Tiga, knew the stories of Ultraman Tiga, well, how could Tiga possibly come to the Kingdom of Light to steal the plasma spark?" At this moment, the first generation and Mebius also sensed something was amiss. If Dana and Dark Tiga had stolen the plasma spark together, why would he return here? This shouldn't be the case. Hinata How explained again, "Ultraman Dana has always been with us with the Cosmic Dragon ship. He simply had no time to come to the Kingdom of Light." Upon hearing this, Zero retracted his head spear, temporarily ceasing hostilities with Dana, who returned to his combined form. Then who was the Dana who flew away with Dark Tiga? Mebius murmured in inquiry. The first generation, supported by Leo, said, "I don't know. It could also be an alien disguised as Ultraman Dana." Upon hearing this, Leo and Astra thought for a moment and agreed it must be so. The group of Ultramen debated for a long time, but did not reach a final conclusion. But one thing they agreed upon was that the plasma spark had indeed been stolen by Dark Tiga, yet Dana was filled with confusion. Had Tiga fallen into darkness? As a street urchin from the universe, he had never heard of Tiga turning dark. Could it be that this Dark Tiga was from a different parallel universe? When he had time in the future, he would certainly seek him out. Just then the ground began to shake violently. Numerous monstrous souls rapidly flew towards the lava river where Belial had fallen. What is happening? Everyone turned to see a strong dark red aura in the distance, followed by the lava river beginning to erupt. A supersized combined monster was born. A gigantic monster birthed from the fusion of Belial and all the monsters and alien souls from the monster graveyard. It had a devil-like appearance, with its body made up of parts from various monsters. It was the multi-bodied monster Beludora. Belial was seen sitting atop Beludora's head, controlling this towering monster over 5,000 meters tall. Before everyone could react, Belial fiercely questioned, "Do you really think you can defeat me?" Also, all the monsters have combined. A small team member from the dragon ship, having never seen such a scene, looked in terror at the colossal monster. "Let's take it on." With that, Leo, Astra, Dana, and Zero charged ahead. Zero and Leo executed a flying kick aimed at Beludora's head. Boom! The combined kick technique of the two Ultramen erupted in flames atop Beludora's head, but it still had little effect on the gigantic combined monster. "Don't underestimate me." Beludora emitted two beams of blue electricity from its eyes, instantly sending Zero and Leo flying. Dana unleashed the Soul Jet Ray, but Beludora's massive right arm caught him directly, and he was thrown heavily to the ground. After a fierce battle, all the Ultramen were pushed back. At this moment, Lei inadvertently noticed Belial's ultimate battle instrument embedded in the ground. Lei finally understood the meaning of Mebius coming to find him. As a member of the Rayoni clan, he should also be able to use the power of the Rybrando to control the battle instrument and command these combined monsters. "All 100 monsters listen to my command." Lei aimed the battle instrument in his hand at Belial's ultimate battle instrument, and then the ultimate battle instrument lit up with a blue light. No! Belial realized the situation was dire and shouted. But the next second, all the monsters that comprised Beludora completely lost control and no longer obeyed Belial's commands. "It's time to defeat him," Lei shouted loudly to the other Ultramen. Upon hearing this, each Ultraman unleashed their ultimate combined beams towards Beludora. Zero also seized the opportunity. Using his head spear as a weapon, he lunged at Belial, striking him in the chest. "I will not give up. The entire universe will be mine. Kingdom of Light, wait for me. I will definitely return." Belial, feeling pain, howled unwillingly. "I will help you crush this ambition. I will not die." With Belial's final roar, Beludora was shattered. The battle was finally over. But at that moment, the Ultramen of the Kingdom of Light fell into another dilemma, that was the plasma spark. Although they successfully defeated Belial, retrieving the plasma spark remained futile. At that moment, accompanied by a divine light, Ultraman King slowly descended. Looking at Zero, this outstanding young warrior, Ultraman King felt extremely pleased. This victory over Belial was a great training for him. Upon seeing Ultraman King appear, the Ultramen gathered around him, waiting for his orders. The plasma spark tower was taken by an Ultraman named Tiga. The calamity of the Kingdom of Light has not yet been resolved. Young Ultraman warrior, you will carry the heavy responsibility of saving the Kingdom of Light. With that, Ultraman King pointed at Zero. Zero nodded, looking even more respectfully at Ultraman King. Meanwhile, Su Yang flew straight towards the blue earth through the wormhole. Chimera, you can finally be resurrected. Su Yang flew over the sky, gazing down at the city across the ocean. Many areas had already turned into a sea of fire, but overall the extent of destruction was much lighter than he had imagined. Su Yang had thought that after leaving for this day the surface of the earth would definitely be unrecognizable, but now looking at it most of the urban structures remained intact. Did Dalaram and Hydra take such a light-handed approach? Flying over the Pacific Ocean, Su Yang returned to the Sakura Nation once again. Far from Camilla's position, he heard the roar of fighter jets below. Looking down, there were at least 300 fighter jets, and they were flying in the same direction as he was. That was exactly where the statue of Camilla was located. Were they going to destroy the statue of Camilla? Were Earth humans still not giving up? Teleportation. In the next moment, Dark Tiga appeared right in front of the group of fighter jets. Warning, warning. After Dark Tiga appeared, the radar of the jets immediately sounded an obstacle alert. Through the thin clouds, the pilots could see a gigantic black silhouette hovering directly ahead. An urgent command was given: change course, avoid the obstacle. What is that? Someone shouted over the radio. Quickly look, it's Tiga, Dark Tiga. The crew aboard looked at the enormous figure in disbelief. A body of silver and black with pearly white eyes and a sapphire-like timer. Indeed, it was truly Tiga. But why was he suddenly appearing here at this moment? Attack, quick attack. Get away, we are not his match. There's no time. We can only attack now. The radio chatter among the fighter jets became chaotic, lacking any unified command. This fleet of jets crossed the entire Pacific Ocean, coming a long way to support the Sakura Nation, only to encounter Dark Tiga here. The information given to them by the Sakura Nation clearly stated that Tiga had not appeared for 16 hours. That was why they had come boldly to support. As the jets drew closer, Su Yang also recognized the appearance of the fighter jets. Oh, weren't these the most advanced jets from the beautiful country? They came to support the Sakura. He saw the jets on the outer edge desperately flying away while those in the inner layer fired laser missiles at him. Boom, boom. Countless missiles struck Dark Tiga, exploding upon contact with his tough skin, yet failed to inflict any damage. Well, it's only proper to return the favor. Let me show you my most powerful beam skill. Dark's Eye Paleo Ray. Dark Tiga spread his arms wide, and then a dark red beam shot out from his right wrist. Su Yang constantly changed angles, watching the dark red beam carve an elegant arc across the sky, like a folding fan. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the beam struck the jets, explosions erupted. A few seconds later, the sky fell silent with hundreds of jets crashing to the ground. The beautiful country's reinforcements were entirely wiped out. Su Yang chuckled. Was this so-called advanced fleet really so fragile? He then turned around and continued flying towards Camilla. Upon reaching his destination, the first thing Su Yang saw was not the statue of Camilla, but the barrage of rays from the 5 emperors. Goodness, I left for just one night, and you really didn't slack off. Centered around Camilla and the 5 emperors, the area within 10 miles had turned into ruins. Among the ruins lay wreckage of planes and tanks, as well as human corpses and black blood. These must be the works of the 5 emperors. The moment Su Yang landed, he could still see jets crashing down from the sky. Little 5, you've worked hard, daddy is back, you can rest now. Boom. Just as these words were spoken, another loud whistling sound erupted. A jet was shot down by the rays emitted from the head of the 5 emperors. Then the sky fell into a deathly silence as the 5 emperors entered a dormant state once again. Su Yang approached the statue of Camilla, taking out a plasma spark from the Ultraman space and placing it in front of Camilla. The plasma spark floated before Camilla and then emitted a dazzling light. Then, to his astonishment, the plasma spark actually flew into Camilla's body, merging into one with her. Su Yang's mouth dropped open. He was completely stunned. The plasma spark was absorbed by Camilla. It disappeared. The artificial sun of the Light Nation is gone. See, I thought it would just borrow it for a while, yet it fused with Camilla. My goodness. This move is truly breathtaking. Well, there's no need to think about returning the plasma spark to the Light Nation. This enmity seems truly irreconcilable. Even if I don't want to, I must go to Liangshan. System, you have truly done a marvelous job. The system replied, I am also quite innocent. Who told the host not to let me finish my words back then? This move is indeed impressive. Forget it, I won't think about it. As long as I can save Camilla, it's worth it. Moreover, there are rumors that the Light Nation underground still has 5,000 plasma sparks. If they can create one plasma spark tower, I'm sure they can make a second one. Go for it, Light Nation. Besides, the Light Nation still has the existence of powerful beings like the Ultraman King. They can even repair the wounds of the universe, let alone a mere Light Nation. At this point, Su Yang could only comfort himself this way. As long as Camilla can be revived, that's enough. The rest can be discussed later. After absorbing the plasma spark, the surface of the statue of Camilla began to fade away. In the next second, Camilla regained her vitality. Su Yang's mood exploded with excitement. After all his efforts, the beloved warrior Camilla finally resurrected. Then Su Yang's heart raced. With a golden and silver-gray body, her curves were beautifully accentuated. How stunning! Camilla is truly beautiful. She perfectly matched Su Yang's aesthetic. This feeling doesn't even need to be cultivated. He was instantly in love. Camilla occasionally looked at her hands, unable to believe that she had actually come back to life. After a long time, she finally accepted the fact of her resurrection. Standing before her was Dark Tiga, her lover from 30 million years ago. For a moment, Camilla felt a mix of emotions, not knowing what to say. It was strange. Every time Su Yang looked at Camilla, he felt her demeanor was extraordinarily graceful, always mindful of her image. Perhaps this is what a female Ultraman is like. Camilla slowly walked closer to Dark Tiga, then raised her right hand to touch his cheek. Suyang felt a bit anxious. Would there be another slap? However, this time she did not slap him. Camilla simply gently caressed Dark Tiga's cheek. In the next second, her eyes filled with tears. Wanting to say something, but hesitating, she said, 30 million years. I have waited too long. Hearing Camilla say this, Suyang was also moved. Her fate had indeed been too tragic. Yet Suyang remained at a loss, unsure of what to do. According to human emotions, wouldn't it be more appropriate to give her a hug at this moment? Suyang slowly raised his right hand, then lowered it again. He chickened out. In the next second, no, I can't be timid. Suyang swiftly placed his hand on Camilla's back and pulled her into his embrace. The two embraced for a long time, and no one knew what they said. All that was known was that Camilla's mood improved significantly. Later, the two returned to their human forms. Suyang and Camilla. Camilla smiled gently at Suyang and said, come walk with me. I have been in the darkness for too long. It's quite boring, and I want to see the changes on Earth after 30 million years. Suyang nodded, and Camilla linked her arm with his, stepping onto the streets of Tokyo. Compared to the areas destroyed by the 5 emperors, this area had hardly suffered any damage. However, the streets were in chaos. Cars were jammed together. Supermarkets and convenience stores had been completely looted. Men were vandalizing and robbing, and women and children were screaming and crying. Civilization and order had completely collapsed, resembling a scene before the apocalypse. Indeed, it's been 30 million years and humanity still hasn't made any progress. Camilla said with an indifferent attitude. Yes, human nature is just that. Just then, 3 middle-aged men walked towards them, their expressions fierce and menacing, carrying large bags that looked filled with supplies with various weapons such as baseball bats and machetes slung over their shoulders. Then the 3 men stopped in front of Suyang and Camilla. Suyang and Camilla also came to a halt. The 3 stared at Camilla, revealing disgusting and lewd smiles, and then one of them said to the other 2, brothers, tonight is going to be lively. This little girl is truly a knockout. The 2 came to a halt, and Suyang turned to look at Camilla beside him, instantly lost in thought, completely disregarding the presence of any nearby ruffians. Camilla was dressed in a black outfit adorned with special accessories on her forehead and neck, seemingly artifacts from an ancient era. She exuded an enchanting fragrance. Her figure was slender, her skin fair as snow, and her demeanor was extraordinary. Her bright, clear eyes reflected nobility and elegance, far surpassing even the beauty seen in films. What a scoundrel Daigo is. How could he not treasure such a beautiful woman? It's truly incomprehensible. Just as Suyang was lost in admiration, the ruffian in front opened his mouth again. Do you see that pretty boy next to the beauty? He must be quite lucky. But what a pity his life is so short. As he spoke, the bald man in the middle lowered the baseball bat he had been shouldering. Suyang came to his senses and couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that today they had truly come to the right person. He stretched his muscles, preparing to take care of the 3 ruffians. Having consumed a strength pill from his novice gift pack, Suyang's physical strength had increased to 3 times that of a normal person, and he was just looking for a chance to put it to use. Hey, pretty boy is twisting his neck. Does he want to taste my bat? Get him, kill him. Wait, he'll handle this. Just as Suyang was about to beat the 3 ruffians, Camilla raised her left hand to block his path. Is my wife stepping in personally? Witnessing this, the 3 ruffians laughed more and more sinisterly and lewdly. Oh, look, the girl is actually coming to us herself. Camilla walked towards the 3 ruffians with a smile, then slightly raised her right hand. In the next moment, the 3 ruffians actually floated into the air. What's happening? Oh, why am I flying? The 3 were instantly dumbfounded, a powerful force lifting them 2 meters into the air. They kicked frantically, but couldn't come down. They looked at Camilla in horror. What was going on? Was this woman in front of them responsible? Suyang was also secretly astonished. Isn't this just telekinesis? The ability to levitate objects. His transformed Dark Tiga possessed this power. However, Camilla was clearly in her human form. How could she make these people float in this state? And why couldn't he? Thinking this, Suyang looked at an old bicycle nearby and commanded, float. After several attempts, it was obvious that Suyang had failed. Let us down. Help. Somebody save us. At this moment, the 3 ruffians were desperately calling for help. Camilla, however, showed no signs of being affected, playfully toying with the 3 floating men. She frequently changed their positions, sometimes upright, sometimes upside down. Then Camilla conjured a glowing whip from her right hand, which was actually a stream of blue-white electricity. You? What do you want to do? Seeing the whip in Camilla's hand, the 3 were utterly terrified. Camilla swung the glowing whip, striking the bald man in the face. A horrifying scream erupted. The bald man's eyeball burst instantly. A black scar, a result of high-temperature burns, marked his cheek, exposing some bone beneath. How terrifying. The other 2, seeing their companion subjected to such torment, widened their eyes, filled with extreme fear. Who exactly is she? How can the power of that glowing whip be so formidable? Help! Someone please save us. Save you. With one lash, it was clear the bald man was done for, as unknown fluids continuously flowed from his eye sockets, his breathing becoming labored. What was most terrifying was that Camilla's expression did not change at all. She maintained her smile, sending chills down one's spine. Of course, it was not just the 3 ruffians who were afraid. Suyang was terrified as well. What if one day he accidentally provoked Camilla? Thinking this, Suyang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. However, Camilla's torment of the 3 was far from over. The most unfortunate was still the bald man in the middle, as he had spoken the most from the beginning. Camilla swung the glowing whip again, each strike accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. After more than 10 seconds, the bald man's skin was torn and bloodied, and he no longer made any sound. "We were wrong, we won't dare any more, spare us, spare us." Seeing their companion meet such a gruesome end, the other two were completely stunned. I beg you, I don't want to die." This time Camilla shifted her attention to the one on the left who had spoken. This time it was even more brutal. Each lash would take a piece of flesh from him. After a series of screams faded, only the torso of the man on the left remained. All other parts had vanished. Next it was time for the man on the right. Camilla smiled at him, as if waiting for him to say something. Unfortunately, this man stared blankly, mumbling incoherently. Camilla slowly said, "What a buzzkill." Then she lowered him back down to the ground. Was he saved? Although he couldn't control his body, his mind remained very clear. Did this woman let him down, meaning she wouldn't kill him? Remembering the horrific fate of his two companions, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Camilla coldly commanded, "Kneel down." How could he dare not kneel? Upon hearing this, the man wasted no time and immediately crawled to Camilla, repeatedly bowing his head. Camilla smiled again, seemingly very pleased. "Let's continue forward." She then turned to Su-yang behind her and spoke. Su-yang was watching intently when Camilla called for him to walk. "Isn't there still one left? Why let him go?" Su-yang asked, puzzled. Camilla said nothing but extended her hand towards Su-yang, signaling him to take her hand. Su-yang complied and grasped Camilla's left hand. So smooth and soft. Truly delightful. The two walked past the last ruffian. He was instantly filled with overwhelming joy. Did she let him go? How fortunate. Thank heavens. Su-yang was puzzled. Is this how Camilla behaves? Leaving a survivor? Just as he was about to ask Camilla why, a horrifying scream erupted from behind. Su-yang turned to look back, only to see that the man had been torn to shreds, of blood mist filling the air, the stench of blood overwhelming. And Camilla didn't even look back, striding forward. It felt good. Ruffians had to pay this price. The two then arrived at the entrance of a shopping mall where chaos reigned inside. Mommy woo. At this moment the two saw a little girl around 4 or 5 years old at the door, crying for her mother. Camilla dismissed Su-yang and walked briskly over, bending down to pick up the little girl. "Little sister, where's your mommy?" The little girl shook her head, crying that she didn't know, clearly having gotten separated from her mother in the chaos. Camilla took a handkerchief from her pocket, wiped the tears from the corners of the little girl's eyes, and patiently comforted her. Indeed, after a while the little girl stopped crying. At that moment a woman rushed over. "Daughter, my daughter." Pushing through the chaotic crowd, the woman hurried over, taking the little girl from Camilla's arms and repeatedly thanking her. "Thank you, Mickey." Quickly thanked the sister. "Say goodbye to the sister." The little girl nodded and waved goodbye to Camilla. "Goodbye, little sister. Make sure not to get separated from your mommy again." As she spoke, Camilla waved goodbye to the mother and daughter. Su-yang watched this scene with astonishment, wondering if this was the Camilla sealed by Daigo for 3 million years. "Hands up, don't move." At that moment a shout came from behind. Turning around, he saw people from the security bureau, about a dozen of them heavily armed, surrounding the two. They hid behind the police car, using it as cover with their guns aimed at Su-yang and Camilla. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of security personnel, the chaos in the mall intensified, as everyone either ran towards the perimeter of the police cars or into the mall. Only Su-yang and Camilla remained at the entrance of the mall. At this moment Camilla also retracted the smile from her face and turned to look at the crowd. "You two are suspected of murder. I hereby declare you under arrest. Quickly put down your weapons and raise your hands." Immediately someone crouched behind a car and shouted at them with a loudspeaker. Su-yang smiled. It turned out that the 3 people he had just killed had attracted the attention of the security bureau. They really were meddling. "Mom, why are they trying to arrest my sister?" At this time the little girl in her mother's arms spoke up. "Mom doesn't know, just ignore her. The city is in such chaos. Let's go home with Mom quickly." After saying this, she turned around and walked away with her daughter Meiji. The other side kept repeating for Su-yang and Camilla to raise their hands, but the two remained utterly unmoved. Su-yang looked disdainfully at the group. Camilla surely would raise her hands if ordered. "But who do you think you are? What do you, a man, have to say to me? I'm not into that." Camilla put her hands into her bosom, and upon seeing this the chief of the security bureau urgently shouted, "That woman, what are you doing? Put your hands down or we will open fire." In the next moment Camilla took out the Camilla spark from her bosom. Su-yang was taken aback. Oh, was that not the Camilla spark? It resembled his own divine light stick, being Camilla's exclusive transformation device. No way. Is she going to transform here? Camilla raised the transformation device in front of her, and then the wings of the device opened up, surrounded by countless dark lightning. After a flash of light, Camilla transformed into her Ultraman form. However, she did not grow in size. She was only as tall as a human. Bang, bang, bang. The blinding light made it impossible for the security personnel to open their eyes, and amidst the chaos they fired repeatedly at the two. Camilla waved her left hand and opened a barrier in front of Su-yang, completely evading the bullet's damage. Ah, is this the feeling of living off someone? I'm strong myself, you know. With that thought, Su-yang touched his own dark divine light stick. But it is quite nice. She is Ultraman. Isn't she the female Ultraman who turned Dark Tiga into a statue yesterday? Ultraman can actually be a human. This is too absurd. If she is Ultraman, then the man beside her must also be Ultraman. The crowd hiding at a distance, and those inside the mall stared at Su-yang in astonishment, gasping in surprise. Of course, the Security Bureau personnel were even more dumbfounded. They initially thought the two were just ordinary criminals. Who would have known they were? They were Ultraman. Shoot, shoot, bang, bang, bang. As the order was given, all the police officers opened fire at once. Camilla, however, remained unfazed, gracefully walking towards the security personnel. In the next second, she flicked her right hand forward and a blue lightsaber over a meter long extended from Camilla's right arm. This lightsaber looks so cool. Why doesn't Dark Tiga have one? I must have an in-depth exchange with Camilla about its essence later. Or perhaps ask Hikari from the Land of Light to develop one for me. A lightsaber. The onlookers who had never seen such a thing gasped in surprise. How is this possible? How could this happen? A few seconds later, the human bullets were exhausted, but they discovered that bullets had no effect at all on the Camilla Ultraman. At this moment, Camilla was almost at the front of their car. She tiptoed, raised the lightsaber over her head, and swung it horizontally with a turn. Boom. 5 police cars were directly cut in half. Meanwhile, the many police officers hiding behind the police cars all perished on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the battle ended, and the scene fell into a dead silence. No one dared to utter a word. Afterward, Camilla held the lightsaber with her right hand in front of her chest, her left hand behind her, looking proudly ahead. After a burst of light dissipated, Camilla transformed back into her human form, put away the Camilla spark, and returned to Su Yang's side. Let's go. Camilla, leave these little matters to me in the future, okay? After all, I am the man and you are the woman. Su Yang placed his hands behind his head, looking dejectedly at Camilla. Camilla suddenly smiled playfully like a little girl and looked into his eyes, saying, "What's wrong, Su Yang? Do you feel embarrassed?" The sudden playfulness startled Su Yang. This aloof and proud woman could also pull such a move. Normally, isn't it the men who protect the women? So, no. Before Su Yang could finish speaking, Camilla directly interrupted. 30 million years ago, before Daigo's betrayal, I always stood in front of him, fighting together, winning so many wars. At this point, Camilla choked up and suddenly turned around, walking alone forward. Su Yang knew that perhaps when he obtained the plasma spark to revive Camilla, she had sensed that he was not the true Tiga. But after all, he possessed the power of Dark Tiga, and at this moment Camilla looked at him with a complex sentiment, much like how the original character viewed Daigo. Su Yang could see that she was recalling the bitter past. 30 million years ago, a woman had sacrificed so much for Dark Tiga, yet could not withstand a few sweet words from Yulian. Thus, Su Yang directly chased after her, grabbing Camilla's arm and placing both hands on her shoulders. Camilla, don't think about it, all of that has passed. Camilla lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes, remaining silent. In truth, she was an incredibly strong woman, but Tiga had hurt her too deeply. Su Yang, do you know why the powerful Tiga betrayed us 30 million years ago during the ultra-ancient era? Su Yang shook his head and said, I don't know, but it's better not to mention this painful history. Though he said that Su Yang was still quite curious about the events from 30 million years ago, what exactly happened in that ancient era? Was it the same as he understood? It's alright, let's find a quiet place to chat. Saying this, Camilla pointed upwards at an angle. Su Yang looked up and saw a huge sign looming in front of him. Hotel. A hotel. Are we going to get a room? Su Yang hesitated for half a second. Alright, let's go. Then the two walked into the hotel lobby. Su Yang took out his bank card and handed it to the front desk clerk, saying, get a room with a big bed. The clerk trembled all over, looking at the two of them in sheer terror. Su Yang soon understood this hotel was very close to the mall, and she must have seen the scene when Camilla transformed, which is why she was so panicked. Without waiting for Su Yang to speak, Camilla smiled coldly at the clerk and said, hurry up or he'll kill you. Su Yang turned to look at Camilla. She was truly domineering, speaking the harshest words in the gentlest tone. However, this method was indeed effective. Camilla's words directly terrified the waiter to half-death. She didn't even dare to collect the payment and directly handed the room card to Su Yang. The room assigned to Su Yang was the most luxurious suite in the hotel, located on the 32nd floor. Upon opening the door, the two of them walked inside. Once Camilla entered the room, the first thing she did was glance around, then murmured, not much different from 30 million years ago, and even somewhat backward. After speaking, she walked alone to the window and drew the curtains. The moment the curtains were drawn, the entire room began to grow dim, with only a faint light managing to seep in. Su Yang felt a bit excited. After the curtains were drawn, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. The scent of Camilla filled the air. 30 million years ago, the reason for the betrayal of Dark Tiga. As she spoke, Camilla began to remove her black coat. Su Yang could no longer care about what happened 30 million years ago. He focused all his attention on Camilla. Those enchanting shoulders, the bright collarbone. Wow, what was Dark Tiga thinking 30 million years ago? She turned and sat down, one leg crossing over the other, and continued. The super ancient times 30 million years ago were quite complex. The tiny Earth housed various forces, including the dark giants, light giants, humans, monsters, and extraterrestrials. At that time, darkness and light were merely two different powers. The two types of giants had no distinction between good and evil, existing solely to protect the super ancient humans. Later, the dark giants and light giants jointly defeated the super ancient monsters, but they began to diverge on how to maintain order in human society. The dark giants advocated punishing evil and upholding goodness, while the light giants promoted love and compassion, believing that all humans, regardless of right or wrong, should be protected because they considered humans to be weak. Just as I have done, punishing, detaining, and killing evil individuals is a common practice for us dark giants to maintain order. In contrast, the light giants would not interfere with any human actions. Their sole responsibility was to defeat the monsters and extraterrestrials invading Earth. As a result, the light giants were deeply beloved by humans, while the dark giants were often criticized for being harsh. It was precisely because of these two drastically different beliefs and values coupled with human instigation between the two sides that the light giants initiated an attack on the dark faction. The dark giants, still asleep, were forced to respond. In the end, led by Dark Tiga, myself, Darren, and Hydra, the dark giants managed to win that battle of giants with great difficulty. With the initiative in hand, the dark giants continued to adhere to their practices, striking down evil and protecting justice, leading to a relatively stable social order and rapid technological advancement for humanity. However, the victory of the dark giants sparked intense dissatisfaction among humans. Utilizing the technology of the time, humans even took the initiative to challenge the dark giants. Humans challenging giants. Su-yang was taken aback and asked in confusion. Knowing the terrifying power of giants was challenging the dark giants not akin to courting death. Camilla nodded and continued. That's right, the technology of humans during the super ancient period was likely much more advanced than it is now. Oh, and what happened later? Su-yang responded and then asked. Later. Aren't you tired standing at the door? Come sit beside me, and I'll tell you slowly. Camilla didn't answer Su-yang's curiosity, but instead invited him to sit down. Su-yang was of course very happy. Having the desire, but lacking the courage, it was perfect timing for Camilla to take the initiative. Su-yang changed into slippers and sat on the edge of the bed. Oh, just as he settled in, Camilla turned and climbed onto him. With her delicate fair arms draped around Su-yang's neck, her bright eyes gazed tenderly at him. Camilla. Su-yang stuttered. What is it, do you want something? Of course I do. Su-yang blurted out without thinking. However, upon further reflection, could a beauty from 30 million years ago understand his meaning? If you want something, just wait a moment and let me finish. Wow. She not only understood, but also agreed. Su-yang was completely dumbfounded. This was too thrilling. Later, a woman appeared. The commander of the Earth security team at that time, Yulian. Hearing Su-yang's words, Camilla looked at him in surprise and said, You know her? Su-yang nodded. Camilla continued. That's right, it was because of this woman that she found Dijia and deceived him. Yulian told Dijia that she had the ability to foresee the future, informing him that everything he gained would be lost as the universe was undergoing a tremendous catastrophe and all civilizations would be destroyed with no escape for anyone. Moreover, she claimed that it was we dark giants who brought about this great disaster to the universe. Dijia believed her words betrayed us, absorbed Darren's power, Hitra's agility, and transformed my darkness into light, becoming a light giant alone, sealing the three of us in the dark prison of Lily. At this point, Camilla appeared extremely furious. Then she laughed heartily. But the funny thing is that woman was indeed correct in her prophecy. You should also know what happened later. Without the dark giants, the super ancient humans quickly brought about their own extinction. So that was it. Su-yang had previously learned much about Dijia's betrayal of Camilla, but it was all just surface-level knowledge. Camilla's version was extremely detailed. Before Su-yang could ponder this, he heard Camilla fix her gaze upon him and ask, Do you have a stick on you? Camilla's sudden question startled Su-yang. Su-yang paused for a moment and asked him, A stick? Camilla nodded, her expression quite calm. Then she said, That's right, you should be more familiar with it than I am. Am I more familiar? It seems that way. Are there any characteristics? Camilla recalled and said, Just those characteristics, quite ordinary. Ordinary? Su-yang replied. What's wrong? You have to show it to me someday. Does it really need to be someday? No need for that, it can be done now. Camilla chuckled and then said, Don't joke around, something that high might cause the whole building to collapse. The entire building collapsing, while indeed exaggerated, shouldn't be the case, right? Su-yang said, Step aside, I'll take it out for you to see. Seeing this, Camilla quickly stopped Su-yang, exclaiming, What are you doing? Where are you trying to go? Isn't it? Your description is quite fitting. After Su-yang finished speaking, Camilla chuckled again and gently said, It's the ultimate battle device. I can sense the essence of the Rayblondo within you. The ultimate battle device. Su-yang had a face full of question marks. He scratched his head and awkwardly smiled at Camilla. So that's what it is, no wonder. But how does Camilla know about the ultimate battle device? Can you be more accurate in your descriptions next time? It's easy to misinterpret. Camilla withdrew her smile and suddenly leaned close to Su-yang's face. Their faces were very close and Su-yang's heart raced. What is she trying to do? After scrutinizing Su-yang, Camilla smiled and said, Little brat, what are you thinking? Little brat. Su-yang chuckled. He was already 19 years old, how could he still be a little brat? However, compared to Camilla, who had lived for at least 30 million years, being called a little brat didn't seem too out of place. Few 30 million years. Su-yang innocently said, This is clearly not my fault. As he spoke, Su-yang looked at Camilla, implying that it's your fault, not mine. Camilla looked down at herself. Is it my fault? As she spoke, Camilla pushed back. Su-yang fell back and Camilla kept staring at him. The atmosphere was just right. Don't move. Camilla glared at Su-yang and said, I haven't moved. Su-yang expressed his innocence. He had been sitting here honestly. Camilla said nothing, smiling at Su-yang, gradually calming down. Then Su-yang asked, By the way, how do you know I have the ultimate battle device, and do you know the Rayblondo aliens? Camilla replied, A long time ago the people of our homeland had fought against the Rayblondo, so I have a deep impression of the ultimate battle device. It can control monsters, right? Suyang nodded. The Leonix can indeed use it to control monsters, but so can he. After all, he has a system. Moreover, since Camilla mentioned her homeland's people having fought against the Ultraman Tiga, and Camilla's homeland is in Orion. Thinking about it, their homeland should also be a place similar to the Land of Light, but its history is much older than that of the Land of Light. I have a question too. How did you revive me? My energy was clearly exhausted at that time, Camilla questioned. I went to the Land of Light and obtained the plasma spark from the Land of Light, using it to revive you. Land of Light. Yes, a planet of a giant of light. Camilla, being perceptive, then asked, the plasma spark is very important to the Land of Light, right? Such an item that can revive Ultramen must be incredibly precious. Yes, it's very important, but it doesn't matter anymore. The most important thing is that you were revived. Camilla smiled after hearing this, and then suddenly leaned close to Su Yang's ear and whispered, I know why it's you. Why, oi? Su Yang asked in confusion, wondering what she meant by it being him. Camilla did not answer, and the light in the room dimmed. Oh, she would never forget the face before her. Little brat, are you nervous? Hearing this, Su Yang froze, finally noticing his restless hands. It seems that way. Camilla chuckled. Haha, relax a bit, just be natural. Su Yang responded, and since Camilla said so, he should indeed relax a bit. As night fell, the room became completely dark. Help! Those things are out again. Someone save me. At that moment, screams came from outside. Su Yang was startled and looked at Camilla. What's going on? It's the Zogia. They like to be active at night. So it was that group of monster birds creatures that listened to him. Well, looking at them, their habits were similar to bats on Earth, active at night. Oh, so it's Zogia. That's fine as long as it doesn't interfere with our big plans. Su Yang smiled. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a mission. Just as he was about to put his hand down, the system sent a notification. Trigger your sister's mission. Su Yang exclaimed, damn, don't mess around. If you keep making noise, I'll uninstall you. Didn't you see what I'm doing? System Sigma. Then the system fell silent. That's more like it. Isn't it my turn to speak? Then Su Yang quietly listened to the screams of humanity outside. At this time, he should take the initiative and seize the high ground. Because of the appearance of the monster bird Zogia, the screams and cries for help continued all night long. The next morning, a ray of sunlight shone into the room, and Su Yang slowly opened his hazy eyes and stretched. His back and waist were a bit sore. Turning to look beside him, he found that Camilla was actually gone. Where did she go? At that moment, the system spoke again. Can I talk now, host? Speak. Is it about yesterday's mission? If you have something to say it quickly and help me find out where Camilla went. Yesterday, Su Yang wanted to uninstall the system, and it was so frightened that it dared not speak until this morning. Mission: go to the world of Gaia Ultraman and defeat the Angel Zog. Mission reward: Eagle card 1 permanent use. Su Yang's eyes lit up. It was actually Eagle's card, and it was for permanent use. P.S. A small issue. Sorry for keeping you brothers waiting for this chapter. Very sorry, and thank you for your support. Isn't Angel Zorg the final boss of Gaia Ultraman? It has 2 forms. The first form is an angel, and the second form is a gigantic dragon. Its strength is neither particularly strong nor particularly weak. Su Yang took the plasma spark from the Land of Light. Although he managed to deceive the king of Ultraman for a moment with his cleverness, one day the Ultraman of the Land of Light will come to this world to reclaim the plasma spark. However, the plasma spark is already gone, and the Land of Light will certainly not let it go so easily. In due time, the Earth will become a battlefield, and he, along with Camilla and even Darham and Hitler, will become the targets of the Land of Light. During this period, if the Land of Light can produce another plasma spark, perhaps they can avoid a war, but all depends on whether Hikari can deliver. Currently, Su Yang only has 2 things to do. First, gather powerful forces to form a resistance against the Land of Light, making it necessary to recruit small bosses like Zorg. Second, take down some dark bosses to quickly restore his original strength, at which point he will have nothing to fear. Of course, at this stage, aside from Noah and the King of Ultraman, Su Yang naturally does not fear any individual warriors, but he still needs to be cautious of fusion fighters like Rajido and Saiga. In addition, he must face various threats existing in the universe. Therefore, reinforcing his side strength is undoubtedly wise. The more preparations, the greater the odds of victory. Moreover, when he stole the plasma spark from the Land of Light, did he offend Old Black Bay as well? If nothing unexpected happens, Old Black Bay has not been killed, but has escaped to another universe to rebuild his galactic empire. Could it be this universe? If it is this universe, things could get lively. Just then, Camilla walked into the bedroom with a box of breakfast. Hey, eat up. You must be exhausted from yesterday. Camilla resumed her previously cool, yet gentle demeanor, as if nothing had happened. Su Yang took the breakfast and said while eating, I need to step out for a bit. Oh, please wait for me here. Where are you going? Can I go with you? Su Yang was momentarily stunned. Camilla wanted to go with him. But that was another parallel universe. Did she have the ability to traverse time and space? System. Can Camilla travel through time and space with me? Yes, Camilla inherently possesses the ability to traverse time and space, but don't underestimate her. After hearing the system's response and thinking it over, it indeed seemed to be the case. Camilla's homeland is 1,500 light years away from Earth, meaning that to reach Earth, even if they traveled at the speed of light, it would take 1,500 years. Therefore, to reach Earth, they would inevitably need to use the ability to traverse time and space. Since that is the case, bringing Camilla along is not a bad idea. Suddenly Su Yang realized why the system rewarded him with an ultimate combat device. Because the ultimate combat device can explain his ability to summon and control monsters. How wonderful. This way he wouldn't have to worry about Camila asking him a series of bizarre questions. Then Su Yang replied, "We're going to another world, will you accompany me?" Camila smiled, slightly nodded, and said, "Sure, I'm just free right now." After finishing breakfast, the two went downstairs where the streets were still chaotic with people and vehicles in disarray. On the ground lay numerous corpses, some pecked to death by the monstrous bird Zord, others killed during fights and struggles. Su Yang and Camila walked calmly through the street, a stark contrast to the panicked crowd around them. Upon reaching an empty street, the two took out the spark prism. A dazzling dark light flashed, and they transformed into their giant forms before soaring into the sky. System, open the wormhole to Gaia world. Understood. Immediately a swirling vortex appeared in the sky above the two. The two leaped into the wormhole. Look, it's Dark Tiga, Ultraman, and that female giant. They've flown away. Finally left Earth. That's great. It's because of their appearance that we have suffered such a calamity. Just then a glowing sphere resembling an angel appeared in the sky, pure and radiant. Look, it's an angel. Has the angel descended again? It must be here to save us humans. As soon as the great angel appears, the demons immediately flee. At this moment, Su Yang and Camila had already entered the wormhole, oblivious to the scene unfolding on Earth. After passing through the wormhole, they returned to their human forms and arrived in Gaia world. As soon as they landed, Su Yang and Camila saw a group of people running towards them. Run quick, they're coming. Help, run. Su Yang and Camila stood still in the middle of the road, looking up to see a dark swarm approaching like locusts heading towards the crowd. In an instant, Su Yang recognized this as the destruction demon insect Debishur. Angel Zorg had not yet appeared. At this moment, a concerned citizen saw Su Yang and Camila standing motionless in the middle of the road and hurriedly shouted, "Run, what are you two doing, just standing there?" His wife tugged him, saying, "Hey, why are you worrying about them? Both of them are scared stiff. Let's hurry and run." "All right, let's run." People desperately fled forward as the destruction demon insect followed closely behind. However, when those insects flew in front of Su Yang and Camila, they seemed to encounter something terrifying and automatically avoided the two flying away behind them. Su Yang chuckled, "The little things are quite sensible. Quick, get down, get down." Suddenly a shout came from the crowd behind, and everyone immediately dropped to the ground. But did lying down help? It did not. The demon insects rushed into the crowd and began to feast. In an instant, screams echoed everywhere. After a while, the insects seemed to have eaten their fill and flew into the sky. The sky was densely packed with these insects, blocking out even the sun. It was clearly daytime, yet it was as dark as night. The survivors who had been feasted upon crawled up from the ground, their faces, hands, and legs covered in bloody mess, but fortunately, they were not fatal. It's over, humanity is doomed now. No, we still have Gaia and a guru, the two Ultramen. They will definitely save us. Immediately 5 fighter jets soared into the sky. It was the Earth's guard defense team. Orange lasers continuously shot from the jets at the swarm of demon insects in the sky. Boom. The sky erupted with flames, and many demon insects were directly obliterated, but they seemed endless, impossible to kill all of them. On the contrary, it seemed like the more they killed, the more there were. Because these demon insects came from a wormhole near Earth, they aimed to cover the entire planet. In no time, the demon insects had destroyed all the fighter jets. Just then 2 handsome figures appeared in the distance. It was Tinggong and Wameng. The next second, Gaia, a guru. 2 heart-wrenching roars echoed in Su Yang's ears, followed by 2 rays of light, one red and one blue, flashing in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the rebellious sun and the tyrant. However, this time the 2 of them appeared directly in the air. The Earth expressed immense satisfaction. The rebellious sun had finally made something of himself. Su Yang exclaimed in disbelief, feeling a bit cheated for not witnessing the iconic scene. Camilla gazed at the sky and murmured, "Are there giants in this world?" Yes, the 2 of them are Ultramen born on Earth. The blue giant is named by Wang Egu Ru, whose power comes from the ocean, also known as the Ocean Divider. The red giant is named Niz Gaia, whose power comes from the Earth, also known as the Earth Destroyer. Is that really the case? Why do I feel something is off? Camilla suddenly turned her head, looking at Su Yang in surprise. Thinking that Camilla hadn't been paying attention to his serious nonsense, Su Yang was taken aback to find that she had actually listened. Really, I'm not lying. The mouth of a man. Camilla gave Su Yang a dubious glance, then turned her head again, looking back at the sky. Egu Ru and Gaia exchanged glances and soared into the pitch-black sky. As the 2 Ultramen approached a swarm of demonic insects, the demonic worm, Derbisai, burst forth from the dark wormhole. Seeing this, Gaia extended his arms forward and continuously fired red, arrow-shaped light bombs, exterminating a large group of demonic worm Derbisai. But this was still far from enough. Taking advantage of the moment, Egu Ru flew straight into the wormhole, and the moment he made contact with the demonic insects, a horrifying scene unfolded. Egu Ru was completely engulfed by the swarm, even his milky white eyes were covered in dark insects. Attacked by the swarm, Egu Ru plummeted straight to the ground. Boom. Dust billowed into the air, and the surrounding buildings trembled, the damage to the earth no less than that caused by the rebellious sun. Egu Ru rolled on the ground, trying to shake off the insects clinging to him, but after several attempts, he found it was futile. Then Egu Ru changed tactics, standing up from the ground, crossing his arms over his chest, and releasing photon energy from his entire body. After a dazzling blue light, all the insects on him were purified. At that moment, Gaia also plummeted from the sky, and like Daigo, he too was wrapped up by the demonic insects. Seeing this, Daigo signaled Gaia to use photon release. Gaia also released a beam of red light purifying the demonic insects. Camilla, not understanding the purpose of coming here, immediately asked, "What do you intend to do in this world?" "Just wait a moment, you'll know soon." "Oh." Camilla nodded, then found a wooden chair by the roadside to sit down, resting her chin on one hand, watching intently. It had been a long time since she had seen the giants of light. At that moment, a swarm of black, demonic insects suddenly descended from the sky. Soon after, thousands of demonic insects combined into a gigantic monster, the Annihilation Demonic Worm Caesar Derbicide. The monster had a scythe for a left arm, a claw for a right arm, and a biting mouthpiece on its head. Soon the data on Caesar Derbicide flooded into Su Yang's mind. Annihilation Demonic Worm Caesar Derbicide. Height 62 meters. Weight 68000 tons. Characteristics: a composite monster formed by countless Annihilation Demonic Worm Derbicide, possessing extremely high combat ability but relatively weak defense. Its ultimate move is the triple beam emitted from its 3 eyes on its head. Soon Daigo and Gaia became entangled in battle with this monster. Daigo focused on the rear, while Gaia attacked Hedon. At first, the two Ultramen seemed to have the upper hand, but unexpectedly a thick red tentacle suddenly emerged from the monster's mouthpiece, directly biting into Gaia's waist. Goodness, that tentacle is quite fierce. Just then Su Yang suddenly turned to look at Camilla and found that she was no longer beside him. How did she end up on the wooden chair? Camilla's face flushed as she sternly said, "What are you looking at me for? I was wondering why you sat there without telling me." Camilla ignored him and continued to watch the distant battle. Gaia, in extreme pain from the tentacle attack, saw Daigo manifesting a light sword, swinging it forcefully to sever the tentacle from Gaia. Gaia distanced himself from the monster, gathering energy from the surroundings, and then launched a blade of light ice. Annihilation Demonic Worm Caesar Derbicide defeated. People were watching the battle of the two Ultramen through live television, and when they saw Gaia slay the monster, they were instantly invigorated. Yet the darkness still looming in the sky did not vanish, and soon after, another Annihilation Demonic Worm appeared before the two Ultramen. Quickly, 2 heads, 3 heads. In no time, 5 monsters appeared before the two Ultramen. At this moment, Gaia and Daigo realized that as long as the small demonic insects in the sky were not eliminated, the monsters would continue to appear. The reappearing monsters continued to attack Daigo and Gaia with their tentacles, quickly wrapping the two Ultramen tightly. The two Ultramen used all their strength to break free from the tentacles, but at that moment, 2 demonic insects behind them suddenly emitted triple beams from their heads, striking both Gaia and Daigo. At the moment of impact, both Ultramen fell to the ground, and their colorful timers began to flash red. At that moment, Su Yang pulled out the spark prism from his pocket and looked at Camilla slowly, saying, "You just stay here, I'm going up." Camilla also stood up from the wooden chair, concerned, and asked, "Do you need my help?" Su Yang confidently replied, "Of course not, don't you know how powerful I am?" At that moment, Camilla still had no idea who Su Yang's target was. The next second, 5 blue light beams suddenly descended from the sky, instantly annihilating the 5 demonic insect monsters on the ground. Instinct told Camilla that Su Yang was waiting for the creature that emitted the beams of light. At this moment, Daigo and Gaia had yet to react. Then the BGM played, and a glowing entity descended slowly from the sky. A gigantic white angel had arrived. She was surrounded by the highest, purest rainbow light, emanating a holy and solemn presence that was hard to gaze upon. What is that? A miracle has occurred. Is it an angel? The angel is helping Gaia and Daigo, the two Ultramen. A deity has come to save us humans. People witnessing an angel for the first time exclaimed in awe. Soon information about this angel also flooded into Su Yang's mind. Root Annihilation Angel Zog. Height 127 meters. Weight 90000 tons. Characteristics: possessing a beautiful and sacred appearance with extraordinary attack and destructive power. Though unable to use human language, she emits intimidating roars, chilling laughter, and tragic cries. Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but comment, "Damn, she's quite sexy." But after glancing at Camilla, the thought was immediately quashed. Su Yang immediately activated the divine light stick. A flash of dark red light surged forth. The Dark Tiga made its appearance. Faced with the suddenly appearing angel, Gaia and Daigo stood up from the ground, gazing at the solemn and sacred figure before them. Did she help us? Ming and Teng Gong questioned themselves more than once. The two AO understood the danger of trusting such unknown entities. Yet this angel seemed to possess a tremendous allure, enticing Gaia and Daigo to move forward. In the next second, the angel let out a laugh, a strange smile appearing on her face as she slowly raised her right hand. Immediately, a beam of light descended upon the two AO, restoring their energy. Beneath the angel's sleek and immense form, Gaia and Daigo appeared insignificant, as everyone was entranced by her breathtaking beauty. The angel has granted energy to Ultraman. This is wonderful. It's the angel described in the scriptures. The great angel has saved humanity. Just then, a dark red beam suddenly shot into the abdomen of Angel Zog. Zog let out a woman's scream, and the powerful impact caused her body to lose balance, twisting backward. What's happening? Something is attacking the angel. Who is it? Before anyone could react, a gigantic black figure swiftly approached Angel Zog. Indeed, it was the handsome Su-Yang. Quick look. What is that? He's so dark. Damn, he's really dark. The television cameras captured Su-Yang flying, and the audience watching the live broadcast discussed this mysterious entity. Dark Tiga moved with such speed that even Gaia and Aguru couldn't react. In the next moment, Su-Yang charged toward the angel's chest. This angel is so big. Angel Zog's towering 127-meter form was still too massive for the over 50-meter-tall Dark Tiga. In an instant, Su-Yang couldn't find a place to grab. Then he noticed the strap on Angel Zog's shoulder. This will do. Oh, I can grab this. Dark Tiga grasped the strap on Angel Zog's shoulder, attempting to throw her down from the sky. Su-Yang exerted all his strength, concentrating it in his right hand, and gave a powerful toss. At that moment, Su-Yang unintentionally glanced at Zog's chest. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The angel is so white." Seeing this, Camilla stood up again and took out the spark prism from her bosom. At this time, Zog seemed startled, suddenly letting out a moan. Immediately after, Angel Zog lost her balance and was pulled by Dark Tiga, plummeting rapidly from the high sky. Boom! The enormous body stirred up a cloud of dust as the angel also fell to the ground. Following this, the television cameras also shifted their focus to Angel Zog and Dark Tiga. Only then did people finally see the true appearance of that shadow. However, everyone, including Ai Meng and Tung Gong, felt a sense of unexplainable awe. What exactly is happening here? Ultraman, the Dark Giant. Immediately, Zog twisted her waist, struggling to rise from the ground, regaining her footing and distancing herself from Dark Tiga. Under Zog's immense form, the surrounding buildings appeared unusually small. Su-Yang thought to himself that this angel form is truly beautiful. Good, then don't transform into the second form and disgust me with that ugly appearance. Now I'm going to take you down. After creating some distance, Zog quickly fired a wave projectile at a downward angle towards Dark Tiga. Su-Yang skillfully performed a wheel roll to dodge the angel's attack. Meanwhile, the building behind Su-Yang suffered greatly as the wave projectile pierced through the entire structure like a massive water ball, not producing a single spark. At this moment, although Gaia and Aguru had already regained their energy, the two AO were completely puzzled by the current situation. The monstrous shadow still loomed, and who was this dark giant? Where did the angel come from? Why were they fighting? Tung Gong and Ai Meng were filled with questions, but their instincts told them to observe the situation first. However, the people watching the live broadcast were quite displeased with the actions of the dark giant. The Dark Ultraman is defiling the angel. That's right, all who oppose the angel are demons. The battle between Su-Yang and Angel Zog continued, and soon crowds began to emerge from the streets, all heading towards the fight between Dark Tiga and Angel Zog. Ignorance, anger, hatred all summoned forth the darkness of the human heart. Camilla had seen through everything, watching the crowd pass by her, murmuring to herself. At this point, the battle between Su-Yang and Zog had reached a fever pitch, with Zog's attacks either dodged by Dark Tiga or directly absorbed. In any case, none of her attacks caused any substantial damage, and it seemed as though this dark giant's energy was endless. Angel Zog originally intended to disguise herself and win the trust of the two Ultramen and humanity through deception, ultimately obliterating them all. But who knew a dark giant would suddenly appear, indiscriminately attacking right away? Angel Zog was somewhat baffled. She hadn't even planned to transform into the second form of the demon dragon, yet this dark giant was so powerful. She could no longer hold back her urge to change into her second form. She let out a fierce roar. Want to become ugly, eh? No way. Seeing the angel wanting to change forms, Su-Yang directly lunged at her, landing a heavy punch on Angel Zog's right cheek, knocking her back onto the ground. This time, Su-Yang gave her no chance to breathe, mounting her and relentlessly attacking with left and right punches. Angel Zog let out continuous shrieks, her voice piercingly sharp. At that moment, a shout was heard, and Su-Yang turned to look as the crowd surged from behind Dark Tiga. Eliminate the demons, protect the angels. Eliminate the demons, protect the angels. A resounding slogan echoed through the skies. At this moment, Zog felt a sense of pride. With the help of humanity, perhaps they could defeat this dark giant. This scene felt familiar to Su-Yang, who just 2 days ago he had been in a disadvantageous situation against the 5 emperors, and it was the same. Looking not far away, Gaia and Aguru were still watching the battle. The two Ultramen wouldn't act so impulsively. In fact, at this moment, some were attacking Su-Yang to protect the angel. Boom! Su-Yang casually tossed out a light projectile. After the explosion, a massive fireball erupted at the scene, incinerating those who had attacked Su-Yang to ashes. Seeing this, Gaia was taken aback. The Dark Ultraman was actually attacking humans. Immediately, Ai Meng turned to Aguru, and the two exchanged glances before quickly flying towards Dark Tiga. Just then, a slender, proud, dark female giant suddenly blocked their path. Kid, do what you should do and don't interfere in what you shouldn't. Seeing this, Gaia and Aguru quickly landed. Before them stood a female giant with her left hand on her hip and a white energy whip in her right hand. From the color of the giant's body and the bulge on her chest, it was clear that she was a female Dark Ultraman. Both I Dream and Fujimiya were taken aback. How could there be a female dark giant on Earth? However, their target was not this dark female giant, but the Dark Tiga that was harming humanity. Quick, get out of the way. We do not wish to be your enemies. Gaia, transformed by I Dream, extended his right hand to signal Camilla to clear the way. Camilla laughed. Do you two not understand why Earth attracts so many monsters? Do not be blindly loyal to humanity. After Camilla finished speaking, Gaia and Aguru exchanged glances. They quickly recalled the cause of the devastation. The coldness of human nature, the darkness in their hearts, the arbitrary instigation of wars, the reckless trampling of natural laws. The darkness within humanity will never disappear, and the only ones who will destroy the human world are humans themselves. Thinking of this, Dream hesitated for a moment, but soon his gaze became resolute again. No matter how many mistakes humanity made, he would steadfastly protect them. Dream's unwavering belief resonated with Fujimiya, who acknowledged Dream's thoughts, and the two Ultramen launched an attack on Camilla. But what did Dream's belief have to do with Camilla? Camilla's belief was that if one made a mistake, they must pay the price. We do not wish to harm you. Get out of the way. Perhaps out of respect for a weaker female, Dream warned Camilla while attacking, urging her to clear the path. Camilla coldly snorted, "Oh, kid, do you really think the two of you can hurt me?" Before her words even settled, Camilla swung her energy whip towards Gaia. Dream did not dodge. He tried to grab the whip with one hand, thinking how powerful could a woman's whip be. But in the next moment he regretted it. Camilla's whip avoided Gaia's arm and directly struck his calf. A wave of intense pain spread throughout his body, and Gaia let out a scream, kneeling on one knee on the ground. Dream, do not underestimate her. Seeing this, Aguru did not dare to overlook the female giant before them, quickly manifesting a light sword and lunging at Camilla. Meanwhile, the crowd hit by the Dark Tiga continued to stubbornly use any weapons they could find around them to attack the Dark Tiga. Suyang raised his right arm to block all the stones and debris thrown by humans. At that moment, Angel Zog seized the opportunity and began to move with all her strength. Suyang, momentarily careless, could not hold her down and was quickly shaken off. Angel Zog distanced herself from the Dark Tiga. In the next second, she began to transform into her second form. Look, what is that? As people were astonished, the once holy angel completely lost her composure. In a furious roar, her fierce visage revealed itself, and sharp claws and giant wings gradually appeared. Seconds later, an enormous monster appeared before the crowd. Damn, she actually transformed. Suyang cursed under his breath. He had to admit Zog's second form was truly ugly. The system also sent her data in this form. Root Destruction Angel Zog, second form. Height 666 meters. Weight 66,000 tons. Features: this form is the original appearance of Zog after shedding the angel exterior. Her face transformed into that of a vicious dragon. Her arms and body became extremely stout. Her legs turned into a quadrupedal form, and massive wings stretched out from her back, feeling no pain at all. Her size was even greater, and her combat capability was much higher. Looking at this information, Suyang couldn't help but marvel at how large the monster was. It was over 600 meters tall. Before this monster, Suyang felt as small as a human facing the Dark Tiga. But the key point was that it was too ugly. The first form was much more fun. What a terrifying monster. Is this still an angel? What on earth is going on? Why has the angel that saves humanity turned into a demon? People exclaimed in shock. Immediately after, Zog in her second form launched indiscriminate attacks on the Dark Tiga and the city. Countless water-like energy blasts shot towards Suyang and the crowd. Run. At this point, it was too late for people to regret. The terrified crowd began to scatter, but how could human speed escape Zog's attacks? The moment the energy blast struck, countless people were instantly vaporized, turning into gas in an instant. Yet even with Zog's massive body, her energy blasts had no effect on Suyang. The Ultraman barrier easily defended against Zog's attack. At that moment, the sound of fighting echoed from a distance. Suyang turned to look and saw that it was Camilla battling Gaia and Aguru. Although it was 2 against 1, Camilla was not at a disadvantage at all. Her dozens of meters long energy whip ruthlessly lashed at Gaia and Aguru. Originally, Suyang planned to quickly deal with the giant beast in front of him and rush to help Camilla, but now he realized it was completely unnecessary. Gaia had tried many times. Each time he got close to Camilla, he would be knocked back by her whip, and Aguru faced the same situation. He never expected this female giant to be so strong. He had indeed underestimated her. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Gaia unleashed a photon stream, and Aguru used Agura's stream. 2 beams of light shot towards Camilla simultaneously. Having fought for many years, Camilla was already accustomed to this situation. Without losing her composure, she elegantly sidestepped Gaia's photon stream, then retracted her whip to form a circular barrier, easily blocking Agura's stream. Dream and Fujimiya were both taken aback. This female giant was more difficult to deal with than any enemy they had encountered before. Immediately after, Aguru charged forward again with his light sword. Camilla also manifested a light sword, and the 2 Ultramen engaged in a fierce duel. Camilla's agility seemed to be at its peak as she gracefully avoided every attack from Aguru in his V2 form. Zog continued to unleash energy blasts at the Dark Tiga, and Suyang retracted his barrier and leaped into the air. I won't waste time with you. Dark Lamparte energy blast. As the battle song rang out, Suyang crossed his arms in front of his chest, stretched them out to the sides, then brought them together above his head, gathering energy at his left waist before launching a highly explosive energy blast at Zog. Boom. The moment the energy blast made contact with Zog, it exploded, shattering her massive form into pieces. Angel Zog defeated. It's over. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the Root Destruction Angel Zog. Reward: Zog, card 1. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward Aguru card 1, permanent use. With the reward in hand, the battle on Camilla's side was nearing its end, and the colorful timers on Aguru and Gaia's chests lit up simultaneously. Camilla stood confidently, her arms outstretched, gathering dark energy around her, forming a dark energy sphere in her hands, which she struck at Aguru and Gaia's feet before turning and walking away. With a thunderous explosion, Aguru and Gaia were sent flying far away, yet they remained unharmed. It seems that Camilla had not struck with lethal intent, refraining from targeting their vital spots. As Su-Yang successfully defeated the source-destroying Angel Zorge, the overwhelming dark insects known as Dabizi gradually receded, and the sky began to clear. Before long, the long-awaited sunlight once again bathed the earth. Is the sun out? What on earth is happening? Has the monster been defeated? After the Dark Ultraman defeated that giant monster, the sky slowly started to brighten again. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Aguru and Gaia crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to continue their fight. Unfortunately, the colorful timer in front flashed urgently before gradually losing its light. The two fell unconscious and reverted to their human forms. At this moment, Su-Yang landed beside Camilla, and they both looked toward the fallen Tengu and Wameng. Let's go, Camilla whispered. Are you hurt? Su-Yang's concerned gaze swept over Camilla's body. Truly, she was well proportioned. This figure absolutely perfect. Camilla saw through Su-Yang's little thoughts at a glance and snapped. What are you looking at? Are we leaving or not? Su-Yang continued to argue. I was just checking if you were hurt. Camilla coldly stared into the eyes of Dark Tiga and said, the only one who can hurt me is you. Then Camilla asked, did we collect that angel? Yes, we can go now. Camilla nodded, and the two soared into the sky. System, open a wormhole to return to the original world. Received. Immediately, a swirling wormhole appeared before the two, and they accelerated into it. The two landed once again, having returned to human form. Soon after, Su-Yang witnessed the shocking scene. Countless people, as if lost in their souls, were walking toward the west in a pilgrimage-like manner. Their gazes were vacant, and their reactions slow. Some held angel dolls, while others wore angel wings, displaying a very devoted demeanor. A familiar scene. Quickly, Su-Yang and Camilla ascended a pedestrian bridge, looking down at the flowing crowd from above. In the west, directly above the city center, a white, glowing cloud appeared between two tall buildings. Its form resembled a winged humanoid angel, and as the breeze blew, the angel's large white skirt billowed gracefully. Just after dealing with one angel, another one appears. Did they poke the angel's nest today? However, this angel did not excite Su-Yang, because he recognized who this angel was at a glance. Isn't this the angel created by the Kyrielod people in Tiga Ultraman? I thought it was some treasure. What a fuss. Just this. People are crowding around like fools. Su-Yang thought if he released the angel Zorge now and placed him opposite the Kyrielod angel, wouldn't it blind this crowd's eyes? Wouldn't they not know where to look? At this moment, Camilla walked alone toward the stairs, preparing to leave this place. Seeing this, Su-Yang anxiously shouted, Hey Camilla, where are you going? Really? Camilla did not look back and simply replied before walking straight ahead. Really? What is she going to do it, really? Why don't you take me with you? Hey Camilla, don't you want me anymore? Camilla suddenly stopped and turned around, looking at Su-Yang with a smile and said, What do you think? Su-Yang chuckled, You can't bear to part with me. Camilla ignored Su-Yang, turned her head, and then walked down the stairs. Why is she going back to Rului when there's such a shocking angel? Doesn't she have any interest at all? Camilla truly has a way of seeing through everything. What else could attract her if not Su-Yang? After Camilla walked far away, Su-Yang continued to observe the angel in the sky, wondering what the Kyrielod people were up to this time. When the tiger is away, the monkeys become kings. Want to monopolize the earth? Hasn't my Dark Tiga consented? Angels are meant to be God's messengers, heavenly beings representing purity, goodness, and righteousness. They are the messengers of gods, while serving as spirits for God sent to protect the faithful from demonic interference. Angels are typically regarded as guides for souls able to meet human spiritual needs to a considerable extent. The angel created by the Kyrielod people only has a light and shadow effect and lacks any physical form. Their aim is to use the angel's illusion to deceive humanity. Yet even so, humanity still worships it as if seeing a deity. This is not entirely their fault. After all, the human world has suffered too much hardship recently, and they need someone to save them. But the ones who can save humanity will definitely not be the Kyrielod people. Interestingly, the Kyrielod people have existed since ancient times and have been lurking on Earth. They claim to have arrived on Earth before Tiga Ultraman, stating that humanity is a foolish species that they aim to lead. However, as Su-Yang observed, tens of millions of years have passed, and their ambition remains unfulfilled. The flow of people on the street grew increasingly dense. Many who had been hiding at home now appeared on the streets, walking toward the center square of Tokyo. If nothing unexpected happens, that square will become a place of worship for the people. With his wife back in her hometown, Su-Yang descended the pedestrian bridge alone. As dusk approached, Su-Yang surmised that the Kyrielod people would take action at night. Therefore, there was no need for him to waste time waiting for them here. With Camilla not by his side, what should he do during this time? It had been 2 days since he last saw Sakura and Uncle Muhome, so why not return to the Yushin Inn first? And he might as well grab a bowl of ramen for dinner. Soon Su-Yang headed toward the Yushin Inn. Just a few steps out, he saw a bicycle lying on the street. This must be abandoned, I'll take it. With this thought, Su-Yang quickly picked up the bicycle, leaped on, and sped toward the inn. As Su-Yang reached a lakeside riding energetically, a light orb suddenly shot towards him from the side. What the hell? What is going on? Fortunately, Su Yang was quick-witted, abruptly braking and drifting to evade the attack of the light orb, who was trying to ambush me. Su Yang abandoned the bicycle and looked toward the direction the light orb came from. It was a park densely filled with trees. He saw a woman in a brown-black hooded robe standing beside the dense forest staring at him. The brown-black hooded robe revealed a pair of long, smooth, and shapely legs. Su Yang focused his gaze and recognized her as a Kyrielod person. The Kyrielod witch who once rubbed a Gus face in the dirt. Who would have thought he would encounter her here? What impressed Su Yang the most about this witch were her legs. In the Tiga Ultraman series, the witch Kyrielod brutally trampled Daigo with her proud legs. That scene is still vividly etched in Su Yang's memory. And in this parallel universe, only he has transformed into Tiga Ultraman. Could it be that before crossing over to this world, he was also trampled by this Kyrielod witch? Determined to repay the offense, Su Yang knew he could not tolerate this. The Kyrielod witch, noticing Su Yang had found her, turned and fled deeper into the forest. Seeing this, Su Yang hurriedly gave chase. Now that he had taken a strength-enhancing pill, he ran swiftly, quickly plunging into the depths of the forest. As night fell, this forest park had only a few dim tree lamps and visibility was poor. After rushing in, Su Yang found that the witch had vanished. She ran away. Just then, Su Yang sensed something unusual behind him and performed a backflip. Sure enough, a beam of light shot towards him. It was that Kyrielod which currently perched on a branch behind Su Yang. Thankfully, he reacted quickly and dodged the attack. This Kyrielod person is truly cunning. Su Yang immediately drew his victory hypergun, firing 2 bullets at the witch on the tree. However, the witch reacted swiftly, effortlessly dodging the shots. Following that, she raised her hand and unleashed 2 more beams of light. This time, Su Yang wasn't as fortunate. He managed to evade one shot, but the other struck his left shoulder. It felt as if someone had slammed a heavy ball into it, causing intense pain. Ignoring the pain in his shoulder, Su Yang continued to fire the victory hypergun at the witch. This time it was effective. He heard the witch let out a soft groan, her body leaning back, almost causing her to fall from the tree. Su Yang hit her with a bullet that struck her abdomen. However, it seemed that this was the extent of the damage, as there was no blood or any strange substances. Quickly she healed as if she had never been harmed at all. Immediately afterward, the wounded witch summoned 4 white orb-like phantoms, just like the projections of the Kyrielod people in the original work. These 4 phantoms floated in the air and could also unleash light beams, just like the witch. Damn it, that's cheating. After appearing, the phantoms launched a barrage of light attacks at Su Yang. Su Yang had no way to avoid them. Soon he was struck by 3 beams of light, hitting his chest, left knee, and calf. A sharp pain spread throughout Su Yang's body, and his left leg nearly lost its ability to move. He could only weakly lean against a large tree. No, he had to keep moving. Why was the human form of Camila so strong while his own human form was so weak? Even after taking the strength-enhancing pill and being 3 times stronger than an ordinary person, he still couldn't defeat this witch. If he could be as powerful as Camila, wouldn't it be easy to defeat this witch? Su Yang couldn't help but want to pull out his transformation device. Ha ha ha. Just then the witch spread her arms, laughing as she slowly floated down from the branch, while the 4 white phantoms continued to monitor Su Yang's movements. Next, the witch walked towards Su Yang with a seductive gait, her beautiful legs partially visible beneath her robe. Tiga Ultraman, this is our second meeting, isn't it? I didn't expect you to still be so pitifully weak, you feeble human daring to resist our great Kyrielod god. Second meeting. In the original story, Daigo was the main character, but now Su Yang is the protagonist of this Tiga world. Indeed, last time she pressed him against the wall and gave him a good thrashing. The witch mocked Su Yang as she approached him, and soon she stood right in front of him. But I'm not the same as before. Do you think you can bully me today? Although the light was dim, Su Yang could still clearly see the witch's face and neck, which were perfectly white and exquisite. Su Yang gripped the victory hypergun tightly, yet the witch showed no fear. She bent down and pressed her chest against the gun's muzzle. Though there was a gun's distance between them, Su Yang still felt an incredibly strong sensation. Immediately afterward, the witch coldly laughed. Ha ha ha, what good will it do to shoot me? After all, I've already died once. Do you still think you can oppose the great Kyrielod god in human form? How utterly foolish. Hurry up and transform into Ultraman. After saying this, the witch stood up, raised her long legs from the dark robe, and stomped hard on Su Yang's injured left shoulder. Goodness, Su Yang's legs were now covered in white goo, causing him immense pain. That leg ruthlessly trampled on Su Yang, yet he didn't let out a single cry, which frustrated the witch. Scream. Why aren't you screaming? Have you lost all sensation? The witch continued to taunt. Su Yang did not reply. Instead, he smiled slightly, then dropped the victory hypergun and used all his strength to grab the witch's ankle. The witch was taken aback, struggling to pull her leg free from Su Yang, but to her surprise, Su Yang's grip was incredibly strong, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. The witch couldn't understand why his strength had suddenly become so powerful. Su Yang coldly said, "Now it's my turn." Then Su Yang swiftly stood up and yanked the witch's calf forward. Oh! The witch screamed, and her legs twisted into a 90-degree angle. Then, losing her balance, she fell face first to the ground. But Su Yang wasn't done with her. Wasn't she just enjoying bullying him a moment ago? Su Yang bent down, gripping the 2 legs of the Kyrielod, which preparing to drag her behind a tree. The witch struggled with her hands on the ground, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't match Su Yang's strength. The witch, unwilling to accept defeat, cried out, "How is this possible? What did you do? What did he do?" "That's a good question. I activated a cheat, didn't I? You. 1 minute ago. System, am being trampled and you're just sitting there doing nothing." "System, not only am I doing nothing, but I'm also thoroughly enjoying it. Damn it, uninstall warning." "System, I'm sorry, what does the host need?" "My request is simple. I want to be as powerful as Camila in human form." "System, that's easy. As long as the host regains their original strength, they can be as powerful as Camila even in human form." "Damn, I want it now, or I will uninstall." "System, alright, the host now possesses that ability, but it's only for half an hour." "Half an hour? That's enough." Back to the present. Su Yang bound the Kyriolode witch's feet and hung her upside down from a branch. "What are you going to do?"